A notification appeared that the hero had chosen the absolute and that he could make a wish. A congratulation appeared. The guy lay on the ground dissatisfied and looked at the congratulations. The notification said that he had become one of the heroes of the novel The Knight of Iron and Blood. He recognized this novel because he read it yesterday. The hero was asked to try hard and wish good luck in the message. He did not understand what wish and what request were being discussed, did not understand why he was imagining it, because he was not even drunk. The hero opened his mouth in surprise. The thought came to him that perhaps this was a migration into a body from another world, which often appears in web novels. The hero assumed that he ended up in another world. The hero was lying in the middle of the road leading to the city. He did not understand why he woke up, having fallen to the ground. He convulsively got up and complained about the night cold. The guy's mouth shifted to the side and was cartoonishly small, which caused him reasonable surprise. A red notification bar appeared. It said that the mouth was crooked as a result of sleeping on the street. The guy slapped the notification window with displeasure, annoyed by his style of speaking. He adjusted his mouth and said that he had moved into the body of the hero of the novel, wondering who he had become in this novel. The hero called himself a man living in a village and sleeping on the road. Someone called out Mr. Lloyd and the guy turned thoughtfully. An unknown figure approached the surprised brunette. The man said that he had been looking for him for a long time. A golden sword guard peeked out from behind his belt. The man's hair was silver like the moon. A calm guy in a blue semblance of a uniform stood in front of the hero and asked him to return to the mansion. This was the main character of the novel, Xavier. The brunette broke out in a cold sweat. In his thoughts he noted that Xavier was the same as in the pictures of the novel. He noticed that he was addressed by the name of Lloyd. Xavier in a cloak and with a glowing sword. He was a sword master who, as the plot of the novel developed, became famous throughout the continent. But at the beginning of the novel he was only a knight guarding the Baron, whose eldest son's name was. The hero suddenly realized who he was and screamed, was he really that prankster Lloyd Frontera? Xavier looked calmly at the flushed boy. A slight surprise touched his face and he said that he did not call the boy a prankster, only called him by name. Xavier smiled slightly and said well, that Lloyd correctly assessed himself. The notification reported that Xavier looked pleased, to which Lloyd mentally asked the notification to shut up. In front of the heroes was a large two-story mansion in the night. Xavier stirred the wood in the fireplace and asked the hero if he remembered how he ended up on the road. Lloyd sat wrapped in a warm blanket while Xavier explained to him that Lloyd had been drinking since dinner and broke all the dishes in the tavern, then got homesick and fell asleep on the way. In his mind, Lloyd noted that this was expected on the day of the prankster. Xavier continued to explain that the Baron was worried about his son and sent him away. He noted that even if the son was a prankster, the Baron would be sad if his son died on the street with a crooked mouth. Lloyd noted that Xavier spoke without any fear. Lloyd felt the floor and dreamed of a heated floor, but suddenly realized that he was in a medieval fantasy. Xavier turned around and told the hero to rest and said that he would report to the Baron about his tricks tomorrow morning, to which Lloyd asked not to tell and immediately received a negative answer. Xavier was impenetrable, like a wall. Xavier had already opened the door as Lloyd turned to him. The guy with a strange smile asked if they had much light at home. Xavier closed his eyes, surprised by the strange words. He slammed the door behind him without answering. The hero silently thought he knew the entire content of this novel. In his world, lying in a narrow room, finishing reading the last chapter on his phone, he knew the fate of his character. On the cold floor, the pale hands of the Baron and his wife lay on top of each other. The hero knew that at the very beginning of the novel they fell for vile swindlers, lost all their fortune and committed suicide. Lloyd was lying drunk on the table and asking to be served alcohol. After killing his parents, he began to beg and drink non-stop. Lloyd vomited blood and held his throat. Dropping the mug, he died. The guy threw off the blanket and screamed that even if he had become an aristocrat, his life was as worthless as in Korea. He mentally turned to the absolute, remembered the notification sign, tried to understand what it was up to. He did not understand why he had stuck it in this body. Morning came and the town under the mountains was illuminated by the sun. The white walls of the mansion shone in the sun. Xavier walked calmly behind the lady in the white dress, who was clarifying what Lloyd had done in the tavern last night. It was his mother named Marbella Frontera. Lloyd stood there shabby and realized that he had actually read a novel yesterday. An agitated Marbella asked her son to go and apologize to her. Lloyd did not let his mother finish and immediately agreed, guiltily scratching the back of his head. He understood that he was responsible for the pogrom that his body had committed yesterday. Marbella and even Xavier suddenly opened their eyes in surprise, which was noticed by the pop-up notification. The hero did not understand. Should he not be at least a little proud of him? The sky above the medieval houses was clear and calm. A man was putting bales of straw into a cart. Something caught his attention. Xavier and Lloyd were approaching him along the street along the barrels and windows. The frightened man immediately hid behind his cart, not even thinking to look in the direction of those walking. Lloyd looked at him questioningly. All the passers-by on the street shuddered and ran in different directions, only noticing Lloyd with his companion. The surprise on Lloyd's face only grew. The little boy looked at the walking couple with curiosity. Then he was pulled inside the house with the words that he must not look at him. The window sashes slammed shut. A pop-up notification informed the boy that the villagers hated him. He replied that he had already noticed it. Lloyd walked without taking his hands out of his pockets, asked why Xavier was following him. Xavier kept his hand on the hilt of his sword and said that the Baron ordered him to guard him and make sure that Lloyd did not repeat yesterday. The hero asked again in surprise, did he really need to guard him? Xavier calmly replied that it would be more accurate to protect the residents from him, to which the hero called himself a monster, not suspecting inside what he had done before. Lloyd looked around guiltily, realizing that he first needed to clean up his image so that at least someone would give him a piece of bread when he started begging. He mentally stopped himself, deciding that it would be better to somehow sort out his family debt first. He imagined himself bathing in huge honeycombs, realizing that in this case, as the successor to the owner of the village, he would be able to live in luxury for the rest of his life. Lloyd mentally asked if there were any cheats here. A blue window immediately appeared in front of him and he was surprised that there were skills here. Lloyd's skills on the table were such skills as worthlessness and drunkard. Dissatisfied, Lloyd tried to knock this table down with his hands, but Xavier, who saw nothing, looked at his master with embarrassment. Lloyd, struggling with the table, went ahead. Xavier called out to him and asked where he was going. Lloyd only turned to the white-haired man in confusion. There was a tavern on the side of the guys. Xavier stopped at the level of the door, looking at the guilty gentleman and pointed to the tavern, asking if the apology was really a lie. Lloyd began to deny it. Xavier fell silent in confusion. Indignant Lloyd began to shower him with questions. Xavier closed his eyes and invited the gentleman to come in. Lloyd slowly opened the door, looked inside with an apology, to which Xavier, standing behind him, could not find words. He looked at the gentleman calmly, but internally he understood that something was wrong with him since yesterday, as if he had become a different person. In the tavern, all the furniture was broken. Cracks were crawling along the wall, the trophy skulls were half broken. Lloyd fell heavily onto a chair and loudly declared that he wanted to apologize for his pranks. Xavier watched in surprise. The bald owner of the tavern took a fighting stance, which was noted by the blue notification window. Lloyd looked at the owner of the tavern, bewildered, as he stuttered and asked the gentleman to stop. The hero thought that perhaps this happened because such a non-entity as he suddenly began to speak respectfully. Lloyd looked away, deciding to change his strategy, briefly and rudely asked for forgiveness. The notification plate noted the inappropriate behavior of the apologetic man. The hero still could not understand what it required of him. The bald man, covered in sweat, bowed and stuttered that everything was fine and that the hero did not need to apologize. Lloyd remained silent in surprise, but looked at the owner of the tavern. The sky was clear and bright. Xavier and Lloyd crossed a small bridge. The hero noted with difficulty that the innkeeper's face, even after the apology, was not very good. Xavier noted that this was not surprising. He looked at the guy and said that all the utensils and dishes that he had broken were bought with money earned with sweat and blood, and that perhaps only by receiving compensation would the innkeeper be satisfied. Lloyd was indignant, thinking that there were only debts at home and there could be no talk of compensation. He still could not admit that he could not look good in the eyes of the residents. The hero understood that if he did not sort out the debts, then nothing would work out, but he did not understand how to do this. Xavier continued the story, throwing the hero off track even more, saying that in addition to the pogrom, the health of the inn's mother left much to be desired. Lloyd looked away, remembering the only fireplace in the inn and how cold it was there. The boys walked on the bare ground, while Lloyd continued to think about how hard it would be for old people to survive in such cold weather until they invented a floor heating system. The hero stopped, while Xavier continued to walk. Lloyd stared into space in amazement. A light bulb went on in his head. He looked down thoughtfully, realizing that the light bulb in his head sparkled. He realized that something had come to his mind. His eyes opened wide. The light bulb in his head burst into a flash of electricity. The hero compared it to a sudden explosion and the idea that came after it. A green line rushed through space. There were many more of them, and together they formed something big, taking shape more and more with each passing second. Lloyd diligently imagined a floor heating system in his head. He thought that if he created a heating system in this world, it would definitely sell. The hero imagined his body turning over tables and realized that the fool Frontera had never even dreamed of it. He saw his true self above the body and told himself that this was possible for Kim Suho. Kim Su remembered many schemes in his head. He was a construction engineer, remembered how in the army he tried to build a house alone. He remembered how he carried piles of bricks on special carriers, remembered how he worked day and night on construction sites. Lloyd smiled and mentally realized that this was his plan, with which he would cover all the debts of the Baron's family. Encouraged, Lloyd turned around and told his frozen companion to return to the tavern. Lloyd turned and shouted that they were going to receive the first order. The notification announced the beginning of the hero's real journey. It said that the relationship point system was activated, said that the hero can gain reputation by interacting with others. At the moment, the amount of reputation was 0. Lloyd looked at the huge blue signs in front of his face in confusion. The hero frowned and thought what PR was it something like experience? A system window appeared that by improving relations with the main characters, he could get PR. He turned his head and thought that something was appearing above Xavier's head. The system window said that his interest level in Lloyd was -30. He thought that this was probably a very low level. The guy smiled nervously and turned to his companion. He smiled and said that he was very handsome. Xavier raised his eyebrows and said that he knew. A system window appeared that his interest level in the hero dropped to -31. Lloyd turned away and thought that he would leave it for later. If he continued, it would only get worse. After a while, the hero looked at the sheet in surprise and said that the customer was the innkeeper, the performer was Lloyd Frontera. He smiled and said that the construction costs are deducted from the amount of compensation for the damage caused. The innkeeper looked at him with a stony face. A system window appeared that he did not trust him. The skill mental wall emanated from him. The hero thought that this was their problem, not a drop of trust. The young man pursed his lips and thought that he could not ruin his grand plan from the very beginning, did not want to use this method. He decided to use the characteristic of insignificance. Lloyd grimaced and said that they would see each other often, so they should trust each other. The innkeeper began to write on the paper. The hero thought that this trash really works. He smiled and thought that the first contract was signed. Xavier looked at him with distrust, while Lloyd said that he made an excellent choice and would definitely not regret it. After a while, the guy held a shovel and thought that his plan was not that grand, so precise calculations were not required. He turned around when his companion called out to him. The blue-haired man frowned and said that he blackmailed the innkeeper into signing the contract. Was this really a new level of tyranny? Lloyd looked at him silently. He raised an eyebrow and asked if he really had no logic at all. Had he heard of cognitive distortion? The hero extended a finger and explained that the distortion occurs because every cell in the brain is stereotypes and negative thoughts, as if it was like this in the past, then it will be like this in the future. Xavier looked at him and said that it was not a stereotype, but experience and statistics. Lloyd looked at him and asked, after all, experience and statistics are all in the past, aren't they? The blue-haired man silently looked at him and thought what was going on. Had he really formulated his thoughts so correctly before? He shuddered when Lloyd said that they would smile. The guy stuck the shovel into the ground and said that both the innkeeper and his mother would laugh with joy. He stuck the shovel deeper. The hero threw away the earth and thought that their smiles would be the foundation of his earnings. He wielded the shovel and thought that he needed to dig, move, compact the earth and repeat. Lloyd hammered nails into the wood and thought that the lumber from the warehouse in the mansion would be an excellent basis for the central wooden frame. He lay down next to the building and thought that it was enough to apply river clay and the frame was ready. The guy was covered in sweat and thought how weak his body was. Xavier came closer and said that he did it quickly. The hero shouted, did it really take a whole week? The blue-haired looked at him in surprise and thought that he was really building something. Where did he learn how to do this? Did he really decide to honor the contract? For a rowdy like him it was impossible. Lloyd stood up and said that his bones were aching, but there was no time to rest. He took the axe, then he swung, but suddenly he began to fall. His hand was caught. Xavier didn't let him fall. He took the axe from him. The guy looked back and asked what he needed to do. Lloyd answered with surprise that he needed boards measuring 1 span horizontally and 2 spans vertically. The blue-haired man threw up some logs. He swung bloodthirstily, and with one blow he chopped them. The perfect boards fell to the ground. The hero's jaw almost dropped. He gave him a thumbs up. The guy looked at his subordinate's back and thought that he was definitely a sword master. He didn't even need modern tools. The brunette put his hand on the guy's shoulder and called him by name. He picked up the shovel and asked if he would help him with the digging when he finished. Xavier frowned and thought that not only did he not thank him, but he also made him work. How could he forget about his character? A system window appeared that Xavier regretted his decision. Lloyd leaned over to him and asked if he had helped out of curiosity, that he would definitely cheat someone, but in what way? He wanted to see the result, then what should be done, right, finish what was started, and what should be done to finish it faster. The guy smiled and said that they needed to work together. Xavier looked at him irritably. He thought that the brunette was right, and for several days now he had been completely different, but he still could not trust him because of his past. The blue-haired man got to work and decided that he would be able to check it only after finishing the job. Xavier was digging with sweat on his brow. Lloyd was also working. He threw back the earth. The hero lifted the shovel triumphantly and stuck it into the ground. He raised his fist and shouted that the construction was complete. Lloyd looked defiantly at the sky. Xavier asked him what kind of hieroglyph it was. He replied that it was the logo of his brand. The hero looked back and asked if it was time for a check. He raised his head and continued, "Wasn't it time to see how he had fooled the innkeeper?" Xavier looked at him silently. The wind was rustling. The fireplace was crackling. Smoke was coming out of the chimney of the house. The old woman was lying on the floor and saying how nice it was here. She was smiling and said that her joints were finally resting. The innkeeper raised his eyebrows and asked how this was possible. Lloyd smiled and thought that the people of this world could only be surprised. The old woman was smiling and thought that this power of heating the floors was almost like magic. The innkeeper looked at the hero and thanked him. He said that he had not seen his mother smile for a long time. Xavier opened his eyes in shock and thought that the innkeeper and his mother were laughing as he said. He looked at the hero and thought how this was possible. In one morning, not only his manner of speech and facial expression had changed, but he also worked hard and even fulfilled his promise. The blue-haired man thought, did he really want to see these people smile? It was impossible. He was not that kind of person. The innkeeper and his mother were smiling. Xavier smiled and thought that he saw how happy they were. A system window appeared that Xavier's interest level had increased by 2 points and was now at -29. Lloyd smiled. He looked around and said that he probably thought he wasn't such a piece of trash. He said no. The hero said he thought he was right. The guy smiled and thought that in any case the first order was completed, and even though he was in the red, it didn't matter. He thought it was because he had built this little house for advertising. A few days later, many people were standing in line. The man came out of the house and said he thought it would melt. Lloyd slapped the table and asked how he was. Wasn't it hot? Wouldn't he like a room like that in his house too? He handed over a sheet of paper and said that Model A was a separate building in the yard and Model B was a remodel of the house. If he signed both orders, he would get a 10% discount. The man shrank back and began to refuse. A system window appeared that the villager did not trust Lloyd. He said that they would see each other often, which meant they should trust each other. He leaned over and asked if he really didn't believe him. For such a price, it was just a gift. The guy looked away when someone called out to him. His father looked at him and asked what he was doing here. A system window appeared that his interest level was -20. Lloyd frowned. Frontera mansion. The hero was sitting at a long dining table opposite his father. The guy glanced at him furtively and thought that he had been carefully avoiding him, afraid that the head of the family would forbid construction. The man calmly cut the sausage. The young man frowned when his father said that he was ready to listen to him. Arcus frowned and asked what he had come up with this time. The guy brought a fork with food and replied that the innkeeper had ordered floor heating, and he had fulfilled it. He decided to avoid long explanations and act according to his character. The interlocutor looked at him and added that his son was now making contracts with other residents. The hero nodded. The man frowned and said that the residents were very important and valuable, and he would not forgive the boy if he deceived them. Lloyd closed his eyes and replied that he didn't have to worry about that. As the boy had expected, no matter what he did, no one believed him. The boy got up from the table and said that he was leaving since his father had nothing more to say. The hero tried to run away as quickly as possible. Arcus closed his eyes and assumed that his son was doing this because of the situation in their family. He frowned and assured him that he could quickly deal with such a trifle himself, so the boy didn't have to interfere. Lloyd turned around and looked at him sadly. He had heard these words before. His father had assured him the same thing in his past life, convincing him that the main thing was to study and not worry. The hero really thought that everything was fine. The brown-haired man pressed his lips together and thought that it was a lie, that nothing was right. He didn't want to become pathetic because of someone's lousy money. He moved towards the exit and asked his father not to give up, because the boy would try too. A few years ago, when the hero had to say these words to his father, the boy was walking down the corridor and calculating that he had received 32 orders for Model and 57 orders for Model B. The hero had already received almost half of the deposit. He stopped when he saw two men in front of him. They were the loan sharks Shalo and Meatloaf. They passed by, and the young man was surprised that these two even greeted the Baron's son. The hero frowned, and an idea struck him. The guests entered Arcus's office. One of them sat down leisurely on the edge of the table and asked how long the man would delay payment. The fat man added that more than 5 days had already passed, and if he continued to delay payments like this, they would not sit idly by. The Baron frowned and looked down. Shalo looked at him with disdain and said that if he sold the items in the house, the money would appear. The protagonist cautiously peered through the door. He smirked and mentally noted that it was timely. The guy grinned and thought that they appeared when needed. RP amount, 36. The young man looked at the system window and noted that he received some points by improving his relationship with Xavier. It remained to figure out where to use them. Notification: by investing the received points in talent, you can improve your abilities. The guy looked at the screen in surprise and noted that the messenger still knows how to explain normally. Next message: damn, I will not explain. The hero hastened to apologize. Suddenly, a circle lit up under Lloyd's feet. It began to rise higher up the young man's body. Knowledge, soil mechanics, hydrology, structural mechanics, water supply system, design of steel and concrete structures, the highest level of design. The system wrote that the hero, surprisingly, knows a lot. The brown-haired man frowned and shouted that he definitely needed to get a word in. Notification, possible improvement of knowledge-based skills. Topographic survey, base, required number of points 15. Design, base, required number of points 15. The guy crossed his arms and thought that it was not entirely clear what and how, but there was enough RP and he could try. He clicked on both options. Skill name, topographic survey, base. His eyes suddenly began to glow, and the hero leaned out the window with a scream. The young man saw a virtual grid for design in front of him. Lloyd was surprised that even without using GPS he could calculate everything, just seeing everything with his own eyes. Skill name, design, base. The brown-haired man began to draw a diagram of the house right in the air in front of him. Just recently he had suffered, drawing a project on a piece of paper. The hero sat down on the bed and thought that in the future, of course, it would be much easier for him, but would Xavier's help alone be enough? The guy raised an eyebrow and dreamed that it would be nice to summon heavy equipment. The system reported that there was something to summon. The young man looked at the screen in shock. Random phantom selection. Using RP, you can summon a phantom. Different capabilities, different skills. Choose a phantom partner who will try his best for you in everything. The hero noted that this looked like an advertisement for the game. He squinted and saw on the screen that one phantom choice 50 RP. Lloyd frowned and realized that he was not enough, only 1 point remained. The brown-haired man thoughtfully touched his chin and imagined that the phantom could be a mythical animal like a dragon or a unicorn. In this case, their strength would be equal to the strength of heavy equipment. The guy frowned and decided that he needed to collect RP, and to do this he needed to get the interest of the main characters. Meatloaf slammed his hand on the table and, looking at the Baron, said that he could suggest one way if he didn't have a penny. He grinned and said that a man could sell his wife and children and get good money. Arcus looked at his interlocutor in shock and asked again. The hero said that he should maintain the boundaries of decency even if he was a creditor. The guy put his hand on the fat guest's shoulder. The man recoiled and asked who he was. The father looked at the young man in confusion and said his name. Meatloaf narrowed his eyes and muttered that he was that special naughty eldest son who butted into adults' conversations. He wanted to threaten the guy to leave, but he interrupted him. The hero extended his hand and demanded to see the invitation letter first. The moneylenders shuddered in surprise. Lloyd bowed his head and said that the fundamental law of the kingdom, Chapter 3, Article 6, states that all aristocracy are subjects of the king and have the right to protect their interests. He looked menacingly at the guests and declared that entering the residence of the aristocracy without an invitation letter is considered an intrusion, and this is contained in the law. The interlocutors got angry and shouted that this was nonsense. The young man raised an eyebrow and suggested that they all check together for the presence of the law. The guy frowned and called Xavier. The knight entered the room and greeted the gentleman. The hero bared his teeth and ordered that the intruder's hand be cut off. The swordsman silently grabbed the handle of the weapon. The guests backed away in fear and shouted that they had completely lost their minds. The brown-haired man raised his chin and suggested that they check again whose side the court would take. Xavier threateningly bared his blade. The moneylenders began to sweat and looked at him in fear. The men quickly headed for the exit, shouting that they would make him regret it. The door quickly slammed behind them. Lloyd chuckled and called them worthless. The Baron turned to the boys, and they looked at him. The man jumped up and asked what they had just done in a situation where they had to beg on their knees. The boy silently put the bag on the table. The boy smiled and said that he had originally wanted to get the entire deposit and give it back, but this amount was also enough to pay this month's interest. The father looked at him in shock and asked if this was really the money collected from the villagers. The knight closed his eyes and asked the Baron not to worry. He looked at the owner and promised that he would make sure that the boy fulfilled the terms of the contract. Arcus looked closely at the swordsman and thought that his expression showed that he completely trusted him. Lloyd bowed and said that in that case they would go. The boys walked down the corridor. Xavier glanced sideways at the master and said that he did not expect the fool to know such laws. The interlocutor frowned and exclaimed that he had simply heard it somewhere. In general, it was true. Xavier himself told about it in the novel. After the Baron and his wife committed suicide, 2 moneylenders wanted to dig up the bodies and sell them. Then the knight voiced this law. Saying these words, he cut their necks. In court, the guy was completely acquitted. The hero closed his eyes with satisfaction and thought that it was a big plus to know the contents of the novel. The young man smiled and noted that a notification should have arrived by now. Notification: Baron Frontera's interest has increased by 6 points. By improving relations with the main character, you receive 60 RP, quantity 61. Lloyd smiled that everything happened as he planned to get the Phantom as soon as possible. The moon was shining in the night sky. The hero was standing on the training ground. He looked around to make sure there was no one around. The guy looked at the system window and applied a random drawing of fantastic creatures. The young man pressed the button and looked at the glow in front of him. Gears were spinning in the air. Lloyd looked up in shock at the sight of such magic. A magic circle was hanging in front of him. The brown-haired man turned pale and thought that this spell was very weak and small. It just made an annoying noise. Something lit up from the magic circle, after which a mouse's head appeared. The aristocrat stared at it in shock. The animal jumped to the ground and looked at the guy. He silently looked at the mouse and grimaced in disappointment. The creature looked at its new owner in fear, after which it began to squeak loudly. The hero turned to him and asked if he could do a lot of things. Shooting acorns was not what he needed. The mouse waved its paws, refuting what the master had said. The guy asked to show him what it could do. The little animal began to chew something vigorously, after which it spat out 2 pieces of paper. The hero unfolded them with disgust and read the contents. It turned out that the creature Peepodong was a cute hamster, which the system asked to take care of with love. He shook out sunflower seeds into his palm. It was said that they could change the structure of the animal. Red sunflower seed, Peepodong will become huge, the effect will disappear in 12 hours. Blue sunflower seed, Peepodong will become small, feed this seed to the hamster before the effect of the red seed ends. The young man looked at the paper and read that a set of 2 seeds costs 1 RP. He looked at the hamster and asked if it grows to the size of a human. Peepodong squeaked in response, and the hero realized that he needed to check for himself. The boy gave the hamster a seed and thought that the animal should be good at digging and could be useful if it became the size of a human. Peepodong began to chew the seed. The aristocrat looked in surprise as it began to glow and increase in size. Something pushed the hero, and he flew back. Lloyd stared at him in shock and turned pale. A 5-meter hamster stood in front of him. No, it was at least 10 meters. Peepodong looked at his owner with disdain. Peepodong skill, digging level 1. The animal began to dig actively, leaving a ditch behind it. Peepodong skill, strengthening the earth level 1. The hamster rolled over on its back and began to compact the soil. Peepodong skill, puffing out its cheeks level 1. The animal puffed out its cheeks and spat out a boulder. The stone plopped down in front of the hero. The young man smiled and was glad that the problem with the heavy equipment was solved. Lloyd walked down the corridor, his hands in his pockets. He wondered if people would be suspicious if the guy suddenly showed up with this magical creature. The hero grinned and decided that he would carry a summoning book with him and tell everyone that he was a genius summoner. The nobleman looked ahead and remembered that it was time to solve the problem with workers for a large-scale construction project. The next day, the young man stood in front of a group of people with shovels and ordered them to repeat after him. He squeezed the handle of the tool and shouted that safety was above all. The 30-man Frontera barony army looked at the gentleman absent-mindedly and sluggishly repeated the phrase. The brown-haired man smiled tensely and thought that these guys looked like soldiers who were paid but did not work. He was surprised that they had not been dispersed yet, considering that the baron had a lot of debt. The boy smiled and pointed out that that was why they wouldn't get any overtime bonuses. It was good that they had manpower. Lloyd frowned and shouted that they were soldiers, and when they got together, they were an army. The hero threw his shovel over his shoulder and said that their essence was to complete tasks. The young man remembered that when he was in the army, they did more digging and weeding than trading. The nobleman pointed to a pile of earth and said that he dug it up after working all night. In fact, Peepodong dug it all up in half an hour. The brown-haired man put his hand on his belt and shouted that the first task was to revive the estate. This was a boiler room project for the people of the estate. To make it, the soldiers had to move the earth to the construction site. The man looked at the master with disappointment. The hero had expected them to react like that. Someone came up behind him and called out. The senior knight of the Newman barony looked at the young man in surprise and asked what he had ordered his men to do. Lloyd smirked and thought that he had expected the man to speak up. There were 3 knights in this estate: Newman, his subordinate Bairn, and the protagonist of the novel, Xavier Asrahan. At the beginning of the novel, only Bairn and Xavier remained loyal until the fall of the estate. The senior knight looked at the boy with displeasure. It was this man who had been the first to betray and abandon the Baron. Since it was Newman who had sold information about the Baron to swindlers, he owed a hefty debt. The hero looked at the swordsman with disdain and wondered how such a man could even be the senior knight. The young man looked at his interlocutor with a grin and asked him what he thought they were doing. The man frowned and said that he could not believe that an aristocrat was forcing the militia to do dirty work. He added that, as the head of the knights, he could not tolerate this. The guy leaned on the shovel and thought it was nonsense, because the hero was earning money to pay off his debts. He said that he had obtained the baron's permission. The knight stood opposite the aristocrat. Newman said that he did not know how the young man had outwitted his lord, but offered to recall the young master's past. The man frowned and suggested that his interlocutor was using the militia forces for personal gain. The brown-haired man closed his eyes, then smiled and replied that he was right. The hero glared menacingly at the swordsman and warned that he would get it now. The warrior's face instantly distorted with anger and irritation. Just think about his weak self-control. If the knight had tried to play an online game, he would have exploded in a minute. Lloyd pulled the tool out of the ground and, swinging, threw sand at his interlocutor. The soldiers stared at them in shock. The man covered his eyes with his hand in displeasure, and the brown-haired man only grinned. The swordsman was shaking with anger. He looked at the young man angrily and was indignant that he had really tried to tarnish the knight's reputation. In his mind, Newman called him the stupid son of a nearly bankrupt baron. The hero put his hand to his ear and asked if his interlocutor really wanted to throw away his regalia and fight. The guy swung his shovel and pointed it at the warrior. Lloyd smiled and suggested a duel. The flushed man raised his eyebrows and warned that the young man would regret it. Frontera Estate. The hero was going to duel Newman in a month. Xavier looked at the gentleman and asked if he was so sure of his victory. The aristocrat was sitting on the bed, crossing his legs. He looked at the knight and exclaimed that he was not. The boy added that his opponent was a knight called the Heart of Mana and a junior sword expert, and he himself was just a lazybones. Naturally, he was not up to fighting him. The young man asked if the other man had even thought about it before asking such a question. Xavier frowned in irritation and squeezed the hilt of his sword. Then the warrior loosened his grip and noted that he had almost cut down the gentleman. He looked at the hero picking his nose and could not believe that he had suddenly thrown dirt at the Newman knight and even asked for a duel. Perhaps the young man wanted to be a scoundrel again. However, the boy himself asked the baron for a favor, then entered into an argument and pushed Xavier away. By this time, he had appointed Knight Bayern as a temporary manager and was in charge of the construction team. However, the young man was unsure about this duel. The brown-haired man pulled a booger out of his nose, and the other man immediately wanted to hack him to death. The hero wiped his hands and said that the knight had to do something. The young man smiled and asked to be taught how to handle a sword. The other man frowned and said that he did not want to. The aristocrat looked at him with disappointment and asked why. The swordsman replied that, first of all, it was his duty to protect the young master. The blonde man looked calmly at Lloyd and added that he was like a sack, and if a sack learned fencing, it would be even more dangerous to be around him. The aristocrat asked to at least speak more softly. The brown-haired man once again clarified whether the knight really did not want to teach him. The hero smiled confidently and said that he would deal with his insomnia in exchange. Xavier looked at the gentleman in shock, not understanding how he knew about it. The young man grinned and thought that, thanks to the novel, he also knew the reason for his insomnia. In the work The Knight of Iron and Blood, knights are divided into 4 levels by rank: Sword Master, Supreme Sword Expert, Middle Sword Expert, Junior Sword Expert. Xavier's level is Supreme Sword Expert, and he will soon become a Master Sword Master. The reason for his insomnia is his inhuman nerves, which are too sensitive. This is the so-called Sword Master Syndrome. The brown-haired man leaned on his hands and thought that in the countryside they do not know such things, so the knight himself does not know either. The hero looked at his interlocutor and asked if he agreed to the deal, because it was written on his face that he had insomnia. Xavier sighed and replied that he would try. The nobleman smiled and asked him not to give in to him. The swordsman chuckled and said that he was saying this because the young man would definitely fail. He had tried many things to cure his insomnia, starting with cognitive behavioral therapy, herbal remedies, aromatherapy, exercise, oriental medicine, and the like. The knight was sleeping peacefully in a chair, hugging a pillow. The protagonist stood in front of him and chuckled that he knew exactly how to cure insomnia. The 18th magic technique is reading a manual on reinforced concrete structures. This is what puts you to sleep. The guy grinned and thought that all the swordsman's skills would now be his. The sun was shining in the sky. The refreshed and well-rested knight looked at the master and ordered him to run 50 laps. The hero looked at the warrior in surprise and turned around and ran. The swordsman turned to look at the master and was amazed that he ran without complaint. Lloyd was running circles around the training ground. He ran up to the knight and muttered in a tired voice that he hated it and was eager to learn something. After these words, the guy ran on. Having completed the next circle, the hero smiled at his interlocutor and asked if he expected that the aristocrat would not be able to and would whine. The warrior continued to watch the gentleman running circles. At the next turn, the sweaty guy exclaimed that the knight would have simply said that the young man was not cut out for it and waved him off. Xavier shuddered, because the interlocutor guessed right. The brown-haired man ran on with a laugh, shouting that he would run to the end. Notification: passive skill ugliness increased to level 4. Anyone who sees you will take you for a freak and will feel the desire to punch you. The young man got angry and exclaimed that he did not have such a skill. The hero was sweating and breathing heavily. It would be a lie to say that he was not tired. However, this was nothing compared to his life in Korea. He had no family to give him warmth. Every morning the boy opened his eyes in a crowded Gishiwan. Every day he carried bricks to the 4th floor of the villa. Every night the boy loaded trucks with boxes just to not die of hunger, always dreaming that someday it would get better. The young man encouraged himself that he was doing well, was qualified, and there was still a little bit left. but the light he was reaching for suddenly went out and the hero was left alone with the darkness. Compared to that pain and despair, this was nothing. Lloyd ran under the moonlight and smiled. The knight continued to stand nearby. He looked closely at the master and thought that he would teach him his fencing technique if the aristocrat was so sincere. The brown-haired man continued to turn circles. Notification: Xavier's opinion of you has increased by +1. His opinion of you is -28. You have received 18 RP for slightly improving your relationship with a key character. Score: 29 RP. The manor was illuminated by the moon. The Baron sat at the table and looked at Newman standing in front of him. The man could not believe that his son would be so rude to the one who had protected their family for 5 generations. Arcus leaned on his hands and muttered that he thought the boy had come to his senses, but he must have misunderstood him. He looked at the swordsman and said that it was his moral duty not to interfere with the duel. Still, the Baron asked him not to be too cruel to the heir to the estate. The Lord looked at his interlocutor intently and ordered that the boy be brought to his senses, but not crippled. Newman bowed and accepted the request. The knight smirked and thought that he did not know if he could do it during the duel. He walked down the corridor, determined to kill this arrogant bastard. And if the Baron made a big deal out of it, he would destroy him and the Baroness too and pass it off as suicide. The swordsman smiled and thought that, as planned, he would then leave this village for a better place. Thanks to the young master, his plan was coming to fruition faster than he expected. A month passed. Spectators gathered around the training ground to watch the nobleman and the knight standing opposite each other. The protagonist's parents were sitting under the canopy, looking nervous, while Xavier and Baron stood behind them. The man raised his sword and asked if his opponent was ready. The boy took a step forward and, throwing the shovel over his shoulder, answered in the affirmative. He smiled confidently and advised his opponent to get ready to rake in the dirt. While the young man stood there grinning, the people around him were discussing the fact that the gentleman would be fighting Newman with a shovel. The blonde gritted his teeth in anger. Xavier looked down at the hero and noticed that the metal shovel had been ordered from a blacksmith. Arcus covered his face with his hand and muttered that his son was an idiot who thought this was some kind of joke. The knight looked at the sight carefully and thought that if he remembered what the young man had been doing for the past month, it might not be a joke. The gentleman did general exercises early in the morning without complaining, then went to the construction site to explain the boiler room to the village engineers, and after that, trained with a sword until he wanted to sleep. This did not look like a man who was just joking. Xavier frowned, sure that the young gentleman was serious. The Baron raised his hand and announced that the duel between Lloyd Frontera and the knight Newman was about to begin. The man took a fighting stance, and the boy grabbed the shovel with a grin. Xavier frowned, not understanding what kind of stupid stance this was. The blonde attacked first, outraged by his opponent's behavior. The brown-haired man swung the shovel and easily blocked his opponent's blow. The father and the swordsman standing behind him stared at the duelists in surprise. Newman swung again and thought that the young man would not be lucky a second time. However, this attack was also blocked by the young gentleman. Xavier's eyes widened and he realized that this incredible and effective technique was used in real battles, as if his swordsmanship had suddenly improved after so many years. The opponent began to sweat and looked warily at Lloyd. The young man grinned and thought that there was nothing surprising in this, because in Korea every man could do this. This is a modern hand-to-hand combat technique, a bayonet attack. He lunged with the shovel, and the opponent recoiled in fear. The hero covered himself with the tool, using it as a shield. Then he made another lunge with the tip, but the man dodged. The young man thrust the weapon into the ground and, laughing, began to jump on it. Xavier sweated and wondered if the aristocrat was really joking. The sweaty guy continued to laugh, but his gaze remained confident. The watching knight tried to understand his plan. Newman ran up to attack with a cry. The brown-haired man took a fighting stance and thought that the first thing he had prepared for the enemy was a shovel, and the second was the basic fencing that Xavier had taught him. The young man fought off the attacks and gradually pushed the enemy back. The man clenched his teeth in irritation, not understanding when the drunkard and scum had become so strong. The third thing the hero had prepared was this, a synchronized skill for handling a tool. Digging, level 1. Become one with the shovel, body and soul. The level of synchronization between you and your shovel will increase. The guy swung, and his tool began to glow. Xavier's opinion of the hero increased by +1 during the training. And the Baron and Baroness, who saw their son's sincerity for the first time in their lives, had it increased by +2 and +3. They accumulated 97 RP, which allowed them to purchase an additional skill for 40 points. Then the hero realized that he had learned a pretty cool skill. He looked closely at his opponent. The man exhaled and swung his sword. Newman thought that he had no choice. It was unlikely that this should be used against an ordinary person, but he wanted to. A glow began to emanate from his body. Xavier narrowed his eyes. The enemy was pumping up mana. The brown-haired man frowned, realizing this. The enemy was about to use a mana heart. The mustachioed man grabbed the handle and, frowning, declared that now everything was serious. The young man did not answer and the opponent rushed at him. The knight watching them frowned and thought that someone who had not had any talents for 10 years, even the most ordinary ones, would need at least 5 years to master the mana heart. The young master would not be able to block such an attack. The man swung his blade. The boy held the shovel in front of him, but the enemy only grinned, confident that he would cut it in half and break the aristocrat's skull. The protagonist's parents jerked in horror, and the woman covered her mouth with her hands. The blow hit the shovel, but it did not flinch. Newman stared ahead in shock. He felt like all his strength was leaking out. Lloyd smirked and thought that this was the fourth skill he had prepared, mana mastery, which made Xavier the strongest man in the novel. The knight watched the duel closely. Mana flowed into the boy's body through the weapon. This was the technique of the Asrahan core. The man recoiled in fear and exclaimed that his mana had been drained. At that moment, the hero swung and hit his opponent in the face with a shovel. A broken tooth flew against the blue sky, which its owner looked at sadly. Lloyd's next blow was to the chin with the opposite end of the tool. The boy looked down at the swordsman with an ominous look and hit him hard on the head. Newman fell flat on the ground at his feet. All the spectators widened their eyes in shock. They saw the knight lying in front of the boy, but they could not believe that the young master had won. Arcus raised his hand in confusion and announced that Lloyd Frontera had won the duel. The blonde was lying on the ground and did not understand how such a master of the sword could lose to the scum. The aristocrat came closer and, throwing the shovel over his shoulder, said that the man had been beaten. The hero swung and said that it was time for the long-awaited punishment. The man looked up in fear. The baron jumped up and shouted that the duel was already over. The young man began to beat the enemy with a shovel. Arcus frowned and shouted his son's name in rage. The knights immediately began to hold the protagonist so that he would stop hitting Newman with a shovel. Bayern stood next to Xavier at this time and looked at what was happening with an angry expression, suggesting that the protagonist had gone crazy. At this time, Xavier looked ahead with sadness and realized that Lloyd could have lost his mind. The protagonist at this time waved his hands and sighed heavily, because he ordered to let him go because he had calmed down. Then he put the shovel on the ground and his hands on his belt, sighing with relief. Then he started hitting his opponent with the shovel again and they tried to restrain him again. Xavier looked through his bangs with displeasure and realized, if you look closely, he was hitting him so as not to hurt him too much. At this time, the blonde with a mustache screamed from the blows. The brown-haired man at this time looked at his opponent angrily, but Xavier saw this calm expression on his face because he seemed to know in advance what would happen next and as if he already knew everything. At this time, the guy with blue hair looked ahead coldly. In his memories, 15 days before the duel, the brown-haired man leaned his hand on the blade and wanted to learn the Azarakan technique of the mind. At that moment, Xavier looked at him in surprise, and the brown-haired man did not understand such a reaction because he asked to teach him something good and not stealing. It was a silhouette of a man who absorbed the aura streams, because in addition to the assimilated mana, it can attract mana from what surrounds him and transform it into his mana. At that moment, the knight looked at him intently and asked the master how he knew this, because he understood that he had always kept this technique a secret because it was still not complete. Lloyd looked at his teacher with wide eyes and said that he helped him fall asleep, and Xavier talked about it in his sleep. At this time, the main character with a malicious grin and a masked face looked at the teacher, who understood that it was only his imagination that now imagined him with an iron mask on his face. The blue-haired guy looked intently at the brown-haired man, who threw his sword behind his head, and to his regret, said that he could not teach him this technique because it was still not complete. The main character raised his eyebrows with irony, asking if he could complete it, would he be trained? Xavier looked at him with disdain and said if he said so, then perhaps it would be so, but he was embarrassed by this self-confident look. Then Lloyd stuck his sword into the ground. He looked at his hands and tried to insert a finger into his fist, assuming that his mana heart was absorbing mana from outside by itself. Then he was about to hit his fist on his palm and assumed that it bounced off as a result, and as he saw, from the point of view of his heart, external mana is something foreign. Then it was a silhouette of a man with outstretched arms, who absorbed streams of aura because he wanted to change the source. The which he absorbs from outside will not mix with the mana heart. It was a glowing core with pulses of light, because he ordered to let it gather separately. This ball of light began to sparkle and emit streams, because it needed to be rolled up and used. The brown-haired man began to rotate his finger near his fist with a grin and explained that it was like an auxiliary engine near the main engine, because they were one whole, but at the same time worked separately, and it should be great. Xavier looked at him with displeasure and explained that he was sure that it was possible, but did not understand where Lloyd came from before such reasoning. Then the main character stretched out his hands in front of his face, on which there was an iron mask, because he said that he simply imagined. Xavier saw this expression and assumed that he clearly knew something, but just did not show it. The protagonist looked at how his teacher stretched his hands to the sides and began to emit streams of light and aura because he managed to complete the Astrakhan technique of the mind, which had been bothering him for a long time. It was a blue core that emitted pulses of light around itself because over the time of his first attempt, the number of contours that he could create increased to 3, and if he trained more, he could reach 4 or even 5 contours. A notification popped up that Xavier's opinion of Lloyd had increased by +5. The protagonist opened his mouth and bulged his eyes in amazement. He was surprised how much he had been taught the mana heart technique, because he didn't need it, because he only wanted to learn part of the absorption, and he didn't need the mana around him, but only the one he touched. Young Mr. Lloyd had such an ability, so Xavier expected that he would defeat the Knight Newman. At that time, the guys were trying to restrain the protagonist, who was bloodthirstily trying to finish off the lying fighter, and triumphantly. At that time, the protagonist's father was furious, hitting the table with his hands because he did not want to allow him to ruin the knight's reputation any longer. Arcus watched his enraged son being restrained. At this time, the brown-haired man was sweating and trying to catch his breath when he heard about the knight's reputation. Then he pointed a finger at his father in displeasure and told him to look under the tablecloth before he decided whether these words were appropriate for Nikita's knight. A pile of sealed letters lay on the table under a white coverlet. Arcus looked at these letters in horror. While Newman lay writhing in pain, the brown-haired man looked at his father and said that towards who was causing harm to the Baron's estate and a letter from this scoundrel Knight Newman. Arcus convulsively opened his mouth, holding the letter, because Lloyd explained that it was the furnishings of the estate. What the Baron liked and did not like, and instructions on how to forge property documents, and in these letters everything that they managed to share. The protagonist looked at the agitated Newman with a cold face, not understanding how he found the letters he hid inside the walls. At this time, the protagonist smiled maliciously and said that in the novel, Xavier found them later. He remembered how his little beast Peapodon went to get the letters last night. The father sat down on the chair in horror, looking at the table with the letters. Then he looked at his son, who was staring at him, and realized, as expected, that in the novel he was described as a kind person, because it would be a big fuss if he were to kill him now. Then he closed his lips with a dissatisfied grin and realized that the words kind ruler and good ruler meant completely different things. The protagonist looked at all the nobles at the table and realized that if his father was so worried about how to get rid of this man, then he could offer him something. At this time, the brown-haired man was holding his shovel, while Newman was on the ground, looking at him with excitement. Newman heard that they wanted to put an angry rat on his head and then expel him from the estate, wounded by rats, and if not, then they would demote him to an ordinary soldier and give him a chance to atone for his sins. At this time, the rest of the people were frightened by such a statement because they understood that it sounded inhuman. Arcus at this time, his eyes bulged in surprise and understood that in order to carry out justice for a minor offense, he would be given a chance to atone, but with a warning of a more severe punishment. Bayern stood next to Xavier and frowned, saying that it was a wise and generous decision and a good warning to others. The protagonist looked at the nobles who sat on the platform, and they agreed to do as he suggested. At this time, the knight with a mustache, without raising his head, said that he had no objections, because he had just been shown mercy. The protagonist looked at him puzzled and tried to understand what kind of mercy. He imagined how a black silhouette of a man sat on a rug in front of his king, and Lloyd understood if he would treat the criminals kindly and whether they would atone for their sins for the forgiveness granted to them. But he realized that this would not happen. Then his black silhouette laughed maliciously, because he realized that in this case they would become more decisive and strong-willed and would try to take advantage of their kindness. At this time Newman grinned angrily and realized that they would regret this decision, because he would definitely take revenge on this upstart. Newman looked discontentedly from under his brows at the protagonist, who was glad of his smile, and it was a pity that it would be his last. The beaten knight looked at his opponent in bewilderment and asked him to repeat. Then the main character gave a seed to his hamster. Then he threw this beast high into the sun. Lloyd looked at Newman with bloodthirsty arrogance and declared what the best way to ask for forgiveness was, hinting that there was none. At this time, the hamster was deliciously devouring the seed. Then he began to increase in size. The blonde, along with Arcus, looked at what was happening in amazement. Bayern, along with Andri, were also scared and opened their mouths in horror. The rest of the crowd of people bulged their eyes in shock from the black shadow. It was the same hamster that had grown in size. Newman's eyes widened in horror, his mouth opened because the hamster was about to fall on him. This huge pet was flying from the sky with its entire body towards Newman. At that time, the protagonist stood with his back to Newman, his hand on his belt, and there was a bang. The huge hamster was lying on the ground, having crushed the knight. The brown-haired man raised his finger up with a malicious smile and understood that such people should be driven out because this would solve the problem with the rotten man inside the estate forever. It was a huge mountain plain with fields. At that time, Peepodong was throwing the earth. This hamster was throwing it in all directions. Peepodong was digging a ditch along the entire street of the city. The brown-haired man looked at him with a grin, while Xavier tried to understand what his beast was doing. Lloyd replied that he was getting ready to widen the road. They were tired and excited workers who were carrying materials and bags. Then moments later they immediately became pumped up and angry with sweat because they suddenly turned into brave craftsmen. It was a beautiful white tile laid in a path. Lloyd explained that in ancient times there was such a city as Rome and its inhabitants loved roads very much because they built a special road system called the Yuppies Way. The main character looked at the teacher with a grin from under his bangs and said that they would now start from the Baron's house and extend the road to the eastern slope. The protagonist was about to leave, putting his hand in his pockets, while Xavier looked cold-blooded and tried to understand why exactly the road, to which Lloyd replied that he himself would soon see everything. Xavier stared at the grin of his comrade, who said because the popularity of their village would skyrocket. Then the main character looked back with an exclamation when he was asked about where he learned all this. The main character looked at him intently, because Xavier asked about how he came up with the idea of a heating system that they had never heard of before. And he also suddenly learned to summon something from the Vey, and all this looks like high-level magic. The blue-haired knight looked at him with disdain and asked if he was really their master. A red message popped up about the danger that Xavier doubted him. The smooth character looked at him, bulging his eyes. Xavier looked cold-blooded and calm. The brown-haired man threw the shovel over his shoulder and thought with a sullen grin about when he read about this man in the novel. He already knew that he was a capable person and would be able to easily guess if a stranger entered the body of the Baron's son. The embittered knight was immediately going to pull out his blade, because this guy is not to be trifled with, but there is no reason to worry because he has a special skill for such cases. Lloyd twisted his face in horror, his eyes wide, because he studied in secret from everyone and assumed that he could do it. A notification with a special skill of persistence popped up. Lloyd anxiously squeezed his body, approached the teacher, who told him that the young gentleman drank all day long. Lloyd realized that he was being watched every hour of the day, and maybe he used to be a real scoundrel, but he did not know anything about what he was doing all this time. Xavier indifferently looked away and asked how he could explain the skills of a spellcaster, because even a mage with a lot of experience sometimes cannot do this. Xavier stared at the brown-haired man next to him, who was excited, trying to justify himself, and asked him the answer to the question, how did he cope with mana himself, although he was barely over 20, because no one taught him either and he should be a genius, but Xavier did not consider himself one. Lloyd opened his mouth in horror even more, because he asked there, could he be a genius, why the teacher did not consider himself as such, because he assumed that he suddenly became a genius spellcaster. Xavier looked at him intently with sweat on his brow and did not trust. The knight watched as Lloyd immediately turned around with displeasure and began to leave, adding in pursuit that if he had nothing more to say, then he would go, because he still had things to do. Notification that there were with a special skill of fast conversation and persistence. The brown-haired man continued to walk forward and tried to calm down, because he realized that Xavier began to suspect him. Then on the way he met Bayern, while the workers were sorting out the bags, and asked him to monitor the progress of the work while he was gone. The knight in the coat replied that everything would be done and there was nothing to worry about. Then the brown-haired man looked back in surprise at the blue-haired knight, who wanted to go with him, because it was his duty to protect the young gentleman. Lloyd said with irony that such obvious things should not be said at all, because he would definitely go with him, and the knight asked about the way. Xavier began to follow the gentleman, who threw the shovel over his shoulder and looked happy, because he answered that they were going to one place in the footsteps of an unpaid debt. The setting sunset behind the mountain enveloped a small remote town in the Rodinia estate. There was a sign with the inn's name. At this time, the man angrily hit the table with his fist and was indignant. They were transported to the house of the swindler Thords, who looked agitated and embittered, because he had lost all his money and wanted to make all the scoundrels pay. At this time, a large guy in a black coat towered over him and asked if this was not the essence of gambling, since he himself earned money in this way. The brunette with a scar looked at the swindler with displeasure and said that since he had such a body, then if he was not able to pay for his services, then he would leave him immediately. Thords looked at the assistant with horror and said that he could pay and would even give him more, so he ordered him to stay near him. His comrade in a black suit said that he would go immediately if he did not receive payment on time. The swindler indignantly grabbed his head and said that he could only earn money by deceiving others, but now too many people would want to settle scores with him, so it was worth lying low for a while. Suddenly, the main character burst into their house with a kick and realized that they were talking about him. Lloyd entered this room, as the swindler immediately jumped up from such impudence. Lloyd looked at him with an Echidna Mulka and realized that he had not seen him. The main character looked at him maliciously through his bangs and introduced himself by his name. Thords with great horror bulged his eyes and opened his mouth. Thords immediately put his hand on his assistant in black, who offered his help, but the swindler wanted to leave here faster. His assistant immediately bent over the ground, grabbing his master. Then they quickly jumped out of the house through the window. This man in a black suit was about to land on the ground. The man with a scar on his face became angry with discontent. Xavier at this time cut his blade near the shoulder. The knight immediately swung his sword in the air. The knight in blue walked down the street with his sword, ordered to give him the swindler and leave himself, and then they will not touch him. Xavier looked at him through his bangs and realized that he had done everything as the young gentleman had said. The big guy in the black suit looked at the man who had blocked his way with displeasure, who knew that they would try to escape through the window, which was why he had waited here. The guy in the suit frowned with displeasure. Then the guy immediately bloodthirstily stretched out his hand with a black magic core and joked about whether the knight even knew how to handle his blade. At this time, the brown-haired man looked through the broken window in surprise and realized that after the death of the bear, Xavier had longed for together because he had fought with the personal guard of Thords, the swindler whose trail he had managed to attack. Xavier watched as the black mage emitted streams of dark energy because this was his first battle with a dark mage. The knight immediately sat down on the ground, baring his teeth from such pressure and holding onto his sword because it was not easy for him and he had to resist the magic of gravity. Lloyd smiled maliciously because everything was just like in the novel. The dark mage sent a stream of black core towards the knight. Xavier managed to put out his blade to reflect the attack. This black aura tried to surround him from all sides. He immediately found himself in a purple core with dark matter. The dark mage with a grin frowned, stretching out his palm, because he understood that it was predetermined and Xavier must die. A huge fist immediately flew at him. The knight pressed himself to the ground with his feet and tried to convulsively hold the blade. The dark magician looked at what was happening with bewilderment and a sullen grin, because in the novel Xavier fought the scoundrel, being only a simple weapons specialist. The blue-haired knight looked furiously at his opponent with a core in his chest. It was a blue ball that studied matter along the axis, because the real Xavier has a heart of mana triple ring. He immediately swung his sword and cut the barrier. The knight looked away in confusion and tried to understand what it was, whether it was magic that controls gravity. At this time, Dark Max with a drooping look stretched out his fist in the sweat of his brow. The dark magician immediately soared into the sky to escape, but Thords was indignant at such a fate. Xavier immediately went to the swindler, who stretched out his hands in fear because they wanted him for his deception of honest people. The swindler immediately flew into the wooden barrels. The knight arrogantly raised his blade over the scoundrel and said that he would cut off his legs so that he could only crawl into court. He immediately tried to cut the air with his blade. The main character immediately stood in his way with an agitated look. Lloyd immediately began to furiously shout that Xavier had gone crazy, because if he got to court in such a state, then punishment awaited him. The blue-haired knight immediately wilted and was surprised. The main character looked angrily from under his brows at his knight, who did not understand why his master showed sympathy for others. Deep Night stood over the city on the mountain plain. At this time, the swindler was tied to chairs and looked ahead with an agitated look. Lloyd sat with folded hands opposite the swindler with a lost look. Then the brown-haired man waved his hand with a smile and asked Thords not to be afraid. The con man looked excitedly at the protagonist, who stated that when life is at stake, people tend to be greedy, and they will do anything when they get the chance. The protagonist sat opposite him, smiling, leaning on his hands, and stated that cutting off his head would be too cruel. The con man suggested that they were ready to forgive him, but he received a mocking answer that his secret would be taken to the grave. Lloyd smiled animatedly, closing his eyes and leaning his head on his fingers, asking Thords if he was grateful to him, because if so, why not give him all the money back? The con man began to smile with an ironic grin, and said that first he needed to be forgiven. The protagonist continued to look at him with a smile, closed his eyes, and said that he would receive forgiveness, because that was the meaning of their existence. The con man raised his eyebrows and looked at the protagonist in surprise. Then Tully excitedly exclaimed when the protagonist began to take out a piece of paper and said that he would have one more condition. Brown-haired smilingly handed over a piece of paper and a pen so that Thords would simply sign the contract and the matter would be decided. The swindler at this time looked closely at the piece of paper and tried to understand what kind of contract it was. As it turned out, it was a standard labor contract, and he would even receive money for it. Brown-haired continued to smile, resting his chin on his finger, and said that 80% of his salary would be withheld to pay off the debt. The protagonist crossed his arms and with a mocking smile said that in 520 years he would be able to pay him off. The swindler's eyes bulged in horror and his mouth opened. Xavier looked angrily at the smiling protagonist and realized that he should not have expected anything else, because he came here not to sympathize and forgive. The brown-haired man continued to twist his smile in a malicious manner, and he did not consider himself a fool to kill someone who owed him money, because he would definitely not make such a rash step. Then the brown-haired man brought the tube to Talia's head and began to suck it, because he said that he would squeeze all the juices out of him until the end of his worthless life. The swindler immediately exclaimed excitedly, because he was curious why he offered him such a slave contract. The main character looked at him in surprise and realized that Thords had now begun to speak differently. The main character looked at him intently with angry looks, said that they had no choice but to force him to sign this contract by force and resolve this issue in court. The swindler immediately began to sign this contract with tears in his eyes. White clouds floated in the sky. At this time, the cart was carrying the guys along a forest path. The main character was riding in the cart with the knight and the swindler. Xavier held the blade on his shoulder and said that he managed to get some money from it, because it was enough to pay the interest for a couple of months. Lloyd did not understand what was being discussed, because he was going to use all this money for construction, because they had already been through this and 30 workers were not enough. The main character with a dissatisfied grin and leaned his hands on the cart when Xavier explained that someone from the villagers had to respond to their job ad or his reputation would precede him. It was a mountain range of a plain where there were fields. A couple of days later in the estate of the main character, there was a sign that labor was needed, where the salary was 20 gold and for information they should contact the Baron's estate. A whole crowd of people stood in line at the table in front of the Baron. Xavier stood next to the Baron, who assumed that all these people must hate him, to which Xavier wanted to express his opinion. The blue-haired knight closed his eyes and said that Lloyd had undertaken to install the heating system on time and at a low price, punished the traitor of the estate and forced him to appear before the highest court. Xavier looked down on the Baron and realized that he wanted to be considered a reliable person who could be trusted. The brown-haired man's eyes widened in surprise, realizing that it was quite simple. The guy approached the counter where the Baron was sitting and asked him about the work. Lloyd replied that he only needed to sign the contract. The main character's eyes widened in slight surprise when they wanted to express their gratitude to him. The brunette with a red scarf around his neck, smiling, stretched out his hands and said that his child caught a cold very easily, as soon as it got a little cold. But thanks to the young master and his system, he had nothing to worry about this year. The brown-haired man looked in surprise at the bow of the man who thanked him. Lloyd immediately smiled animatedly, his eyes wide, and he felt relieved. Although he was just trying to satisfy his greed, he felt somehow awkward. Then the Baron looked at this guy, who informed that he had relatives from the Rakona estate, which was nearby, and they wanted to know if he could install his system there too. The brown-haired man's eyes widened in bewilderment and he realized that this was the first step to prosperity. He immediately smiled bloodthirstily from under his bangs and realized that everything was not in vain, because he had to increase the price, explaining everything with travel expenses and take all the money for himself. Xavier stared at the Baron's malicious smile, who said that he would really need funds to deliver all the goods to the place, and the knight was confused by this strange expression, because he assumed that this whole construction had only one purpose. The brown-haired man, continuing to smile mockingly, extended his index finger. The blue-haired knight imagined the unfinished road. The protagonist stood with his knight on the edge of the mountain, looking into the vast distance. The knight looked at the smiling grin of the gentleman, who said that sooner or later there would be nothing left on this mountain. Lloyd continued to smile through his bangs and said that the heating system required a lot of resources and soon only stumps would remain from the trees here. Xavier frowned in bewilderment through his bangs. The knight held his blade behind his back and understood that if the gentleman knew the outcome, then why did he continue to do this? Lloyd replied that this was precisely why he was stopping the construction of the Appian Road. It was a dug trench leading up the mountain because he wanted to start mining coal. The main character threw the shovel behind his head and began to smile maliciously, because he wanted to sell this coal at an inflated price, and as soon as the whole of their system reaches the masses, people simply will not be able to resist such a temptation. Xavier looked angrily at the smiling gentleman, who said that their residents would receive a discount, but a very small one, and considered it unfair. Lloyd looked closely at the dissatisfied knight and asked about whether he really considered him so ruthless. The protagonist kept his eyes on his knight and asked what would happen if he gave up on this idea, hinting that then they would hardly be able to pay off the debt for the estate. The blue-haired guy continued to look at the protagonist with displeasure. He immediately closed his eyes, holding the blade, and said that he would agree that now they had no other choice. Then Xavier looked at the protagonist again and said that the Baron did not know about coal, and when he found out, he would not leave it so easily. The knight looked at Lloyd, who lowered his head and explained to him that others had also tried to start mining again and again. The protagonist knew all this, so everything collapsed due to the fragility of the roadbed. Then he again smiled maliciously from under his brows and said that he would succeed. He imagined a huge technological drilling rig in the ground and said that thanks to modern technologies for excavation work, he would succeed because he knew the shield method of driving. The brown-haired man immediately raised the shovel over his head with joy and said that great things awaited them, but Xavier did not understand this technology unknown to him. At this time, a joyful Lloyd threw the shovel over his shoulder and walked forward, because Xavier wanted to see what this completely different gentleman could do. It was the same destroyed tunnel, littered with stones. This trench stretched straight to the entrance of the cave, which was littered with stones. It was a deep earthen cave. An ant's paw appeared. Then the antennae of an ant appeared. A bunch of red eyes peered out of the darkness. There were angry, bloodthirsty ants. These were large ants that crowded in this cave. Lloyd at this time clapped his hands. He began to rotate the magical green ring with a star with his hands, using spells. He then raised the ring above his head and emitted a green stream of light into the sky, wishing to summon a high-class apartment for himself. The green stream of light stretched far into the night sky. Then, the stream immediately evaporated into a shining star. Suddenly, a huge house returned with this stream of light. He wished he had such a cool skill. He sat at the table and boredly emitted green light into the drawing. He emitted green from his finger, trying to finish the drawing because it took too much time. Notification that this was a mid-level design, an underground outlet plan. He immediately leaned back in his chair and tiredly declared that he wanted to summon 100 immortal workers who did not need to be paid more. Then he put his hands on the drawing again and began to finish it. Thanks to the Newman incident, he was able to earn 639 RP, making a great impression on the Baron and Baroness, Xavier, Baron and others. It was a table of the level system with basic measurements and design. Because he invested points in pumping up his skills, he managed to get them. He stood on a rocky path near a collapsed cave, because he realized that they would be digging here. He looked ahead with his green grid skill, because it was an available mid-level skill, the underground scanning dimension. He scanned the entire space of the cave with green light and saw a room there, because this skill only allows you to see at a distance of 5 meters and will help you find the right direction. Then he stood with a puzzled look, touching his chin with his hand and trying to figure out how to drill a passage in the shortest time, because an ordinary person cannot do this, and besides, people get tired quickly. At this time, Peepodong was fast asleep under the blanket and fell ill while building the road. Even if he recovers, it will be dangerous to use it, because it is too big. The main character looked around through his bangs with displeasure and realized that he had no other choice. A window popped up in front of him with a random selection of a mystical creature that he had enough points for. He was sitting on the path, legs crossed, when a green light of appearance began to radiate in front of him. It was a green portal, from which a silhouette with a bow appeared. A snake girl with a bow on her head crawled out of this portal. This pink snake plopped down on the rocky path in front of the owner. This pink snake looked at the protagonist with admiration. The protagonist looked at her with bewilderment and assumed that at least she had poison, but she turned out to be completely harmless. But Peepodong also seemed like that at first, and perhaps this snake will be useful. The brown-haired man sat with his arms crossed and looked at the small pink snake, asking if she really increases in size after eating a sunflower seed, and if she also has superpowers. To which he received a positive answer. Lloyd smiled and stretched out his hand and asked to show the snake all its abilities. This pink beast with closed eyes smiled widely. A few weeks later, this path led to a tunnel under construction in a cave. This snake was chained in a wooden barrel and dug a tunnel, eating the earth, because the giant bell was moving inside the shield barrel. Then this pink snake chewed the earth, because it was called a bell and had the skill of digging the earth level 1. At this time, the main character with a battered look stretched out his hand, while the huge bell crawled nearby, and told Xavier to get ready. At this time, the naked knight in a sweaty state held the blade in front of him. Then the bell released hot streams of metal from its hole. The knight at this time swung his blade to knock down the flying metal rods. Meanwhile, the other blacksmith workers were trying to forge a reliable support on the forge. Step 5 was the realization of the harsh reality, as Xavier, with a dejected look, thought about why a knight like him should mess with the remains of a giant snake. Then Lloyd, with a towel around his neck, raised his hand and began to shout for the guys to continue working. At this time, the workers were pushing a wooden barrel into the depths of the cave, moving towards the goal. Lloyd wiped his face from sweat, looking at the empty pipe, because due to the lack of oxygen, his head was spinning, and if they had not brought the pipe here, they would have passed out long ago. Then the brown-haired man looked at the knight behind him, who said that it was time for them to stop, because like the other workers, he needed to rest. Lloyd turned his head and said that he was in charge here and should monitor the progress of the work, as a responsible person usually does. He looked through his long bangs with a dissatisfied look and realized that in Korea the bosses only know how to talk, and there are even such scoundrels who have never visited the place of work. So he swore to himself that he would never become like that and would monitor the entire process himself. Then he used his vision, scanning. He looked at the wall and saw a room with a green light where there were pieces of coal. He immediately picked up the shovel and began to rejoice with the rest of the workers that they were almost there and there was still a little left. Then Lloyd looked with a smile at the bell that was pressed to his face, and he thanked them for the fact that they did it many times faster. Then Lloyd looked back at the crowd of workers and his knight, giving an order that as soon as they reached the coal seam, they should dismantle the shield and expand the space. He looked at his workers near the stone wall and said that this was a rather dangerous undertaking, so everyone needed to be extremely careful. Then he looked back at the hole in the wall, hearing a strange sound. He continued to look at this layer of earth, listening to various sounds. He stared at the layer of earth with the other workers and realized that the earth cover here was strong and should not collapse. Then he began to look forward with a close underground scan with a green light. With this scan in the green room, he saw a crack in the wall and realized that it was not there before. He continued to watch this crack, seeing that it was growing. Suddenly, a huge bloodthirsty ant broke through the wall. Lloyd fell to the ground when the ant was about to attack him. Lloyd immediately grabbed his blade and was about to save his master. He swung his blade, looking at the bloodthirsty monster. Lloyd also did not want to stay aside and ran with his shovel. He delivered a crushing blow to the monster's head with the tool. With just one blow of the shovel, he flattened the ant's head. He looked at the corpse with a malicious look in the sweat of his brow and realized that this was an amazing thing, because something had appeared that was not said a word about in the novel. Then the knight together with the main character looked into a huge hole from where the black eyes of the other monsters appeared. These insects with a bloodthirsty look began to crawl in all directions. Lloyd immediately waved his hand at his workers, who began to run away in horror to the exit. At this time, Lloyd swung his blade and chopped all the monsters. The main character with an angry look, baring his teeth, tried to understand how many monsters were here, because if they got out, then they were finished. Xavier, out of breath, drew his blade, and Lloyd counted on him, but there was too little air here. At this time, the rest of the workers ran out of the mine, and he realized that it could not be destroyed without explosives, but even if the structure fell, there was a chance that the monsters would crawl out and tried to figure out what to do. At this time, Xavier slapped his master so that he would pull himself together and not panic. Then the enraged protagonist looked at the fighting knight and said that he did not panic, but thought. The angry knight looked back and said that he would not be able to hold back the monsters for long. Brown-haired held his shovel tightly, baring his teeth and thinking about what to do here with a tunnel with ants, coal, and a dungeon. It was an ordinary light bulb in a black space. Then this light bulb began to emit streams of discharges in all directions above the protagonist's head. Lloyd immediately grabbed the torch in the wall. He took his shovel and torch and shouted to the knight that they needed to move forward to attack. The blue-haired knight continued to grin furiously and realized that it sounded crazy, but he ran to attack. Xavier then deftly cut all the ant bodies with his blade because he realized that there was a point in this. The main character bloodthirstily ran to attack with his torch together with the knight. From the palace came screams that there was bad news for the Baron. Arcus opened his mouth in horror, hearing about the mutant ants and trying to understand where his son was. He immediately opened his armor cabinet, and the assistant said that all the workers were successfully evacuated, but Sir Xavier was still there and Baron would soon seal the entrance to the mine. Arcus immediately began to put on his armor and wanted to hurry, tightening his belt. Xavier bloodthirstily chopped the ants, from which blue splashes of blood flew. The knight held the blade in front of him, looking back with anger, trying to understand why there were more and more ants. The protagonist at this time held a torch and shouted that now was not the time for talking, because he was very busy. They stood back to back and fought off the mutant ants from all sides, because he understood that it was good that they did not come out of their holes, but the situation itself was very terrible. The knight bowed his head and fought with anger, because he was almost at the limit and did not care that it was hot here and little air, but there were a lot of ants. At this time, the protagonist angrily bared his teeth, using his scanning vision, because he was trying to find methane in the dungeon. They continued to fight the ants, standing next to each other in the cave. He understood that coal was a place where methanogens were spreading, and because of this, layers of methane gas were hidden under all the mineral veins. He pulled out his burning torch and tried to understand. If he could only find it, he would blow up all the ants. Then he looked closely at his knight behind him. With his scan, he looked at the ground and saw a piece of a layer of methane gas. He immediately stuck his shovel into the ground and was about to dig. He spread his legs wide and began to dig the ground, looking back at the knight and giving him the order to hold off the monsters. He immediately began to furiously dig the ground quickly. At this time, a huge ant tried to attack him. Xavier at this time swung his blade. While Lloyd was digging, Xavier, at this time, dealt with the rest of the monsters. Cutting the air around with his blade, he cut down the monsters, protecting the master. They immediately covered their ears from the loud earthquake and noise. A huge main ant appeared. The guys raised their heads in horror and realized that it was the queen ant. This huge monster immediately began to attack the guys. At this time, the brown-haired guy and the knight held their weapons and stared intently at the monster. Lloyd tried to ask his fighter if he could defeat her, to which he received a refusal. The brown-haired guy ironically said that if he did not try, He would not know, although Xavier understood that there were things that he could not do even if he did not try it. The blue-haired guy put the blade behind his head and said that at the moment they still had no other choice. The queen ant furiously flew to attack. The knight immediately raised his blade and a blue core began to grow above it. He immediately attacked the belly of the queen monster with his blade. This bloodthirsty ant immediately fell into a stupor. The knight bloodthirstily stuck the tip of his blade into the monster's belly. Then he waved his weapon away from the monster. At this time, the brown-haired man continued to furiously dig the ground and understood that there was no time to lose, so he wanted his knight to hold out longer. At this time, the blue-haired knight swung his blade, fighting off the attack of the bloodthirsty queen of monsters. He stuck his shovel into the hole, and a stream of gas was heard from there. The brown-haired man immediately bared his teeth angrily in bewilderment. Lloyd immediately ran to his torch to grab it and told his fighter to run faster to the entrance. They began to run away from the cave and the monster was chasing them. It was an earthen cave where the chopped parts of the monsters lay, because they noticed a narrow passage that they had already used. The knight ran after the protagonist, who was holding a torch in his hands. Then our hero looked back, trying to throw the torch away. He immediately released a fiery torch towards the hole. This torch first hit the head and then flew off the ant. The fiery torch continued to fly into the depths of the cave, bouncing off the ground. The Queen of Monsters was about to finish off the prostrate main character. This flow of gas from the ground began to intensify. Suddenly, the entire space of the cave began to be enveloped in fire. A powerful fiery explosion occurred. The knight covered the master with his body when the explosion occurred. The ants watched the growing fiery explosion. It was a powerful surge of fiery energy. The knight continued to press the protagonist to the ground, protecting him with his body. At this time, Arcus, along with other knights and assistants, stood at the entrance to the mine. They tried to hold Arcus, who was about to run in armor to save his son. After the explosion, the battered Xavier continued to press Lloyd with his body. The brown-haired man at this time held his ears, grimacing. Then he began to get up, looking at the fallen Queen Ant and realized that her plan worked. Then he looked closely at the lying knight and realized that he protected him. Then he picked up the pink snake and apologized to her for being in such a state. Then he looked up at the entrance. He saw that their entrance was completely blocked. He began to get up, leaning his hand on the shovel, and his ears were ringing. A notification popped up that there was a lack of oxygen. He looked ahead with his scanning vision and displeasure. He again saw the entrance with the help of scanning and realized that he needed to dig through faster, but he also had to dig more than 5 meters. A bar with the oxygen level appeared, which was already running out. He stuck the shovel into the ground and was about to dig because they had no other way out. At this time, the battered Xavier raised his gaze. With his cloudy vision, he saw Lloyd digging the ground and shouting that they should get out together. The knight continued to lose consciousness and barely saw Lloyd's silhouette, who wanted to save them all. Then the blue-haired knight fell unconscious, hanging his head. A notification from the system appeared, which admired his act of not abandoning the knight. A notification popped up that Xavier's opinion of him had increased by +6. Received 108 RP, accumulated 157. The completely out-of-breath protagonist tried to catch his breath in the sweat of his brow. A notification with an oxygen level that was already on the edge. He understood that he had nothing more to lose and the oxygen level had noticeably decreased. The brown-haired man threw the shovel behind his head and frowned in the sweat of his brow, turning to the system because he wanted to find a search for knowledge that could develop skills. The system overload appeared. The main character stood with an angry look in the blue circle of the system. A message popped up that knowledge was detected and the absorption of the surrounding mana began. It was a bunch of pop-up notifications where, by combining these skills, he would be able to master the technique of the Azrahan core. He smiled maliciously, raising his fist, and was glad that he had not given up training since the duel with Newman and would be able to develop his skill as he wanted. His system asked in the window whether he wanted to master this technique, and he agreed. He spread his legs wide and began to absorb the blue color because he had acquired the skill of the aura. A glimmer of blue appeared in space. This ray of light began to circulate in space. His gray silhouette looked calm when the beam of light enveloped his heart, and he felt it all, but unfortunately, he did not have mana in his heart, but he could feel the presence of rings. Notification that mana had expanded by 120%. He slightly pressed his lips and realized that if he were an ordinary person, even if he trained hard, he might not get the result right away. But he had RP. A window with the Azrahan core technique popped up where he was going to increase the level in 1 click. He immediately pressed the increase skill key with his finger and inserted everything. He spread his legs wide again, began to study the blue light because he had increased the level of the core technique. Notification that mana had expanded by 125%. Then he again wanted to increase the level and pressed the corresponding key. He furiously continued to increase his level by pressing the key. But he tried to figure out if he would need these points later, but now he had no choice and would level up as long as he could. Out of breath, he stretched his finger to the system window, wanting to level up. Rays of blue light filled the space with them. The protagonist looked at the ongoing technique of the dual ring core in surprise, and the mana increased by 200%. A message that 100 points were needed before increasing the next level, but he only had 7 left. He bared his teeth with a shabby look and tried to figure out how things were now and whether the number of rings had increased. A window appeared where he had an available skill, and he couldn't help but feel tired for 10 minutes. 2 message with an available skill is an energy burst, where there was an expansion of mana, which will increase by 3 times for 20 seconds. He bloodthirstily grabbed his shovel, baring his teeth and wanting to go further. He raised the shovel over his head with a bloodthirsty expression and emitted light discharges into the entire space. He began to dig even harder at a fast pace. A message about the oxygen level, which was almost running out. The protagonist bared his teeth with a furious look and really wanted to see the flow of oxygen. With the help of scanning, he saw a room and wanted to find just a small opening, because if he could only find a crack, he would be able to breathe. He continued to dig the ground with his shovel, creating a cave. After a moment, he had already excavated a significant part of the cave. A red message about the oxygen level approaching 0. He stared ahead with a piercing gaze with the help of scanning, sweating. With the help of scanning, he saw a hole in the wall and saw an exit. Screams and dust from excavations were heard from the cave. At this time, the knight lay unconscious along with the pink snake. Lloyd continued to bloodthirstily dig the tunnel. A red message about the oxygen level was already running out. The protagonist opened his mouth wide, wanting to find a way out. That same red notification that the oxygen was already running out. With the help of scanning, he saw this hole, which was about 3 meters away. He fell to his knees. He also dropped his shovel. He was sitting on his knees with a dejected look, because the effect of the skills had ceased. While Xavier and the snake lay unconscious, Lloyd was sitting on his knees. He immediately thought about the release of energy, grabbed the shovel again and jumped up with a bloodthirsty look. He began to dig the ground again with an intensified look. With the help of scanning, he almost approached the hole, because there was very little left for it. Notification of the oxygen level, which was completely over. The main character fell to the ground unconscious. Everything ended quickly. He lay on the ground with a half-dead look and realized that as the son of a nobleman living in a remote area, he only dreamed of a quiet life. Then he closed his eyes. He lay on his stomach, on the ground near the shovel. Suddenly there was a sound. The brown-haired man slightly opened his eyes, convulsively tried to stick, looking at the cave, hearing the sounds. Suddenly, Peepadong burst through the hole in the ground with a joyful look. Lloyd, with a joyful look, bulged his eyes with a smile. He immediately opened his mouth wide and began to inhale fresh air. Then, with the help of a shovel, he was going to get up and understood that a quiet life was definitely waiting for him. The night blue moon illuminated the mountain plain. A hot torch was in the cave. Arcus, along with the rest of the fighters, went inside with the help of torches. Bayern walked next to him and said that it was dangerous to go further, but the Baron asked everyone to go back, and he himself would go to the end. Arcus stared ahead with a torch. He saw 2 silhouettes when his son carried a knight. The protagonist with a tired look carried his faithful comrade on his back. A message popped up that using exceptional skills in an emergency situation had helped him surpass the limits of human ability, and the special case coupled with the skill of Azrahan's core technique had a strong effect on him. Notification with the available skill of the power mode, even when he was greatly exhausted, traces of the core technique could still have an effect. Arcus immediately dropped the torch and ran to his son. The protagonist, looking tired, carried the body of the unconscious knight. The brown-haired man and the unconscious knight fell into Arcus's arms. A large blue moon was visible through the black clouds. It was the next morning at dawn in a flat town. A man in a suit carried a wooden box, looked back at the janitor and said that he thought this young gentleman was an idiot, but it turned out that this was not the case. The sun's rays illuminated the houses of the town, and the man said that his nephew was in the thick of things. He saw everything himself. When the giant ants attacked, the master's first thought was to save the workers, and the rumors were true. It was a busy street, the town, when these guys talked to each other and said that Lloyd and the knight remained in the mine, and they heard that they killed all the monsters, and then the main character carried the knight on his shoulders. The rising sun enveloped the flat town, and they realized that this guy was different from the same Lloyd they knew. At this time, the knight was sitting on a chair in front of the protagonist, who was lying on the bed. Lloyd was lying on a pillow with his eyes closed. Then he began to open his eyes. Xavier immediately exclaimed. Notification that the inhabitants of their estate were deeply impressed by his heroic actions and did not stop praising him. The main character looked at the status window with a half-dead look. A system message popped up that he would be rewarded with additional points for outstanding achievements, and his balance was replenished to 507. The main character immediately raised his eyebrows in surprise and realized that he had become a hero. Then he looked ahead with a smile. A white rocky path led to a cave. The workers continued to rebuild and construct it. Then they began to look around in surprise. They saw that the main character entered the cave with a knight. The workers immediately began to bow before them and greeted them for their merits. The worker looked at his savior with an admiring look and a sullen grin, because he was different from other nobility and was a true example of nobility. The brown-haired man with a downcast look and an ironic grin felt awkward. A burning torch illuminated the cave, because 2 weeks had passed since the ant incident and work in the stone mine was in full swing. The brown-haired man walked with a torch into the narrow gorge of the cave, because in such a turbulent time, their safety should come first, and he should avoid even the slightest occurrence of danger. The two of them walked into the caves with torches, and the knight said that today they were looking for ant trails and wanted to ask a question. Lloyd replied that there was no point in wasting oxygen on the post and wanted to quickly talk. The protagonist looked back at the knight behind him, who asked why he himself constantly exposed himself to danger, because he could just order others to do it for him. Xavier looked closely at the gentleman and realized that it could not be that he was interested in the safety of ordinary workers and said that he, as the future heir to the estate, should be more careful. The knight looked at the back of the brown-haired man, who walked in front and called him a fool. The protagonist continued to walk forward with his shovel torch and stated that he must, so it is to bear responsibility for all possible risks. Xavier was slightly surprised. Lloyd looked at him mockingly, looked back and said that in this case, even if he throws money around, no one will dare to say anything to him. Xavier continued to look at the protagonist with bewilderment and tried to understand whether it was good or bad. Notification that the level of his sympathy for him was about to increase, but suddenly changed his mind. The two of them came to a dead end in the cave and realized that it was worth looking in another place. Still, the brown-haired man tried to look around with his scanning vision and realized that there was a hollow space. He immediately began to dig the ground, and Xavier realized that he wanted to make sure of this personally, because this is where the queen could lay her eggs, and if the eggs did not hatch later, then they must kill them. The main character made his way into a new space in a narrow gorge. He saw tied piglets and an orc tied with a web. They entered a cave where the domestic animals were completely covered in webs and there was also a green orc. The knight immediately wanted to get his blade, but Lloyd calmed him down because he did not see any danger here because surprisingly he was behaving recklessly now. It was a green orc girl and Xavier tried to understand what kind of creature it was. The main character came closer and held out a torch, assuming that the monster could die. The knight explained that this was unlikely because he had heard that ants prefer to keep their prey, having previously paralyzed it. The brown-haired man immediately smiled maliciously, spreading into a wide sarcastic grin. He realized that this was an incredible find. Then they were transferred to the palace again. It was a rescued orc named Harach who stated that Lloyd was his savior and he would never forget his deed. This orc was sitting on the bed in front of the protagonist, who was sitting on a chair opposite and trying to understand his accent, which he could use for his character. Harach turned out to be the son of the chieftain of the orc tribe, and thanks to the care of the healer, he came to his senses very quickly. Harach came with a fist of his chest and declared that he was the son of the chieftain of the Steel Sand tribe and would never forget the kindness of the main character and would give him everything he wanted. The protagonist with a mocking grin touched his chin and realized that he saved this guy for personal gain. They immediately leaned towards each other. The brown-haired man with a spreading smile asked the orc to call a bunch of his comrades to help in the mines. The green man looked at him with bewilderment and refused. The protagonist slightly drooped and was horrified. Then Lloyd smiled again and tried to understand the reason. The green man replied that the guy just clicked his tongue and looked like a bad person, but Lloyd said that it was just a habit. Harach pointed at himself and said that they were warriors, and warriors only followed orders from their commander. The protagonist crossed his arms in confusion and thought that this was a problem, because he was not considered a warrior, which meant he could not order them around. The protagonist imagined a powerful orc with a severed ant head. He noted that he had heard that orcs, upon reaching adulthood, must go into the wild and bring back the head of a giant ant, but Harach made the mistake of going to the ant lair, where he was immediately immobilized. Lloyd pressed his lips together. He then began to lick them with his tongue. The protagonist smiled widely, clapping his hands. He said that nothing could be done, congratulating Harach on his coming of age. The orc looked down with a sad look. He said that he failed his task and did not catch the giant ant, and he could not move and fell. Lloyd asked what he was talking about. The protagonist pointed to the head of the huge ant with a wide smile. He asked the orc that they had not caught it together. The orc looked at the ant's head with confusion, saying that he did not remember catching such a huge ant. The brown-haired man said that, of course, he did not remember anything because he was unconscious. After which the guy put his hand on the orc's shoulder, looking at him with a serious look. He noted that he had witnessed a truly impressive sight, and when he reached the lair, he saw the queen shaking with fear. Lloyd looked at Harach with a cold look. He stated that the queen screamed that she did not believe that she had lost to the young orc. Harach asked if this was true and that the ant monsters understood their speech. Lloyd noted that they had succeeded in this quite well. Xavier looked at the protagonist in bewilderment. The protagonist said that thanks to him, it was much easier to find their lair. The protagonist approached the orc from behind, after which he looked at him from the other side, saying that in general they caught that giant ant together. The protagonist and the orc looked at the ant's head in surprise. Lloyd looked at Harach with a wide smile, saying that he was an unrivaled warrior, and Lloyd too. Harach looked at the hero in confusion, saying about an unrivaled warrior. The hero narrowed his eyes sarcastically, asking him about 120 orcs. The orc looked at the protagonist with confidence, clenching his hand into a fist, noting that they were his. White clouds floated above the mountains. A week later, there were tents among the mountains, the village of the Steel Sand Orc tribe. Lloyd noted that this was how their long journey in search of labor ended. Akuch sat on the throne, looking at you with a serious look. He told Lloyd that he was very sorry, but they would not be able to fulfill his request. The protagonist looked at the orc in shock, wondering why he was backing out. The protagonist smiled in confusion, pressing his hand to his chest. He turned to the great chief of the Steel Sand tribe, Akuch, asking if he could know the reason for his refusal. The chief closed his eyes, saying that they were not strong enough to complete this task, and in order to maintain their strength, they needed to eat meat, and if they did not hunt, their muscles would weaken. Behind the chieftain stood a sad Harach. Akuch said that losing their strength would lead to the fall of the tribe, and they could not reduce the number of warriors since they were needed for hunting. The protagonist asked that they hunt every day. Akuch looked down at the protagonist, saying that this was true, and their muscles would weaken if they did not eat meat. The protagonist thought that he was an idiot with his muscles. Xavier looked at the thoughtful protagonist, saying that for them, proteins and muscles are the meaning of life, and it would be better to abandon this idea. Lloyd slightly opened his mouth, saying that he heard them. Then he spread his arms out to the sides, asking that if the meat did not spoil for several days, then they would not have to hunt constantly, and they could lend them workers. The chieftain nodded his head, saying that everything was right and they wanted to pay him back, but when it came to their strength, Lloyd moved his leg to the side, asking what it meant. It was possible. The protagonist leaned slightly, smiling contentedly. He asked the chief what if they had the ability to keep the meat fresh for a while. The protagonist noted that they needed to go back a little and remember the time when they first arrived at the village. Harach looked ahead with tears in his eyes at his father's ties. Akuch, with tears in his eyes, met his son. Harach suddenly rushed towards the chief. Akuch bounced off the ground, heading towards his son. The father and son ran towards each other, after which they hugged each other tightly. A huge wave of energy came from their collision. The protagonist narrowed his eyes in bewilderment, watching what was happening. He noted that it was just a hug, but the effect of it was so destructive, and if he stood between them, he would have been ground into powder. The protagonist grinned wickedly, thinking that if he were to get 120 of these brave craftsmen, their productivity would skyrocket 1,000-fold. Lloyd noted that there was something else that deserved attention. Harach presented his father with a huge ant head, telling him to watch, as he had brought the head of the queen ant. The orcs began to raise their fists in the air. The chieftain shouted to his son that he was proud of him and that this day would be a holiday. The orcs began to squat with objects on their shoulders, saying that they were just training. The brown-haired man watched what was happening in bewilderment. A golden pillar was visible on the orc's shoulders. The protagonist looked at the pillar in shock, wondering what they were doing with these golden things. The orcs were training with golden objects. Lloyd noted that it felt like they were pulling them out of thin air. The orc was clutching a golden lamp in his hand. The protagonist noted that these things were more expensive than any other sports equipment. The protagonist grinned wickedly, holding a shovel in his hands. He stated that this is why he signed a contract with the chieftain for the construction, so that they would get both labor and treasure. Xavier looked at the piece of paper carefully. He said that they would build a stone cold storage, and in return they would get all sorts of expensive trinkets, but they would need special equipment to work with stone. The blue-haired guy looked at the protagonist curiously, asking what kind of stone cold storage was this. He thought that he had never heard of such a thing. The protagonist imagined a stone building. Lloyd asked the guy that he knew that the royal mages could keep food fresh using ice magic, noting that the cold storage was a building where he could do the same thing, only without magic. Xavier looked at the protagonist warily, asking how he knew all this. The brown-haired man said that he heard it from the circle. The guy asked what a circle was. The main character said that he was too lazy to explain, asking why he knew so little. After which he pointed his hand at the rock, saying that they would need a special kind of stone for the refrigerator. Granite, it is very strong. The guys looked at the rock. Xavier noted that something told him that it would not be easy to get it. Lloyd noted that this was true and it would not be easy. The protagonist pursed his lips, thinking that they did not have dynamite either, but they had an excellent replacement. The brown-haired man looked at the blue-haired guy, saying about the turn. The hero smiled slyly, thinking that he had one person in mind with dynamite. The blue-haired guy thought that, apparently, he was going to use it again. Lloyd noted that this is one of the key moments of the novel Night of Iron and Blood. A purple barrier towered over the city. Shaitan noted that this was Namaram. People looked at the purple barrier in horror. The protagonist noted that this was a city trapped inside a magical barrier and thousands of refugees were locked inside the city, whom Xavier had to save. The swordsman watched in horror. Lloyd noted that by that time Xavier had almost become a master of the sword, and his mana heart had the 4th mana ring, and he helplessly watched as mana was sucked out of the hearts of the captives. The swordsman bared his teeth, swinging his blade. He noted that he must save them even at the cost of his life. The protagonist noted that in this way, he himself, without knowing it, created a deadly technique. A blue energy sphere appeared in space. Xavier noted that it was necessary to protect Mana's main heart with 1 ring and the other 3 rings. An energy explosion occurred in space. Xavier noted that a blow would follow. The swordsman put his hand with the blade in front of him. He used the explosion skill. A fireball appeared from the guy. The fireball made a hole in the purple barrier above the city. The barrier began to dissolve. Brown-haired noted that later this explosion became the same technique that represented the Night of Iron and Blood along with the Israhan Mind technique. The main character with an iron face smiled widely, asking that they cannot use such a technique. The swordsman looked at the character in bewilderment, asking how he knew this theory. The brown-haired guy said that he really had this idea for the first time, and he should look into his eyes, ask him what he thinks, he's lying. The protagonist was winding a strand of hair around his finger. The swordsman said that he was right and his eyes were terribly annoying, and he saw lies in them. Lloyd asked that he didn't believe him. Then he smiled widely, spreading his arms out to the sides. He said to just try, and he hoped that Xavier's skill would only improve from this. The blue-haired guy noted that he knew that he would still do it his way. Lloyd asked what he was talking about, suggesting that they always wish each other only the best. The protagonist looked at the swordsman's back with a sly grin. Xavier said that if the theory was correct, then he would only benefit from it. Lloyd thought that if he succeeded, he would also make every effort. The swordsman put the weapon in front of him, thinking that he needed to protect the heart of the mana with 1 ring and the other 3 rings. Xavier plunged his blade into the rock, noting that he needed to release it. A bright light appeared from the rock. The protagonist watched what was happening in bewilderment, wondering if this was a success on the first try. Clouds of smoke rose, among which a black silhouette of a guy was visible. From the clouds of smoke, Xavier appeared with torn clothes. The swordsman looked at the protagonist with displeasure, asking if he had planned everything on purpose. The brown-haired man noted that he had not at all, and he was sorry that it had turned out this way. The swordsman sighed heavily, putting the blade back in its sheath. He said that in any case, this time his idea worked, now it was his turn. The system announced that Xavier was grateful for the lesson and the sympathy level, Xavier had increased by +3. The system announced that the sympathy level was -11. The system announced that he had earned 54 RP, improving relations with key characters and a total RP of 561. The swordsman turned his back to the protagonist. He said that he knew that he was a knight and his skills should be used to protect the Baron, and he was using them in construction. The brown-haired man grinned maliciously, saying that he did not need thanks. The knight looked back at the brown-haired man with a cold gaze, saying that he was not grateful at all. Lloyd noted that the construction had been progressing quickly since then. A huge peapodong stood next to the protagonist. The protagonist noted that the granite that Xavier had split and shaped had been delivered to the peapodong construction site. The man looked at the orc with bewilderment, who waved his hand. The orc told the man that he would only strain his back like that, and he would show him how it should be done. The men watched as the orcs carried stones. The protagonist said that he did not even ask them to do this, but the orcs, addicted to training, did all the work themselves. The orcs said that this was like a regular training, and now it was necessary to let it go. The protagonist watched with curiosity what was happening, thinking that at this rate they would finish the construction 5 times faster. Lloyd looked ahead with a serious look, noting that now they only needed ice and insulation. Xavier stood next to the protagonist. Lloyd asked the knight that he had sent workers for insulation material, and that it was a long time ago. The swordsman noted that exactly 3 weeks had passed. The protagonist looked at the knight with caution, asking that then it was time for them to return already. The swordsman turned his gaze to the brown-haired man, noting that there were 2 possible options. Either the soldiers were too lazy, or the protagonist frowned, saying that something had happened to them. After which he stood up, saying that they needed to find out everything. Xavier put his hand in front of the main character. He looked at the brown-haired man with a serious look, said that if the task was to take place in this, then he would go one, and he did not know exactly what could have happened and thought that he should not go. The brown-haired man squinted at the knight, asking that they had already discussed this. The protagonist put his hand to his side, noting that he was in charge of the construction and was responsible for the workers. Xavier closed his eyes and sighed heavily. Lloyd said that it was time to go. White clouds floated over the deserted cliffs. A glove lay in the middle of the road. The protagonist leaned towards the glove, picking it up. He noted that these were the gloves he ordered for insulation work. Xavier squinted and looked away, calling out to the protagonist. The guys were standing on the edge of a cliff. Xavier said that there was some kind of strange atmosphere in this gorge. Lloyd asked how strange it was. The brown-haired man looked at the knight in bewilderment. The swordsman said that the flow of mana there was quite unusual, and there was no accuracy since everything was blurred. Lloyd wondered what was blurred and what kind of gorge this was. The protagonist looked ahead thoughtfully, noting that he had seen something like this on the pages of the novel Knight of Iron and Blood, after which he looked ahead dumbfounded. The main character abruptly went the other way, telling Xavier that they were leaving and that they had little time. The knight asked what he had discovered. The brown-haired man looked ahead with a frightened look, declaring that their soldiers might no longer be alive. Xavier looked at the protagonist in horror. White clouds were floating above the rocks. The protagonist stood on the ground in front of the straw, after which he leaned over to it, taking it in his hand. Lloyd was squeezing the straw in his hand. The guys approached the cave. The protagonist noted that this was the Ruffleland Gorge. The guys looked at the cave with a serious look. Brown-haired noted that at the very beginning of the novel, this place was mentioned as one of Xavier's goals, and the dark mage Ruffleland was hiding there. Lloyd wondered how he dared to touch their soldiers. Brown-haired's face twisted into a furious grimace. He wondered if entering private property was equated to a sin. The knight entered the cave, taking hold of his blade. He told the master to follow him. Lloyd asked to wait for him. Xavier stepped on the magic circle with his foot. The protagonist grabbed the swordsman by the coat, pulling him towards himself. An explosion occurred in front of the guys. They stood with their backs to the hole in the ground. The knight asked if it was a magic trap. The protagonist looked at the guy in bewilderment, asking if he was sure he was a knight, noting that he should calculate such moments in advance. Lloyd imagined the image of a wounded Xavier. He thought that in the novel, Xavier fell into the same trap when he was wounded and looking for cover. The knight slightly opened his mouth, after which he continued his way through the cave. Lloyd noted that their Xavier never makes mistakes twice. The brown-haired man pointed his finger to the side, asking what he said, that the flow of mana there is unusual. I suggest using my technique there too. The swordsman closed his eyes and spread his arms to the sides. The protagonist said that in a natural environment, mana has a constant concentration in the atmosphere. Blue particles of mana were flying in space. The hero said that this way he would be able to understand where the magical traps were. The blue energy particles connected with each other. Lloyd noted that he felt an unusual concentration of mana. Xavier looked ahead with a serious look. The protagonist followed the knight with a smile. The blue-haired guy said that they should go there. The protagonist noted that his senses were well sharpened. The swordsman looked away warily, thinking that he only does what he lies and insists, but now everything is different. The protagonist threw the shovel over his shoulder, following the swordsman. Xavier wondered what was going on, adding that he predicts events before they happen. The swordsman continued to follow the road, wondering how, and he does not feel any special energy, but could it be such a powerful mana? The blue-haired guy pursed his lips, thinking that first they need to figure out what awaits them ahead. The boys continued their way through the cave. The swordsman noted that they needed to save the hostages as quickly as possible. In the cave stood a man in black robes with a hood over his head, after which he looked back with a serious look. The boy stood near a table with books. He wondered if the trap had worked and someone had come to them, and who it could be. The man slammed the book shut, saying that he would find out soon, after which he approached the door, noting that he thought his preparations were complete. The man moved the lock on the door, thinking that his experiment would be successful. There were tied men in a locked room. The guy said he hoped. The mage pulled the guy out of the room by his hair, who begged for mercy. Then he threw the man into a magic circle. The mage picked up a scythe, looking in front of him with a terrifying look. He said that this was a magic circle that connected with hell and the merciless scythe of the Reaper, waiting for its time for 100 days in a vessel with blood and a young life. The mage swung his scythe, saying that it was perfect. The man closed his eyes, screaming loudly. The protagonist called out to the guy in the robe. The guy looked back with a crazy look. The brown-haired man looked at the guy with an enraged look, telling him not to touch him. Ruffleland put his hand in front of himself, creating a magic circle. He asked that they were crazy people, wondering how they got around all the traps. The guys stood in front of Ruffleland, after which a wall appeared in front of them. A wall soon appeared behind the guys. The protagonist opened his mouth wide, taking in air. Lloyd stood with his cheeks puffed out. The guys were ready for battle. Ruffleland smiled maliciously, thinking that he would put them to sleep with magic and then get even. The protagonist's eyes began to glow green. He thought that he was a lively guy. The system notified that he would not feel tired for 10 minutes. The brown-haired man began to furiously dig the ground, thinking that a couple of minutes would be enough for him, because now he was no longer in an ant tunnel. Xavier began to rub his eyes. Lloyd noted that Xavier had never taken medication for insomnia, so no sleeping pill would work on him. The protagonist dug a hole in the ground, noting that he had already gone too far. The knight looked down with a serious look, thinking that he looked like a mole, and when the opportunity presented itself, he would laugh at it. The protagonist began to point his finger to the knight, thinking that he should quickly go there. The swordsman stood in the tunnel, swinging his weapon. Energy appeared around the blade. The knight thrust his blade into the wall. He used the explosion skill. A pillar of fire appeared in front of the magician, after which he fell to the ground in horror, watching what was happening. A huge hole appeared in the ground. The protagonist's hand rose from the hole. Lloyd began to rise from the tunnel. He fell out of the hole, looking at the magician with a terrifying look, saying that he had never seen such a huge monster before. Ruffalo bared his teeth, creating magic circles, thinking that he had never seen such a huge monster. The magician pressed his hands to the ground, creating a huge magic circle. A huge monster with 2 heads appeared behind the magician. The man smiled madly, thinking that even though his experiment had failed, this was his most powerful creation. A huge, terrifying monster stood before the boys. The mage thought that they should at least try to scratch his steel armor. The protagonist looked away in confusion, saying that they would have a hard time in his weak legs. Lloyd looked at Xavier in bewilderment, who jumped into the air. The swordsman delivered a fiery slashing blow to the monster, using the skill ripping wave. Xavier cut the monster in half. Ruffalo watched in horror. The protagonist's eyes widened in surprise. He wondered if he could use the power of the explosion as an auxiliary force and cut in half. Xavier leaned slightly, putting his weapon back in its sheath. Lloyd wondered why the novel didn't mention this technique. The boys stood in a pompous stance. The mage looked at the guys with horror, thinking that he was in trouble and no matter what he did, he would not be able to defeat them. The protagonist squatted down next to the man. He looked at the mage with a terrifying look, saying that he had kidnapped their soldiers, and now their construction had stopped because of him, asking how he was going to pay him. Ruffalo bowed before the protagonist, thinking that it would be better for him to lie down on the ground for now, because he had to survive by any means. The mage said that he had committed a great sin and was begging for forgiveness. Lloyd noted that he should not say that, and he was asking about compensation for the damage caused. The man looked ahead with horror, saying that there were many valuable things there, and he would give them everything. The protagonist grinned slyly, asking that this was true, and therefore it was all his. The man said that of course, he could take everything. Xavier pulled the worker out of the room by the arm, telling the master that the soldiers were severely exhausted, but their lives were not in danger. Lloyd said that was great and he was glad to hear it. The protagonist looked at the mage with a cold gaze, saying that in a couple of days they would have been dead, asking what he was going to do with them. The mage bared his teeth, saying that he was doing research, trying to find out how to bring the dead back to life. The protagonist looked at the man with disdain, asking what was even possible and why he needed to know. The man narrowed his eyes. He continued to sit, bowing in front of the protagonist. Ruffalo stated that it was to bring back his wife and son. The protagonist looked at the mage with a serious look. Ruffalo remembered how he held his son in his arms with a smile and looked at his wife. He said that he was a mage in the house of a baron and lived an ordinary life with his family, and not just an ordinary one, he was happy. Ruffalo imagined the baron holding out his hand, and then the happy picture cracked. He said that the baron he served, he suddenly wanted to take his wife away from him, so he tried to escape with them. The protagonist closed his eyes, opening his mouth wide. Ruffalo said that the baron was chasing them. Lloyd told him to stop and that he was good at sculpting. He looked at the mage with a serious look, asking what it meant. If he saved his wife and son, they would thank him for killing hundreds of innocent lives and saving them, and that he thought they would thank him like that. The man looked at the protagonist with bewilderment. The brown-haired man noted that the ghouls he created. The hero looked at the man with a cold look. He asked that the lives of the people he sacrificed, their families, their happiness, and for him it all meant nothing, adding that he did not think that his story deserved pity. Xavier watched the events with a serious look. Brown-haired man told him not to speak, his true nature cannot be changed. Ruffalo looked down with a sad look. Brown-haired man noted that he had destroyed the happiness of so many families, and he would forever remain a murderer. Tears began to flow from the mage's eyes. The hero pressed his lips together. He rose to his feet, saying that he would return later with reinforcements and take all of his magical items. The protagonist turned his back to the man, noting that if he tried to harm anyone else, he should not expect mercy. The mage looked at the protagonist in shock, after which he bowed before the protagonist again, thanking him. Lloyd stood with his back to him, pressing his lips together. He imagined the image of the swordsman behind the mage. Lloyd noted that in the novel, Xavier forgave Ruffalo and left the cave. The protagonist presented the image of the disfigured mage, noting that Ruffalin then killed hundreds more innocent people and experimented on himself, and he turned into an uncontrollable and annoying villain who challenged Xavier again and again. Lloyd took a step, noting that even though he knew about it, he now turned his back on him because the mage's face was hidden under the hood. Ruffalin peered out from under the hood with a terrifying look. Lloyd stood with his back to the man. The mage opened his mouth wide, creating a magic circle. He approached the protagonist with a mad smile, preparing to attack him. Lloyd looked behind him, looking at the mage with a frightening look. He asked the man if he had ever forgiven him. Ruffalin looked at the protagonist in bewilderment. The brown-haired man thought that he knew from the very beginning what this would lead to. Xavier attacked the mage, cutting off his head. Ruffalin's head bounced off the air. The man in the work uniform looked ahead with displeasure. He told the guy that he was nothing but trash, rotten to the core, and when he greeted him, he should bow 90 degrees, asking if he understood. The protagonist noted that there was a dude who constantly swore for no reason. Lloyd remembered himself in his real world when he nervously looked ahead. He noted that it happened every damn time. The brunette bowed to the man, apologizing to him, noting that he would be more careful in the future. The worker told him to keep his back straight. Lloyd noted that there was nothing wrong with that. One should avoid quarrels, one fight leads to another. The man turned his back to the guy, saying that the youth of their day have to be taught everything, and all they themselves know how to do is eat. The protagonist noted that if he was polite, then he would change. With such thoughts, he tried to put up with the situation. A beautiful orange sunset was visible in the sky. Lloyd asked what this led to. The brunette bowed to the man, greeting him. The guy stood motionless in a bent position. The man asked what he was at the demonstration, noting that he almost went deaf. The protagonist noted that he saw him as a punching bag. The man turned his back on the guy, saying how pathetic he was. Lloyd gritted his teeth, thinking that he needed to hold on and it would all be over soon. The guy bared his teeth, thinking that he needed to restrain himself, and if he made a scene himself, he would only suffer more and he needed to relax. The worker stood with his back to the guy, saying that only a worthless mother could have such a worthless son. The protagonist widened his eyes in rage. The guy put his hand on the man's shoulder, after which he bared his teeth and swung his fist. The brunette hit the man in the face. The workers looked back, watching what was happening, not understanding what had happened. Lloyd punched the man in the face, after which he hit him again. The brunette kicked the man in the stomach. He noted that while he was hitting him, there was only one thought in his head, that he was doomed. The workers ran up to the guy, stopping him. The guy was carrying pipes on his shoulder. Lloyd asked what the result was. The guy looked ahead in surprise. The man looked at the protagonist with horror. Then he turned his head to the side. The brunette stood motionless, looking at the man leaving. The protagonist noted that peace had come. The protagonist turned his back to the dead body of the magician. He noted that sometimes he should stop any violence, wondering if everything would be okay then. The protagonist recalled the news on TV. He noted that there were a lot of serial killers and rapists in Korea, wondering why the most vicious criminals escaped punishment, and perhaps it was all about human rights. Ruffalin's head was lying on the ground. Lloyd thought it was funny, but then the villain should get what he deserved. The sun was shining brightly in the sky. The guys were walking along the road in the forest. The man was carrying a backpack on his back with an exhausted look. The protagonist looked back. The worker looked at the young gentleman in surprise. The brown-haired man said to give him his load before he collapsed. The man began to refuse the offer. The protagonist narrowed his eyes, saying that if he felt bad, he would have to carry both of them, so he should give it to him quickly. The sun's rays were breaking through the trees. The young master said that all the men should quickly hand him their backpacks, noting that this was an order. The workers looked at the young master in confusion, saying that they would carry them themselves, and how could such a noble man do this? The protagonist threw the backpacks on his back, saying that whoever was the most troublesome would not receive additional pay. Tears appeared in the worker's eyes. Xavier watched what was happening in bewilderment, thinking that he did not know whether they made it in the backpacks themselves or that he was genuinely concerned about the well-being of the soldiers, and he did not understand him at all. The soldiers looked at the young master with touched expressions. The knight thought that the truth was not important to the soldiers now. Lloyd carried the backpacks with a serious look. The swordsman thought that a leader they could trust and follow. That's what the soldiers thought of young Master Lloyd. The system announced that the freed soldiers were deeply touched by his actions, and after some time, stories about him would be passed on by word of mouth. The protagonist pursed his lips. The system asked if it wasn't lovely. The protagonist looked ahead irritably, asking what was lovely, noting that he didn't need anything except money. The weather was clear above the orc tribe. The iron doors to the stone cold storage were open. Harach looked around the room with curiosity, saying that this was the cold storage. The chieftain's son looked up uncertainly. He looked behind him, saying that it was only slightly cooler there than outside and the meat would quickly spoil, and their muscles would lose their former strength. Lloyd said that it was only for now and that was obvious. The protagonist smiled widely, noting that it was because there was no ice and they weren't done yet. The chieftain's son looked at the young master in confusion, saying that he knew what ice was and it was hot there, so there was no ice there. The brown-haired man smiled widely, saying that if not, they could make it themselves. Haruch frowned in confusion, looking at the brown-haired man, asking how. The young master continued to smile, saying that whatever. Haruch looked at the protagonist warily. The brown-haired man continued to force a smile onto his face. The orc narrowed his eyes, wondering if he had brought home a crook and maybe the story about the queen was a lie. The protagonist smirked slightly. The system notified that Haruch was not as stupid as he thought. Lloyd said for the system to close, and he never ever thought that it was just her thoughts. The system said that it was not at all, and it was he who thought he was stupid. Lloyd noted that the level of sympathy was still much more important, or rather, the client was more important. Haruch began to shake his head from side to side. He thought that Lloyd had saved him, and he should not have thought badly of him. The young master waved goodbye to the orc. The chieftain's son said that if he needed help, he could call at any time. The protagonist told him not to worry and wait until the work was finished. Xavier looked at the protagonist with curiosity, asking where they would get ice. Lloyd stood motionless with his hand raised, after which he looked back in confusion, saying that he was also interested in where. Xavier looked at the protagonist in bewilderment, noting that these were the eyes of a man who did not know what to do. The knight looked at the young gentleman with concern, asking him that he had signed a contract without a concrete plan and that he was going to cheat them. The swordsman's eyes widened in surprise. Lloyd asked if he knew the first signs of failure. The protagonist slightly opened his mouth, saying that he couldn't do this, he couldn't do that. He held his hand out in front of the knight, saying that there would definitely be a lot of reasons, so there was no need to act like that, and that without trying, you wouldn't know if it would work or not. The protagonist looked at the swordsman with a confident look, saying that the one who would succeed would be the one who would be open to everything new and try to fix the situation. Lloyd clenched his hand into a fist, saying that he called this innovation. The young gentleman raised his fist, noting that these were the thoughts of a true entrepreneur. The brown-haired man stood motionless in front of the swordsman. Xavier looked at the guy with indignation, thinking that this was impossible and that such an undertaking had a higher chance of failing. A full moon was visible in the night sky. The protagonist looked thoughtfully ahead while sitting on a rock. The protagonist closed his eyes, thinking that everything was right and that he would first make a huge ice cube. Lloyd imagined Belle and Peepodong pouring water into a container. He noted that Peepodong and Belle would first bring water from the lake. The protagonist imagined the image of a magician who had conjured ice. He noted that ice magic existed in this world, wondering what its principle was. The brown-haired man rested his head on his fist. He thought about magic and the free use of mana and a technique based on freely changing the flow of mana. The brown-haired man imagined the image of a particle of magic. He noted that he was sure that this was possible due to daily training in absorbing mana and that there were several types of natural mana. Orange particles of mana moved in space. A bright flash of mana occurred in space. The protagonist noted that in this way, changes depended on the nature of mana. The young master pressed his lips together, after which he grinned mischievously, thinking that of course he couldn't use mana as he wanted. Peepodong and Belle were moving towards the protagonist, who was calling them. Lloyd leaned towards the water container, thinking that he could do something similar. The young master dipped his hand into the water, thinking about a Srahan's mind technique, absorbing mana. The protagonist spread his fingers in the water, noting that if he took away all the heat energy, then only cold energy would remain in the water. Blue particles of energy floated towards the young master's palm. Lloyd noted that he did everything the other way around, and it wasn't that easy. Xavier leaned towards the wall, crossing his arms over his chest. He watched the scene intently, thinking that he was being open-minded and trying to fix the situation, and he thought he was being unreasonable. The knight pursed his lips, thinking that he was also being irresponsible. The protagonist was gathering magic particles with a concentrated look. The swordsman noted that he was really trying to find a way out with dignity. Xavier sighed heavily, thinking that he couldn't understand him. A blue aura began to emanate from the protagonist. The system notified that he had developed a new skill thanks to a Srahan's mind technique. The system notified that the level had increased, a Srahan's mind technique double rings level 2. The sun was shining brightly in the sky. A couple of days later, Akuch and Haruch looked at what was happening in surprise. There were ice cubes in the room. The chieftain asked what he had gotten the ice from. The brown-haired man tapped his hand on the ice, saying that everything would be ready as soon as they installed the insulation. The orcs looked at the ice happily. Akuch noted that there was a lot of space there and they would no longer have to throw away meat. Haruch noted that they would no longer have to hunt every day. Lloyd watched what was happening with a satisfied grin. The chieftain said that they should celebrate and that Haruch should gather the people. The chieftain's son said that it was wonderful. The young gentleman looked at the knight with a sly grin, after which he raised his index finger, thinking that these were the thoughts of a true entrepreneur. Xavier closed his eyes and spread his arms out to the sides, noting that he was not arguing. The weather was clear above the orc tribe. The chief said that their Steel Sand tribe thanked him. The protagonist slightly bowed, saying that there was no need for gratitude and that he was only following the terms of the contract. Lloyd Frontera got 120 workers. Akuch pressed his fist to his chest, saying that they, orcs, were different from humans, and they did not do this for the sake of a contract. Thol looked at the guy with a serious look, noting that because they were sincerely grateful to him, that is why he, Akuch from the Steel Sand tribe, promised him. The chief stood in a pompous stance, saying that from now on, the Lloyd Frontera family and the Steel Sand tribe. The orcs showed off their muscles, clenching their hands into fists. Akuch said that he was announcing an alliance that was stronger than blood ties. The boys looked at the orcs in confusion. The chieftain looked at the young master with a confident look, noting that they proclaimed Frontera as their friend. Frontera's enemies were their enemies, and if he needed them, he should just call and they would come. The protagonist looked at the system window in surprise. The system notified that the tribe had become available and the orc tribe had accepted him as a true friend. The system notified that he could strengthen his kinship by using the orc's RP, bonus RP for opening the tribe plus 100, the amount of RP was 611. The protagonist's mouth dropped open in surprise. He clenched his fist and smiled broadly, saying that the Steel Sand tribe was cool. White clouds floated above the ground. Lloyd noted that they had once again set off on a long journey and returned home. The villagers watched the events in shock. The protagonist noted that, of course, the people were shocked. The protagonist was walking in the company of orcs. He noted that watching 120 units of living muscle come to the village. The young gentleman smiled in confusion, thinking that he should write an official appeal to calm the people down, because most often orcs are seen in a bad light. The protagonist's parents watched the crowd of orcs in horror. The young gentleman noted that even though the Baron was aware of his wanderings, he froze in place as soon as he saw the orcs in person. The system notified that the wonderful story of defeating the magician and saving the soldiers had spread throughout the area and the inhabitants of the estate were praising him for his noble courage. The system notified that he had received bonus RP for achievements in society plus 300, the amount of RP is 911. The young gentleman noted that besides, he did not even hope to receive a bonus, and he asked to stop praising him, but thank for the RP. There were vials of liquids on the table. The protagonist noted that the Baron said that he would look for a rich buyer to sell what they got from the orcs and only the magic things of Ruffalan remained. The protagonist looked at the golden sphere with curiosity, after which he began to dig into the book. Xavier asked if he found anything that could be sold. The protagonist said that he did not know, and he was trying to figure out if they could use them as something before selling them. The protagonist looked at the book in shock, wondering what it was, after which he abruptly jumped up, saying that he urgently needed to go to the mines and let him clean up after him there. The protagonist ran along the road to the mines. He began to frantically look around, asking where Thords was. Thords approached the protagonist with an exhausted look, asking what he was looking for. The young gentleman said that he had good news. The guy looked at the young gentleman with an exhausted look. Lloyd asked if he remembered the details of their contract and that he would have to work for him for 520 years. The worker said that he remembered. The brown-haired man smiled widely, asking in fact, what was the point of this, noting that all these conditions were too ridiculous. Thords looked at the brown-haired man in surprise. The protagonist said that now he had nothing to worry about. The hero pointed to the book, saying that it said how to revive a dead person. Thords looked at the protagonist in bewilderment. The main character smiled widely, saying that this meant that he would still be able to work the entire term, asking if he was happy and wasn't it fun. The guys stood motionless, looking at each other. Lloyd looked at the guy with a terrifying look, asking what was funny only to him, ordering the guy to smile. The worker looked at the young gentleman in a daze, after which he smiled widely as tears flowed from his eyes. The young gentleman winked at the guy, telling him not to be so sad. Lloyd walked to the exit raising his fist up, telling him to be cheerful. The system announced that the King of Hell himself was impressed by his efforts and was already thinking of offering him a job. Lloyd told him to slam it shut, asking what was so funny about it. The protagonist walked with a wide smile. The system agreed with the protagonist. White clouds floated above the estate. The brown-haired man walked along the corridor of the building, thinking that now he needed to discuss something with the Baron. The main character looked into the room, wondering why he was not there. The maid approached the young gentleman, saying that the Baron was receiving guests in the hall. Lloyd asked about the guests. The protagonist stared at the servants. The girl said that Mr. Shalo and Meatloaf were there. The protagonist continued to stare at the girl, after which his face twisted into a mad smile. The girl wondered what was wrong with his face. There was a beautiful candlestick hanging on the wall. Meatloaf said that as he already knew, he usually did not require the principal amount of the debt to be repaid in a lump sum. Arcus sat opposite the men, leaning slightly. Meatloaf said that, however, this time they could allow him to pay 10% of the debt. Meatloaf smiled maliciously, saying that if he transferred the ownership of the mine to them. The Baron looked down nervously. The man asked why he was silent, noting that for him this was the best offer. The Baron looked at the door in surprise when the protagonist said it was him, asking if he could come in. Arcus said that he could, of course, come in. The protagonist with a wide smile and looked into the room, saying what kind of meeting is this, asking how they are doing. The man with a displeased face showed the paper to the protagonist, said that if he came to threaten them again, then it is better for him to leave immediately since they have permission. The brown-haired man said that who would doubt it and how smart it is. The young gentleman smiled widely, saying that it can be concluded that they complained with a very good offer, asking nothing if he makes a counteroffer. Meatloaf looked at the guy with irritation, said that he is not going to listen to this idiot. The protagonist said that in the future they will pay off the debt in installments, but of course they cannot lower the interest. The enraged man pointed his finger at the protagonist, saying that he does not want to listen, asking how dare he. The main character smiled widely, asking what can be offered, but he cannot, adding that he is furious. An orc's leg appeared in the room. An enraged Harach appeared behind the protagonist, asking who had angered his brother Frontera. Meatloaf and Shayla looked at Harach in horror. The chieftain's son incinerated the men with a furious look. He said that the Steel Sand tribe would destroy anyone who made Frontera suffer. Lloyd smiled widely, lightly hitting the orc on the chest. He asked his friend what he was talking about, noting that nothing terrible had happened. The chieftain's son said that it hadn't happened at all, and that he looked angry. The protagonist noted that the man had simply raised his voice a little. Shaylo and Meatloaf were shaking in horror. Lloyd told them to ignore him, asking how they liked his offer. The young master continued to smile, saying that if they refused him. Harach looked at the men with a terrifying look, while the protagonist smiled madly. The brown-haired man said that he would be deeply offended. Harach said that if they dare to upset Lloyd, he would tear them apart. The two men ran out of the estate in horror. The protagonist held a paper in his hands, looking at it. He said that he would like to make it so that there would be no more for a long time, but this is impossible, so he must be content with what he has. The Baron thanked the protagonist. The young master looked at the defense with a smile, saying that orders for the construction of the system are growing, and coal mining is in full swing, and they will be able to quickly pay them off. Brown-haired handed the paper to Arcus, noting that he should not lose this contract. Arcus looked at the protagonist in surprise. The hero said that they have worse problems, and if they do not solve them, then they will have a hard time. Brown-haired pointed his finger at the chieftain's son, saying that the orcs consume 10 times more food than they do. Arcus looked at the protagonist in horror. The young gentleman noted that their food expenses were no joke, but they would not be able to let them go. The menacing orc swung the poker. The protagonist noted that, as he had expected, orcs made excellent miners. The orc struck the ground with a furious blow. The worker pointed the orc out to the protagonist. Lloyd asked where he was. The worker said that this orc, he works non-stop for 24 hours. The soldiers began to drag the orc away. The protagonist told them to take him away from there and make sure he didn't show up there until tomorrow. The orc screamed that he didn't want to rest and wanted to work until his muscles weakened. The young master noted that their productivity was 10 times higher than he expected, and their endurance and strength were beyond description. Harach looked at the protagonist in surprise, asking what he was talking about money, noting that orcs didn't need money. The protagonist noted that they didn't even have to pay money every month, however. The chieftain's son slapped his stomach, saying that he just needed to feed them enough. The protagonist noted that this wasn't exactly a common problem. The brown-haired man sat on the couch and noted that they would have to raise taxes very much. The Baron looked at the protagonist in confusion. Shaitan said that they would buy orc meat with this money. Considering the productivity of the mines, they would not go into the negative. Arcus said that he understood him. Then he looked down at the floor, adding that one could not be sure that the inhabitants of their settlement would be able to afford it, noting that it was very difficult to make a decision, and they could not charge such a high tax. The hero smiled slightly, saying that if they constantly raised the tax, it would be robbery. What were they losing? Because they would work hard, and they could suffer losses if the amount of tax paid decreased. The Baron looked at the protagonist with curiosity, asking how exactly they would raise taxes then. Shaitan said that everything was simple and they would allow them to earn more money. The protagonist presented an image of a swamp, saying that the abandoned land in the north of the settlement, they would turn the Marez wetlands into a farm. The young gentleman smiled confidently, raising his index finger. He said that they would give it to the people and they would grow different crops, make a lot of money and pay taxes. There was a beautiful orange sunset in the sky. The protagonist stepped on the water. Lloyd and Xavier walked through the swamp. Xavier noted that it had been several hundred years since this land was abandoned, asking how people would be able to grow anything in such a place. The brown-haired man said that his big boss had an idea. The guy grinned in confusion, thinking that he said so, but it would not be easy. The protagonist was sitting near the sand filled with water. He noted that many things need to be taken into account, because the territory is not small and they need to come up with a system for carefully draining rainwater. The protagonist made small walls out of sand, noting that there was no other choice and would have to simulate a possible option. The protagonist was sitting in the middle of water and land. Lloyd asked what if he did this, noting that it was a failure. The young gentleman asked what might be too high, and then perhaps like this, noting that he had messed up again. The sun was shining brightly in the sky. The protagonist was assembling a tower out of the ground with an exhausted look. The Baron and Xavier were watching what was happening. Arcus asked how many days had passed. The swordsman noted that it had been 21 days. Xavier looked at the Baron and said that he barely ate or slept, asking what he should leave him. Arcus said that there was no need to do that. The protagonist stood with a shovel and a bucket in his hands. Arcus said that he hated him, even though he was his son, and wondered if he would ever become a normal person and whether it was impossible. The protagonist pursed his lips, bending over to the ground. The Baron noted that now, for the sake of others, he was trying to bring about amazing changes. Arcus looked down with a sad look, saying that perhaps he could not help him in any way, but he was not going to interfere either. Xavier watched the protagonist closely, saying that it was a wise decision and right now, young Master Lloyd was responsible for his words and would not give up. The protagonist bared his teeth, looking at the ground with a serious look. The system notified that the level of sympathy and Baron Arcus for him increased. He received 20 RP level 931. The leaves on the trees rustled in the wind. The protagonist fell to his knees, after which he clenched his hand into a fist and raised it up. The young master clenched his teeth, raising his hands up. He noted that it should absorb, and then the water would drain as it should. The brown-haired man imagined falling gold coins, thinking that if they dealt with the water, they would be able to raise taxes. The brown-haired man imagined honey pouring on him. He thought about heavenly life. The protagonist stood motionless with his hands raised, after which he collapsed to the ground. Lloyd smirked, noting that he was exhausted, but it was bearable, and if you compare it to how he worked at night and got by with part-time jobs. Lloyd looked at the system window in shock. The system notified that his unusual experience had affected the design skill and a new skill was available to him. The protagonist looked at the system window with curiosity. It said that the design skill, Personal Choice 3, Modeling Mode, and modeling is possible by manipulating the collected data. A green diagram appeared in front of the young gentleman. He picked up a piece of land on the diagram with his hands. After that, stones fell from the top of the diagram. The brown-haired man looked at the system window in fury. The system window notified that he himself said that it was bearable. The protagonist said that he should have told him earlier because he was there for a month, adding that he meant it, asking if he knew how hard it was for him. The system notified that the skill can be visible due to the acquired wisdom. In this case, the reason was his desires. The protagonist squinted at the system window. He asked that when he first appeared there, what was his desire? Lloyd told him to just be honest, asking that he himself did not know and how his desire was connected with his appearance in this world. The young gentleman looked ahead in bewilderment. He said that he just wanted to graduate from college, get a license, get a job in a good company and not think about money, asking that is not what he wanted. The system notified that this is just his goal, and desire is much stronger, something that overcomes space and time. The main character slightly rose, shaking off the dust from his clothes. He said that if he was going to talk about the transience of life, it would be better to stop this conversation, because right now he is busy. Lloyd opened his mouth when Belle and Peapodong appeared on his shoulders. The protagonist called out to the guys. Lloyd looked at Belle with a smile, asking that maybe it was time to meet new friends. A bright sun was visible behind the mountains. The protagonist stood near the swamp, saying that this was the first step of their project. The rodent and the snake looked at the protagonist in shock. The young gentleman said that they needed to pump out all the water from there. The rodent began to wave its paws nervously. Lloyd asked that the two of them couldn't handle it, noting that, of course. The brown-haired man put the small snake on the ground, saying that it meant that they would draw. The guy looked into the distance with a confident look, noting that he would use all his RP and draw as many creatures as he could. A system window appeared in front of the protagonist. The brown-haired man said to show it. Random selection of a mystical creature, one choice equals 100 RP. The protagonist thought that since the price would increase by 1.5 times with each choice, he would be able to get 4 creatures. The main character pressed the start button, noting that he did not need any special skills. The young gentleman stood with his back turned, noting that it would be better to have huge creatures like Peapodong and Belle pump out the water, adding that it was somehow loud. The main character began to speak in an incomprehensible language. A green magic circle appeared in the air, from which a head appeared. a creature flew out of the magic circle, after which it hit the main character in the face. A small yellow ball bounced on the ground. A small hippopotamus stood on the ground, looking at the main character. The young gentleman looked at the creature in shock, asking not to tell him that it was a hippopotamus. Teapotong and Belle looked happily at their new friend. The small hippopotamus smiled widely, waving its paws. The animals began to circle happily. The main character leaned towards Hippo, saying that he did not want to distract them, asking if he could show him the instructions. Hippo spat out the paper from his mouth. Lloyd noted that he had already gotten used to it. The protagonist unfolded the wet leaf. He narrowed his eyes, asking that it would not grow even if fed a sunflower seed. Hippo looked at the protagonist with a joyful smile. Lloyd wondered if he had really missed something this time. The hero crossed his arms and looked thoughtfully at the animal, and it smiled at its new owner. Lloyd turned away and said that he would like to try again. Notice, the choice of a fantasy creature is available only once a day. The guy disappointedly muttered that he had only wasted his time. Teapotong and Belle stood up for their little friend, saying that the aristocrat was behaving rudely. The guy sat down next to them and explained that there was only more work to do, and Hippo was too small to be useful. The hamster and the snake actively protested. The hero hastened to calm them down. He looked at the new pet and asked what skill it had and if it could absorb at least the moisture from his clothes. A sign appeared above the creature, skill 1 time, level 1. The boy leaned forward and asked if the beast could really absorb water at once. He wondered how much. Hippo patted his stomach with a smile, and the brown-haired boy guessed that it meant 4 times the capacity of his stomach. Lloyd smiled tightly and looked away, thinking that he had gotten all the necessary skills so far. You could say he was lucky. The animal attracted attention and went to the water to demonstrate the skill. It bent down and began to drink. The boy stood and watched patiently along with the other 2 creatures. The boy raised his eyebrows questioningly. The pet had grown larger. The hero squinted, trying to figure out if he was imagining things. Hippo continued to drink. With each sip, the baby became larger. The brown-haired man gradually raised his head, looking at the animal. Now it had reached a colossal size, and there was almost no water left. Hippo rose and exhaled. In front of them was a dried-up crater where a fish was splashing pitifully. The guy stared ahead in amazement, not understanding how such a quantity of water could be drunk in such a short period of time. That meant they could dry it all up in a couple of days. Teapotong and Belle chuckled arrogantly, showing the owner how wrong he was. The young man smiled awkwardly and apologized to the system as well. He asked if the choice was really random, since only the skills he needed appeared as if by a click. The message said that when the hero first appeared in this world, his skills appeared one after another. Since his role as a person with an unenviable fate could bring him too much trouble, he must have developed the draw for luck skill. However, that might not be the case. The boy looked at the system window and muttered that the system was somehow negligent in explaining. Hippo looked at the owner and squeaked. The hero asked if he really wanted to drink more. The brown-haired man looked up decisively and allowed him to drink as much as he wanted because their construction starts tomorrow. The water was gradually draining. The boy planned to start the construction with the vertical drainage method. The workers looked up at the huge animal in shock. First, Hippo would pump out all the water from the swamps, then drain it into the river and become small again. Then the workers would loosen the soil and remove the roots and remains of plants. The men worked hard, and Xavier stuck his sword into the ground using an explosion. Next, they needed to dig holes where they would insert bamboo poles. They would need to make sand pegs and ask Teapotong to compact the earth. As soon as the water collected inside the bamboo poles, it would be time for Hippo's powerful blow. Then they would build a more reliable storage facility using his modeling skill. The work was in full swing under the command of the aristocrat. And so 10 days passed. The first part was completed. The hero raised his hand and shouted that they still had a long way to go. But when the work was done, they would have a party, so they had to try hard. The workers happily supported their boss and got motivated. A cicada was chirping on a tree, and Xavier, all sweaty and half naked, stood and looked at the field. The guy leaned on a shovel and thought that this abandoned area was really turning into farmland. He looked at the tool with displeasure and wondered since when he started working on a construction site. It seemed like there was another task. The knight looked at the gentleman running up. Lloyd handed him a bag of seeds and ordered him to plant them, starting from that end. The interlocutor asked why the knight should do this. The young man answered that it was to drive away various pests and protect the estate. The blonde agreed. The swordsman squatted down and watered the beds. He looked ahead with an empty gaze and thought that he had been interrupted again. Next time, the guy decided to make an excuse. The knight turned around at the voice, noting that the swamps were indeed turning into rice farms. The baron and his wife approached the guy. The man said that he was sure that people had heard about this. It was some kind of miracle. In front of them were fields where tired but cheerful people were working. The protagonist walked nearby, supervising and directing. Notification: the people of Frontera show their admiration and respect for the miracles you have created. You will be awarded a decent amount of RP as a bonus for success in society. Receive plus 450. Amount of RP 1281. The young man grinned contentedly, throwing the shovel over his shoulder. Dragonflies flew above him, and clouds lazily floated across the sky. Sprouts appeared from the ground. Xavier sat down with a watering can and, looking at the plants, smiled with satisfaction. Lloyd sat next to him, crossing his legs. He said that everything would be ready as soon as they installed the water wheel. The knight looked at him and asked again. The hero smiled and said that during the rains the water would have to be put somewhere, otherwise their lands would be flooded. He went down to the beds and added that they needed a specialist. The interlocutors turned questioningly at the sound. People on horseback were approaching them. The hero looked at them indifferently and asked who it was. The knight answered that it was Viscount Racona. His estate was north of these swamps. The horse stopped, and the man, riding closer, asked who was responsible for this construction. Xavier frowned and made a remark to him to speak more politely. The hero stopped him with a smile and replied that he was the boss here. The boy asked why they had come. The man frowned and said that these lands belonged to Viscount Racona and ordered them to leave this place immediately. The boy and his swordsman looked at the newcomers with displeasure. The Marez Swamps. This place had been abandoned for several hundred years. In the north, these lands are in the possession of Viscount Racona, and the southern part of the swamps belongs to Frontera. It is obvious that he is not just laying claim to them. Apparently, the nobleman wanted to take possession of the fertile lands. The hero narrowed his eyes and thought that the man could really insist on transferring the lands for his use, because in fact, the northern part belonged to him. He grinned and added mentally that it had been like that until now. The hero stood in front of the guests. The boy clarified whether the Viscount was really claiming that they had entered his territory without permission. The nobleman's subordinate frowned and confirmed that these lands had been granted to the Viscount by the king himself. Lloyd frowned and said that the conversation should be conducted between people of equal status and suggested that the interlocutor shut up. The man's face distorted with anger. The workers stared at them in shock, and the Viscount grimaced. The brown-haired man bowed and apologized for not introducing himself earlier. He said that he was the eldest son of the Frontera family. Racona raised an eyebrow and said that he had heard that the young man was behaving inappropriately. The man demanded that the hero call his father. Xavier frowned and thought that this was too rude, but Lloyd calmly began to pick his ear. The interlocutor repeated the order, but the young man said that he heard perfectly well. He blew on his finger and muttered that some kind of dung fly buzzed here. Racona looked around for the insect, and the servant whispered to him that he was the one who was insulted. The protagonist stopped smiling and said that the Land Law of the Kingdom, Act No. 321, a special law responsible for the cultivation of marshland. The man looked at the young man with displeasure and demanded that he stop immediately. The brown-haired man continued quoting Article 1, the purpose, cultivation of marshes that had been abandoned for a long time, establishing property rights to these lands. The interlocutor leaned forward and became indignant, but the young man did not stop. He closed his eyes and reported on the second article, the definition. Abandoned lands are those on which no one has lived for the past 100 years and where no crops have been grown. Article 3, property rights. Lands that meet all the requirements stated above pass into the possession of the one who cultivates them. The young man raised his finger and said that, firstly, their money and labor were invested in these lands. Secondly, housing for people can be built on these lands. Thirdly, the development of long-term agriculture is possible. The man gritted his teeth in displeasure and sweated. The hero stepped forward and shoved his hands into his pockets to name the fourth point. He grabbed a bunch of grass and pulled an onion out of the ground. The boy said that all this was backed up by a special rule when the first harvest had already been reaped from these lands. Racona looked at him in rage. The knight stared at the gentleman in amazement, remembering how he had said that the seeds would help repel pests. The youth smiled and congratulated the Viscount on witnessing the first harvest in the Marez swamps. He added that there was no charge for viewing. They were not that greedy. The interlocutor grimaced and ground his teeth, not understanding how this idiot knew all this, and whether he had prepared in advance. The boy thrust the onion at the man and generously allowed him to take it as a gift. Lloyd looked menacingly at the nobleman and demanded that he leave their territory. Racona was shaking with anger, but he said nothing. The ill-wishers turned and rode away while the young man stood and watched them go. Xavier approached him and asked how the gentleman knew that these people would come here. The hero narrowed his eyes and muttered that he had seen such smart guys before who tried to rise on the labor of others. They turned around, hearing a cry of jubilation. The workers joyfully raised their pitchforks and rakes, shouting that the young master had protected their lands. The boy grimaced in irritation and asked where they thought he should get the money for their wages. Lloyd ordered them to quickly get back to work. It was pouring rain, and streams of water flowed down the ditches. The hero sat, not paying attention to the fact that he was wet. Summer was over and autumn had come, and with it the rains. The mill turned the water. He had used the modeling 100 times, but it was too early for him to relax. An umbrella opened above the young man. The boy thought that he should be completely sure that the lands of Merez were truly fertile. The knight held an umbrella over him. Finally, the sun came out. There was no water left in the dug holes. The hero and his swordsman looked at the fields that were not damaged by the downpour. Notification: knowledge in the field of monumental construction has been acquired. You have left a significant mark on the civil engineering of the continent of Laurasia. As a reward, you have received great experience. Measurement, intermediate level 3, land valuation, underground scanning. Design, intermediate level 3, blueprint visualization, terrain layout, simulation mode. The hero rose from the ground. Baron's sympathy level +5. Baroness's sympathy level +5. Xavier's sympathy level +3. Bayern's sympathy level +2. People's sympathy level +3. RP 1355. Lloyd smiled and said that they could proceed to the next step. At this time, in the lands of Viscount Racona, the man slammed the table and asked again about land reclamation. The subject standing opposite him cringed and said that they would be exempt from paying taxes for 3 years. In exchange, they would be required to live in those lands, so they would not be able to leave. The nobleman frowned and muttered that it meant that the inhabitants of those lands would be actively cultivating them for the next 2 years, since he was the owner and the land was his. He thought with regret that the Merez swamps promised mountains of gold. Racona clutched his stomach, which was twisted with worry, and remembered that this was part of his land. The man decided that he would not give it up so easily. He looked at the manager and, frowning, ordered a council to be convened. A couple of days later, the protagonist sat up in bed, clutching his head. The boy opened his eyes and wondered why his head was splitting. Maybe it was just fatigue. Lloyd sat up and thought that it was not the time to lie around here, because they were organizing and distributing. The knight sleeping in the chair shuddered when his master called him to work. The boy looked warily at the swordsman and asked why he was so confused. It seemed that knights could get tired too. The blonde rubbed his forehead. He frowned and muttered that he had never felt like this before. His head hurt like it was going to split. The brown-haired man put his hand to his temple and frowned. The boy grimaced, realizing something. Testimony of the Baron's maid Emily. The girl touched her temple and muttered that she had a very bad headache since this morning. Testimony of a farmer from the village of Alaf. The man closed his eyes and said that he and all his household members, and even the children, were suffering from headaches. Testimony of a boy named Mihail, who looks after the cows on the farm. The young man looked at the animals with concern and said that the cows had not been drinking since yesterday, and that dehydration was not far away. The hero and the knight were walking down the street. The boy thoughtfully touched his chin and muttered that the villagers were complaining, and even the animals were avoiding drinking. The boy frowned and thought that the reason was in the water, as he had assumed. One of the most powerful weapons the boy could use in this world was information. However, after the incident with the giant ants, he realized that events could be happening now that were not in the novel. The brown-haired man expected that Viscount Racona could lay claim to these lands, so he decided to make some inquiries about him. The main source of income for the Racona estate is a secret technology for dyeing things, and the same technology is used to dye fruit. The boy grimaced in irritation and muttered the name of the enemy, Frontera Estate. Arcus looked at his interlocutor in shock and asked again. A subject Viscount was sitting opposite him and said that the man understood everything perfectly well. He frowned and demanded that they give them part of the drained Merez swamps, and then they would stop polluting the water. The Baron frowned and exclaimed, how dare he threaten him now? The interlocutor grinned and confirmed that it was a threat. The man slammed his hands on the table and said that he would file an official complaint with the royal court. Racona's servant looked at the Baron indifferently and said that perhaps he would even win the case. He leaned forward and, grinning, added that it would take more than 1 year for them to make a decision. Legal expenses, as well as the purchase of drinking water, are not small. The interlocutor asked whether Frontera would be able to hold out for that long. The Baron gritted his teeth, but said nothing. The guest stood up and advised the man to make a wise decision. He glanced sideways at the owner as he passed. Arcus turned around and said that his son and their workers had shed blood and sweat draining these swamps. He promised that he would not give up a piece of land to such a scoundrel. The man bowed with a grin before leaving. At that moment, the door abruptly opened, knocking the guest, and the protagonist entered with the knight. The young man smiled and said that he had an urgent conversation with the Baron. Lloyd bowed and said that the parasitic neighbors had decided to spoil their water and he would like to discuss measures to counter them. Racona's servant put his hand to his cheek and exclaimed in displeasure that the guy had just insulted his master. The brown-haired man flinched and said that he had scared him. The hero made a face of horror and asked if the parasitic offspring really understood human speech. The face of the interlocutor was distorted with anger. He held out his sword and shouted that Kernot himself was challenging Lloyd to a duel for insulting a noble knight. A little later, the hero was using educational measures by beating him with a shovel during the duel. The swordsman curled up into a ball and shouted that he was giving in and accepting defeat. The man, in tears, held out his hand and asked him to stop. Lloyd sighed and agreed that he had had enough too. The boy abruptly resumed the beating, declaring that the Baron deserved another lesson for his rudeness. Arcus, smiling happily, said, "Oh, this bully son." The duel was over and he still continues. Xavier glanced sideways at his master and thought that he had never seen such a happy face on his master's face before. Evening of the same day, the enemy estate. The wounded Kernot stood before his lord with his head down. The Viscount looked angrily at the servant and shouted that he had sent him to resolve the issue, not to return like a beaten dog. The man muttered that he was very ashamed. The nobleman thoughtfully twirled his mustache and said that it was even good that the servant returned so beaten. Kernot looked at the gentleman in surprise. The Viscount leaned on his hands and decided that the only chance to deal with the Baron was to file a lawsuit for assault on a nobleman. He bared his teeth and said that 3, even 4 years would be needed for the proceedings. The protagonist stretched his lips into a sinister smile and said that this was exactly what the enemy thought. The young man frowned and resolutely exclaimed that Frontera would not let their efforts go to waste. He raised his shovel, looking at the assembled soldiers and orcs, and shouted that no mercy would be shown to anyone who stood in their way. The guy said that these lands were soaked in their blood and sweat. Lloyd frowned and said that they would protect their territories from their greedy hands. The army loudly supported the gentleman's speech. To begin with, the hero decided to deal with the problem of drinking water and build a reservoir. Using the hippo skill, they would pump water from where it had not yet been spoiled. Hippo skill, powerful blow, level 3. The animal was pouring out water. The knight looked at the master and said that this was a good alternative, but the hero and his creature would have to forget about rest. The young man agreed, but added that this was a temporary measure. He turned to the swordsman and suggested that they take care of the water supply system. They would build a waterway from the Capua River from the eastern mountains to their estate. Xavier looked at the brown-haired man and noted that it would not be easy. It was worth considering how much effort it would require. Lloyd smiled and replied that they would have to cut back on expenses, and a lot. He turned around and said that they would earn a lot on this construction. The guy threw the shovel over his shoulder and said that it would be 100 times more. A couple of months later, Rakona bit his nails in horror. He asked, trembling, how this was possible and did not know what to do. The manager entered the office and reported that Frontera's eldest son was requesting an audience. The man frowned and ordered that he be told to get out of here. The subordinate reported that the hero said that something had been bothering the Viscount lately, and he was here to resolve the matter. The man froze in surprise. Lloyd lounged on the sofa and noticed that Rakona was not feeling well at all. The knight stood behind him. The Viscount sat down opposite him and asked what the young man needed. The guy reminded him that he had come to solve his problem. The man frowned and asked what he was talking about. The brown-haired man grinned and suggested that he be honest. He leaned forward and asked with a smile what the other man would do if the young man saved his dying business from ruin. Rakona turned pale. The man frowned and was indignant that this was the work of the guy who would destroy his workshop. The hero grinned. Lloyd closed his eyes and said that they had done a great job. Thanks to the fact that the Viscount had spoiled all the water, they had to get it from the Capua River. The other man gritted his teeth, listening to him. The brown-haired man grinned and said that at first he had no idea that this was his work. As he managed to find out from the supposedly friendly note, the water was used for its intended purpose. In general, they had to dig the earth from the river to the estate itself, process it, fill it up. They had come a long way. Rakona slammed his fist on the table and asked how this was connected with his workshop. The young man asked him to just listen further and be patient. The hero said that then a huge valley stood in their way. Lloyd waved his hand and noted that they had no other choice but to build a Roman aqueduct, a water conduit for delivering water to settlements, irrigation and hydroelectric systems from sources located above them. In order to find the limestone they needed, they had to carry out blasting operations. As a result, completely unintentionally, limestone began to settle on the bottom of the valley, a very large amount. The man nervously clenched his fists and exclaimed what this had to do with his workshop. The guy smiled and said that the water from the valley is used in his production. The limestone particles had ruined the colors of the fabrics. The Viscount slammed the table and said he would sue the royal court. The hero crossed his arms and said it was his right. The young man grinned and said it would take at least 2 years to reach a decision. Would anyone still remember Rakona's product? The man sweated and clenched his teeth, mentally calling his interlocutor a disgusting runt and a piece of trash. Lloyd stood up and said it was time to go, since he had satisfied his curiosity. The Viscount pointed his finger at him and shouted that the hero had messed with the wrong person, since he had many acquaintances in the royal palace. The interlocutor's face distorted with anger, and he said that the guy would repay him tenfold. The brown-haired man just waved his hand and left. The hero and the knight were walking back along the road. Xavier looked at the gentleman and said that he could not understand everything. He noted that by provoking the Viscount, the young man had only angered him even more. It seemed that Rakona would stand his ground to the end. The man had great connections in the capital. If it came to litigation, they would lose even more money. Lloyd put his hands in his pockets and replied that he understood what the swordsman was getting at. He asked to just wait a little longer. The other man looked at him questioningly. The young man smiled and muttered that they would still see who would lose more. The sun was shining over the plain. A month later, Rakona bowed, burying his head in the floor, and declared that he was wrong. He asked to save his production. Lloyd looked at the nobleman with disdain, and Xavier watched this picture in shock. The brown-haired man lifted his chin and asked if smart people had really conveyed to the man the idea that he would not win. The guy thought it was obvious because it would not work to plot. This would be his ultimate failure. The man replied that he had been reckless and that he was truly sorry. The hero leaned on his hand and said that he was not particularly interested in words. Rakona began to sweat and exclaimed that he, the Viscount, was humiliating himself and begging in this way. The youth grinned and asked if pride was worth at least 0.1 gold. If so, he would sell it for 1,000 or even 10,000 times more. Tears welled up in the man's eyes. Lloyd leaned over and said that he did not need an apology. The boy showed a contract for the supply of water between Baron Frontera and Viscount Rakona and asked for only a small signature. The interlocutor began to look through the document. The hero said that the man should sign here, and his workshop would be restored in a week. The Viscount turned white. He frowned and shouted that it was too expensive, and what was the point of paying for water at all? The young man looked menacingly at the nobleman and reminded him that he was the one who taught the hero that water had to be paid for. Rakona looked at the young man with fear and trembled. The sky turned the colors of the sunset. Arcus leafed through the contract in surprise and asked if such a huge amount would really be coming in every month. Lloyd put his hands on his hips and replied that the Viscount himself had signed the papers. His father muttered that if that was the case, he would be able to pay off the interest and even have some left. The young man clapped his hands and said with a smile that the Viscount turned out to be such a good man. At these words, the knight turned pale. Xavier knew that Rakona himself had started this war, and in the end everything ended in favor of their estate and the Baron. However, now the young master was already starting to look like the devil. After all, this contract did not specify the terms. This means that the guy will suck all the money out of the Viscount until his death, and then he will take money from his heirs generation after generation. The hero smiled ominously and thought that he would not stop so easily. If he could exchange it for money, he would suck all the life out of the man. Arcus raised his head and said that he had good news for his son. Seeing the frozen grin on the hero's face, the Baron said that he was a little worried about his facial expressions. Lloyd apologized and said that he was just happy. The young man massaged his cheeks and looked at his father in surprise when he reminded him that he still had treasures given to him by the Orc tribe. Arcus said that Count Cremo had sent a letter stating that he was ready to buy them for a good price. The boy and the knight looked at the owner of the estate with interest. The hero tilted his head thoughtfully. He touched his chin and noted that it was strange, because for such a sum the count could easily find new treasures. The father replied that he did not know the details, but the buyer mentioned something about a bronze statue. The trading city of Cremo. The man in the cloak stood and looked out the window. The Count of Cremo frowned. The moon was shining above the water's surface. Suddenly, something appeared on the surface of the water. The man jerked and frowned. The water rose and a large monster with claws appeared from it. The Count squinted, looking at the Titan Giga. Xavier reported to the Baron that they would sail in a week. The work to restore the water supply in the territory of Rakona was almost complete. The knight folded his hands behind his back and added that, in order to minimize the cost of moving, only 10 people would go with them. Arcus trimmed a bush and replied that it was good if Lloyd decided so. The man fell silent. The swordsman looked closely at the master and promised to look after his son. The Baron said that when the knight Kernot arrived here and began to threaten and demand half of the Marez lands, then before he would have simply given everything up out of fear. Arcus looked at the plant and added that he had become braver thanks to Lloyd and their efforts. He said that he was initially an indecisive and incapable person. The boy looked at the gentleman in shock and assured him that this was not true. Xavier said that the Baron was the kindest person who was always worried about others. It was he who once sheltered a boy who later became a talented knight. The nobleman smiled and thanked him for the kind words. However, the man said that it was hard to be a good lord with only such a meager supply of qualities. Leaders must have strong faith and character. Arcus turned to the bush and said that this is exactly what his son is now. The knight looked down and thought that the hero's only faith was money, but there was no point in talking about it. Lately, it was difficult for him to remain confident that this was bad. The man stood up and said that from now on, Xavier's job would simply be to look after his son. He grinned and added that the knight must always be with the baron's heir. The swordsman looked at his master in surprise and, putting his hand to his chest, accepted the order. The blonde thought that even though the young man had revived the estate, he would never like this man. He remembered how in the past the baron had asked Xavier what he wanted to do in the future to help him realize his dream. The boy blushed and replied that he wanted to become a knight who would protect the baron. The man laughed and patted him on the head. Arcus smiled and said that the little boy who survived the severe frosts would become the strongest in the world. And so, the baron gave him a wooden sword that he had carved himself, and this gift was destroyed by Lloyd Frontera. Then the baron's son laughed at the blonde's dream of becoming a knight and stepped on the sword. Xavier entered the room and took off his coat. He looked to the side, where the baron's broken gift hung on the wall. The main character smiled and thanked the guy for using the Frontera lullaby service. The young man sat on the bed and smirked that the swordsman had become dependent, and if he did not obey, the service would immediately stop. Xavier asked to start already. Lloyd began to read out another boring instruction, and under his voice the knight began to fall asleep. The blonde thought that he still saw another person in him. The gentleman who made his way into the mine, dug the earth and defended the estate deserved respect. The brown-haired man snapped his fingers with a smile and said, "Red Sun." The knight fell asleep hugging the pillow. He hated himself for considering the young gentleman a worthy person. The moon was shining in the sky. The hero was sleeping in bed and the swordsman in a chair. Suddenly, the silhouette of a man with a sword appeared in the open window. He looked at the sleeping Lloyd with hatred and drew his sword. The offender gritted his teeth and thought that the young man was to blame for everything. The man jumped up and raised his sword to attack. At that moment, Xavier jumped up, his eyes flashing. He made a quick lunge, cutting the enemy's weapon. The killer looked at the broken blade in fear. Lloyd opened his eyes, awakened by a scream. The young man stood up and watched in surprise as the knight knocked the intruder to the floor. The next day, the protagonist stood and watched the construction of pipes. He loudly asked what was the most important thing in any enterprise. The workers answered in unison that safety was above all. A knight approached the brown-haired man and said that he had passed the information on to Viscount Racona. The aristocrat turned around and praised him. The swordsman looked at the gentleman and asked the reason why the killer attacked him. The hero put his hand on his belt and assumed that it was because the Viscount, who had spent a lot of money on water, fired him first. The guy shrugged and said that he would have done the same. He is paid well, but he does not fulfill his duties. Lloyd said that the man attacked him to vent his anger. He added that all pathetic people are alike. The interlocutor clarified whether the nobleman knew that this would happen. The hero answered that he did not know for sure, but expected that this could happen. Xavier frowned and said that it was an omission, not to prepare for such an outcome in advance. He was surprised that the gentleman did not bother to prepare, although he predicted various situations. The young man looked at the interlocutor and asked him in bewilderment what he was talking about. Lloyd turned around and asked why he needed to prepare if the knight was always nearby. The blonde stared at the brown-haired man in shock. The hero pointed to himself and said that he was walking and talking only because the swordsman was there. This says a lot about his abilities and reliability. The knight winced when the boy asked if he really thought that every 5-year-old boy left alone by a monster invasion could survive the winter without anyone's help. Lloyd smiled and said that such a person could become a knight and was now by his side, so who else should he trust if not him? The interlocutor looked at the gentleman in surprise. They exchanged glances in silence. The hero turned pale and asked the swordsman to say something already, otherwise he would feel ashamed, and goosebumps ran down his skin. The knight swallowed and, looking away, said, "Wow." He thought that he hated himself for considering him a good person. The young man put his hand on his shoulder and grinned that this was quite his style. Notification: Xavier is getting rid of an old grudge in his heart. Interest level has increased by 15. Interest level in you, +6. Thanks to improving interpersonal relationships, you have earned 320 RP, quantity 1675. The brown-haired man looked at the construction site and said that the pipeline would be completed tomorrow. He smiled and said that it was time to go to Cremo for a decent amount of money. A cart surrounded by soldiers was driving through the forest. The protagonist was sleeping, leaning against the knight's back, which the knight clearly did not like. Xavier suddenly raised his shoulder, pushing the gentleman off of it. The awakened youth asked if the swordsman had really hit him. The interlocutor assured that this was not the case. The brown-haired man grimaced and said that the blonde had pushed him, thinking, "It pisses me off that a nobleman cannot ride a horse and also sleeps on me." The blonde looked ahead indifferently and admired the fact that the guy could now also read minds. Lloyd asked if he had really hit him. The knight replied that he did not understand what they were talking about. The aristocrat raised his fist and ordered everyone to stop, muttering that everything pisses him off. He jumped off his horse and, looking angrily at the swordsman, asked to be taught how to ride. The interlocutor looked down at the gentleman and replied that he was a knight, not a riding teacher. Literal translation: I am impressed that you are trying to comprehend what you lack. Lloyd grimaced and declared that this was an order. Literal translation: I will study hard, I am not afraid of hard work. The blonde man descended to the ground and muttered that this was complete madness. Translation: I know, let's try together. The brown-haired man was indignant at what the interlocutor said. Translation: Thank you, Xavier. The system noted that they were just like two angels. Lloyd turned around and irritably shouted at her to shut up and not play the role of a translator. The driver and the soldier behind him shuddered in fear. The knight arched an eyebrow and asked if the gentleman had finally gone mad. The hero was shaking with anger. He looked at the pop-up notification. Rumors spread faster than words. Rumors that you built the first water supply system on the continent are spreading quickly. Your reputation as a builder has increased. Your name will be inscribed in the history of the construction of the kingdom and the entire continent. Bonus RP plus 600. Amount of RP 2275. The young man opened his mouth in surprise and thought that he had become lucky. This meant that he could expand his activities. The brown-haired man smiled and thought that fame meant money, and money meant a comfortable old age. A golden future was already waiting for him. Xavier looked at his interlocutor and muttered that he first got angry, then laughed. He had definitely gone crazy. Translation: a complete schizoid. The hero was angry at this stupid app with a translator. The journey to Cremo was not easy. Winter was felt more and more clearly as they approached their destination. Along the way, the young man learned to ride a horse under the guidance of a swordsman. They arrived in Cremo only in the middle of winter. The count smiled and thanked them for coming so far. Lloyd and his knight bowed, and the young man introduced himself as the eldest son of Frontera. The man laughed and noted that he had imagined him differently. He had heard rumors about the talented builder, and he imagined some kind of formidable appearance, but the guest exuded nobility. The brown-haired man raised his head in surprise. The count walked around him, turning to Xavier, praising his blue blood and offering his daughter as a bride. The hero frowned in shock and called the feudal lord. Cremo turned around in irritation and exclaimed how some pathetic servant dared to interrupt a nobleman. Lloyd's face distorted with anger. The system roared with laughter at this situation. The count laughed loudly and apologized for the misunderstanding. The protagonist sat opposite him with an empty look, and the knight barely held back his laughter. The system continued to play around, and the young man regretted that he did not have the opportunity to give it a good kick in the ass. The man smiled and said that the guy really did have a disadvantage and that he looked like a servant. The lord of the trading city, Count Cremo, played a significant role in the novel The Knight of Iron and Blood. Xavier, who was on the run after the massacre of the usurers, was caught here in Cremo with the active assistance of the Count. But after exchanging only a few phrases with the swordsman, the feudal lord realized that he was a worthy man. And after that, Cremo played a significant role, acting as his ally. The man said that he wanted to buy treasures to install statues in the sea. The hero looked at him in surprise and asked again. The interlocutor touched his forehead and sighed, saying that trade in Cremo had completely deteriorated. A couple of years ago, mega titans began to appear in the seaport. He folded his arms and said that they had never made a direct attack, but their very presence was frightening. The young man frowned and thought that he had definitely heard about it somewhere. Attacking from the sea was impossible, so there was no point in a navy. Cremo was gradually falling into decline. The count was falling into despair. The hero thought that Xavier would do something, but the novel had hinted at many things, and then suddenly it ended. It was not even clear if there would be a sequel. The brown-haired man frowned. When he first came here, he thought he knew the whole plot, but here, every now and then, stories happened that were not in the novel. The man looked at the guest and said that he had tried to find out how to get rid of them, and had realized one important thing. Mermaids, the strongest warriors of the ocean, were the main source of fear for the mega-titans. The count closed his eyes and said that he had thought that they should install bronze statues of mermaids in the very center of the sea. He immediately shook his head and said that he had abandoned this idea. If you make an earthen embankment right in the water to install the statue, the sea will become shallow and the ships will not be able to sail. The hero looked away thoughtfully. The man smiled and said that his treasures were no longer needed, but since they had an agreement, he would still make the purchase. Lloyd lowered his head and said that he could not allow the count to suffer unilateral losses. The interlocutor clarified whether the young man would not sell the treasure. The hero objected that he would sell it even at a high price if it was so desired. The man looked at him questioningly. The boy smiled and said that he would install the statues without interfering with trade routes, friction struts and caisson shafts. He thought that they would definitely succeed if they took these two elements into account. Lloyd and the knight were sitting in the boat. The young man took a breath and dove in the mask, his eyes sparkling. A grid with a graph appeared before his eyes. Fortunately, the seabed was quite flat and there was a lot of sedimentary rock here, so the ground was moderately soft. He wondered if the layer of soft rock could be even deeper. The young man shuddered and abruptly surfaced to replenish oxygen. The hero took off his mask and looked at the swordsman, his teeth chattering. He asked why he was so pleased. Xavier smiled and apologized, because he had never felt such happiness watching other people suffer. The young man looked at him silently with bulging eyes. He held out the mask and suggested that he look around. The knight began to row and asked if the gentleman was really satisfied with the terms of the agreement. The blonde looked ahead thoughtfully and said that no matter how much he thought, he could not figure it out. To make an earthen embankment on the seabed, it must be some kind of magic. The hero wiped his hair and muttered that it was quite possible. He smiled and said that this magic was called cement. The guy thought that the only problem was how cement was mixed in this world. If we were talking about Roman cement, then everything would work out for sure. Lloyd took the knight by the hand to climb out onto the pier, but he advised him not to be careful so as not to fall into the water. The hero was indignant that the swordsman had achieved mastery in playfulness and irritation. They turned towards the voice. The fair-haired girl shyly handed over the letter and said that she had something for Lloyd Frontera. The young man blushed and smiled. The blonde introduced herself as the count's daughter, Christine. She said that she had seen the boy walking through the courtyard of their estate yesterday. The girl blushed and closed her eyes. The hero was embarrassed and stared at her. Christine handed over the letter and asked to accept it. The brown-haired man frowned when he saw the girl turn to the knight. The young man thought that in some way he had expected this. His face hardened, and he decided that it was even more correct. Xavier took the letter with a sigh and put it in his pocket. The girl quickly ran away with the servants, glad that he had accepted it. The swordsman silently watched them go, and his master stood there with a hardened face. The knight moved forward and offered to go, but he stopped him. The hero frowned and asked if the other man was going to continue to pretend that nothing had happened. The guy turned around and asked what the aristocrat was talking about. The young man took a step forward and was indignant that the blonde had accepted the love letter so calmly. The other man asked what the problem was. The knight shuddered and widened his eyes. Lloyd narrowed his eyes. The swordsman dramatically covered his mouth with his hand and wondered if the gentleman had never received love letters. The nobleman bit his lip, offended. The knight turned away in embarrassment and, looking into space, asked the young man to hold on. Notification: Xavier sincerely supports you. The hero's face was distorted with hatred, and tears welled up in his eyes. He drew a diagram in rage, convincing himself that he was not envious at all. The guy promised that he would become rich and earn a ton of money. The count came up to him and called him. The aristocrat turned around irritably, grimacing. The man winced and asked what was wrong. Lloyd forced a smile and approached the feudal lord, explaining that he was trying to concentrate on his work. The count noted that he was scared and decided that he was some kind of killer. He crossed his arms and said that most of the requested materials had been delivered, with the exception of volcanic ash. The young man thoughtfully rubbed his chin and thought that this was the key material for Roman cement. The advantages of such cement were obvious. Any building would be able to stand for 2,000 years. Its reliability was undeniable. The man looked at his interlocutor and said that it was not so impossible, you just need to go where there were volcanoes. He frowned and added that a trip to such places would take 6 months, even for him it was a long time. The young man smiled and assured that he had a way out. Plan B, forget about Roman cement and replace it with Portland cement. This is a modern building material. The hero sat at the table and wrote something. He only knew approximately how to mix it, but the lack of knowledge was only in the details. The guy looked at the sheet and thought that even without knowing what to do, you can always at least try. The aristocrat decided to try everything he could. There was snow on the roofs of the city. There was a broken stone on the table. Lloyd crossed out another formula and realized that sample 129 was also a failure. He thought about what would happen if he chose the right mixing ratio. The young man squinted and muttered that the problem was in the drying. The hero began to calculate a new formula. The animals looked at the owner, who was muttering something under his breath. Peepodong came forward and squeaked something to the guy. The hamster jumped on his shoulder and rubbed against his cheek. The pale aristocrat said that he was too busy for walks. The other animals also began to rub against the head of the owner. They shook him vigorously until the hero shouted that he was busy. Suddenly, a memory with a puppy appeared before his eyes. He froze, remembering how he said goodbye to his dead four-legged friend and cried at its body. She was all he had left. The guy would like to stroke her and play with her again. Lloyd knelt down and hugged the animals. He said that they were much more important than this research. They walked along the shore under the moon. The young man looked down and muttered that he was a terrible person. The creatures looked at him questioningly. He put his hands in his pockets and said that everything was going smoothly, so he just gave orders as if they were some kind of robots. The hero closed his eyes and declared that there was no bigger idiot in the world than him. The brown-haired man stopped and sat down. Lloyd smiled and thanked the animals. They happily looked at their owner. Notification: mystical creatures sense your sincerity. Mystical creatures see you as family. Affection level: family ties. The hero's eyes widened in surprise. Affection level of mystical creatures: family member. The bell enhance function has become available. Master a new skill, 500 RP required. The boy smiled in shock and muttered that this was an advantage he hadn't even thought of. Two little animals pointed at Belle. The nobleman looked at her and asked if she really wanted to unlock a new skill. The creatures squeaked. The hero decided that no matter what the skill was, it would find a use. Notification enhancement function activated. Please select a mystical creature. A circle lit up under Belle. Lloyd squinted from the bright light. The snake was glowing. Enhancement successful. Level 1. Enhancement reward. New skills unlocked. Soil absorption, level 3. Soil processing, level 3. Metal release, level 3. Volcanic eruptions, level 1. Belle was emitting a faint glow. The hero looked at her in shock and muttered that it was cool. He noticed the new skill and was happy, and the snake smiled contentedly. The trading city of Cremo was covered in snow. Suddenly, an explosion was heard from the mountain. All the residents and the count looked in surprise. Black smoke was rising up. The protagonist and the knight were standing next to a giant snake that was producing volcanic dust. Lloyd covered his ears and looked up in surprise. He used the skill and saw that it was indeed volcanic ash. The youth smiled widely and demanded that the swordsman praise him. The blonde looked at the master questioningly and asked again. The brown-haired man apologized for forgetting to warn him to cover his ears. He shouted that Xavier was scary. The knight replied that he was not as fast as the young lord, and then pretended not to hear again. Thanks to Belle, the cement problem was quickly solved. The nobleman moved forward, saying that in the construction world, speed is life, so it was time to begin. The swordsman followed, shaking off the dust. First, they equipped Belle with a giant diaper to filter out the ash. A 5-layer sieve was attached to the other side. The hero covered his ears and shouted for the little animal to begin. Volcanic eruption skill activated. The count and his subjects watched with their ears covered. The man looked at the young man carefully and thought that this was beyond his understanding. Starting with skills the feudal lord had never heard of, ending with their spell. He must find out everything and then report to the king in detail. Lloyd smiled and hugged the snake. The count decided that if his talent was really as great as they said, it would be sad to waste it somewhere on the outskirts of life. Once the materials for the cement were collected, it was time for step 2. Build a caisson into which the cement would be poured. Next, the well was installed and water was pumped out of it thanks to the hippo skill. Step 3. Xavier swung the sledgehammer and struck, driving the friction struts into the ocean floor inside the well. The knight looked at the lord and asked when the next shipment would arrive. The youth replied that they would have to wait, as delivery took time. He stared at the assistant. The swordsman turned and asked what that expression was. Lloyd shrugged and replied that he was waiting for the boy to say that a knight should not do such things. The interlocutor remained silent. The blonde turned away and said that he was a knight and why he had to hammer. The nobleman raised his eyebrows and said that Xavier was in his retinue, and if he did not hammer, the hero would not earn money and would not be able to pay off the debt. If the youth collapsed under the weight of stress, the baron would be sad, and the baroness might also fall ill. He folded his arms and asked the brave knight to protect their family. The interlocutor frowned and turned around. He struck the hammer with force. After Xavier finished practicing, they made reinforced rod frames with steel protrusions at the end. And finally, the long-awaited cement was poured. After it hardened, the well could be disassembled. The marine artificial soil was laid. The hero looked at the count and said that it was 50 centimeters above the water level. If they installed the statue here, it would rise above the water. The man crossed his arms and agreed. He looked down carefully and said that he still could not believe that the column would be able to withstand the weight of the statue. Cremo smiled and promised to be generous if everything worked out. The young man bowed with a grin. Night fell. Several ships surrounded the statue. The monument was decorated with gold and jewelry. At this time, there was a feast on the ships, and the tables were laden with food. Lloyd straightened his collar, irritated by it. He looked at the knight and asked how he could wear it. The interlocutor noted that the aristocrat spoke as if he was dressed like that for the first time. After all, he had already had similar outings. The brown-haired man looked away and muttered that it was a long time ago. The count pointed to the young man and asked for a moment of attention. He said that this young man had made an invaluable contribution to the installation of the statue. The guests looked in that direction with admiration and surrounded Xavier to shake his hand. Lloyd remained standing with a stony expression. He thought that he knew that everything would come to this. The young man convinced himself that he was not jealous, and money was more important to him than words of praise. The knight looked at him with sympathy. The hero mentally asked him to turn away and not feel sorry for him. The count laughed and said that it was all because of the aristocrat's face. The brown-haired man thought that the man was already getting on his nerves. Cremo put his hand on the young man's shoulder and said that he was responsible for installing the statue. The guests were surprised because they thought he was a simple servant. The ship was illuminated by lights, and the waves were roaring overboard. A shadow appeared under the water, and the head of a monster appeared on the surface. He saw the statue of a mermaid and realized that this was their sworn enemy. The Titan went under the water and swam towards the ships. The monster decided that the mermaid was all alone and he needed to be killed. The guests celebrated carefree, and at this time the monster was approaching them. The waves crashed against the ship. The nobles were having fun and drinking, and Xavier sat with a glass and thoughtfully looked into the distance. He brought the drink to his lips, but suddenly felt a vibration and frowned. The knight looked overboard at the sea surface. The protagonist approached him and asked why he was sitting there like a statue. He corrected himself that he did not mean a beautiful statue. The swordsman, without turning around, said that there was something there. The young man looked at his interlocutor carefully and asked again. Xavier said that it was something incredibly fast. The aristocrat asked how big it was. The interlocutor answered that it was about twice as big as this ship, slightly bigger than a full-size hippo. Lloyd frowned and, clenching his teeth, cursed. A monster was approaching them. The young man made his way through the crowd to the count. The man smiled and asked how he was enjoying the party. The brown-haired man came closer and whispered that it seemed like a mega-titan was approaching, and that they needed to warn the others and evacuate the people. The feudal lord looked at his warrior named Ginnivan and asked if he felt any unusual movements in the water. The man looked carefully at the water surface and, bowing, replied that he felt nothing. Cremo turned to the hero and said that Ginnivan had excellent intuition and even suffered from sword master syndrome, so he could be trusted. The young man sweated and thought that Xavier was more sensitive, and he was the main character here. The man smiled and asked not to worry, because no mega-titan had ever swum so far, there was no reason to attack. Lloyd frowned and replied that there seemed to be. They looked at the statue. The count sweated and looked at the young man. He nodded decisively. By this time, Xavier had already approached them. Ginnivan looked at the gentleman and said that he did not know what made the guys think so, but according to his feeling, there was no threat. Cremo put out his hand and loudly ordered to raise the anchor and take the ship as far away from the statue as possible. The monster was quickly approaching. The sailors hurried to carry out the order. The knight frowned and noted that it was too late. Lloyd turned around and ordered him to cut the anchor. The swordsman nodded and, pushing off, jumped into the water. The hero threw Peapodong up. The hamster ate a seed on the fly and grabbed the statue with his big one. Xavier swam up to the anchor and swung. Using explosive power, the guy cut the steel rings. At that moment, Peapodong gnawed through the rope and the ship staggered. The knight cut the second anchor, then another. The guy turned around and saw the monster. The swordsman frowned and clenched his teeth, realizing that the enemy was very fast. The ships hurried to sail away from the statue. Giga emerged from the water and screams were heard. The ship tilted and the protagonist was thrown up. Peapodong shuddered and the monster fell on the statue. Using explosive technology, Xavier jumped out of the water and caught the master. The statue itself flew towards the city and fell to the ground. The townspeople barely managed to dodge it, and the debris continued to fall on the city. One of them hit a building. People were splashing in the water and screaming. Lloyd frowned and cursed that they couldn't save everyone. He frowned and called Hippo. The young man sent the animal and ordered it to use the one-strike skill. The people began to be sucked into the creature by a funnel. The Mega Titan reached the city and began to destroy it. Xavier turned around in alarm and shouted that they had to stop it. At that moment, the young man was floating away on an overturned table. The knight frowned and exclaimed that the monster was on the other side. Lloyd sweated and shouted for the swordsman to jump quickly. He added that the guy was completely out of his mind if he wanted to fight this monster. Xavier's face distorted with horror and anger. The count commanded the panicking sailors and ordered to quickly rescue people from the cold water, and Hippo at that moment unloaded the rescued onto the deck. The nobles screamed and called for help, while the monster was already walking through the streets of the city. The inhabitants ran away in horror. The hero looked at the knight and ordered him to return immediately. The interlocutor frowned and asked if the lord would really leave the people in trouble. The young man frowned and replied that they had come to earn money, not to fight monsters and maintain peace. He added that this city had its own army and cannons. They would cope even without their help. Xavier stared at the aristocrat in shock and thought that in moments of crisis Lloyd showed resourcefulness and motivated not to give up. He was a man who did not give in to difficulties. The brown-haired man squeezed the oar and said that they themselves were up to their necks and worked to waste time helping the residents of other cities. Now was not the time to play the hero. The knight looked at the master coldly and realized that, in the end, this is who he is. Notice, Xavier's closeness to you has decreased by 5 points. Empathy towards you +1. Relationships with active characters have worsened slightly, but this will not affect RP. RP amount 1901. The knight drew his sword and declared that he would deal with this. The hero flinched and shouted for the swordsman to stay still, otherwise he would die. The interlocutor jumped up and stepped on the sword, using explosive force. He rushed towards the city as if on a surfboard, moving further and further away from the master. The soldiers ordered all combat power to be used. The cannons fired at the monster. Shells rained down on the Titan, but we were not scratched. The soldiers looked at the enemy in fear. Giga growled, intending to kill the people. The monster fired something, destroying the tower. His eyes were burning with the desire to destroy everything. He noticed the fallen part of the statue and rushed towards it. The villagers ran away in fear. One man tripped and fell. The monster's claw was approaching him. Xavier swung and brought down an explosive force on the Titan. His blade touched the enemy, allowing the man to survive. The knight looked forward in shock, not believing that the attack did not work. The guy flew into the building, and the monster roared with renewed vigor. The swordsman took a fighting stance and frowned. The claw was approaching him, but the warrior managed to jump away in time. Giga fired again. His attack was approaching Xavier. He held his sword in front of him, realizing that he could not hold back the enemy. The wave swept him away, and the guy hit the wall. The knight fell to the ground and hurried to get up, leaning on his sword. A monster loomed over him. The blonde pressed his lips together and thought that the monster had taken the bait. That was it. The boy knew that he would never be able to resist such a monster. He could die here, but he would hold on until all the inhabitants were saved. The swordsman looked resolutely at the monster and squeezed the handle of his weapon. The protagonist was floating away on a raft. He was breathing heavily and muttering that he was not the only protagonist in this novel, and it did not matter how many RP he had if they all went to construction. The young man frowned and said that he was also a human, and it hurt him to see how cities were destroyed and people suffered, but he was running away because he could not do anything. Lloyd stopped and fell silent. He looked down sadly and thought about what would happen if he allowed the city to be destroyed and ran away. The boy froze. Finally, he gritted his teeth and, frowning, shouted to Belle that they were coming back. The snake used volcanic eruptions, and the brown-haired man sat on top of it. The young man's face distorted with rage, and he promised that he would make this lobster bastard dance for him yet. Xavier swung with a cry. The monster also went on the attack. The swordsman dodged and gritted his teeth, using an explosive technique. The knight decided that the eyes were a weak spot for any living creature. He jumped up and struck with his blade, but it did not work. The enemy waved his mustache and was about to hit the blonde. The guy froze, looking at the approaching attack. Hippo, one hit. The animal flew up and crashed into the monster. The monster fell, crashing into a building, and the hamster shrank and landed on the protagonist's head. Lloyd armed himself with a shovel and hissed that the enemy should not touch his money. The hero stood on one of the roofs and watched the monster crawling on the ground. Xavier raised his blade above his head, gritting his teeth, and thought that this was the right time to strike. The claw was supposed to cut the swordsman and was heading towards him, but he managed to hit it with the blade and push away. Realizing that he had not dealt any damage, the blonde was at a loss and did not understand why it did not work. Jumping back to the ground, the key figure of the novel pulled the blade behind his back while the monster was running towards him, and thought that it was difficult to find an area for an effective attack and the chances of winning were not so obvious. However, Xavier grabbed the blade tighter and his anxiety somehow disappeared, leaving him perplexed. Looking at his master, who was standing with a menacing look, he thought that the very fact of Lloyd's return increased the chances of winning. 2.5 hours ago, the hero was riding Peepodong at a tremendous speed. They were jumping from one roof to another, trying to get closer to the Titan. The nobleman pressed himself closer to the beast and asked him not to come too close, thereby not allowing them to be discovered. Watching Giga, the protagonist thought that they urgently needed to find his weakness. Xavier again tried to deliver a crushing blow with his blade with a cry. He tried to deliver it to the other limb, but it also had no effect. The hero clenched his teeth and squeezed the phantom's fur, thought that the swordsman's blows did not work at all and wondered what a monster with such strength was made of. But then the thought began to echo in his head. Lloyd immediately became inspired and knitted his eyebrows, thinking that it was still possible to do this. The guy immediately used the measurement skill and directed it to the side. The Titan's shell lit up from the use of the ability on it. A diagram of the creature with data analysis appeared in the hero's head. The sly one immediately smiled and, thinking over another plan, thought that no matter how living a creature Giga was, it could be measured. The protagonist examined the diagram and realized that his chitin contained ivory a meter thick. Having brought the image closer, he realized that the triple cellular structure overlapped at the molecular level. Having examined it even closer, the nobleman realized that it was intertwined very tightly and formed a kind of bulletproof suit. At this time, Xavier, with fury in his eyes, raised his blade to strike and screamed at the top of his voice. He plunged it into the enemy's shell, thereby creating a large explosion. Lloyd, who was watching the diagram at this time, saw abrupt changes in it and was very surprised. Having turned his gaze to the head, the nobleman noticed an accumulation of energy in one area. At this moment, Giga stuck his horn up and emitted a wave from the tip of the horn. The hero, who was watching this, pressed himself closer to the phantom and thought that he needed to empty the horn to collect all the energy and then release it, and for this he first needed to get rid of this appendage. In the simulation mode, an organ was shown going to it, and the protagonist thought that this place with a water pocket would need to be hit. Then, on the projection, the monster's body was torn to shreds with one lunge. In Lloyd's head, the thought arose that they would be able to cope with it. But then Xavier, who was standing below, looked at his master with alarm and asked what he should do. Then he began to show the horns with gestures with a serious look, and then he waved 2 fingers under the horn. And then the swordsman was extremely perplexed and asked him if Lloyd had gone crazy. And then the already aggressive nobleman began to wave his hands and fingers at high speed and shouted at him to cut off his horn. The claw flew at the blonde and it seemed that it was about to touch him. There was a blow that scattered dust to the sides. But from there, Xavier flew up with pirouettes, holding his sword in his hands and thereby dodging the claw. The young genius, trying to dodge the attacks, thought that an attempt to cut off the horn could be fatal, but his master, the skilled swordsman, having dodged another blow, flew past the scales. And while the limb tried to strike the swordsman, he tried to slow down and thought that Lloyd was responsible for his words. The blonde took off at great speed, and while his eyes were burning with anger, he screamed his cry at the top of his lungs. The hero tried to stop him with a shout and warn him, and say that it would not be easy at all, but the power of the mana rings is not only in the blow. Xavier, already near the horn, asked what he should do. Raising the blade above his head, he continued, saying that although he was weak, he was fast and at high speed. The swordsman delivered a chopping blow from top to bottom, while putting in mana, and asked if it would be easy. The rings of mana began to dance and intersect over and over again, thus forming a pattern and accelerating faster. The blonde man, gritting his teeth, held the sword to the horn and put in his mana with all his might. Lloyd, seeing this, smiled, clenching his fist, thinking about what they had done, because these were real electric saws made of mana, and after all, it was just a theory. And then he saw Xavier fighting, screaming at the top of his lungs, and thought about how he had never doubted him. Waves of energy diverged from Giga's head in different directions under his screams. The claw again flew at great speed towards the blonde man while he was trying to saw through the horn. But Peepodong stretched his paws forward and was about to jump at the hero's command. The beast hit the Titan's claw with his back, knocking it off and giving him the opportunity to finish what he had started. The swordsman clenched his teeth even harder and sawed with even greater zeal. The appendage was finally separated from the body with the help of a magic saw. The monster began to roar while water flowed out of it. The horn filled with liquid spun at high speed and flew to the ground, splashing water. And after a few moments, the fragment stuck into the ground not far from the hero, who stood pompously on the roof. He screamed with all his might for Xavier that he needed to hit the center from the direction of the tail diagonally to the head. The blonde began to rush at great speed under the Titan's body. He stopped abruptly, holding the ground, after hearing that if they hit in this direction. Lloyd frowned and screamed at the top of his lungs that they could buy some time if they did so. The swordsman raised his blade back a little and was preparing to pierce the shell with a thrust. But then a huge monster began to fall dead right on him. Xavier was stunned by this and froze in place. Giga fell with all his weight on the city. Only the rapier of the hero swordsman flew out from under him. The protagonist was extremely horrified by what he saw, and realizing what was happening, he loudly called out to his subordinate. But then we go back a little. The skilled swordsman stood in his stance for a thrust before falling. He clenched his teeth and was about to hit the enemy, ordering him to die. Mana filled his entire body, even his hair, and the guy heard a similar order in his head. But as it turned out, Peepodong was already rushing to his aid. The hamster grabbed the warrior by the collar as he ran, which surprised him greatly. The beast managed to save him right before he fell, and then he slowed down after running a little. Lloyd was glad of his rescue and anxiously clenched his fists and praised his pet. At this time, the familiar tried to stop the swordsman by waving his paws, but he politely apologized and said that he did not understand him. Xavier picked up the rapier from the floor and said that perhaps he was now scolding him for his recklessness. And then he turned to the monster and, standing in a stance, suggested that he stand until victory. Seeing his master in the distance, the Blade Master said that he believed in the protagonist's plan. And he at that moment frowned and thought that Plan D was thought out in a hurry after a successful measurement. But it was very difficult to carry out due to the incredible speed of the Mega Titan. Looking at the colossal size of the enemy, the hero thought that they should carry out this plan, because this is the only way to finish him off. The protagonist opened his eyes wide and frowned and decided to combine plans, and he immediately turned to Peepodong, who was standing below. The beast jumped to the owner. Lloyd climbed on it and said that they were going to the place he told him about. Passing by the swordsman, the nobleman shouted to him, mentioning that Giga recognized him as a threat and was moving to the east, and offered to lure him into the forest, to which the subordinate immediately agreed. The protagonist was driving at full speed and was worried that they had gained only a little time, although it should be enough. He clenched his teeth and exhaled heavily, thinking that all hope was on the count. And again we are transported 15 minutes back. Krima watched the monster swimming to the city from the ship and froze. There was horror on his face and he wondered how this was possible and did not understand why the statue did not help. Jinavan carefully approached him from behind and, regretfully looking away, asked him to forgive him because if he had felt it earlier. But the Count, propping up his head, said that he was not to blame for anything, and it was he who was too careless. And then the bearded man remembered the fragments of the statue and wondered how he could believe that some statue would save them from the monster. And then Lloyd swam up to the ship on a snake and said that everything was wrong and the Titan was chasing the statue, and everyone was happy that he was alive. The hero said with a serious look that he was sure that this monster had come to deal with the statue and was going to use his obsession against him. And while Cremo was listening to him attentively, the guy said that while he and Xavier would buy them some time, they would have to. We return to the present again. The Titan without a horn is chasing the swordsman, trying to smear him. He tries to hit him again and again by hitting the ground with his claws. The Blade Master stopped on the ground after another somersault and tried to catch his breath. Getting to his feet, the blonde saw this huge creature in front of him and could not catch his breath. The guy was sweating and thinking that he could not do it anymore and his limit was already close. But then he clenched his teeth and pulled himself together. Xavier suddenly took off, and while running he thought that now his main task was the city, namely to protect the safety of the inhabitants. The Titan demolished everything in its path and ran with its mouth open. The blonde was on its last legs, his mind was already clouded and he could not breathe. The danger was right behind him. And then, when death was almost overtaking him, Lloyd appeared and shouted that he needed to be louder and ordered to go to the statue. The swordsman immediately came to his senses and calmed down. The cart was rushing at great speed, dispersing the dust. Giga saw it and became furious. In front of him was that very hated statue. The hero was smiling from ear to ear astride a cart. The blonde was surprised to realize what he saw in front of him. Peapodong was pulling a cart with a statue with dangling limbs, and the protagonist was shouting insults and calling for an attack. Then the monster reached the extreme level of rage and froze for a moment. The Titan let out a wild scream that was heard throughout the area. Lloyd put a wild smile on his face and thought that he liked this reaction. And then he remembered how they fastened the statue and thought that they even surpassed themselves and that it was still the right decision to trust the Count. The guy immediately called Xavier with an anxious look and said what he would do when he opened the door, and he attacked. The swordsman, frowning as he ran, asked him to tell him the whole plan to the end next time. Having run past each other, the protagonist said with anxiety that this should not happen again. The hamster turned sharply with a whistle and began to run away from the monster. The beast ran away from the Titan with horror on his face, and Lloyd cursed while driving. At this time, Xavier tore off the ground and flew forward, head first, and rushed towards the target. He raised his rapier again to attack under the monster's belly. The blonde man gritted his teeth with all his might and was full of determination. The next attack was a sword strike. Fire energy surrounded the blade, which rushed forward. The swordsman was able to strike at the intersection of the shell and use the explosion. Giga was blown up by the explosion and lifted up. The hero, seeing this, was very surprised and turned around. The Titan stood motionless in the forest and smoked, and the blonde man himself was falling backwards at that moment and watched the consequences of the attack. All he managed to do was simply pierce the shell, but did not damage anything. Seeing this, he thought that he was only able to damage the skin, but a huge amount of force was used. But then the young man, falling down, changed his mind and thought that this was just an excuse, and wondered if he was so weak that he could not cope with the protection of people. Suddenly, a loud voice of his lord was heard, who praised him for successfully completing the task. The blonde opened his eyes wide and was very surprised. The protagonist was riding a hamster quickly towards him and said that the Titan's shell. Lloyd's eyes were full of determination and courage, and raising his shovel, the hero said that he was taking on this task. Xavier fell down and thought that he had gathered all his energy for this last blow and now his creation was clouded, he could rest in peace. Lloyd frowned and shouted to leave it to him. Xavier closed his eyes and thought why the Lord said so. Hippo flew forward. The blue-haired man plopped down on him. The hero frowned and told his companion to rest, the city needed to be defended. He thought that although he was running and screaming, he himself was not sure that he would succeed. The guy thought about how he could take the monster away from the city and finish it off. There was no certainty that it would not return back. The Cremal Sea had already become a habitat for megatitans. The monster was destroying the village. Lloyd thought that it had intelligence and could cause even more harm, wanting revenge. Peapodong ran forward and thought that he was at his maximum and could no longer do more. The hero shouted that the moment had come. The beast slowed down. Lloyd prepared to attack. Peapodong threw him up to the monster. The brunette swung and thought that everything he could do now seemed obvious. What could he do? He thought that earlier, when he decided to save the city and make his contribution, following the plans, he joined the attack. Lloyd frowned and thought that he should blow it up. He had no other choice. He thought that he needed triple rings to blow it up, but now he only had double rings. Lloyd frowned and started calling the app, the skill window, the clumsy bot. The system window appeared. The hero thought that he needed to level up. The system window said that 190 PR was needed. Lloyd thought that this was a rip-off, but now it didn't matter, he would figure it out later. He pressed the level up button. The guy saw that now 220 points were needed to level up. He thought that it would be difficult for him. Lloyd leveled up one level after another and thought that he would get a discount. Suddenly his pupils narrowed. The system window said that 370 PR was needed to level up. Sweat began to run down his face. His PR balance was 311. Lloyd gritted his teeth and thought that there was nothing he could do about it. It seemed that he had no plans to get into a fight. He had made a reasonable decision. The hero held the shovel and thought what he was even doing, hanging here in the air. Xavier opened his eyes. The brunette held the shovel in his teeth and thought whether he should just use mana and hit, and if there was even a small wound, bite. The blue-haired man closed his eyes. A system window appeared that his sympathy level had increased and was now +5. The hero frowned. A system window appeared that his PR balance was now 391. Lloyd gritted his teeth and thought that the triple rings should appear now. The system window said that the level was obtained. Double rings shone in the sky. Suddenly, another star lit up. A system window appeared that the triple rings technique was learned. Lloyd thrust the shovel into the monster and thought that one ring protected the heart. The monster's paw was rushing towards the ground. Then it sank into the ground. The hero swung and screamed. A stone was flying towards him. It hit him right in the head. Lloyd's eyes widened and thought what it was. He let go of his hand. The guy looked ahead in shock and thought that he couldn't fall. He needed to unhook another ring. One ring appeared in the sky. Then a second one appeared next to it. A third ring appeared next to it. The hero thought that there would be a collision now. Lloyd began to fall. He looked at the sky. There was a powerful explosion. The hero aimed the shovel at the monster's wound. He came closer. There was an explosion. The monster roared. Then it fell to the ground. People looked at the column of smoke. The dust near the dragon's body cleared. The moon was shining. The animals looked at the guy. Xavier opened his eyes. He got up and said that everyone was safe. The blue-haired man looked away. He looked at the dead monster and said that he could answer for his words, but how did he do it? Peepodong took his little finger. He asked what was wrong with him. Did he really want him to follow him? All the animals ran forward. Lloyd was lying on the ground. Xavier's eyes widened. The hero was staring into space. The guy ran to him and called him. He put his ear to his chest. The blue-haired man frowned. He looked at the master and said that his heart stopped. The bird flapped its wings. It flew over the settlement. The pigeon flew past the building. Arcus looked away when there was a knock. The carrier pigeon saluted him. The brunette took the letter and said that it was from Count Cremo. What was the matter? Suddenly his face darkened. He threw the saddle on the horse. The man pulled on the reins and screamed. Arcus galloped forward and thought about Lloyd. His eyebrows rose, thinking of how many times he had scolded him for putting himself in danger. The letter was addressed to the Baron, informing him that his eldest son had completed the construction in Cremo with incredible success. Marbella had caught up with her husband and was shouting at him to wait for her. How could he just leave without a plan? Arcus looked at her and said that even without stopping, the road was long, which was why only he and Bayern were riding. She replied that he was saying such things. Had he forgotten? She frowned and said that she was much better in the saddle than he was. The letter went on to say that almost immediately after the construction was completed, the city of Cremo came under attack. 3 horsemen were racing forward. The letter said that at this critical moment, Lloyd and his companion Xavier, having gathered all their courage, sacrificed themselves to save the inhabitants of the city. The 3 horsemen were making their way through a snowstorm. The letter said that Lloyd had ended up in a coma. Arcus squinted and thought that Lloyd was the most hated troublemaker, but now his son had become the most hardworking and trustworthy person. The letter continued that they thought it would be important for Arcus to know about this as soon as possible, so he was writing this letter. He would wait to meet the parents of this extraordinary man. The man frowned and thought about his son. The guy smiled and said that he was asking the Baron's permission. He frowned and told the Baron not to worry, he would do well. Lloyd bowed and said that he paid his respects to the Baron. Arcus looked ahead and thought, could this really be his son? The monster stepped on the snow. The riders looked at it in shock. There was a monster in front of them. The horse reared up in fear. The man got off. Bayern frowned and said that they could not escape. This was the shortest way. It would buy them some time, and they must find another way to Cremo. Arcus said that he must run. He replied that these creatures were faster than words. As soon as he turned around, they would cut off his head. The monster ran at him. The man turned around and shouted at them to run faster. The monster swung its paw. Bayern parried the blow. Arcus turned around and asked for his forgiveness. He said that they would meet in Cremo. The monster began to attack. Bayern gripped his sword tighter and parried the attack. Part of his sword flew off. He looked ahead in shock. The monster bit his shoulder. The man took out a dagger and plunged it into the monster's head. It knocked Bayern to the ground. He clenched his teeth. The monster bit his shoulder harder. The man screamed in pain. Arcus swung his sword. It pierced the monster. Marbella also ran forward with her sword. She pierced the monster with it. It stood up and screamed. The monster fell to the ground. It was shaking in pain. People looked at it. Arcus approached Bayern and asked if he could stand. He replied that he was ashamed of himself as a knight. The man frowned and said that he was also his feudal lord, which meant that he had to be responsible for his people. He turned around when Marbella called him. He asked if she was hurt. His pupils narrowed in shock. In front of them was a whole pack of monsters. Bayern stood up. He pulled the sword out of the monster and raised it against the pack. The monsters ran at him. The man ran towards them. Marbella clung to her husband. Suddenly Xavier appeared. He landed on the ground. The monsters looked at him. The guy chopped off one head. He continued chopping off one head after another. The blue-haired boy sheathed his sword. He raised his head and said that he went to meet them just in case. The boy held the sword and asked if they were okay. Bayern looked at him in shock and thought that he knew that Xavier had made progress with magic and developed mana, but he was not that strong even before leaving for Cremo. What made him so strong? Xavier looked down. The blue-haired boy approached the hero's parents. Marbella raised her eyebrows and asked if Lloyd was okay. He lowered his head. He looked at his parents and said that he did not know if he was alive or not. Dust was coming from the monster. Xavier looked at the hero in shock. He darkened and thought that he refused to believe it if he was gone now. Lloyd looked into space. The boy took his hand. He closed his eyes and thought that he would lose their estate, his newly acquired home. Xavier leaned over his master. He looked at his hand in shock. The blue-haired man put his hand on the hero's neck and thought that his pulse was beating, but his heart had stopped. He noticed that, albeit weakly, he was breathing. The guy opened his eyes and thought how this was possible. He frowned. He saw triple rings and thought that they were spinning at an incredible speed. Xavier put his hand on the hero's chest and thought that it was difficult for him to know about the state of his heart. He could not check because of the magnetic field. This incredible movement of mana was in his heart, and it was mana that kept him alive. He thought that he had created a triple explosion, and now he understood how the Mega Titan met his end. The blue-haired man looked at the brunette and thought who he was. After some time, the builders were repairing the house. The men were carrying stones. Arcus and Marbella were looking around. Xavier said that Mr. Lloyd was in the Count's house. The doctor was looking after him there, but so far without any special changes. The man raised his eyebrows and said that it all looked scary, just Lloyd and him against the monster that did all this. The guy, without turning around, said that it was all thanks to Lloyd. He walked forward and said that only the master's power helped kill the monster. The parents looked at him worriedly and thought, is it possible that their son has such power? The man behind Arcus asked if they were going to the Count too. The other replied that since he can't help here, wouldn't it be better to go there? Arcus looked at them when one of them said that if it weren't for Lloyd, he would have frozen to death by now. It's hard to imagine how many people he saved while getting to the Mega Titan. Lloyd helped the man get out of the water. The man walked forward and said that he couldn't even move, thought he was going to die and had already given up and was waiting for death. The hero held a shovel and told Belle to absorb the debris so as not to hurt anyone. The woman put her hand to her mouth and said that she thought the fire had started from some fragments of the statue. If it had remained like that, the city would have turned into a sea of fire. Hippo was putting out the fire. The citizen said, did everyone see how he appeared out of nowhere and swallowed a huge amount of water and put out the fire? Xavier and company walked forward. People around were saying that it was hard to imagine how many people were now in debt to Lloyd. Many people were standing outside the Count's house. People bowed their heads and thought that they hoped that the savior of fathers, wives, mothers, all of them, would open their eyes. Lloyd was lying in bed. The citizens turned around when someone shouted, were they all crazy? The guy frowned and said that if that guy hadn't put up that statue, none of this would have happened. He raised a finger and said that if he thought about it, it was all his fault. People were looking at him. The crowd began to discuss and quickly suppressed the man. The hero's heart was beating. A system window appeared that his sacrifice and courage made a great impression on the residents of the city. For such an achievement, he was entitled to a bonus. Lloyd squinted. He opened his eyes. The guy stood up and said that he had a headache. He opened his eye and said that he remembered how recklessly he used the triple explosion. Was he even alive now? A system window appeared that if he were dead, he would not be able to see dreams. Lloyd looked at the system window and asked how this was possible. Wasn't his heart part of the settings? He was told that he would gradually learn everything. A system window appeared that he should pay attention to more important things. Someone entered his room. Xavier looked at him in shock. The brunette looked at him and said that he was just in time. He frowned and asked when they were promised to pay for the work. The blue-haired man looked at him and said that he saw that he was already better. He smiled. Lloyd raised an eyebrow when his name was called. His parents ran to him. They hugged him. The man cried and said he was fine, what a wretch he was, and his mother said it was a relief. Did he know how worried they were? Arcus thought it didn't matter if it was really their Lloyd. He was just grateful he was alive. The boy smiled. After a while, Royal Road Magenta. The man said, "It says here that the Mega Titan is dead and no longer a danger." Those are the last words in Count Cremo's message. He bowed to the king. He said that it was very interesting that such an unusual young man had appeared on his lands. The man bowed when the king said to send a message to the Frontera estate inviting him in that night. Queen Alicia looked ahead and said that she would decide whether what was described was true or not after a personal meeting. Notification: word of your courage and sacrifice is spreading throughout the country. The hero crossed his arms and stared at the system window. For increasing your reputation in society, you are entitled to bonus RP. You receive plus 15 points. The guy clenched his fists and smiled happily. New skill: Mana Heart, accumulating a high concentration of mana in the heart. The young man touched his chest and thought that it was no wonder that he had so much energy, although he had been in a coma for a month. The fact that mana appeared in his heart meant one thing. The brown-haired man frowned and realized that working with a shovel would be much easier. The system asked if that was all he cared about. The boy was surprised that she disdainfully treated hardworking workers. A message appeared in front of him with an apology. The system reported that his mana heart appeared not due to training, but because of the shockwave from the explosion. Based on this, his mana heart has unique abilities. The hero's eyes widened in surprise. Exclusive skill option: impact compensation. Even if it is impossible to defend, the option allows you to minimize the impact of the explosion. Lloyd narrowed his eyes and thought that this meant that he could use triple strike whenever he wanted. The young man clenched his fist and was glad that the mining would go faster. The system asked him to say something cooler. The nobleman asked what could be cooler than work, or was she now also belittling mining? An apology followed immediately. The reason why the mana heart needs protection from the effects of the explosion is that mana is like an ammunition depot. Just bring a match to it and everything will blow up. Since the consequences of the blow are catastrophic, if you do not protect your heart, then get ready to say goodbye to life. But at that moment, the hero did not have a mana heart. Thanks to this, he is still alive. The shockwave settled in his heart. The brown-haired man touched his chest and noticed that, trying to save his life, the wave turned into a mana heart. The guy sighed and thought that while his mana heart was diligently developing, he did not notice it, believing that waving a shovel was much more useful. Sometimes it does not hurt to play the fool. Count Cremo climbed into the carriage and, apologizing for the wait, suggested that they leave immediately. The hero looked intently to the side and licked his lips. The carriage moved along the pavement. Lloyd propped his cheek on his fist, looking out the window, and asked how much money would be needed to restore the building and the road. The count bowed his head and replied that the costs could exceed the city's monthly budget. The young man put on a serious face and said that if the Mega Titan had not died, the amount could have exceeded the annual budget. The man winced and, frowning, asked what he meant by that. The hero crossed his legs and muttered that compared to the annual budget, the payment he received could not even be called pocket money. The guy added that the statue erected to fight the Mega Titan had brought about such a disaster. The interlocutor silently lowered his chin. Lloyd continued that one cannot blame someone for their choice, because this choice was made by nature itself. The count began to sweat. The aristocrat drawled that it was still good that there were people willing to sacrifice themselves. The young man smiled and remembered that he had overheard the servants saying that those who tried in the interests of the townspeople, regardless of status, were definitely entitled to monetary compensation. He was interested to know how strong the interests of the townspeople should be. Cremo froze and said 1.5 times. There was a pause in the carriage. The man frowned and asked if that was enough. The interlocutor replied that there had been a misunderstanding and he had not asked for more money. The guy looked out the window and said that he now knew that for a feudal lord, the lives of the townspeople were only worthy of an increase of 1.5 times the total amount. The count shuddered. The wheels clattered on the pavement. The man frowned and said that he was doubling. The brown-haired man did not tear himself away from contemplating the view outside the window. Sweat was pouring down the interlocutor's face. He looked nervously at the hero and exclaimed that he was tripling. Lloyd's sinister smile was visible in the reflection of the glass, which gave the count goosebumps. Cremo looked warily at the outstretched hand. The brown-haired man smiled softly and said that he was impressed by such a reasonable expenditure of funds. He would consider this compensation and put the money in the right direction. The man shook his hand and agreed. The feudal lord thought that this was a crazy, strange extortion of pure water. However, he did not hate the guy, did not even get irritated, looking at his satisfied smile. The townspeople turned around, noticing the count's carriage. People surrounded them, shouting the main character's name. The young man smiled awkwardly and thought that in Korea he was just a piece of trash. Cremo smiled and said that there were even magic balls installed on the podium that amplify the sound. All the residents really wanted to listen to the guy. The hero looked away and thought that he would have to say something motivating and heroic. A huge crowd looked at the young man standing on the stage and shouted his name. Lloyd sighed and took the ball, wondering how many people were there. Hundreds of eyes were fixed on him in anticipation. The guy took a deep breath and thought that if he could get money from everyone present, that would be great. To the surprised looks, the brown-haired man raised his finger and asked if the people had heard about the heating system. The dumbfounded spectators stared at him in silence. The young man looked around and, covering his face with his hand, muttered that they were not aware. The hero put his hands on the table and addressed the older generation, suffering from sore joints in the winter, and the parents, worried that their children would get sick. The townspeople listened in bewilderment as the aristocrat asked them how much time they had wasted trying to light a fire. Lloyd frowned and shouted that an hour or two, and if they were already over 50, then they had already wasted 15 years of their lives. The count looked sideways at the young man, who was yelling about the heating system, in shock. The brown-haired man frowned and showed on his hands how much the quality of life of all the townspeople would increase. The guy closed his eyes and added that if they wanted to get more information, then welcome to the Frontera estate. With that, he finished his advertisement and turned around. Cremo turned around and thought that there was a reason why he couldn't hate this young man. He was thorough in financial matters, persistent but reasonable. Besides, the young man did everything he had to. Instead of hating him, the count wanted to make him his subordinate. It would be too unreasonable to keep him in such a wilderness where he came from. The Frontera estate, which would be his sweet gold mine, and the chief knight here was Master Baron. Honest, sincere, hardworking. All good, but compared to his diligence, his knightly skills were average, maybe even worse. The hero thought that this was a problem. Lloyd looked at his interlocutor in surprise. Baron, with a cast on his left arm, laid out the sheets of paper in front of him and reported that all the preparations were complete. The list of land distribution was presented in this document. They decided to deal with the problem of the lack of labor on the farms, while the representatives of the Orc tribe would fully engage in the mines. The man closed his eyes and added that thanks to the neighboring estate, they managed to conclude a large contract for the installation of a heating system. With a 30% discount, the net profit rate would be 10%, but given the turnover of coal, the final net profit rate exceeded 50%. The warrior wanted to continue talking about waterproofing and restoration, but the young man asked him to slow down. The guy smiled tensely and asked if he had really been doing all this while he was gone. Baron looked questioningly at the young gentleman and replied that he had simply fulfilled his request to keep an eye on everything while he was gone. A young man entered the door and reported to the main knight that the last level of the heating system had been laid. An inspection was required. The swordsman turned around and said that he would be there in 30 minutes. The protagonist watched as Baron checked the work done. The man smiled and praised the workers for doing everything without a single mistake. The subordinates smiled sheepishly. The knight asked them to take into account that it was for moments like these that he had been yelling at them. They were now the most important members of their team. Lloyd stared at him in shock. He admired how literate the man was. This guy was born at the wrong time. If they were in Korea, he would have been the CEO of some conglomerate. The young man decided that he definitely needed to be rewarded. Notification: the Frontera estate's home floor heating system has been completed. The Frontera-style floor heating system will appear in the pages of the continent's history. A huge amount of RP will be awarded for incredible achievements in construction. Bonus RP plus 400. It turned out that such a large flow of orders for the heating system was the work of the Baron and Baroness. It turned out that these people had something to offer besides the estate. Since the moment of his birth, he had been lucky, and now, thanks to the new generation, many will either cry or laugh. The hero threw the shovel over his shoulder and watched the progress of construction together with the knight. Xavier raised his head and assumed that such a large storage facility would be needed to store coal. The young man agreed, because endless streams of coal awaited them. He smiled and thought that, thanks to the construction fee, he was able to pay off more than half of their debt. And he also had water checks from their neighbor waiting for him. Lloyd grinned crookedly and was glad that he was close to a carefree life. The swordsman glanced sideways at his grin. The guy did not express emotions, but he thought that this facial expression, which he saw from time to time, irritated him and awakened the desire to hit the master. The doom sounded. The interlocutors turned around, and the brown-haired man asked where the sound was coming from. Xavier replied that he had never heard it before, but the trumpet usually announced the arrival of an imperial envoy. A man on horseback, surrounded by knights and servants, was approaching them. The hero raised an eyebrow, not understanding where an imperial envoy could come from. A red carpet was laid out on the ground, and the guest elegantly jumped down from his horse onto it. He tossed the scroll with an elegant gesture and, catching it with one hand, unrolled it. The pages applauded him with admiration. The Baron's family knelt, and Lloyd mentally asked to get to the point. He clenched his teeth and realized that he was about to die from this strange feeling. The guest looked at the scroll and read that, since ancient times, great kings did something there for the sake of peace and comfort of the aristocracy and other citizens. The young man frowned and assumed that it was Cremo. In the background, the envoy muttered his speech. The man solemnly declared that, inspired by such thoughts, Her Majesty said, the two brave heroes who defeated the Mega Titan must personally appear before her and be rewarded for their achievements. Notification: the Baron's interest has increased by 9 points. You have been awarded 90 RP. Arcus held back tears and said that he was so proud of his son. The brown-haired man clenched his teeth and thought that he was grateful for the points, but this was a very bad sign. He had already been through this in the army. It was enough to simply do the job without problems, but you can't do better than necessary, and you only have to break this rule. The hero remembered how, having learned about his knowledge and skills, he was forced to build various houses, saunas, and barracks. If the young man got involved with the monarch, then you can forget about the quiet life of a nobleman in the province. The messenger opened his mouth wide and exclaimed that the orders were for Lloyd Frontera and his guard to leave for the King's Road immediately. The boy's eyes filled with tears, realizing that he should have stopped at the compaction of the seabed. That damn lobster had cursed him. He wondered what he was going to do now. If the monarch chose him, he would have to toil for him for the rest of his life. He could try to play dumb, but then they might chop off his head. The carriage drove through the forest, surrounded by guards. The hero's face sank, looking down with an empty gaze. Xavier looked at the gentleman and noted that he looked as if he had been sentenced to death. The young man agreed and looked questioningly at his interlocutor when the latter said that this was unexpected. The knight crossed his arms and said that if it were Mr. Lloyd, he would be in 7th heaven, thinking that he could get rich at the monarch's expense. The brown-haired man looked at the swordsman carefully and thought that he had information. The identity of Queen Magenta, her future, the situation on the royal road. If the hero uses all this information, then he has a chance. Xavier is right. If the situation turned out this way, then he should use it to his advantage. The guy smiled decisively and thought that this would be needed against the royal road. After a while, the main character and his guard bowed, greeting the queen. The ruler ordered them to raise their heads, and the brown-haired man looked at her carefully. A red-haired woman in a cloak stood above him. Lloyd smiled tensely and thought that at some point he was even scared. Her presence was no joke. The brown-haired man lowered his head and greeted the queen as a true mistress of the royal road. The interlocutor arched an eyebrow and said that she thought the second guy was an aristocrat. The hero froze, already accustomed to such a reaction. The woman smiled and said that she could feel the flow of unique mana inside Xavier. She added that the guy looked like he could challenge her. The blonde closed his eyes and politely replied that he was just a guard. The young man frowned and thought that the queen understood at one glance that the knight was special. As expected, one of the 2 best sword masters in the kingdom. Alicia looked down intently. You can't mess around with her. The woman said that she heard about his success from Count Cremo, so she praised him for his courage and sacrifice. She stood in front of the guests without a shadow of a smile. The queen said that she would not judge a person only by someone else's stories, and would believe it when she saw it herself. The hero frowned and thought that he didn't even doubt it. The redhead narrowed her eyes and said that she would personally evaluate his skills. The young man smiled and realized that this was a special opportunity to receive a royal order. Alicia asked what in the current situation and the time they live in most needs urgent reconstruction on the royal road Magenta. The hero lowered his head and noted that they decided to start with riddles. He grinned because he knew the plot of the entire novel. The queen looked at him and thought that the guy would immediately notice it if he was gifted. But if he was not able to see it, then she would not be able to accept him. They exchanged glances. In Magenta, the crumbling conservatism of this kingdom needs urgent reconstruction. The brown-haired man looked down and answered that the Magina River, which crosses the royal road, needs to build a new outpost. The woman arched an eyebrow in displeasure. The hero did not raise his head and thought that she must not like his answer because she expected something else. But, knowing her character, the woman will not stop there. A character with a powerful and absolute force, trying to be equal with everyone and acting according to conscience, the queen gives everyone a chance to share their opinion. Alicia narrowed her eyes and asked what the reason was. The young man frowned and said that someone might think that the main palace needed urgent reconstruction. The redhead frowned. The guy added that a long time ago, an evil dragon attacked the tower twice. In order to prevent a third attack, the roof of the main building was made flatter and wider. For fear that the roof could be completely destroyed, the main building of the kingdom became incredibly heavy. Lloyd leaned on his knee and said that this weight pressed on the columns and the foundation of the building, weakening them more and more each time. However, the moment to correct this deficiency would not come soon. He believed that this was not the most urgent task. The woman looked at him with displeasure but remained silent. She thought that this was a very impudent young man. Even knowing what answer was in her mind, he dared to give a different one. Alicia lifted her chin. The boy smiled and thought that he knew that the queen knew that he himself had given a different answer, although he knew what was on her mind. The redhead continued to look, realizing that the interlocutor knew that she knew that even if in her head she had meant something else, he still answered incorrectly. The smile widened on the hero's face. He knew that the queen knew that he knew that she knew that even if in her mind she already had an answer, he answered differently. The system begged this crazy idiot to stop. The queen chuckled, mentally asking if the boy had decided to play with her. The hero looked at her innocently and thought that he was only asking for food, a new order and payment. Lloyd said that the current bridge over the Magina River had already been repaired 12 times. It cannot withstand the spring flood and collapses from time to time. When the bridge falls again, the usual way of life of the people will be disrupted and the monarch will again need a lot of money. This particular structure needs reconstruction due to natural phenomena. The brown-haired man closed his eyes and said that if only the queen could instruct them to do this, they would build a bridge that would not be afraid of either floods or ice drifts. The guy was talking about a modern suspension bridge. The woman frowned, noticing that this arrogant and reckless man was judging her. The aristocrat swallowed, and the knight glanced at him nervously. The interlocutor pressed her lips and thought that the more they talked, the more she liked it. Alicia asked to continue talking about the bridge he wanted to build. The hero grinned and thanked her. The young man knew that she would like it. Flatterers are hated, but those who are confident in themselves and their beliefs are rewarded with generous faith. Lloyd began to babble, describing all the delights of his idea, and the queen stopped him, explaining that she was suddenly no longer interested in it. That's Queen Magenta for you. However, she will be betrayed by the one she loves the most. She will lose her arm and become a bloody monarch. But this story will happen only in 3 years. Now the woman is a good queen, ready to listen to even the poorest peasant. The redhead looked at the guest and asked what would happen if this bridge fell. The guy thought that in this case he would pack his things and go overseas, but he replied that she could chop off his head. The brown-haired man looked up and asked to maintain the status of his family while this bridge stood. The queen grinned and noticed that he still managed to make her laugh. She waved her hand and said that she would allow him to do as he wanted. The woman promised him a decent reward and the preservation of the status of his family. The hero crawled closer to her and handed over a scroll, explaining that he needed to sign a contract. Alicia frowned and was indignant. Did the guy really not believe her words? She was surprised that this guy had prepared a contract in advance. The hero bowed and explained that the document stated that if he was insincere in his words, he would suffer the most severe punishment. He asked to consider this as a necessary measure coming from a modest man who could not be trusted. The interlocutor looked at him in bewilderment, but obediently signed. Alicia thought that she had a feeling that she was being drawn into something, but she was not angry at all. The young man bent over, sticking out his butt, and thanked her. The woman asked why he stuck out his butt. The hero explained that he physically could not lower his head lower in front of her, so he tried to lower himself as much as possible. The redhead asked to lower his butt, not wanting to see her. Lloyd and the knight walked down the corridor, accompanied by the butler. The young man put his foot on his toe and twirled. The brown-haired man made a smug face and pointed at the scroll, showing with all his appearance that this guy tore everyone apart right in front of the queen and got the contract. Xavier frowned and thought that the lord's rude behavior almost deprived him of his head. He would not be able to block the sword of the sword master, so there is no need to cross the line. Imperial Knight Kale looked at the queen and noted that Lloyd was smart and did great calculations. The woman smiled, sitting on the throne, and agreed, adding that the young man was more assertive than she imagined. The man frowned and said that it seemed to him that the ruler was unhappy about something. The interlocutor answered in the affirmative and explained that the guest was trying to outsmart her from the very beginning. Alicia smirked and added that he did it so trivially that it was even cute. A couple of days later, the hero threw a bag over his back. The knight approached him and asked if he could really handle it alone. The brown-haired man turned around and asked why he needed security in a kingdom with an unrivaled security system. He made a face and said that being anywhere with Xavier was extremely uncomfortable. Even earlier, when inspecting the area, he could not concentrate because crowds of girls were running after the knight. The swordsman looked at the young man and asked him to convey his warmest wishes to Mr. Julian. The hero waved his hand and replied that he understood. Lloyd Frontera is Lloyd's younger brother, who is currently studying at the Royal Academy. Before going to the Royal Road, the Baron packed a bunch of warm clothes to give to him. The aristocrat walked down the street and wondered what was in the novel. At this time, the Baron's family was completely broke, and they were unable to pay for his education, as a result of which he was thrown out of the dormitory. And Julian died, having run into a robber while wandering the streets at night. The brown-haired man smiled and decided that this would definitely not happen now, and how cool he was that he saved someone else's life. He moved towards the academy to go meet his little brother, whose face he did not even know. The Royal Academy of the Kingdom of Magentano. The hero looked down, where a disgruntled green-eyed boy was staring at him. He asked what the boy had come for. The brown-haired man narrowed his eyes, thinking that his brother was the same age as Xavier, but he was just a child. From the angry look on Julian's face, one could tell that Lloyd was a real asshole. The guy decided that he would not suspect anything if he did not treat him kindly. He threw the bag to the boy and said that his mother had packed it for him. Julian frowned, not believing that he was not called a bastard idiot, and that his brother had come on behalf of his mother. Notice, because of your overly kind behavior, the boy doesn't trust you. The hero was indignant. What kindness was there in his behavior? Behaving like this, Lloyd, is very tiring. The brown-haired man turned around and said that he was leaving. The boy frowned and was surprised that he didn't even hit him. Notice, suspicions are strengthened by such humane behavior. The guy was amazed that he even called the child a punk, almost hit him. The hero stopped, remembering how the Baroness asked him to have dinner with his brother. He scratched his head irritably under the boy's intent gaze. The brown-haired man turned around and asked if there was any decent restaurant around. The interlocutor answered that there was, but so what? The guy said that he would buy him something to eat. He diligently added the word punk at the end of each sentence. Julian asked why. The guy sighed and explained that his mother asked him to. The boy frowned. Later in the restaurant, the brothers sat at the table, facing each other. Julian squinted at the menu and muttered that he would like something simple. The hero raised an eyebrow and asked to order something more expensive, while there was still the opportunity to dine in such a place. There was a pause while the child stared at his brother. The brown-haired man quickly corrected himself and called him a punk. The boy tensed up and was surprised that the guy forgot to call him a punk right away. The child sweated and said that he would have a dish from the chef. Julian did not understand why the interlocutor behaved normally and did not swear at everyone and did not kick him. The hero looked at the waiter and ordered 2 dishes from the chef. The man bowed and asked if the aristocrat would like something to drink. Lloyd replied that he quit drinking, so there was no need. The boy was amazed that a man who drank all day long had given up alcohol. A couple of days ago, a certain man came from Wangxiang. He told a story about the trading city of Cremo being attacked by a mega-titan. The boy couldn't believe that the man who got rid of the monster was Lloyd. The child simply didn't believe it, because his brother had neither intelligence nor abilities. Julian thought that it was either a rumor or the boy had taken the merits of his knight for himself. The hero calmly ate a steak. The child frowned and thought that this was strange and unusual, even if good. But in front of him was like a completely different person. Suddenly, a blonde man came up and hit the boy on the head. Lloyd looked up. The stranger looked at the child and asked why he was sitting there. Julian sweated and babbled that this was just how things turned out. The interlocutor hit the boy on the head and asked what he had been taught in law class. He continued to beat the child, asking if he could really break the law whenever he wanted. The protagonist put the cutlery on the table and glanced to the side. The offender said that the Baron's family did not eat in crowded places because it could cause unnecessary problems. The students at the next table laughed, and the bully insulted the boy. The cook and the waiter also pretended that nothing was happening. Lloyd crossed his arms and thought that even at the academy, the status of the family was more important than knowledge, and it was not right for the son of a poor estate in the wilderness to be so close to the leadership. The guy thought that if he helped his brother now, it would only complicate his life at the academy. Moreover, the boy himself was sending a signal for him to stay out of it, albeit with tears in his eyes. He noticed bruises on his arms. The blonde grinned and said that in his house there was a racanada recognized throughout the kingdom. The young man added that he had to at least achieve this in order to have the right to eat here. The brown-haired man looked up in surprise and remembered Viscount Racona. The hero leaned on his hands, making calculations. His face twisted into a grin. Calculations completed. The bully turned around when asked what his father did. Lloyd stood up and walked up to the bully. The student raised his eyebrows and boasted that his father was the wise and humble Viscount Racona, who had achieved everything on his own. He grimaced and demanded that the punk's relatives get lost. At that moment, he received a good slap. The young man was spitting from the blow, and the tooth left the chat. The bully did a pirouette in the air and flew into the wall. The hero looked at his hand and thought that the offensive skill Mana Slap worked without fail. The system noticed that he did not have such a skill. Another student stood up from the table and shouted, "How dare some stinking idiot treat their first-class student like that?" The next slap went to him. The hero did not skimp on his dentist's tricks, knocking out everyone's teeth. A second-year student nicknamed Ripping Fist approached him and advised him to prepare for death. His fate was the same. 2 twins with dyed hair approached and asked who dared to pick on their people. Someone exclaimed that the brothers called the double horns of the Black Dragon had arrived. The guy wouldn't dare lift a finger in front of their cool combinations. Lloyd crossed his arms and attacked with a double slap. He walked up to the boy who had just been extolling the virtues of the twins and gave him a lymphatic drainage massage to his face. The other 2 students, who had been laughing at first, cowered and hid their faces in the table. Trembling, they muttered that they hadn't said anything. The brown-haired man loomed over them and reminded them that they had left. One swing, and the Tooth Fairy got 2 new trophies. Racona's son, with his teeth knocked out, swung and struck him in the face. He bared his teeth and asked how he liked the mana blow delivered by such a brilliant fighter. Diego Recona, 21. The boy stared ahead, dumbfounded. Later, the young man regretted it. The hero licked the blood from his face and laughed ominously. That blow was clearly not worth delivering. Lloyd bared his teeth and, grabbing the student by the chest, hit him hard with his head. The blonde went limp in his arms. The aristocrat lifted the bully up, and he begged him to stop. The hero repeated the move right in the forehead. Julian looked at his brother with concern and thought that he had completely lost his mind. What an idiot the boy was, even for a second thinking that he was normal. The child turned to the place where the deputy director stood, but there was no one there anymore. Lloyd slammed Diego into the wall. He smirked and muttered that the boy must not understand what was happening and why he was being beaten. The brown-haired man pressed the victim tighter and mimicked his words about Viscount Recona. The student muttered that he had crossed the line by insulting his parents. The hero thoroughly wiped the wall with the boy's face and shouted that he had no special position to mock others. He knocked on the wall with Diego's face and asked why he had to teach such simple things to an ill-mannered cretin. All because the blonde doesn't have someone next to him who will beat the crap out of him every time. The aristocrat pointed to the bloody trace of his face on the wall and asked what it looked like. The next second, he hit the guy again, saying that this is the 66th gate of hell for such trash who wastes oxygen in vain. Julian grabbed his brother and asked him to stop right now, otherwise he will kill the student. The boy closed his eyes and wondered why he was covering for him at all, because it will be worse for him later. He looked up at his brother, who asked if the kid was really afraid that he would be bullied even more later. Lloyd smiled and asked him not to worry, because a corpse couldn't hurt him. Julian turned pale, not understanding why the guy looked like he was proud of himself. The hero punched the bully in the stomach and thought that in high school he saw enough bastards like that who did whatever they wanted. He rejected any form of mercy for him. The blonde coughed. After all, the fear of death was something special. The voice ordered to stop immediately. The guards surrounded them. The man frowned and exclaimed that this was a sacred academy, which was under the patronage of Her Majesty the Queen, and this was treason. The hero straightened up, holding Diego by the hair. Julian looked at him in fear, wondering if his brother was capable of attacking the dean too. The brown-haired man bowed and introduced himself. The boy frowned, not understanding why he was so calm, as if he was preparing for this. Lloyd smiled and bowed, apologizing for causing such a commotion. He looked slyly at the dean and said that he was only restoring the trampled honor of Her Highness. The man frowned and replied that this was nonsense, and who would dare to defame the honor of the queen. The guy replied that it was Raken's son who did it, and his younger brother suffered from bullying and insults. The hero looked at the deputy, who had seen everything, and asked if he really had nothing to say. The man began to sweat while the brown-haired man was telling him that he had no desire to stop him. They didn't need to understand why he hadn't stopped. It was because the staff of this academy was recruited on the recommendations of the nobility. That's why they didn't want to see anything except these very nobility. So the students felt free and dared to behave as they wanted. Those who grew up here and brought the academy to such madness. And it's not just the students, the teachers are good too. The men looked at him tensely. The hero thought that he would never have stayed away if he had learned that Julian was being bullied. He hadn't paid attention to them until now, since he was just the son of a poor baron, so there was little point in his helping. The boy narrowed his eyes and thought that by insulting his younger brother, they had insulted him. The dean frowned and asked what this had to do with Her Majesty. Lloyd put his hand in his pocket and said that by insulting his brother, they had insulted him. He took out and opened the object. The academics stared at it in shock. The brown-haired man smiled and said that it was a special royal pass for an important guest. Suddenly, even a glow engulfed him, and everyone knelt down, saluting the queen. The hero put his hands in his pockets and headed for the exit, since they understood what had just happened here. The dean narrowed his eyes and thought that this retarded idiot did not know that the status of a royal guest extended to only one person. They could punish Julian after he left. The man shuddered, looking at the boy. The hero grinned menacingly. The dean quickly lowered his head and thought that he was trying to say that he would finish him off if he pulled some trick. Lloyd looked at his brother and hurried him. They walked down the corridor together. The boy glanced sideways at the hero and asked where they were going. The brown-haired man replied that they needed to go to the administrative center so that the young man could take an academic leave. He turned around in surprise at his brother, who had stopped. Julian frowned and asked how far he was going to go to satisfy his ego. Now they would put even more pressure on him at the academy, and he wouldn't be allowed to study either. The other man smiled and replied that it would be hard for him to study in such an environment anyway, so he should cool down and start training. Lloyd grinned and said that there was a saying that the best way to build muscles was through physical labor. Night had fallen on the royal palace. The rooms of important guests. Xavier looked at the boy sitting opposite him and asked him to think about Mr. Lloyd's advice because it would lead to good results. The child objected that it was about his good-for-nothing brother. The knight looked at his interlocutor intently and asked if he didn't trust his words either. Julian stared at him in surprise. The swordsman told him that the hero had single-handedly dealt with a mega titan and even withstood a deadly blow. The aristocrat had built a road and a water supply system, and had also started mining coal in the mines and made friends with wild orcs. The young man listened in shock. The knight added that Lloyd had managed to pay off most of the baron's unbearable debt, and had achieved all this single-handedly. The warrior looked at the boy and asked him to trust him. Now it was his older brother who ran the estate. The hero froze in the hallway, reaching for the door handle. He rubbed his nose in embarrassment, hearing the knight's words. Julian sat down on the couch and replied that he really wanted to believe his words, but it was hard to accept that this alcoholic and asshole had changed so much. The interlocutor agreed that the gentleman was stupid and arrogant. The child said that his brother was real trash. The swordsman added that it was hard to believe that he was even human. Lloyd froze with an empty look. The student looked at the knight and asked if it was possible for someone to change so much. The blonde replied that it was impossible. Xavier frowned and said that he thought that this person was someone else, just looked like Mr. Lloyd. The hero frowned. There was a pause. The boy looked at the interlocutor in surprise and asked if someone was using his brother's body with black magic. The knight closed his eyes and replied that it could be so, if such a thing was even possible. The brown-haired man frowned as the swordsman explained that there was such a theory in the book, but in order to transfer a soul to another body, a very large amount of mana was required. He secretly decided to test it. Xavier said that Lloyd's soul was connected by a very strong flow of mana. The hero opened his mouth, surprised that the warrior actually did this. The student frowned and asked if the soul of another was there. The brown-haired man narrowed his eyes, waiting for an answer. The knight closed his eyes and said that the body and soul felt natural, as if one whole. The nobleman sighed in relief. The swordsman looked at the boy and noted that these were just stupid assumptions. The child objected that it was even more stupid to think that he had changed so much. The hero stared ahead and thought that there was no way in hell that Xavier could not sense his presence behind the door. He must have wanted the master to hear it. The boy shuddered when he heard his younger brother say that he knew about the family's debts. The boy looked away and muttered that he thought he was the only one trying hard. All this time, his brother had done so much to cover the debt. It was easier for a child. Julian smiled and said that he had to admit that his older brother had saved their estate. Notification: Julian's sympathy towards you has increased by 2 points. Bonus RP received 28. Sympathy towards you, minus 59. The hero grinned and thought that he could get points for his brother too. The system wrote that the ice in the little brother's heart had cracked. The boy replied that it was time to move on. He entered the room and told his brother that it was time to begin. Lloyd smiled and reminded him that he had promised training. The first step was to prepare the suspension cables of the bridge. The nobleman pounded the shovel to crush the soil and knead the pizza dough a meter thick. The second step: finish preparing the pizza by throwing in other types of soil and rocks as ingredients. The third step was to feed everything to Belle. The fourth step was to release the steel from the snake passage. The fifth step was to roll the steel into 120 bundles of wires using pipadong when the steel cooled. The rope was complete. The hero handed his brother a shovel and said that that was it. He pointed and said that this process was the starting point of the entire construction. If you screw up here, it would be the end. The boy added that in addition to the estate's debt, this would also decide his fate at the academy. The boy stared at his brother in shock, clutching the tool. Julian looked awkwardly at the brown-haired man and asked why he should be trusted with such an important task. The hero turned around and said that this was a very important task, so such a smart and responsible young man should complete it. He quickly added an insult at the end. The child looked at his brother in surprise and was surprised that he called him a son of a bitch again. Lloyd headed for the exit with a smile, and the knight followed. The brown-haired man was carrying rolled-up plans and was thinking that building a suspension bridge with the technology of this era was not an easy task. He was sure that he could not cope alone. The guy resolutely looked ahead and was going to borrow a power beyond technology. He looked at the building, from the pipes of which smoke was pouring. The royal dwarf craftsman Corgidus tore himself away from the bottle and refused. The hero smiled and noted that he had not said anything yet. The interlocutor took a sip and said that he did not want to listen to anything. The brown-haired man grinned and thought that everything was as described in the novel, an old and mean old man. If he was not interested, he would not even move, even by decree of the queen. However, the guy also had an ace up his sleeve. Lloyd unfolded the drawing and said that it was a plan for building a bridge over the Magenta River, and it was called the structure of the Rafter Truss. The gnome threatened with a bottle and exclaimed that he was not interested in human projects. Suddenly, he squinted and looked at the drawing. The hero rolled up the drawing paper and muttered that then it was worth leaving this topic. The aristocrat dramatically turned to the exit, saying that he would look for another workshop. Corgidus put the bottle on the table and stopped him. He said that if the overall structure was not strong enough, what would happen then? The man clarified whether the guy had designed it. The hero froze and replied that the structure would fall apart, the bridge would collapse, and all the people on it would die, and the guy would take responsibility for their deaths and be hanged on the guillotine. The dwarf frowned. Lloyd turned around with wild eyes and muttered that if only Corgidus would take up the matter. The interlocutor shuddered in amazement and began to sweat. He exclaimed, "What kind of threat was that?" The brown-haired man smiled and replied that it was more of an appeal to conscience. The dwarf asked if they were trying to intimidate him. The craftsman was breathing heavily. He extended his hand and asked to take a closer look. Corgidus looked at the plans while the guy stood opposite. Finally, the dwarf crossed his arms and said that in the entire kingdom he was the only one who could do this. If he trusted someone else with this, then expect great trouble. The aristocrat narrowed his eyes and said that that was why he was trying to put pressure on him, that is, to beg. The interlocutor muttered that this criminal idiot was trying to impress him. Corgidus looked at the guy and asked if he had any plans to attract his interest, since he was smart enough to design this. The hero, without changing his expression, replied that he had no choice but to rely on the kind-hearted master craftsman. The man asked him to stop making such a face. Lloyd made a perfect bow and thanked him, hearing that the dwarf agreed to participate in the project. Meanwhile, Julian continues to make cables with the support of mystical creatures. The bridge deck is being made in the royal workshop, and he and Xavier begin to build the main tower. The hero and the swordsman stuck tools into the ground and used explosive technology. Someone approached them and demanded that they immediately stop construction. The man with the guards raised his hand and shouted how dare they mislead the royal family and plunder the national wealth. Lloyd frowned and asked again with displeasure. Two men bowed before the queen, asking for leniency. One of them frowned and exclaimed that the bridge over the Magenta River had stood for 30 years. The guy was doing unnecessary things to get hold of the royal money. They asked to punish the swindler and return the money to the royal treasury. Alicia looked at them intently. The queen with the knight, the protagonist with Xavier, and two disgruntled nobles gathered at the negotiating table. The woman said that she wanted to hear the arguments of both sides. She leaned on her arm and suggested starting with the guild. Victor, the leader of the construction guild of the royal capital Magenta, frowned and said that the bridge built by the previous leader of the guild had stood for 30 years. The wedge-shaped support of the bridge distributes the powerful current of the river. He added that it was unthinkable to think that such a bridge would collapse. By saying this, the guy insults the guild and the queen. The hero looked at him indifferently and thought that, by the way, the bridge was already falling apart. The brown-haired man squinted and remembered that in the novel The Knight of Iron and Blood there is a chapter that tells about the confrontation between the government forces and the rebels. And at that time, a heavy rain begins to fall, which washes away the bridge, and it falls. However, the young man cannot talk about the future. The queen looked at him and asked him to express his point of view. The guy said that he would like to talk to the official sitting next to him, and not the guild leader. Lloyd grinned and asked how much he received. The man turned pale and asked again, and his partner shuddered. The official slammed his fist on the table and shouted how dare he throw false accusations right in front of the queen. The aristocrat smiled and thought that the interlocutor was literally shouting, "I got my money." In Korea, any fool knows what happens when politicians meet merchants. Either the politicians set up the merchants, or the merchants bribe the officials and get support. In this case, it's most likely the latter. They plan to take over the money by depriving them of the right to operate. The brown-haired man looked at the ruler. The woman frowned and said that she thought he was a smart guy, but he had just made a terrible mistake. The young man swallowed nervously. The men smiled contentedly, while Alicia was indignant that the guy dared to accuse a royal official without evidence. She frowned and ordered them to prepare for the trial. The hero was tied up, and the executioner was already standing over him. The queen looked down and said that he had insulted her and her subjects with his lies. The woman added that she wanted to restore their trampled honor. Xavier looked at the master in shock, and the animal sat on his shoulders in fear. The knight placed his hand on the hilt of his sword. Alicia lifted her chin and asked if the boy had anything to say. The hero lowered his head and said that a sinful man destroys his parents. Xavier frowned. The two men bowed to the queen and said that everyone gets what they deserve. The knight clutched his sword. The redhead said that from now on she would prove her subjects' innocence. The official and the guild leader sweated and asked again. Several mages surrounded the man, and Lloyd grinned ominously. The queen held out her hand and ordered the confession spell to be performed. The man looked around in fear and asked to wait. The mages held out their hands and summoned magic circles. The hero laughed with his signature grin. Crows flew in the sky. The birds perched on the poles to which the queen's former subjects were tied. Lloyd and Xavier looked at them. The brown-haired man said that their families were innocent, so he begged for such a punishment for them. The young man smiled and muttered what a kind person he was. The knight still had that devilish grin in his eyes. The hero was just a little annoyed because they had to stop construction because of those idiots. Alicia made a hand gesture and ordered all the inhabitants of the kingdom to devote themselves to building the suspension bridge. Long live the queen. Thanks to the high-level mages who used gravity magic, they managed to reduce the weight of the blocks, so the tower was erected in an instant. The hero ordered Bell, who was holding the rope, to prepare to launch. The boy put out his hand and shouted that it was time. The snake flew forward. The inhabitants watched this spectacle. Ki Padong was waiting for her on the other tower. The hamster caught Bell with the rope, which was immediately connected to the socket. The hero ordered to move to the second rope. Xavier watched from the crowd. Standing next to him, Julian muttered that his brother was so cool. The swordsman smiled and noted that the boy was also a good boy, since he tirelessly did hard work that he had never known about before. The knight recalled that as a child, Julian said that he wanted to learn the art of wielding a sword, but the weapon was so heavy that he almost hurt himself. The young man looked at his interlocutor in surprise. Xavier looked at the student's pumped-up arms and added that this would not be a problem for him now. Hippo lifted the platform out of the water, and the mages used the art of destruction to melt it. The hero swung his shovel and, having stuck it into the ground, shouted joyfully, "Notification: the construction of the suspension bridge in the royal capital of Magenta is complete. You have been awarded a large amount of bonus RP for your success in construction. Bonus points plus 1050, number of RP 3019. The hero did not spend them and now he was able to save up. The boy knelt before the queen. The woman announced that the bridge would be named after Lloyd Frontera and his brave knight. It would be called Royhabi. The government also granted the boy the title of chief craftsman. Corgidus, standing in the crowd with a bottle, was surprised that such a kid had been given such a title since he had made the bridge's covering. However, the dwarf admitted that only Lloyd could have designed such a miracle. Now that they had received such a large fee for the construction, the estate's debt issue was resolved. The hero closed his eyes and thought that there was still one big obstacle left. He squinted and exchanged glances with the queen. Alicia thought that there were many more places where she could use such a talent. The boy guessed that the queen was thinking about how else to use him. But his dream was to be rich and unemployed. But he needed to act according to the plan. The woman looked at him and said that there was one more task that needed to be discussed at the palace. The hero thought there was something that would help get rid of the king's control and solve Julian's problems at the academy. Lloyd smiled and replied that he would do as he was told. He would kill two birds with one stone. Later, in the throne room of the palace, the queen stood over the hero and his knight. She announced that she would grant Lloyd Frontera lands and a title that would match his skills. The disgruntled officials flinched. The woman glanced at them and thought that the son of a baron from a village who had punished high officials like them did not need lands and a title. It would be difficult to please him. The brown-haired man bowed and thanked the ruler for her kindness. He said that he was only an insignificant person and he was sorry for dreaming of becoming someone more. The nobles glanced at him with displeasure. The red-haired woman looked at the young man intently and asked him to tell her. The boy closed his eyes and noted that it was indeed reasonable to believe that such a small man only wanted lands or titles. Alicia looked at him with interest and said that she would listen and judge him. She wondered if the boy wanted a government position in the kingdom or an increase in the construction fee. Whatever it was, the woman wanted to keep him near her. The boy bowed his head and said that he dreamed of the Royal Academy being cleaned out. The queen frowned and asked for more details. The hero reported that absurd, unreasonable, and terrible things were happening in the College of the Royal Academy Magenta. Students were divided by influence rather than by knowledge, which affected the physical and psychological health of the lower-level students. The teachers of the academy preferred not to notice this, just as they ignored the fact that the money was going into someone else's pockets. The brown-haired man closed his eyes and said that it was time to remind the students that their revelry in power, their erection of a class wall for the supposed aspirations of peace, was too different from the main goals of the educational institution. The ruler looked at her subject carefully. The officials looked at the young man in shock. Some were surprised, while others were obviously nervous and sweating. The hero asked Xavier to get evidence. The knight presented the queen with a scroll. Lloyd said that he and the guard had been investigating for the past 4 months. Academy graduates, a handyman, and even a conscientious professor who was fed up with such a system and eventually quit. They all told him everything in detail. The frightened officials turned to the queen and exclaimed that this was all a lie of a low person. Alicia looked at them menacingly and declared that all those who dared to speak now would be subject to a confession spell. The magicians surrounded the men and activated the check. After a while, these officials also began to decorate the pillars on the street. The academy was being cleaned up under the personal supervision of the queen. The woman commanded the guards, ordering them not to miss anyone and not to make any exceptions for those who were familiar with them or somehow connected. She frowned and shouted that, depending on the nature of the crime, they could fire, take away lands, and even execute. Screams and pleas for mercy were heard. The protagonist and his knight watched what was happening from the hill. The young man's face was distorted by a satisfied grin or a devilish grin, something in between. The swordsman looked at him and noted that the gentleman was glad that the academy had been cleaned up. Lloyd grinned and explained that the queen had completely forgotten about his existence. All he had to do was slip away unnoticed and live in chocolate. The knight asked him not to make such a face, even if he was in a good mood. Kale appeared behind the guy and said that there was a message from Her Highness. The knight relayed the queen's request to attend the banquet tomorrow night. The hero turned around and hesitantly agreed. The man looked at him and relayed the queen's words. It was a great idea to use the academy as a ploy to get out from under her nose. She respected his desire to play. Lloyd turned pale and thought that he was in the queen's palm. The knight turned and left. The hero watched him go and muttered that he was scared. He looked at Xavier and asked if he couldn't see the man approaching. The knight shook his head and replied that Lord Kale was the best swordsman in the kingdom. It would be very easy for him to hide his tracks from a knight of Xavier's caliber. The important guests' rooms. Julian looked at his brother in surprise and asked if he knew this would happen, which is why he allowed himself to beat Diego so badly. The hero leaned back on the back of the sofa and muttered that it wasn't that bad. He closed his eyes and said that a simple builder who received a royal order did an excellent job. They were going to reward him, so the boy wanted to deal with the academy. He had faith, justice was on his side. He knew that everything would work out. The boy looked down thoughtfully, then looked up when the interlocutor called him a punk. The student turned to his brother. The brown-haired man looked at him questioningly and asked what the punks wanted. Julian smiled and asked him not to use the word punk anymore because he was his older brother, who he could rely on, and of whom he was more proud than anyone else. The hero's eyes widened in surprise. Notification: Lloyd Frontera thinks of you as a hero who appeared in a time of crisis. He opened his heart to you, respects and acknowledges you. Kinship with Julian has increased by 65 points. You have earned 910 RP as a bonus. RP amount 3929. There was a pause. Lloyd grimaced and said that he was going to throw up from these words. The boy turned away and muttered that he really regretted saying that. Music was playing in the hall, and the elegant guests were chatting noisily. The queen took a glass and asked Lloyd to come to her. The hero, trying to hide behind his collar, was sweating. The woman looked at him and noted that this made him even more conspicuous because he looked like a mole cricket. The guy smiled tensely and muttered that everything was wrong. Xavier bowed and admired the ruler's farsightedness. They agreed with the queen that in front of them was a real mole cricket. The brown-haired man glanced sideways at the knight, indignant that he was so pleased. Alicia narrowed her eyes and asked if the aristocrat had not heard when she asked him to come closer. The hero quickly came up and apologized. There was a pause. The woman asked him to come closer and the guy took a step, then another and another. The redhead approached the sweaty young man and asked him to come even closer. Their faces almost touched. Lloyd muttered that he dared not come any closer to her ladyship. The woman leaned forward and quietly told him in his ear that the guy should come to her as soon as he changed his mind. She could give him everything. Alicia passed by and added that this banquet was in his honor. The hero clenched his fist and thought that it was in the bag. Of course, it was best to live doing nothing. But what if a natural disaster happened or there were problems with the estate? The brown-haired man raised his hands and smiled, deciding that he would work and earn a living. Then he would have a luxurious pension. He pounced on the food and thought that he could not wait to get started. He was paid for the work, and now he could just have fun. The knight looked at his master with a sigh. Lloyd froze and remembered that in 3 years the story of the blackening of the queen would happen. By that time he would have both a pension and an estate. Two men passed behind the hero and said the phrase, "The banquet will last until the moon begins to wane." The young man realized that he knew this phrase. This is the moment when the queen was poisoned and she lost her arm. A secret code that her killers shared. This phrase was supposed to sound in 3 years, and not now. Lloyd turned around and wondered why it was said by Mr. Kale. The queen leaned back on the sofa. She put her hand on her forehead and wondered if she had drunk too much. It seemed to her that everything was as usual. Alicia stood up and thought that the last few days had been oversaturated with events, the academy, eliminating the consequences of the flood. She frowned and thought that there were more encroachments from the enemy country of Isfahan. She remembered Samark, an ally in Chad, and thought that he was gathering an army in the western part of Isfahan, according to spies too many for simple exercises. The queen wondered if this could be an invasion. If they were planning an invasion, they would be massing their troops at the northern borders. Attacking through the endless wasteland would be akin to suicide. The woman closed her eyes and wondered what the hell they were planning. She grabbed her head. Alicia frowned and thought it was strange. Wouldn't the mana have absorbed so much alcohol in her blood already? The queen grabbed her heart and thought she couldn't control her heartbeat. Her breathing was labored. She thought she could neutralize this rotation of mana. Her heart was beating hard. Alicia folded in half. She opened her eyes and thought it was poison. How was that possible? She carefully checked all the food. The woman stood up. She held her heart and screamed that she needed to go outside, to the street where there was no one. Her gaze swam. She was for help. Suddenly the doors opened. Alicia looked forward in shock. Lord Kale stood in front of her. The queen extended her hand and said that she was glad that he was there at the most difficult moment and asked to give her her hand. The man looked at her and said that he was really glad that he was here on time. He took out the sword and said that he would help her fall asleep forever. Alicia opened her eyes in shock. Lloyd went ahead and said that they needed to go, they were in trouble. The guys walked down the corridor. The brunette frowned and asked if he would ask what happened. Xavier replied that he also felt a strange mana energy and asked what he should do. The hero frowned and said that he had to defeat the sword master. The blue-haired man went ahead and asked, "Is this really such a joke? It is very inopportune." He replied that he needed him to stall for time. The knight ran forward. He grabbed the candelabra. They ran forward. Xavier said that he could hold out for 3 minutes. The hero replied that that was enough. The boys turned the corner. They saw the dead men. Kale swung his sword. Alicia blocked his blow. The man looked at her and said that even in such a state she blocked the blow 3 times. It was great. The woman asked why he was doing that. He hit her in the stomach. The man swung his sword. His eyes widened. Xavier hit him on the shoulder. Kale turned around. He attacked the guy. The man frowned and thought, how could he block his blow with a candlestick? Who does he think he is? The knight's eyes flashed. He summoned a blow with a higher vibration. Kale looked at him in shock. Xavier pushed him away. The man thought, what was that? This is a very unusual way of mana. The youth swung the candlestick. He struck one blow after another. Lloyd ran to the queen and asked if she was okay. Alicia looked at him in shock and asked how he knew. The guy covered her mouth and said that they would talk later. He put his hand on her stomach and thought that he would use the Azrahan method now. The hero began to absorb mana. Xavier struck the man. Kale's sword caught fire. The knight gritted his teeth and thought that this was the aura sword. Only a master could create such a sword. Once he finished the end of everything, he threw a candelabra at him. Kale parried his blow. The blue-haired man jumped for the weapon. He caught the candelabra in the air and swung to strike. The man frowned and thought that he had to admit that this young man was a genius in mana management and his skills. He struck him in the stomach and thought that, however, he lacked practical experience. Kale swung the sword. Xavier managed to jump back. The guy was falling. Lloyd gritted his teeth. He narrowed his eyes and thought that he was counting on him. If he lost, then they were all finished. Kale smiled. Xavier was falling and thought that the blow was a blank, but he still managed to wound. The man braced himself and thought that this was his best chance to attack. The guy rushed to meet him. Kale swung his sword and thought, is he really coming? Has he completely lost his fear? Xavier dodged his blow. He called Pipadong. The hamster grabbed the sword and threw it towards him. The man naturally bit his teeth. The knight pulled the sword out of its sheath. Kale ran to attack. Xavier pursed his lips. He rushed forward with a tearing blow. The man gritted his teeth. He flew back. Kale broke through the doors. He frowned and thought, is he really using a sword like a cannon? This is some kind of nonsense. A stream of fire flew towards him. The man dodged. Xavier swung his sword at him. The guy attacked him again with an explosion. Explosions occurred throughout the corridor. Kale thought what a monster he was. Lloyd gritted his teeth. He was healing the queen. She looked up at him and wondered how that was even possible. She thought he was absorbing her mana, not just hers, he was absorbing her poisoned mana. Lloyd continued to heal her and told her not to talk to him or he wouldn't be able to concentrate. Alicia frowned and asked how he dared yell at her. He replied that it couldn't be, maybe she had hearing problems because of the poison. She replied that she didn't think so. He apologized and told her to be lenient with him. The guy coughed up blood. The woman pursed her lips and wondered what he was doing. The brunette gritted his teeth. She thought, was he really willing to save her even if it killed him? Kale crashed into the door. A stream of fire flew towards him. In general, an explosion occurred in the hall. The man landed on one knee. Xavier was following him. He frowned and thought that he would never get out of here. Kale frowned and thought that he would only waste time trying to get rid of him. He smiled and thought that he was a fool. The man extended his hand to the side and asked for the guard's attention. He said that this man along with his henchmen dared to attack Her Majesty. They should raise their arms to protect the queen. The guards pointed their weapons at Xavier. They ran to attack him. The knight prepared to fight back. He gritted his teeth. The guards scattered one after another. The blue-haired man held the sword and looked at them. He swung the sword. Kale frowned and thought that he had thrown back 3 elite warriors with just one blow. In all of history, he had never heard of a man with such skills. If he reached the level of a sword master, he would be able to wield a power that would be able to easily destroy a small country. Xavier looked ahead with anger. Kale thought that this would never happen. He took out his sword, ordered the guards to disperse and said that he would use it against him. The knight gritted his teeth and thought that it was an aura sword. The man was advancing on him. He swung his sword. The guy looked at him in shock. He moved his foot to the side. The glow of the ball blinded him. Xavier was thrown back several corridors. He was being knocked off his feet by the purple glow. Kale followed him. The knight was lying unconscious on the ground. The man was approaching him. Xavier gritted his teeth and thought that the absorption of the poison was complete. He stood up. The queen called him. The guy spewed out black liquid from himself. Alicia frowned and said that if he sat quietly like that, he would die. She looked at him and told him to concentrate all his mana in one hand. The guy gritted his teeth and thought that she was right. She needed to cut off her arm. That's exactly what she did to herself in the novel. There would be no damage from losing one arm. The only thing is that it would be awkward to swing a shovel. He grabbed the knife and extended it forward. Lloyd screamed a tearing blow. A glow appeared around the knife. It erupted a stream of energy. It broke through the roof of the building. Kale looked to the side. He frowned and thought, what was that? It looked like a powerful release of mana. What did this Lloyd do? The man turned his gaze to Xavier. He stood up unsteadily. The blonde frowned and thought how he managed to get up after a direct collision with his aura sword. Xavier looked at him and thought that he made an oath. The sword in his hands reflected. The guy extended it forward and thought that he would keep it. The moon was shining. Lloyd looked at his knight. He said that he was scared from the very beginning to the end. The hero raised his eyebrows and asked what kind of nonsense he was talking. The boy looked down and said that as a knight guarding the young master, he forgot about his duties and rushed towards the Mega Titan and was also disappointed that the young master did not support him. He said that he wanted to trust the young master. After all, it was always like that. The blue-haired man lowered his gaze and said that with weak willpower and lack of strength. He looked at the fire and said that with neglecting his duties, he was completely unsuitable for the role of a knight. Lloyd smiled and said that everything he just said was completely wrong. He looked at him and said that despite this, he still had to take a 6-month pay cut. Xavier looked at him. The guys sat silently by the fire. The blue-haired one looked up and said 3 months. The hero asked if he really thought he would give in. He answered no. The brunette asked why ask then. The knight looked at the fire and said that he swears as the young master's companion to never neglect his duties again. The hero looked at him and asked if he really thinks he will believe him while he is just a stick in the fire. He answered that he shouldn't believe him, but he still keeps his oath. Xavier, without looking up, said that he already knows that the master has reached the level of 3 rings. He needs to catch up with him quickly if he wants to continue to be his knight, so he must become a sword master by the end of the year. Lloyd smiled and asked what kind of tone it was, as if he was saying that he was going to lose 5 kilograms by the end of the year. He replied that it was just thinking out loud. The guys sat in silence. The hero picked up a stick and told them to listen to him. He began to draw in the sand and said that each person has a limit to how much they can expand the heart of fashion. Theoretically, he will not be able to grow further even if he trains for 100 years, since it is generally possible to become a sword master. In his opinion, the boundless ocean of mana is not so easy to polish. Xavier erased his drawing. He looked at it and said that this time he will do without the help of the master. He thought that he will not rely on him anymore. Kale flew forward with his sword at the ready. Xavier ran towards him and thought that this time he will become a sword master using only his own strength. The man pierced him with a sword. Purple energy emanated from the sword. Kale frowned and said that he never ceased to amaze him. Any other body would have been shattered into pieces after meeting his aura sword. He held the sword and asked if he had strengthened his body by combining all his mana. If that were possible, he would have admired his little tricks. The man's expression darkened and said that he should die now. Xavier's body was engulfed in flames. The boy screamed. Kale looked at his hand in shock. The knight grabbed his opponent's hand. The man looked at him and said that he was crazy. What was he doing? The blue-haired man gritted his teeth and thought that the mana emitted by his aura sword was tearing him into pieces. He thought that he should let it pass through the sword. The boy held the man's hand and thought that he would pass the mana to his hand. Kale gritted his teeth. The knight thought that he would pass the mana then to his heart. The mana fire was burning. Kale lifted the guy on the sword and screamed, and threw him away. Xavier was printed into the wall. He fell. The guy was lying on the floor unconscious. The man looked at him. He came closer and thought that he could not feel his breath and the flow of mana. Kale turned away and thought that he had wasted too much time, and now it was time to go for the queen's head. Xavier said that now he understands. He stood up. The blonde turned around. The knight said that now he understands what kind of mana the master of the sword is. He raised the sword. Kale widened his eyes and thought, is this really an aura sword? He had never seen anything like it. The guy swung the sword. In his hands was a huge sword. He shot his mana. Kale gritted his teeth. He swung the sword. Xavier's mana was stronger than his. Kale dodged the blow. He frowned. His hand was cut off. It fell far from him. The man fell to the floor and screamed. The guards ran to him. They looked up. Xavier looked at them and said that who would like to meet the sword master. The woman called Lloyd. She held his hand and asked him to open his eyes. She asked if he had the ability to absorb mana, then he could absorb her mana. Alicia frowned and thought that they can't afford to lose a talented person. He must wake up. Lloyd opened his eyes. A system window appeared that he survived the deadly poison. A new skill option for the Heart of Mana was opened. A system window appeared that he is now resistant to all poisons. When the skill is activated in a state of fatigue, mana begins to be absorbed from the surrounding environment. Lloyd smiled and thought that these are really useful skills. The queen frowned. She punched the guy with her fist. He looked at her in shock. Alicia frowned. The brunette looked at her and asked why she did that. She replied that she didn't know. It was all in his face. The guy asked what was wrong with his face. Alicia looked at him and asked if he was feeling better, if he could get up on his own. The hero was lying on the floor. He said that his legs were shaking a little. He thought that he needed to hurry up and help Xavier. He thought that now that he had the skill of absorbing mana from the environment, when he was tired, he had no other choice but to test it. Lloyd began to absorb mana. 3 rings were spinning around his heart. His heart was increasingly filled with mana. He prepared for a quick, powerful fight. Alicia pulled away and screamed what was happening. Mana was entering the boy's body. The energy of objects and walls was being absorbed. Shadows began to advance. Mana was being absorbed throughout the room. The queen raised her hand and thought, what a huge absorption capacity he has. At this rate, all her mana will be depleted. She screamed at him to become. Lloyd lay with his eyes closed. The woman thought, can't he hear her? She pursed her lips and thought that he saved her life. The queen knelt down and thought that he could take her mana until his heart was full, and with this power he would help his knight. Lloyd continued to absorb mana. The woman closed her eyes. The guy raised his chin. Mana from all over the room was flowing to him. He opened his eyes wide. The queen lowered her head. A system window appeared. That yes, as the mana heart increased to the level of a minor sword specialist, he now has a new option available. For 60 seconds his berserker mode will be available, which allows you to move towards a given target. In the state mode, strength, endurance and reflexes increase by 200%. The skill is available only once a day. Lloyd's eyes widened in surprise. He stood up and thought that his body felt so weightless, as if he had been properly recharged. The boy frowned and remembered Xavier. He thought that he must be fighting the sword master one-on-one now. The hero turned and addressed the queen, suddenly screamed in surprise. He looked around and thought, what happened to her? Was she really that affected by the skill? The boy recoiled when the woman said that she would like to know more later. She frowned and said that the main thing now was to stop Kale. Would he be able to carry her? Lloyd threw his jacket over her and said that he was at her service. He thought that the queen was something special. It didn't matter what people would say after that. The boy stood up and said that they were ready. He ran down the corridor with all his might and thought that Xavier had to hold on. His master was rushing to his aid. The queen opened her eyes and thought that Xavier was truly a genius at mana manipulation. However, it was not enough to defeat the sword master Kale alone. She closed her eyes and thought that she should now save up some mana. What she was currently able to produce was only a third of her strength. Lloyd turned the corner. He saw Xavier standing in front of the army. The brunette opened his eyes and called out to him. He thought, is that really an aura sword in his hands? Kale was lying on the floor. The hero thought he had succeeded. Alicia stepped forward and told them to lay down their weapons immediately. The guards looked at her. The woman said that the only one who tried to kill the queen was Kale, and these 2 young men dared to take a risk and save her life. Lloyd scratched his head and thought that it was because she was a solvent customer. The queen pointed to the young men and told them to show them their respect and be polite to their heroes. The guards stood at attention. Alicia walked past the rows of soldiers and said that everyone who is present at the banquet today will be questioned. These are just precautions, so she asks for cooperation. The brunette looked at the knight and asked, is he really a sword master now? He answered positively. The heroes asked why he was talking about it so casually. He answered, what else did he expect from him? Xavier turned away and said that from now on, more dangerous trials can await him, and this is the only way to fulfill his mission as a protector. Lloyd looked at him in shock and thought that he was insanely glad that he was okay. He smiled and said that he could say whatever he wanted. He thought that he was just glad that everything was okay. A system window appeared, that today he was able to become part of another grand event. The incredible power of his achievements allowed him to unlock hidden skills. Lloyd looked at the system window in shock and thought what kind of thing they would give him today. A system window appeared, that the reward system was being activated. The brunette looked at the notification. It said that titles were created for his achievements. Each title gives him a bonus skill. Also, every month at midnight on the full moon they give him a certain amount of title points. He thought, what kind of nonsense is this? There should be a defender of Cremo or a hero of Magentano. Why couldn't they come up with something cool? Lloyd looked at the notification, which said that the title name was invented in accordance with his image. He wondered if it was possible to change them. The hero scratched his cheek and thought that it was good that, as he says, he gets titles, he can develop a skill. A system window appeared, that the title was well done, the lobster Cremo, he gets a gift effect. The guy frowned and thought, could this be some kind of bug? Do all titles have their own effect? He thought, what are these CP points for? The system will not tell him even if he asks. A system window appeared, that he was going to tell him, but now he won't. The hero asked to tell. He is very sorry. The system window said that he should ask for more. Lloyd was kneeling. Xavier thought that he was acting strange again. A system window appeared that when he uses the collected CP points, he gains absolute powers against the laws of nature. The hero opened his eyes. After a while, Lloyd stretched. He looked at the guy and said that he was very tired. He couldn't even sleep because of these interrogations. He asked him if he found out who was in league with Kale. The hero looked down and said that no, they say they use confession spells on everyone who uttered the secret phrase. Why is it taking so long? Most likely everything is not going so smoothly. Because of all this, leaving the capital is not possible. He is stuck here for a long time. Lloyd looked away and thought that he wants to quickly resolve this issue and go home. But this attempted murder in the novel was not described in such detail. Perhaps it should have been in the second season. He thought that the event itself happened 3 years earlier than in the novel. Given this, the future may change even more. The guy pursed his lips and thought that if this continues, they will have problems. His trump of knowledge of the future will be useless. He thought that he had just received the necessary skills. A system window appeared that when he uses the collected CP points, he will gain absolute power against the laws of nature. The skill ending spoiler is available. The hero thought that he can really use this skill. The guy looked at Lloyd and asked what about Xavier, is he still under investigation? That Her Majesty called him for an audience because he became a sword master. The red-haired man looked at the hero. He was silent for a while. Then he exploded and asked again. Lloyd asked what is surprising here. He said that Xavier defeated Kale. Obviously, it was possible because he became a sword master. The brunette raised his eyebrows when the guy said that he thought he did it thanks to the help of the soldiers. He asked if there was any sense in his words. Even 100 soldiers would not be enough to defeat the sword master. The red-haired man smiled and told him to wait. Lloyd looked at him carefully. Alicia sat on the throne and said that thanks to this story, Xavier proved his amazing sword skills and also demonstrated a change in the shape of the aura ball, which he had never seen before. The queen looked at him and said that as far as he knew, instead of the commander of the guards, she was currently free, so she ordered him to stay by her side as the commander of the guards from now on. The guy looked down. The red-haired man looked at the hero and asked, is the knight leaving them? The blue-haired man remained silent. The queen looked at him when he apologized for his rudeness. Lloyd looked away. He grimaced and asked, does he really know Xavier that little? The boy bowed and said that this unworthy one is only a knight of Baron Arcus Frontera. He asks to understand that he cannot leave him. The queen looked at him carefully. She sat on the throne and asked if he understood what she was asking him for. The woman raised her eyebrows and said that disobeying the royal order was akin to treason. Xavier was kneeling when she asked if he knew how this could end for him. He looked down and said that his fate was in her hands. He only asked to allow him to write one farewell letter to the Baron. Alicia leaned on her hand and said that this was his way of telling her that he would rather die. How noble. The blue-haired one asked for forgiveness for the insult he had caused. The queen frowned. The knight looked down. Alicia told him to go. She respected his will. The boy bowed and thanked her. He stood up from his knees. The knight walked down the corridor. He looked forward when he was called. The boy was looking at him. He stood in front of Xavier and asked what the queen said. Xavier smiled. He looked at the redhead and said that he was forever a knight of the Frontera house. The boy smiled. Alicia sat on the throne and thought about the Frontera estate. She smiled and thought that she was not very popular with the local lord. After a while, Lloyd looked at the system window. He raised his finger and thought it was time to look at the skills he received for other achievements. The guy scrolled through the list and said that the title My Whole Body Aches he received after a skirmish with Newman. He also received the title Residents of Frontera Are Blessed, and the title I Will Stretch Your Mug on an Orc allows you to use What Is This? The hero smiled and said that he also received the titles Magentano Fisherwoman. Absolute trust in the king Alicia and not a single suspicion of treason in case of a conspiracy. Lloyd smiled and thought that he would be safe no matter how those old men tried to frame him. Many aristocrats were punished because of him. Suddenly his face changed. He thought that the full moon was shining brightly. Now he would always receive bonuses when the moon was full. A system window appeared that the full moon was lighting up the night sky. Bonus CP points from the titles he received were awarded. Lloyd stood up and thought that the points had appeared. A system window appeared that using the points he could see fragments of the future that would unfold at the end of the chapter of this story. The required CP points were 20. The hero smiled and thought that no matter how much he thought about it, in the current situation he could only see a lousy future. Wouldn't it be sad if he gained weight by overeating candy? He pressed the yes button to use this skill. Suddenly, darkness formed around him. The guy smiled nervously and asked what it was. He was kind of scared. He started calling Mr. Message. Suddenly a wall of fire appeared nearby. Lloyd turned around and wondered where he was. There was a city around him. He thought he knew this city. The hero turned around and thought it was the Frontera estate. He thought why the houses and trees looked so strange. The guy frowned. He looked at the body. The brunette turned around and thought what it was. There were many bodies around him. He thought what kind of ending was this? Lloyd frowned and shouted if there was anyone here. He asked to answer him. The guy ran forward and turned to the message. He asked, is this all real? Is this all really happening? The hero looked forward in shock. Xavier was standing in front of him. The brunette opened his eyes in shock. He saw his parents. The man stood in front of him. He said that if only he had passed earlier. His future self was crying. He said that he was so sorry. He apologized for not being able to protect them. The hero gritted his teeth. He raised his head and screamed, "Why did it have to end like this?" The boy turned around. A black flock was flying towards the city. They were flying insects. The locusts were approaching. Lloyd frowned. The boy took a step forward. Xavier walked past the hero. He pulled out his sword from its sheath. The blue-haired man swung his sword. His mana cut through the cloud of insects. The boy ran forward. He struck again. The knight screamed. He struck a third time. The locusts scattered. Lloyd looked ahead and thought, did they really succeed? The locusts were approaching them. The swarm was flying towards the knight. He was surrounded. The hero woke up in reality. He was sitting on his knees in shock. His face dripping with sweat, he turned to the system and asked if this would really happen. A system window appeared, saying, even after seeing all this, he still doesn't believe it. Lloyd stood up from his knees. He ran forward. The guy ran down the hallway and thought that he clearly said that this would happen in the future. He remembered how his future self said if only he had come a little earlier. The hero ran forward and thought that he didn't know how, but they had to deal with this. The incident with the locust invasion was familiar to him. Alicia raised her head and asked, would the entire Cremona region really suffer? Lloyd knelt before her and said that it was true. They needed to mobilize the army to be ready for any situation. The queen replied that it was unexpected and he should tell her more about this disaster. The guy frowned and said that this was the work of the enemy Asfahan. Their main goal was to weaken the power of the Magenta Kingdom by creating the so-called domino monsters. He knelt before the queen and said that by subjugating the monsters of the eastern wasteland, they were depriving them of their natural habitat. Another group of monsters would be pushed westward, and with the other monsters that came, the creatures would push each other like dominoes, causing irreparable damage to the western territories. The hero frowned and thought that in the novel, this would happen in 3.5 years, and not even on their lands. It should happen further north. He does not know why the time and details have changed so much, but now is not the time to think about it. Alicia looked away and thought that Asfahan must have really made some encroachments in the western wastelands. It is definitely possible, however. The woman looked at Lloyd and turned to him. She raised her chin and said that this news about Asfahan raises doubts. How does he know this? The guy tensed up and thought that he urgently needed to come up with an answer. The queen said that if you think about it, he was hiding a lot from her. She frowned and said that even Asfahan's actions were less suspicious than his behavior. Lloyd licked his lips. He bowed and said that thanks to small connections, kinship with the tribe of steel sand orcs from the wasteland, they told him what was happening throughout the west. He knelt and said that before anyone else, he learned about Kale's attempt to kill her. He and the chief chamberlain exchanged strange phrases and kept a close eye on each other. At first he thought they were dating and purely for fun followed them and caught them red-handed. The guy closed his eyes and said that what allowed him to absorb mana and make the surrounding environment viscous. She also knows about his Knight Protector, a genius the world has never seen. Alicia looked at him suspiciously when he said that he had been with him since he was a baby and trying to protect himself learned various techniques from him. He was also a genius of sorts, that's why he succeeded in this so much. She thought that almost all of this made sense. The queen frowned and thought that she thought that he was making this story up as he went along. The guy thought that she seemed to sense some improvisation. The woman was silent. The guy waited tensely for her answer. A system window appeared that the reward effect was activated. The queen's absolute trust. Not a single suspicion of treason in the event of a conspiracy. Lloyd opened his eyes in shock. Alicia closed her eyes and agreed. She said to immediately allocate fighters, 500 white spearmen, and she gives him 50 magicians for support, transfers command into his hands, since he knows the enemy's movements. Lloyd smiled predatorily and thought that she was too generous. He thanked her for the favor. The queen leaned back in her chair and said, he knows better than anyone that this is no favor. Does he really think that she will ask for nothing for believing in unfounded conjectures? He replied that he knows that nothing is done so easily in this world. He smiled and said that if this helps to stop the attack of the monsters, then she should know that all the predictions of the solution are in the power of Her Majesty, and he will do everything possible to restore the authority of the royal family by solving this problem. Alicia smiled and said that he was driving suspiciously, but she liked the way he spoke. Lloyd and Xavier saddled their horses. They rode forward. The hero's face fluttered in the wind. His knight said that there must be an explanation for why he was doing this, but could he go slower? The guy galloped forward. He said something unintelligible. Xavier said that he understood everything and he could share it with him. The horses galloped at the speed of sound. Lloyd said something unintelligible, and Xavier translated it as that first they needed to get to the estate in 5 days. The brunette flew forward and thought that now his knight could defeat the entire army of the small country. See how a dozen people are cut down with one sword. The moral qualities of their enemy will be broken. This time their enemy is not even a person, so there will be nothing to break. They only know how to run towards the prey. The hero remembered the locusts and thought that they are not familiar with the fear of death, so one Xavier will not be enough. He thought that besides, when fire attacks are coming at you from all sides, 1 or 2 people of the power of fire cannot stop this. Lloyd looked at Peapodong. He should split up here. He asked him to show up on time. The beast jumped aside. The guy smiled and said they had a plan, so his money vein, the Frontera estate, should hold out. They jumped off the cliff. After a while, the guys galloped forward. The hero stopped his horse. He looked ahead tensely. A cloud of locusts was gathering over the mountains. Lloyd frowned and thought that there was only a little time left. The people looked up in surprise. A swarm of locusts was approaching them. The guy looked up and asked what was that. Lloyd galloped up and screamed, "Have they gone crazy? They need to get out of here right now." He held out his hand and said to give him the biggest pot. The locusts flew forward. They were approaching the building. The window exploded next to the woman. The monster appeared in front of her. She looked at it in shock and screamed, "What was it?" Emily closed her eyes and screamed. The woman picked up a chair and swatted a beetle with it. More locusts burst into the building. Marbella took the girl by the hand and shouted for her to run after her. She looked out the window. A large cloud of locusts was approaching the estate. The woman darkened and thought about what was going on. Arcus ran into the room and shouted to his wife if she was okay. He frowned and told her to wait. They opened the doors to the street. There, the locusts surrounded the house. They looked at the people. Baron ran forward. He ran and shouted for the soldiers to gather at the Baron's house immediately. The man frowned. He heard someone scream. The guy was being attacked by monsters. Baron looked at him and thought that the villagers were in danger, but they needed to protect the Baron. He remembered the Baron saying he hoped that this fate would pass them by. But if trouble came to their lands, first of all, he must take care of the inhabitants. He believed that the lords and his knights exist for the sake of the common people. The man gritted his teeth. He cut off the head of the locust. The knight killed another monster. He covered the boy and told him to hold on to him. There were many insects around them. The orc cut down several monsters with one blow. Harach, the renowned warrior, shouted to the orcs that even if today was their last day, they must keep their promises to their brother and family. The orcs protected the hero's parents. Bayern and Mihail destroyed the monsters. The orcs tore them apart with their bare hands. The knight covered the child with his body. The woman sat on the floor. The other citizens were also attacked by locusts. Harach was bitten by the monster. Another orc protected the woman. The people and orcs fought back as best they could. The monsters kept coming. The woman was holding a baby in her arms. She looked to the side. The locusts were biting the baby's hair. Suddenly the monster let go. All the insects were looking in one direction. A light appeared inside the swarm. All the monsters flew at him. The hero screamed that they were damn insects that eat grass. Xavier was slashing with his sword. Lloyd was holding a shield. He looked to the side and screamed if they heard that. They were probably already salivating over that delicious sound. The knight gritted his teeth. He hit the shield again. All the monsters were flying at them. The locust's eyes were glowing. They formed a single line. The insects were flying at the hero. Arcus and Marbella were watching this. The Baron looked ahead and said that he knew that voice. His wife confirmed that it was definitely their son's voice. Xavier and Lloyd were jumping forward. The brunette said that they were approaching in a very frightening way. The knight looked back and said that they were following them. Everything was as they planned. Lloyd frowned and said that was great. They should gather a little more and then lure them to the outskirts. The guys galloped forward. Xavier swung. His friend said to be stronger now. He was distorted by the force of the blow. The hero looked at him and shouted that this was too much. Why was he smiling like that? He replied that he needed to hit again. Lloyd thought that everything was happening as it was said in the novel. Insects react to such loud sounds. He closed his eyes and thought that this really works. The hero looked ahead and said that now they should gallop to the Rakan estate. Xavier frowned and thought, is he really going to help them even in such a critical situation? A system window appeared that Xavier's sympathy for him increased by 3 points. He was awarded 54 PR. Lloyd frowned and thought that he would not be satisfied with the only bill for water. Rakan estate. The Viscount ran away and shouted, what was that? He looked away. Lloyd and Xavier ran into his estate. The old man looked at the rescuers and recognized Lloyd. He looked at him darkly and told him not to even think that he would give him a deferment on payment. The Viscount was terribly scared. The hero took out a shield and shouted forward. The Viscount watched them go. The locusts left the Rakan estate. Xavier looked at the guy and said that it was such a tactic to herd them together, passing through the building. The hero laughed like a madman and said that it was not a tactic. He would still take it out on them. He would blow their minds. The blue-haired man looked at him in shock and thought he was crazy. Lloyd was leading a swarm and shouting how could they do that? Would they be able to keep up with him? He frowned and said that now they would meet another Lloyd. Xavier looked at him and asked him to save his strength. There would be no point in shouting. He asked if he really didn't understand anything at all. The hero turned out to be a crazy demon again and said that in order to save them, They needed to shout in order to blow their minds in the future. The blue-haired man looked at him in shock and thought he was crazy. The guys ran from the monsters. The brunette said that this was enough and now they should gallop to their Merez swamps. Lloyd looked ahead in shock. There was a cloud of monsters in front of them. He said that there were even more of them. The knight ran forward and told him to cover himself with his load and follow him. He took out his sword, and he cut the locusts one by one. Lloyd took cover from the corpses. Xavier cut a path for them. The locusts flew into the sky. The boys galloped forward. Lloyd said that they were all together now. They ran across the field. The hero said that there was very little left. The horse was running with its last strength. Lloyd looked at it and wondered if it was already dying. The brunette frowned and told the knight to prepare his back. The hero jumped on his horse and hugged his comrade. The boy frowned and said that now he was a horse and must run. Xavier jumped off his horse. He landed on the ground. Lloyd looked ahead and spurred him. The blue-haired man galloped forward. He ran even faster than the horse, but the locusts were catching up with them. Xavier gritted his teeth. Lloyd called Belle and Hippo. The animals appeared from the river. The boys disappeared into the stream. Belle swung her tail. She turned to the swarm, and she spewed fire at them. The locusts burned. The entire swarm burned instantly. The people watched this fight. Lloyd frowned and said that it was time for the second wave. Hippo ejected water from himself. The monsters were washed away. The beast destroyed half of the swarm. The monsters fell to the ground. The hero frowned and said that it was time for the third wave. Xavier rushed forward. The boys combined their forces. They destroyed the rest of the monsters. They all fell to the ground. Lloyd crouched on the ground and breathed heavily. He fell back on the ground and said that he was going to die now. Xavier said that he was sure that they dealt with most of them. He continued that there were still a lot of them, more than several thousand. The hero smiled and said that it was okay. The hamster ran to them. He plopped down next to them. Lloyd said that their time had come. Padong brought 300 elite warriors of the Steel Sand tribe. The horses stopped. 500 white warriors and 50 mages arrived. The brunette closed his eyes and said that they should let them handle this. They had other things to worry about. The knight asked what they were. He looked at the hero when he said that they had to deal with the domino of monsters. Lloyd frowned and said that it wouldn't end in one wave. The knight raised his horse and addressed the warriors. Frowning, he shouted, saying that for the safety of Her Highness's territory, they must get rid of them. The mages charged the knight's swords. Then they rushed to the attack. Many warriors began to attack the lying insects. The orc, holding a stake in his hands, shouted loudly. He plunged it into the bodies of several creatures. After a while, the orcs roasted their meat over a fire, joyfully exulting. One of them bit off the cooked flesh. The entire tribe raised their hands, noting that they now had protein. One orc turned around when a girl approached him and called him. In her hand she clutched a small flower. The guy looked at him with surprised eyes when she began to thank him for covering her. He looked after her. A blush appeared on his cheeks. The brown-haired man sat on the ground, hearing the loud screams of his parents. The father grabbed him by the shoulders, asking if he had been there earlier and if something hurt. He answered that he was fine. The parents began to hug him, and the man said that he was sorry, but at the same time he was so grateful because he saved everyone on this miserable father's land. The woman began to ask why he liked to sacrifice himself so much and asked what they would do if he got hurt. Sweat appeared on the protagonist's tired face when he mentally noted that everything was not like that at all and that he worked like that for his sweet pension and all purely for his own benefit. When the administrator laughed, he indignantly asked why he was laughing. The administrator said that it seemed that he did not remember at all what he said at the end of the final spoiler. The guy mentally asked what he said there anyway. While he was still sitting with his parents, the administrator suggested forgetting about it. He did not remember anything anyway. The protagonist mentally noted that he didn't care anymore because from now on they had even more work to do and they needed to prepare for the second wave. The system noted that he had received a new title, Insect Bounty Hunter number 1. His coverage area was the Frontera estate and the Lacona estate. The duration was 110 years, and the CP accrual for the title was 2. The effects of the title were that just looking at an insectoid monster would instill fear in him, and under the monsters area, they would immediately become weak and lose their fighting strength. At night, Lloyd was standing outside with a shovel. He turned around when someone approached him. In front of him stood the commander of the White Knights, Beladi Blank, and asked why he was called. The guy bowed to him and thanked him for responding to his request, and then thanked him for helping him fight the locusts. He raised his head when the blonde asked him to stop beating around the bush because everyone knew perfectly well who played the main role in this story. The brown-haired man told him not to take it to heart because it was a purge, and if they tried to cope with it on their own, It would have taken weeks, but thanks to the help, they only needed a day. The protagonist's eyes widened when he told him that, to be honest, at first he was very angry, and although he was a simple engineer, he received the right to control the White Warriors. The knight frowned, saying that however, having arrived here, he realized that their arrival time and location were carefully calculated. He noted that Lloyd was an outstanding strategist, and saving the queen was also not a simple coincidence. Looking at the puzzled face opposite, Blank added that all this, it hurt his pride, the magicians were released, and they are all here for him, for whom it would be an honor to die by order of the queen. He said that he does not like the guy. His face darkened. Standing in front of him, the man noted that he had said everything, and now it was his turn, and then asked what he wanted. The brown-haired man mentally noted that everything was as he thought, and that this guy turned out to be crazy. Remembering the battle from the novel, he noted that there, at the behest of the Mad Queen, this commander staged a real massacre and met in a deadly duel with Xavier, who was trying to save people. The white-haired man barely defeated him, because then he had not yet given the master of the sword. Lying with an open wound on his chest, the knight noted that it would be better to die by his hand, and then asked to fulfill his last request. Looking with a thoughtful look, he asked to stop the queen. Studying Blank's face, the protagonist mentally noted that he was a natural-born straightforward warrior who immediately got to the point. He smiled slyly, thinking that he would not be deceived, so there was only one option. Lloyd threw his shovel over his shoulder and asked if he wanted to fight him. He said that if he won, he would join their construction troops, and if he won, he could immediately return to his kingdom. There was confusion in the man's eyes. He turned away and laughed, saying that he had seen through him because he could not refuse the offer, and then asked if he had planned this from the beginning. Frowning, the man said that, however, he had missed something. He asked if he really thought that he, the queen's support in stitches, would fight a civilian without a command. The guy rested his chin on his shovel, sarcastically noting that he had overlooked something. He said that the queen had entrusted him with command of the White Warriors, so this was not a request, but an order. The knight clenched his teeth in anger. The brown-haired man said with a sly expression that even if it was an order, simply waving a shovel could cast a shadow on the knight's honor, and then asked if it would be an honor for him to win in a wild duel. Blank reached for the sword on his chest and asked if he had a weapon. The protagonist picked up his shovel. Starting to approach him, the blonde noted that he heard that he punished traitors with this shovel, but for him in any case, it does not matter. At that moment, Lloyd mentally noted that he swallowed his bait, and now his chances of winning are 0. Imagining the blue sphere, he thought about the fact that he has triple rings, but their power is laughable, and he is a genius with a sword and almost finished off Xavier, and therefore he will never cope with him. Throwing the shovel over his shoulder, the guy mentally noted that however, as always, he has a powerful trump card. Looking at him, the blonde said that since this was a duel between a knight and a commoner, the rules needed to be changed. Frowning, he said that if at least one attack from the brown-haired man made him move, he would win. A devilish smile appeared on the protagonist's face as he agreed to the terms. The knight perplexedly perked up. Lloyd decided to strike him 3 times. A powerful stream of fire forced the knight to jump aside. The fire continued. A moment later, he crashed into the top of a cliff. Blank covered his head with shock on his face. He saw a large hole on the top of the cliff. Trembling with fear, he turned around. The guy was lying powerlessly on the ground. He began to laugh wickedly. Thus, 500 enemies from the most elite unit of the Royal Road were retrained as builders of the frontier. The man angrily threw down the shovel. He approached his commander and exclaimed that no matter how much trust and power he had, such behavior was unacceptable. He loudly asked why they were digging up a battlefield where they were supposed to give their lives. Blank sighed heavily and replied that it was not just an order. He remembered the smug face of the brown-haired man who told him that swinging a shovel could be more kidney-like than swinging a sword. The commander stuck the shovel into the ground. After putting in some effort, he said that he wanted to test something, so he hoped for their support. Meanwhile, Lloyd and Xavier were standing on top of the mountain. Looking at the master, the warrior asked if this would really work. He responded by telling him that the orcs from the wasteland taught him this, so he was sure it would work. Smiling, he said that they just needed to wait. Looking at the workers on the mountainside, the brown-haired man noted that this would protect his gold mine. A monster's face made of stone began to appear on the mountain. Among the dense greenery, rare houses were visible. Inside one of them stood a large wooden mug. The table beneath it shook. A candlestick fell to the floor with a loud thud. 3 members of a family hugged each other in fear. A herd of monsters ran along the street. A local resident leaned his hands on the table. The other 2 men tried to support each other. A woman hugged a baby. It was noted that all the villagers were scared, but at the same time, many had one thought in their heads. The guy stepped on his foot. Among the trees, he saw a cloud of dust. Holding one phalanx, the brown-haired man threw the other over his shoulder. All those people hoped that he would save them. The warriors on horseback also saw a wall of dust. Blank frowned, thinking that at first he had doubts, but everything happened as he said. A herd of monsters ran through the forest. Trees broke under their hooves. Sitting at the table in front of the main character, he had previously asked if he had proof that there would be mastodons this time. Lloyd asked what he meant by proof. Opening his mouth in surprise, he asked in an iron mask, "Is it really not obvious?" The man pursed his lips, thinking that he was sure he had succeeded in the art of lying, but all his words came true. Putting the helmet on his head, he mentally noted that it would be better to prepare for battle rather than hesitate any longer. Imagining the battle scheme, the blonde thought that moving at the speed of their onslaught, they would deal with those at the head of the column. Then he decided that when they slowed down, they would immediately surround them and begin to attack. The man at the head of the military detachment thought that they could lose a maximum of 20 pawn. As he moved forward, the knight behind him said that as soon as this battle was over, he would go to his hometown and propose to his girlfriend. Another indignantly asked what kind of talk he was having. Imagining the bloody weapons, Blank thought that instead of an engagement ring, his girlfriend would only receive a spear that remained in his glory. He told himself that he should leave fear behind, because the lives of their cavalry depended on their determination. The man on horseback addressed the white warriors, telling them to prepare for an attack, but someone stopped him. He saw a man to his right. Bayern was looking at him, and the blonde asked him what he was doing here without his gear. Approaching the knight, the brown-haired man noted that the young gentleman said that he would not need it. Blank, was there something preceding this? The man said that he could not explain, but there must be a good reason for all this. The knight frowned when Bayern told him that he was here to move the signals for them. He wondered what they were talking about. The protagonist was standing on the top of the mountain, and the man asked if he could see him. The knight answered in the affirmative. The brown-haired man noted that the young gentleman would soon give a signal. Suddenly, Lloyd began waving 2 flags. Bayern, covering his eyes from the light, addressed the warriors. Seeing how the guy was waving blue flags, he said that they should move to the south of the village vice-chairman. And when he raised a blue and white flag, the man added that they should be faster. Blank looked at him and asked what kind of nonsense this was, noting that it was the same as opening a direct path to the village for the monsters. Imagining their current location relative to the village, the blonde said that it was a matter of time before they could break through the barrier. Then, imagining them in a different place, he indignantly asked him if he really thought that an attack from the side would work, and then shouted that of course it wouldn't. The protagonist began to twirl 2 flags, and the brown-haired man told them to repeat after him. Lloyd raised a white flag. When he waved it to the side, the man translated, telling them to move for the queen. Looking at Bayern, Blank loudly asked what just happened. The brown-haired man told him that everything was originally planned. Lloyd, with fury in his eyes, continued to wave the flags, mentally asking what they were thinking, and then exclaimed that there was no point in this. Meanwhile, the mastodons were approaching. The guy abruptly turned around. "I'll fly 2 flags up," he mentally shouted that they were already advancing. The monsters raced through the forest. They ran past the mountain where the brown-haired man was. He smiled slyly, thinking that the first step had been taken. The beasts still did not stop. They were heading straight for the figure of a large monster in the rock. Suddenly they slowed down. The mastodons began to fall, and the protagonist mentally answered that their sworn enemy, Megalania, stood on their own. The beasts began to crush each other, and Lloyd realized that the second step had been taken. He waved a white flag. At that moment, Bayern waved his hand and told the warriors to trot their horses. The horses began to move their hooves under the man's words that they should raise as much dust as possible. Then the men scraped their copies. Blank frowned, thinking that although he was following the instructions, he did not understand at all what he was doing. The mastodon stomped on the ground. The rest ran away from the Megalania. Pursing his lips, the brown-haired man mentally noted that they were afraid of the Megalania, and the horse axe made them think that even more lizards were moving here. The animals tried to figure out where to run. The protagonist realized that they would then move south. Frowning, the knight thought that they were moving. He wondered if this was the direction of the trenches that his soldiers had previously dug when they carved the lizard on the rock. Remembering how many men dug a trench, the blonde thought that back then he wondered why they were digging so much. The mastodons ran straight there, and Lloyd noted that this was the third step of his plan. The animals began to fall into the trench. A white flag appeared in the air. A giant hippo appeared in front of the pit. The guy frowned and shouted, telling him to pour water. A moment later, water poured out of the animal's mouth. The mastodons began to sink and howled loudly. The brown-haired man threw out the flags. He spread his arms in different directions. Blank, Bayern, and the knights watched him, after which a loud cry was heard that they had won. Under a loud cry, the wave washed away the mastodons. After a while, they began to get out onto dry land. Blank watched them from the hill. Nervously opening his mouth, he mentally noted that they really had won without even starting to fight. A guy squatted down next to him and noted that there was enough food for them here and they did not have to go back to where the Megalania was, and plus he was glad that they now had this channel. The blonde frowned and asked if the creation of this channel was part of the plan. The brown-haired man smiled slightly and replied that he would not call it a plan because he just thought that since they were digging a trench, it could be used. The man pursed his lips. He mentally noted that they had lost 5 warriors during this battle. In front of him was a crying woman with a child. A knight was kneeling in front of her with a bloody weapon. The commander behind him said that he had fought with honor for the kingdom and its subjects. Looking at him with a darkened look, the blonde said that their soldiers in the kingdom of Magentana would always remember the knight Durando's brew. The woman fell to her knees. She bent over her husband's bloody weapon. After a while, Durando and the others were buried. Looking at the graves, their comrades cried. Turning around abruptly, Blank rudely asked how much longer they were going to waste time here and then sent them off to train. Then night fell. The man was kneeling in the rain in front of the cemetery of his former comrades. His face was emotionless. Staring ahead with empty eyes, he thought of courage and honor, mentally noting that these were the words he repeated to himself when he lost his warriors, but it was all nonsense. Trembling and hanging his head, Blank thought that deep down he already knew that death leaves behind far from honor. Remembering the grief-stricken widow, he thought that after death only hell awaits. The warriors raised their weapons. Embracing his comrade, the knight exclaimed that he must definitely invite them to his wedding. The blonde watched the joy of his comrades. Behind him stood Lloyd with Xavier, who asked the master if his words were true, that they would never stop. The brown-haired man answered that they would stop someday, but before that, at least a few more such attacks awaited them. He pointed to his head when the blonde man said that each such attack could cause great damage to the estate, and so they should do something to stop them. The protagonist noted that his IQ had increased. He smirked smugly and asked to guess what he was doing now. Xavier opened his mouth and said that it was obvious that they would attack the monsters with as little effort as possible. When Lloyd asked him what the plan was, he replied that he was sure he had it in his head. The guy glanced back when Blank said that his warriors would help implement it. He asked him if they were going to return to the capital. The knight replied that he was thinking about writing a letter to the queen asking her to stay. He frowned and said that today he saw what a real victory was, and at the same time realized what an inept commander he had been. The man waved his hand. He knelt down on one knee. Bowing his head to the surprised guys, he asked to let him observe his wisdom for a little while longer. The knights behind him also knelt down. The brown-haired man opened his mouth, falling silent. The blonde looked up when he told him to try not to be too surprised and not to jump out of his pants with happiness. The protagonist smiled and noted that this would seem impossible even for the White Warriors, because this time they would be making a legend come true. After a while, all of them in the Frontera family found themselves at the same table. Lloyd looked at his father and asked if he remembered when he proposed to build a waterway from Lake Capua. He was categorically against his idea. The man replied that he remembered that. Introducing a huge monster with many paws, the guy added that this was because according to legends, a monster called the Royal Storm lives on Lake Capua. Arcus folded his arms and said that, however, to make them agree with his idea, he assured them that he would not disturb the monster for any reason. Brown-haired replied that it was true, but he did plan to wake it. His father froze. Gloomy and frowning, he asked indignantly. Marbella, sweating, exclaimed that she was absolutely against it. Blank closed his eyes and raised his palm, saying that he agreed. The man looked at the blonde man and said that as a knight, his son should not agree with him. He apologized and replied that he could not do anything. At this point, the protagonist noted that his IQ had really increased. He raised his fists high and exclaimed that through democracy they had approved a new plan, and Arcus asked him to wait. Before time, Lloyd, Xavier, and Blank, along with the knights, walked with shovels. The blonde man looked at the gentleman and asked if he wanted to wake up the beast in order to control it. The guy replied that he was not a wizard and then asked how he thought this was possible. Remembering himself in the library, he said that he had read many stories and learned a lot about the habits and plantings of the Royal Storm. Introducing the giant storm, the brown-haired man began to tell that in one of the stories he learned that it was described as a magical creature of incredibly huge size. But what was surprising was that he did not find a single record of it attacking people. He added that the monster made its nest on this lake, and if they destroyed it, it would simply growl at them and then start rebuilding the dwelling. To the crazy smile on his face, the main character said that in other words, they were going to destroy part of the lake. He noted that constantly, day and night, they would destroy his house every time he rebuilt it. Imagining the monster on the mountain around the lake, Lloyd added that the monsters crossing the eastern mountain would be scared by its roar, and then noted that this time the operation would be codenamed Dog in the Backyard. Xavier, looking askance at the gentleman, mentally noted that this was a plan where it would disturb the peace of the sleeping beast. He thought that even the devil himself on the sink would decide. The guy looked at him when he asked what would happen if the plan got out of control and what if the beast still broke on them. He asked why he asked him such obvious questions. The brown-haired man grimaced and pointed at his comrade, saying that since he was his knight, he would go and deal with him himself, and then scare away the monsters with his roar instead of him. He imagined the guy on the mountain, who was screaming loudly, scaring the monsters. The protagonist said that everything would be according to the strategy dog in the backyard. Xavier pursed his lips, wondering if he really wanted to say that he was a dog. After a while, they all looked at the island in the center of the lake. Lloyd sighed. His eyes lit up when he activated change. Starting to move his hands over the holographic map, he opened the simulation mode, and then wondered where they should now better hit to avoid the flood. The guy mentally asked if this would wake up the monster. He began to move his hands quickly. Looking at the night, Xavier said that it might look a little strange, but he was not crazy, if only a little, so you can just ignore him. The blonde clenched his fist, saying that madness coupled with wisdom gives an extraordinary result. Someone was looking at the people on land, noting that they were back again. Air bubbles began to rise up. The monster thought that he forgave them last time, but if they disturbed his sleep again, he would strike them all to the last one. Underwater, the purple eyes of the royal storm lit up. The bright sun sparkled in the net. The guy with a dissatisfied face listened to loud laughter. Bayern lay on the ground, painted with small animals, and laughed. Suddenly his face darkened. The brown-haired man looked at him with dissatisfaction. The man rose to his feet and noted that he should have told them something. While the cubs were rubbing against his legs, he explained that they had been separated from their mother during the invasion, and he was calling to ask him for permission to keep them. Rubbing his cheek, the protagonist noted with a puzzled face that if he remembered correctly, they would become wild as they got older, and it could be a little dangerous in the future. When Bayern said that it wouldn't happen, he asked him why he was so sure about it. The man's face blushed as he said that they were too adorable. Lloyd narrowed his eyes in displeasure. Putting his hand on the back of his head, he thought that raising wild animals was not that easy, and it was difficult and tiring, and then asked if he was right. The man again said that it wouldn't happen, and the brown-haired man asked him again why he was so sure about it. With a blush on his cheeks, Bayern said that they were too adorable. The protagonist's face darkened again. As he started to leave and told him to do whatever he wanted, the man fell to the ground again and started hugging the cubs, walking with a dissatisfied expression. The protagonist mentally noted that if this was Bayern, then he was sure that he would not let him down, and if these babies could be tamed, they could become an additional force in the future. He thought that considering that Operation Backyard Dog would be a 100% success, it would be nice to have such a strong ally. Remembering Akuch sitting on horseback, who said that monsters could attack their village, so they needed to go back to protect the people. The protagonist mentally noted that he had lost one of his strongest allies, so the situation could not be worse. But he could not change anything. He looked at the man with the brushwood and told him to send 5 volunteers to help the Steel Sand tribe and let them report on the situation on the spot as soon as possible. Greg replied that the poncho was in order. Lloyd thought that they had always been of great help to them, so he would try to make their strength and power stronger than before, and today. Blank came up to him and said that everything was ready. It was the day the operation began. The guy grinned. Frowning, he shouted, saying that today they would wake up the legendary monster from sleep, and that no one could do this. He pointed his finger, loudly asked who else would be able to resolve and dig up the mountain with their superpowers. The brown-haired man spread his arms out to the sides, and the knights began to rejoice, answering that it was they, the White Warriors. The protagonist put his hand to his ear and asked who could defeat him with their shovels when the monster bared his teeth. He spread his arms again, and the men answered that it was the White Warriors. Clasping his hands in a lock and raising them, his face asked if they believed in the power of a shovel. The warriors did the same and loudly answered that they believed. Raising their shovels, they followed the volley leader, shouting that the shovel was a hero and that the enemy would not pass. Xavier stood at the very end of the line and said nothing. His face darkened, and the system noted that he sympathized with the White Warriors. While the men dug up the mountain, the brown-haired man noted that with the help of the stimulation mode, he found a way to avoid the flood, and now it was necessary to create conditions that would lead to a rift in the soil. He waved to the blonde man at the top of the mountain when he shouted that he was ready. The protagonist asked him if he saw the marks he had left for him. The knight replied that he saw them. Frowning, Lloyd waved his hand, giving a sign. He thought that even when they reached the desired level, the knight plunged his sword into the ground. An explosion followed. The trees shook for a long time. Then they began to break. Thick smoke could be seen from the lake in the distance. The guy thought that it seemed that they would not be able to cause any visible damage now, but it would be enough to destroy the dam. He and the knights lay down on the ground. The water on the lake was calm. After a few moments, it began to sway. The brown-haired man thought that very soon the royal storm would wake up from its sleep. Suddenly, the island in the middle was thrown up. Covering his head, the main character raised his frightened eyes. Huge eyes were visible under the water. Xavier, meanwhile, was hiding behind a tree. Blank, along with the others, was lying on the ground. The monster began to rise from the water. The giant beaver raised its paws and growled. Lloyd narrowed his eyes in confusion. The knights opened their mouths in shock. The blonde did the same, thinking that this was. Looking at the beaver, he thought it was just cute. The boy gritted his teeth, thinking that from the tone of his growl, he could sense that it meant something like he was angry. As he watched the beaver, he thought about how stylishly it reminded him of Peapodong, Hippo, and Belle, and that he didn't understand what they were saying either. He wondered if it was some kind of mystical creature. Frowning, the brown-haired boy thought that it wasn't a problem then, and if it was a real beaver, then he was pretty sure that his top priority would be to rebuild his home. The beaver turned its gaze to him. Then it turned around. Glaring at the protagonist, it muttered. The protagonist pressed himself to the ground, realizing that the beast was asking if they really thought he wouldn't notice them. The beaver muttered again, displeased. Lloyd's horrified face began to sweat as he realized the beast had said that it looked like they were trying to pull off something by destroying his dam, and then asked if they thought he would just rebuild it and go to sleep. He asked if they could do it again if he reposted their oxygen supply. The boy mentally noted that he had been too clever and their operation had been a complete failure. Blank crawled up to him and asked what they should do now. Seeing the purple face of the gentleman, he loudly asked what happened to him. The beaver climbed into the water with his front paws. Splashing on the people, he screamed loudly. Suddenly, a wave opened up the people. The quartet suddenly jumped through it. He swung his weapon. Lunging, he directed a stream of fire at the beast. It swung its paw, redirecting it into the water. The guy's sword glowed when he thought he had no other choice. He swung again. Suddenly, out of nowhere, the main character ran out and screamed loudly, telling him to stop and saying that he had an idea. The blonde perked up. Lloyd frowned, thinking that this was a miracle of some kind of mystical creature, then this would definitely work. The beaver swung his paw at Xavier. He swung his sword, using an explosion. Then the fire threw him aside. He ended up near the head of the beast. The beaver waved its paws, trying to catch him. Meanwhile, the brown-haired one was sneaking up on him through the water. Having immersed half of his face, he mentally praised the knight, telling him to continue to distract attention. Suddenly, the beast turned around. At that moment, the guy abruptly dived under the water. Covering his mouth with his hand, he thought that he simply had excellent intuition, and it would be very difficult to get close to him. Meanwhile, the blonde-haired one directed an explosion at the enemy. The beaver blocked it with his tail. The guy swung his sword. The beast blocked the wave of green light with water. The blonde-haired one landed on the ground and cursed. Looking at the enemy's back, he thought that he would not distract him with restrained attacks, but if he hit with full force, he could seriously injure him. The knight tried to figure out what to do. Meanwhile, the main character was still hiding under the water. Xavier clenched his teeth tightly. Suddenly, he screamed loudly. The knights opened their mouths in confusion. The brown-haired man frowned underwater. The knight's scream flew in different directions. The beaver looked back sadly. Bringing his eyebrows together, he asked in a trembling voice why he called him Mom, because it was not so, especially since he was a boy. The blonde man pointed his sword at him and screamed again. The beast stretched out his paws to him and asked how he became his mom, and then asked why he was saying such strange things. Frowning, the guy screamed again. This time the beaver shook with anger, loudly asking if he really called him scary. At that moment, the main character found himself on his head. Feeling him, the beast asked what he was doing there. Pulling his paws to his head, he screamed. He also froze, and Lloyd mentally noted that he could not reach him because his paws were too short. He jumped off his head. Swinging his hand, the guy said to him, "Open his mouth." A small seed flashed through the air. It flew into the beaver's mouth. Brown-haired man clenched his teeth tightly and began to mentally beg. The animal froze. Suddenly, it began to decrease in size. The protagonist clenched his fist victoriously. The beaver began to climb out of the water. Looking at the trees, he indignantly asked why they had become so big. Suddenly, the protagonist grabbed it. The animal in his arms screamed loudly. Lloyd smiled madly, exclaiming that he caught it. While it was trying to break free, he asked it to calm down. The animal hit him in the face with its tail. Having broken free, it began to run away, and everyone began to catch it. Brown-haired man sent Hippo and Peapodong after him. Peapodong appeared in front of the beaver. He hit him in the face with his paw. The mouse wiped his bruised cheek. He sent his rival away in response. Then they began to fight. Hippo jumped on them from above. The animal jumped back, avoiding the blow. He ran into the thick of the forest. Suddenly, the main character appeared in front of him, asking where he was going. Belle jumped off his shoulder. The snake buried its muzzle in the ground. Then it rose, shaking its head. Belle languidly opened its eyes. At that moment, even he, who appeared in this world for unknown reasons, a 500-year-old dormant legend, the Royal Storm, saw the light for the first time in his life. Beaver looked at her with an ecstatic look. The main character looked at the two animals. He narrowed his eyes suspiciously. A blush appeared on the beast's cheeks. Lloyd squatted down, asking if he was ready to talk to him now. Beaver hung his head. Adjusting his bangs, he said that this time he would give in, because he was a gentleman after all. The guy smiled slyly, thinking that now the capture of the legendary beast was complete. They moved to the palace. Beaver crossed his paws, asking what the man wanted from him. The brown-haired man waved his hand with a grin and said that everything was simple. Once in the morning, once in the evening he would need to shout at the lake. Looking at him with displeasure, the beast exclaimed that he knew nothing about negotiations, because everyone knows that you need to offer something in return before asking. The protagonist put his hand behind his head in confusion and muttered that he didn't have much to offer. A grin appeared on his face when he said that if he helped them, then they would all be happy here. Smiling madly, the protagonist leaned towards Belle and asked if she thought the same. The snake smiled happily. The beaver looked at her with a fascinated look. Lloyd turned white and raised his fist when he agreed. Stretching his lips into a sly smile, he mentally called him a stupid slave and noted that he could already be used. Looking at Belle, the guy thought that she had no feelings for him at all. Continuing to mock, he thought that he would bestow upon him the nickname Forever Lonely Royal Storm, and that the two of them would never be together. The smile on his face changed to a puzzled one when he realized that he had never dated anyone either. The brown-haired man approached the beaver. Taking him in his hand, he pressed his cheek against it, thinking that the two of them would be alone forever. Meanwhile, the beast wondered what was wrong with him. He pressed himself against him in response, trying to understand what this incomprehensible warm feeling was. Thus, Lloyd and the Royal Storm found a kindred spirit in each other. Looking at the beaver with admiration, the protagonist asked if he could call him Baibong. He replied that he could do whatever he wanted. A moment later, a man burst into the office. Lloyd asked the sergeant what was the matter and whether he had left with the orc tribe. The brown-haired man shouted with horror in his eyes that on the way there they met an orc who was walking towards them, and he was in a hurry to get reinforcements because their tribe was Achnopnal Megalania. The guy immediately frowned. At that moment, large lizards were destroying the orc tribe. Akuch with an angry face called on his comrades to attack. He jumped on the monster. He hit him on the head with his totem. The beast looked at him with its green eyes. The man shook himself. The lizard swung its tail. A moment later, it hit the orc. Because of Clar, he flew to the side. His comrades immediately ran up to him. The brunette frowned and ordered them not to retreat because they were strong orcs and would never give up. The main character jumped up and waved his hand, telling him to tell Commander Blank that they needed to gather warriors. The sergeant objected, saying that even if they left right now, they wouldn't make it in time. Holding the beaver in his hand, the brown-haired man exclaimed that he had a plan, and then urged the man on. Rushing forward, he replied that they needed to hurry because this was their chance. Xavier next to him asked what chance they were talking about now. A mad smile appeared on Lloyd's face as he said that they would stop this domino of monsters. Handing the seed to the beaver, he exclaimed that it was time for a counterattack. In the street, the people looked up in shock. Their mouths were wide open. Baibong, who had grown in size, jumped up. The guy, grabbing his fur, told him to go ahead because they must show themselves in all their glory and win Belle's heart. After these words, the beaver screamed with enthusiasm. He landed on the trees. Then he jumped again. Blank and his knights also held tightly to the beast's fur. The beast quickly cut through the air. After a while, the forests gave way to deserted terrain. Baibong pushed off the rock. Meanwhile, the Megalania, opening its mouth, roared. The orcs rushed to attack the lizards. After a short time, the beaver appeared. He jumped right in front of the orcs. Akuch covered his face from the flow of sand. The beaver straightened his back in front of the Megalanias. Brown-haired also rose to his feet and began to say this with his gaze and bury it deep in their hearts, pass it on to his monster friends, and if they move west, there will be no hunting. Wide opening his crazy eyes, she noted that this was because they are the hunters and they are the prey. The Megalanias trembled with fear. Baibong swung his paw. Then he grabbed and hit several lizards. He waved his hand again. A moment later, he threw the monsters into the sky. They, with their mouths open, flew through the air. After they landed in the forest, a loud sound was heard. Beaver began to shrink in size. He turned around, seeing Belle behind him. The snake smiled happily and babbled. Baibong grabbed his reddened cheeks. Blank approached the protagonist and thanked them for calling them here, but he did not think they still needed them. Lloyd laughed and asked why he would invite such a precious force for such a thing. He said that they had another important task. Akuch approached them, holding his shoulder. The guy asked if he was okay. Orit looked down and said that they were no longer his allies. The brown-haired man looked at him with a puzzled look. Akuch spread his arms and exhaled loudly. He and his tribesmen folded their fists, exclaiming that he had saved them twice, so they, the Iron Sand tribe, swear allegiance to the Frontera family. With a smirk, the protagonist crossed his arms and noted that it was too early for them to thank him, and then asked if it was time to begin the next stage of the plan, saving the orc tribe. The man looked at him with a puzzled look. Warriors were walking through the fields with torches in their hands. It was said that not long ago, the Sultan of Isfahan, a neighboring kingdom to the east of the wasteland, set fire to the reed fields of his kingdom for strategic purposes. A swarm of locusts rose into the air. This was what gave birth to the beginning of the domino of monsters. Trolls were walking through the forest with weapons. It was said that some monsters were intelligent. Many of these monsters gathered in wild tribes, and now they witnessed how the top predators of the Megalania scattered papyrus paper in different directions. The lizards flew over the heads of the trolls. It was said that rumors about this began to spread very quickly among the intelligent monsters. A huge black monster walked along the forest crowns. It was said that it was like the mountains in the west. Its size was so great that it could touch the sky. Its tail was filled with the wrath of the gods and could probably cause a hurricane. It had black round eyes, and its gaze was like a deep abyss. It had 2 large fangs with which it could calmly outlive any living thing in this world, and a red silhouette was visible on the forehead of the monster. The protagonist with red hair grinned angrily. It was noted that these were the eyes of the devil that controlled the monster. Baibong turned around, puzzled. Royal Palace of Isfahan. The Sultan sat on his throne while he was being greeted. A man sat near him, telling him that the tribe, the steel sand that had long threatened their lands, has left his village, and he went deep into the forest of the kingdom of Manjantano. The old man stroked his beard, saying that this was a victory for them, and then asked how the kingdom of Manjantano dealt with them. Bowing his head, the man replied that it was without any disagreement, and they simply crossed the borders calmly. The man replied that he would like to see the hated Manjantano drown in chaos. The Sultan, leaning on his arm, said that if this was all, then he was free. The warrior, looking at the floor in fear, muttered that this was all, but something else had happened. The old man cast an interested look at him. Imagining many monsters, he spoke of the monsters returning and attacking their borders. The Sultan frowned and asked again. The man, looking at the floor tensely, noted that they were doing everything in their power to stop the monsters. However, the monsters were rushing at great speed, frightened by the protagonist. The knight said that they seemed to be completely mad with fear of something, but they would not be broken so easily. The Sultan stood up and waved his hand, ordering them to gather forces and use their firepower to instill more fear into the monsters. The man accepted his order. The old man sank down on the pillows, thinking that the tactics of the monster wave had turned against them. He pursed his lips, with an angry face, wondering if this was part of Manjantano's plan. He thought that it was not so, because the waves of monsters were huge, and their return to them was impossible unless a real beast appeared in the west. The protagonist held out the papers with a smile, asking him to sign here. Opposite him on the sofa sat 2 men, asking what kind of paper was this. Lloyd replied that everything was written there. Smiling sweetly, he noted the full payment of the debt. Looking at the paper with the amount, he said that it was a check that he wrote out for them, taking into account the interest. The man immediately grabbed it, and the guy asked what they would say. Looking at them with a gloomy look, he told them to sign quickly and get out of here. Declaring in the office, Arcus crossed paths with the guests. He and his wife approached their son. Looking at him with puzzled eyes, the brown-haired man asked if it was true that he paid their debt. The protagonist showed him a check for full payment and asked if it was worth hanging in a frame. A moment later, his father hugged him. Starting to cry, he noted in a trembling voice that he worked so hard to pay for his father's mistakes, and then began to apologize for making him suffer so much all this time. Lloyd stood there, puzzled, as he put together the man's words about not knowing if he was worthy of being a father. He lowered his empty gaze. The boy placed his hands on his father's shoulders. Looking sadly, he asked if he loved him. Crying bitterly, Arcus asked him why he asked such questions and noted that of course he loved his son. The tent fell silent. Smiling softly, he asked if he needed any other reasons to be a father in that case. The system noted his new achievement called Debt Bondage Release Number 1, which covered the entire Cremona region, and the accrued CP was 2. The effect of the title is the highest level of creditworthiness, the lowest interest rate, and the most favorable conditions. The bright sun sparkled in the sky. The protagonist walked along the illuminated corridor. Xavier approached him and said that the relocation of the Steel Sand tribe to the eastern mountains was complete. Lloyd praised him. He started to walk past him when the knight said that the white archers were helping with the final preparations, and Akuch was overjoyed that he would have more food to help keep his muscles in better shape. The boy noted that he understood and then told him to go and rest for a while. The blonde Martian looked at him. As he continued walking down the hallway, the brown-haired man mentally noted that the Steel Sand tribe had been transported to the forests of the eastern mountains, and even if the monsters were to return, it would take some time, and if that happened, he would acknowledge Baibong and their estate would be saved. He pursed his lips, thinking that now that he had paid off the entire debt, he had nothing to worry about anymore. He found it strange that he was not having fun after paying off the debt. The protagonist lowered his head, wondering if he was having fun or just messing around. The blue sky was visible outside his window. Lloyd was lying on his bed. He remembered his crying father. The boy looked up with empty eyes. Then he remembered his real father, who, crying, told him that he was ignorant because life does not teach him anything, and he made his son suffer. The man began to ask for forgiveness. The brown-haired man covered his eyes with his hand. Clutching the bedclothes with his hand, he, trembling, told his father that he had succeeded. Starting to cry, he asked for forgiveness for not being able to help. The protagonist clenched his teeth tightly. Then he pressed his face into the pillow. Xavier stood at his door, hearing sobs. Lloyd cried bitterly. The knight closed his eyes. Starting to walk along the corridors, he mentally told him to cry as much as his heart desires, because he has many reasons for that. A couple of days later, the townspeople smiled joyfully, wishing long life to the young master. They raised their hands of faith, asking him to look at them. Lloyd walked with his knight. Looking at the townspeople with displeasure, he noted that they were too noisy and asked them to stop. The guy glanced at the fair-haired man when he asked him to try to enjoy this moment at least a little. He asked him why. Looking at the happy locals, Xavier said that all these people could not smile so widely if it were not for him. The brown-haired man turned away from him and asked, didn't he say earlier that it should eat and live for a very long time? Bayern ran out to him, raising the alarm. He asked him what happened. The man, breathing heavily, said that a very large number of people were moving from the south. The main character, looking at him with puzzled eyes, asked if they were enemies. Bayern replied that he was not quite sure, but from what the soldiers said, they looked like refugees. Many people in rags were walking along the path. There was a blue sky above the city. Lloyd went out to the refugees, and the man asked if he was the owner of these lands. He answered with narrowed eyes that he was his son, and then asked who they were. The man bowed his head and said that they came from the south, and that they were Baron Sortino's people. He said that his name was Nicholas, and he was the head of the village of Ansorti. The guy listened with gloomy eyes to his words that his father was the village elder, and he ordered them to leave. The brown-haired man turned his attention to the old people and the woman with the child. He also saw that a board was tied to Nicholas's leg instead of a shoe. The man said that his father defended their lands together with the Baron and died doing his duty. At that moment, the girl was holding onto the trembling old woman. The main character put out his hands, interrupting the story. He raised an eyebrow in confusion, asking what happened there and whether the reason could be an attack by monsters. Nicholas, looking at him, said that he was 2 meters tall and came in a real crowd. There were several hundred of them, and they flew in like a swarm of bees. Face touched his chin when Xavier said that it was a wave of a domino monster, which meant that the scale of the disaster was greater than they thought. Imagining a map of the area, the guy thought that it could be said that all the regions connected to the wasteland were heavily damaged. Then imagining 4 animals with Xavier with a sword, the guy thought that he had everything. Touching his chin, he still imagined the map, wondering where the refugees would go if there was a sea further north. To the south there was another country, to the west there was an island called Cremo, but it was too far. Brown-haired realized that the last refuge of the refugees was Frontera and Lacona, and it was more likely that they would all move to the center. Looking away with a tense look, he wondered how many people they should expect. The refugees fell to their knees and began to beg for help and to give at least 1 piece of bread to feed their children. Xavier looked at the gentleman and said that most likely more refugees would come to them, and then asked if he had a plan on how to deal with them. The protagonist smiled madly, saying that it was very exciting. The blonde man perked up when he saw it. Lloyd looked at him with a wide smile when he asked him what he was thinking in such a situation. He rustled his fingers, telling the knight to just think about how many people were coming to their lands and how much tax they could take from him. The guy widened his eyes and loudly asked if he was really going to take money from these people now. The protagonist put his hand in his pocket and told Bayern to immediately retrain the construction unit into a young cook to prepare food. The refugees bowed their heads again, thanking him. Lloyd called the knight to follow him. The man waved his hand towards Xavier and told him not to be so emotional, but he replied that it was too much. Bayern smiled happily, saying that in his opinion, the gentleman is a very kind person and understands others well, and in general, they know his true intentions, so it is too early to start getting angry, and they need to watch him first. The fair-haired man bashfully looked away. After a while, a loud scream was heard in the castle. Arcus sat across from his son, saying that he knew it was a good thing, but he didn't have the resources to take them all in. The brown-haired man asked if he was willing to take them in. The man answered in the affirmative, saying that they couldn't just leave these poor souls in trouble. He gritted his teeth, saying that however, their food would only last for a couple of days, and then there would be nothing to feed them with. The protagonist looked at him, puzzled, and asked what he was talking about. He smirked and said that they just had a bunch of food for the refugees. After a while, he looked at the locust meat. Standing in the warehouse with his parents, Lloyd noted that they were collecting them to use for compost, and that's why they were storing them here. His father looked at him with a worried look and said that feeding the refugees these insects was a bet. He was shocked when his wife suddenly tried the meat. She looked at her husband and said that it tasted like shrimp, and since the orcs also ate it, she didn't see a problem. The woman rested her cheek on her hand, saying that there was a slight unpleasant smell, but they would try to do something about it. The guy smiled widely when she asked if he could lead the cooking unit. He answered in the affirmative, noting that this was why he had called her. After a while, a tent camp was set up. When the brown-haired man began to inspect it, Blank exclaimed that the first temporary tent had been erected, and he asked him to prepare even more materials as quickly as possible. The man on the observation tower waved a flag and said that about 100 more refugees were coming here. The protagonist grinned, saying that it was much faster than he thought. A large peapodong appeared next to him when he told him that everything needed to be done as soon as possible, because if they hesitated, the people would simply freeze. The mouse stuck his paws in the ground. Then he began to dig a hole. Bairn, holding a document in his hands, shouted loudly that they were recruiting a team to build heating systems. After Belle ordered, she spewed out water. The man waved a flag, telling about the arrival of people from the south and north. Marbella, standing in front of the women, exclaimed that now was the time to start turning insects into nutritious food. The women looked at her with puzzled eyes, saying that this was too much. The blonde closed her eyes. She showed them a book, saying that many years ago, a legendary cookbook was born, and it was written by a girl who was a cook for a dragon. She noted that its secrets were revealed in the book How I Became the Dragon King's Chef, and the book itself was found among the things of the black magician who was defeated by Lloyd. The women opened their mouths in surprise, exclaiming that this was a book of legendary recipes. Someone noted that thanks to this book, you can turn the most direct pain into heavenly. The system marked the end of the advertising integration. The protagonist looked down on the tent camp from above. He narrowed his eyes, thinking that there was still not enough space, and even if they filled the temporary settlements to the eastern mountains, there would still not be enough space. Lloyd scratched his head, thinking that for a while it would be enough, but in the long run. Suddenly he heard a loud cry. A woman was sitting by the tent with a child in her arms, who was crying and saying that he really wanted to go home. The mother told him that they no longer had a home, and they should be grateful that the people had given them shelter. The guy pursed his lips, hearing the child telling his dad to build them a new house. The woman apologized and said that someday they would definitely build it. The brown-haired man thought about home. He imagined his parents and thought that he remembered the first time he moved into their house, how he packed his things, and how happy his father and mother were. Remembering their faces, he thought about how they constantly repeated the word home and smiled, and these were smiles that he would never be able to see again. Next, he imagined small multi-story buildings, thinking that it was a small and shabby apartment on the outskirts, the very place that holds the happiest memories in his life. The woman herself was crying, hugging a child. The protagonist darkened, quietly telling him not to worry because very soon they will have a home. Starting to rise, he added that it was because he was here. Not far from him stood Xavier. Smiling, he sighed. The gentleman looked at him and noted that from now on, they will begin construction at a higher level than ever before. As he passed by, the blonde man asked if he had a plan for the refugees. The protagonist replied that of course he did. Lloyd smiled contentedly, saying that he was going to build an apartment complex. Apartments are a popular building style in Korea and the most effective solution to the problem that the estate currently faced. Imagining many multi-story buildings, the guy noted that in this space it is possible to build a huge complex of residential buildings, and this is a dense management due to the density of population. Then he imagined the design of the apartment itself, thinking about reducing the cost and time for construction. Then the brown-haired man imagined many people in the apartments, thinking that above, below and on the side everything is surrounded by walls, ideal for super maximum thermal insulation. He looked at the bay from above. With a sparkle in his eyes, the main character thought that the biggest thing was that they would be able to build an environment where refugees can be independent. Having designed holograms of multi-story buildings, he thought about the need to focus on their population and increase food power and establish a market. Then he fell to his knees, throwing up his hands, realizing that he could raise the tax. Smiling madly, the brown-haired man clenched his fists, thinking that after all this he could sit down and rest, provide a bath and money, mentally noting that the desire of every simple person is to make a fortune while not straining too much. He began to think that he would not have to manage the estate, and he could shift the duties to Bayern for a bonus and a raise. After the main character wondered what if he retire, and then decided that he would ask to raise a replacement for himself. The man suddenly grabbed his head, saying that he rarely felt unwell. After a while, Lloyd found himself with the others at the table, saying that he was risking a meeting about the construction of the Honey apartment complex, and then asked to pay a little attention to the information that he provided them. He began to point his fingers when Xavier said that he had objections regarding the name, which sounds much more narcissistic. The guy told him not to chatter off the point since they were at a meeting. The blonde said that he was not chatting because his words directly concerned the project. The brown-haired man exclaimed, telling him to get down to business because he was holding up the meeting. Looking at the gloomy baron, he asked how he was feeling. He replied that he had been having the same dream for several days, in which he worked for the devil until he grew old and died. The protagonist told him not to worry because such a thing would definitely not happen to him. He picked up the papers and offered to look at all the information provided. Showing a roundhouse, he explained that it was called Tori and it was a fortress-type residential complex that came from the eastern province of Fujian. Introducing it from the inside, Lloyd said that such buildings have the same style of construction with a simple bedroom and living room, and in the center there will be public spaces like a plane or a public toilet. He showed the next drawing, saying that he planned to build the same building, but in a square shape, because a square structure is erected much faster than a round one. Looking at all his comrades, Parquet said that he compared both buildings on several criteria, but did not take into account one huge advantage. He smirked, imagining the attack, and said that if they installed steel gates, the building would instantly turn into an impregnable fortress. Only Blank suddenly clapped his hands. Brown-haired also clapped and said that now is the time for questions. He began pointing his fingers when Xavier said that with their current financial situation, it was difficult to even get material for the refugee tents. The protagonist asked him if he was really suggesting to abandon them to their fate just because they were the ones bearing the financial burden. The fair-haired man replied that he did not mean that. Lloyd demanded only a positive or negative answer from him. He bowed his head when his father said that although he was worried about the finances, they should do something for these people. The boy responded by saying that he could only admire how brightly he looked into the future. He smiled and said that they needed to erect and prepare tents with a heating system and continue to provide food for the people. He noted that they would most likely have to give up all their money for the sake of the people. The brown-haired man mentally noted that they would have to raise as much money as possible to build them. The horses shuffled their hooves on the ground. The protagonist looked at the disgruntled Xavier and asked what was wrong with his face. He noted that he saw that he was offended, so much so that he did not even look him in the eyes. The blonde turned around with a tense look. Lloyd squinted in confusion. He turned away, saying that it was scary. Having brought his horse forward, he asked if they would succeed with this wild project or would they fail. He asked if they would be able to accommodate all the people, and then said that this was his project and he was in charge of it. Xavier looked at the back of the gentleman, who said that the one in charge should not hesitate and think, because only in this way can one earn absolute trust. Without turning his head, the guy said that the one who could let go of this bluff for a while was Xavier. The blonde's eyes widened. He looked down. Veins bulged on his face when he asked if it was true that this was some kind of emotional outlet. The brown-haired man smiled wickedly. A moment later, the knight hit him on the head, but only in his thoughts. They reached the Racona estate. The blonde was walking down the corridor. Two guys were walking towards him. The protagonist smiled widely and said that he was glad to meet him. Diego screamed in fear. Covering his head, he trembled when his face noted that they had not seen each other for a long time and asked what his scream meant. He asked how he was doing and if he was enjoying his expulsion. The blonde began to quietly call his father. The guy grabbed his hand, telling him not to be so afraid, because he was here to bring him back to the academy. Approaching, he, breathing steam, loudly said to quickly call his father. After a while, Viscount Racona was sitting in front of him, asking what does the increase in taxes mean. The brown-haired man leaned back on the couch, noting that he was talking about the tax on water. The man clenched his teeth, mentally cursing him, thinking that his son had been expelled from the academy, and now he wanted to raise taxes. His lips spread into a smile. He bowed his head and left. The Viscount went to the window, saying that he did not think he could understand because he was still so young. He showed the contract and said that according to the terms of this agreement, the price was fixed and he had no right to increase the price. Waving his hand, the chief took out a magnifying glass with his hand. Leaning it on the paper, he read a small paragraph of a footnote that the price stipulated in the contract could change depending on the mood of the supplier. The man grabbed him by the collar, shouting that this was a scam. Lloyd asked him to stop. He smirked, saying that they should stop this, after all, they were neighbors, and then noted that he was not forcing him to sign, and it would be better to call it an exchange from which he would benefit. The Viscount bared his teeth in irritation. The guy pointed his finger and said that firstly, 17 settlements were destroyed by monsters, and all the refugees started to flee here, but the Viscount drove them away. He looked at him with a gloomy look and suggested pretending that he didn't know anything about it, but Her Majesty would be very upset if he found out about it. The man, white with fear, wondered where the benefit was for him if this was blackmail. The brown-haired man clasped his hands and started talking about the second point, noting that he was saying this only in his own interests. He smiled sweetly and said that if he wrote a letter of recommendation, perhaps Diego would be able to return to the academy. Sweat began to flow down Racona's face. He began to gulp air greedily. Gritting his teeth tightly, the Viscount asked how much he would raise the tax. The protagonist ran his hand through his hair and asked why he was talking like that, because people might think that he was a criminal who came to be rude to him. However, he looked at the man with disdain, saying that in order not to embarrass him, he would raise it just a little, enough so that their friendship would continue. The Viscount, white with horror, mentally asked him to just tell him the amount. Xavier stood behind Lloyd. With a gloomy face, he mentally noted the gentleman's character. The guy, clasping his hands in a lock, asked him not to be so modest and just tell him how much more he could raise it. He said that it did not matter to him how much it took, because in any case he would be grateful for his kindness. The man bared his teeth. An oppressive aura began to hover in the office. The Viscount looked at the brown-haired man. He narrowed his eyes. He darkened, and Racona began to speak. Moving his lips, he named the number 20. The protagonist crossed his lips in a cartoonish manner. The man's eyes widened. Extending a trembling hand, he exclaimed that he had made a mistake. The man froze, muttering, "The party's meant." Lloyd began to mentally press, biting his lip. Breathing heavily, the Viscount pulled his collar. He looked to the side with a puzzled look. Xavier showed him the number 5. Racona abruptly put his hands on the table and exclaimed that he would raise taxes by 50%. The guy gritted his teeth disgustingly. The man looked in shock at the knight, who was trying to understand what was wrong with his master. He shook his head. The blonde showed the number 5 again, thinking that he was waiting for it to end. The Viscount rose to his feet, exclaiming, "Sue raises taxes 5 times," and asked, "Is this really not enough?" The brown-haired man put his hands in front of him and worriedly asked what this meant, adding that 4 times would be more than enough. A joyful smile appeared on Racona's face. He immediately put his seal. After a while, the protagonist happily understood the document. At that moment, the man looked at the contract. Suddenly, his face changed. He grabbed his head and buried his face in the table. Lloyd looked at his comrade and asked what was wrong with his face. He replied that he felt like a thief. The guy pointed his finger at him, saying that yes, he was a swindler, but he was also a blackmailer. He was glad to help him, which means that this makes him an accomplice of the swindler, and it turns out that he is also a swindler. A vein bulged on the knight's face. Leading the horses by the reins, he said that his duty was to accompany the young master, and then noted that he was no longer going to be his errand boy and would not participate in the construction either. The brown-haired man said that in that case, he would no longer sing him a lullaby. The fair-haired man threw him a smug look and said that he had been a sword master for a month now, and now he could control his feelings and emotions much better, and he did not even need a lullaby anymore. Night fell in the castle. The knight with red eyes and held the pillow. Together with it, he came to the master, saying that he needed a lullaby. The protagonist told him that such a service was unavailable, because he himself said that he no longer needed it. Xavier began to beg him. Lloyd grinned and asked if he had ever heard of sleep hygiene. He said that these are some kind of habits and exercises that lead to a full sleep on a regular basis, and once the habit is formed, it will be difficult for him to fall asleep without this procedure. Gritting his teeth, the parquet shook, saying that he knew what it was about, and then demanded a lullaby. When the brown-haired man sang, he fell asleep on the chair. He stretched his arms, saying that now it was time to get to work. The protagonist laid out the papers on the table. Then he created holograms of high-rise buildings. Looking at them, he thought that when it came to the heating system, he had a lot of knowledge, but he did not have enough knowledge to build an apartment complex. Suddenly, one of the houses began to collapse. As he knelt down, the administrator asked if he was really going to create simulations one after another. Lloyd replied that he even had a phrase for such a case. Grinning, he said that we need to work until we succeed. After a while, dawn came. The guy walked down the street with his comrades, telling them to send people to Cremo, and that they needed a foreman, masons, carpenters, and then ordered the mobilization of the entire workforce as soon as possible. He also said to make sure that all the building materials are always available, and not to forget to bring in grain and meat because they need them as soon as possible. At night, he created a benefit for the city again. During the day, the man told him that 300 more refugees came to them, but they have more. The protagonist loudly told him to accept every single one, because they will find a way to accommodate them all. At night he was working on a drawing, trying to figure out how to do it, and thought that the process was taking too long. A drop of blood fell on the drawing. Licking the blood from his nose, the face thought that he should not reduce his gold mine, but stabilize the buildings. A new day had come. Bayern, looking at the gentleman, said that based on the dawns, in 4 months they will have no more money left, except for what goes to pay for the processing of soldiers. He asked if they could deviate from the original plan and move some refugees to other lands. The guy with bruises under his eyes quietly told him not to worry about it, because they had enough funds. He began to fall. When he fell to the ground, his comrades came to him, screaming loudly. The brown-haired man was unconscious. The kingdom of Magentano. The knights loaded their crossbows. In the center of the hall stood a woman. In her hands was a sword. The commander raised his hand. Riku let go. He gave the order to shoot. Many arrows flew at the woman. She raised her sword. Then she struck it. Alicia began to strike many times. The chopped arrows began to fall to the floor. The knights looked at him with shock and respect. The woman pursed her lips in displeasure, thinking that nothing had changed, and she only began to create the aura sword faster. Remembering the battle, she mentally called herself a loser and thought that she could not afford to disgrace herself like this again. An olive tree came up to her and called her. When Alicia turned around, he told her that a messenger had arrived from the Frontera estate. After a while, they found themselves in the main hall. Opening the scroll, Xavier said that her humble servant asked for a helping hand. The woman tensed up, wondering what had happened. Remembering Lloyd's treacherous face, she mentally asked what kind of story he had dragged them into this time. His messenger was sitting in front of her with a letter. Xavier was kneeling and reading a letter to Queen Alicia, addressing her as the soul of their kingdom, who had to show them the way with her great insight, because they were standing on this land with their last strength, trying to protect their estate. And unfortunately, as he told in the last letter, refugees from 17 states lost their homes. A bunch of refugees were walking along a forest path with their belongings and children because they were all heading towards their estate. The queen, with a sullen look, leaned her head on her hand when she listened that she should show compassion to all her people, because she is the one who has a great spirit, and accordingly a great will, and as a loyal subject of the great queen, he accepts ordinary people with open arms, believes that they all deserve their attention. He held this letter anxiously and dared to let these people feel her great will, although he knew that he did not write this text. Alicia looked at him angrily when he said that he wanted to take care of all the great people of the kingdom, but she tried to understand what he meant. The knight was on one knee, imagining the main character crying because he was broke. The queen immediately frowned with fury at such impudence of her comrade, because it was unexpected, but she still thought about sending the necessary help. Xavier continued to hold the letter and turned to the queen, saying that they would need 3 times more money than they could imagine. Alicia again frowned angrily at such impudence. Xavier continued to look at the letter with alarm and said that her humble servant was not a bit crazy. The queen grabbed her head with an angry look, because she was very angry and the next time she saw him, she would take revenge on him. He imagined the protagonist showing a blueprint of a building on a piece of paper and saying that he planned to build the most innovative multi-story residential building in the entire kingdom of Magenta, because they wanted to build not just a building for refugees to sleep and eat in, but to provide them with permanent housing and help them become independent, and they also wanted to show them the great will of the queen. The protagonist then clenched his fists with tears in his eyes and said that he was left without money. Alicia sat on her throne, stretching her hand out towards the knight and told him to stop, because she already understood the meaning of the letter. Alicia sighed, waving her hand, and told the knight to tell the protagonist that just because she was the queen did not mean she could throw money around as she pleased. The woman leaned her head on her hand, crossed her legs, and stated that she would ask permission from the Minister of Finance and other advisors as well as permission from her stubborn elders, and nothing good would come of bothering them even more. The knight reached into his inner jacket pocket. Then he pulled out another letter. Alicia stared at it. It was the image of the protagonist, who was smiling maliciously against the backdrop of a burning building, because it was designed as a fortress. And in the future, if the monster attacks again or the enemy attacks from the east, such a building will become an impenetrable defense, and they will play a key role in the peace and welfare of the Magentano kingdom. Alicia tilted her head and listened with disdain that this is how the city will be built, and this is how they can protect the eastern part from the enemy. The protagonist smiled mockingly, covering his hand and pointing his finger, declaring that he will personally present a nice gift to whoever supports this project. Alicia, with disdain, looked at the sarcastic grin of the protagonist, sitting on the throne opposite the knight. The queen leaned her head on her hand with a puzzled look and thought that first of all, building a fortified city wasn't such a bad idea. After all, according to preliminary estimates, the costs could be as high as a trading city like Cremo. She looked away intently, thinking that the loyalty of the ministers who kept their positions thanks to her projection had increased, and this would definitely strengthen her position and authority. After all, it would be obvious that they would only benefit. The knight continued to sit on the carpet in front of the queen and said the word bingo, explaining that he didn't know exactly what it meant, but the letter said bingo in 5 seconds. The queen leaned her cheek on her hand, looking indifferent. The girl sat on the throne, clutching it with her hands, and told Xavier to wait here until she brought the money and counted on him. Xavier continued to sit with the letter in his hands in front of the queen and added that it would be great if Master Corgidus could also come and urge the queen to understand everything. The rays of the sun enveloped the mountain plain city. A bunch of white tents with chimneys stood in a clearing. The workers carried heavy bags when the brown-haired man shouted that Lloyd would not forgive them for their laziness and sloppiness. The sergeant continued to frown and shout to his comrades while they tried to understand who he was. The workers looked ahead in bewilderment, and at first glance this sergeant seemed to be just a lazy soldier from the platoon, but he was always there. Greg in the memories stood in front of the main character, who was beating Nikita at that moment. This guy was also tied together with other comrades, and no matter the danger of the task, he continued to be there. Lloyd remembered how Greg came into his room to help, because regardless of the difficulty of the work, this man, who was reborn as a real man and more responsible than others and always giving his all. Greg at that moment was carrying a backpack and screaming bloodthirstily. Now this sergeant was accepting a blanket in a tent where bundled refugees were sitting, when one of them asked to pass an old blanket to the old people and children. Then the sergeant came out of the tent. He saw in front of him the maid Emily, who was carrying blankets. He was going to approach her, pointing his finger at her, saying that she should take a break because she had been working since early morning. The girl replied that the sergeant should mind his own business because she still needed to sort out things. The sergeant angrily waved his hand in front of the brunette because he wanted to do everything for her, but she refused. Emily was beaming with an admiring smile. The brown-haired man also smiled widely in response. He immediately ran after her playfully when an orc with flowers appeared. It was an orc with red hair who looked sad. He saw a smiling brunette. All the other orcs began to laugh at their comrade because he fell in love with a human. Despite the fact that their people are stupid, he still looked stupider because a human woman will never accept their ugly faces and terrible muscles. This orc with red hair looked sad with a trembling look when they laughed at him. He immediately dropped the flowers from the field from his hands. Then he began to walk away between the tents. The brunette noticed this and cast her glance. She looked at the orc warrior leaving with surprise. In his imagination, he was leaving the girl when she looked at him tremblingly. Suddenly, the main character woke up in a sweat. The system began to ask him about what happened because he scared her. He lay on the bed with a sick look and said that he just had a dream. Bayern at this time sat on a chair in front of the protagonist, assuming that their master had gone crazy. The main character looked dejected and half dead, saying that now there was not much left. The protagonist pressed his lips and said that it was already close. He turned his head away with a sick look and said that he was waiting for payday when he lost consciousness. Bayern looked at him angrily with sweat on his brow. At this time, Xavier was walking down the corridor. Bayern immediately rushed to cheer up the protagonist, who began to go into hysterics, trying to understand where his money was and their reserves were depleted. Bayern began to say that they just needed to postpone the payment and he was sure that everyone would understand. Lloyd opened his mouth in horror and said that the matter was completely different. Xavier at that moment was walking down the corridor of the palace. The protagonist clutched the blanket to his chest and said that he had worked very hard for payday and that it could not be delayed. Bayern tried to reach out to the saddened Lloyd, who asked him not to do this to him, even if he was gone. He looked sick in the sweat of his brow and was almost closing his eye. Then he closed his eyes and passed out. Bayern immediately became embittered and began to furiously bring the master to his senses. He immediately looked back and shouted for a doctor when Xavier entered the room. The knight looked cold-blooded through his bangs. Bayern looked at him in the sweat of his brow with angrily. The sun's light illuminated the knight's cheek. He pulled out a banknote from his backpack and said that he had received his salary and ordered the protagonist to quickly get up. At this time, Lloyd in a dark appearance began to laugh maliciously because he had received a special skill. Bayern, baring his teeth, looked at what was happening in bewilderment. He saw how Lloyd stood up on the bed and looked in a demonic bloodthirsty smile. Notification about the financial hill. The protagonist opened his mouth wide with a sarcastic grin and was happy that they would be able to start because the estate had received funds to develop the Royal City project. Bayern stood in a white shirt with the rest of his comrades, with tools, shouting that the gold mine apartment complex project was 70% complete and everyone should hold out. It was a huge deserted clearing surrounded by a fence. At this time, the protagonist stretched out his arms and emitted a green aura. He stood on a hill and raised his hands, raising the silhouette of a building. Then, with a piercing gaze, he lowered his hand with 2 fingers. Building complexes began to appear from the ground. Everything around was shrouded in smoke and dust. Huge multi-story silhouettes of buildings appeared on this clearing. Lloyd waved his arms, spreading his legs wide. Then a powerful vortex of air began to blow everything. A moment later, the wind stopped and the silhouettes of buildings appeared. Lloyd raised his hands above his head and looked down, realizing that now there was a final check. He stood on a hill and stretched his arms to the sky, emitting light. He directed a stream from the ground to the sky. It was outer space with the planet Earth. A star beam flew to our planet. It was a fiery meteorite flying straight to the building, and the system did not understand what they were checking here. This meteorite crashed into the thickness of the earth, destroying everything around. The protagonist grabbed his stomach and began to sneer maliciously. The knight looked at his sarcastic smile behind him. The brown-haired man looked back at his knight with disdain and asked about his expression. Xavier explained that he did not think that the master had gone crazy, to which the protagonist simply responded in kind. Lloyd immediately opened his eyes in shock when he heard that Master Corgidus and 30 other dwarves had arrived. The development of their apartment complex is directly dependent on the development of cement, because everything is much more complex than building a statue or a suspension bridge, and their knowledge is not enough to build an apartment complex. The protagonist bowed to the crowd of little dwarves in greeting. He showed a drawing of a concrete mixer on a piece of paper with a malicious grin, which he considered an incredibly valuable piece of equipment that helps mix and maintain the quality of cement and also prevents the cement from settling and prevents foreign components from getting into the texture. The old man with a slight frown said that it was rude, because they came all this way and instead of offering them a cup of soup, they are immediately given orders. Lloyd held the drawing in his hands and with a smile, said that he had a lot of ideas on how to meet the master of Corgidus. The brown-haired man with a malicious twisted face looked out from under his brows and said that he believed that there was nothing better than to present him with the project plan first. The master snatched the blueprint of the buildings from his hands and went forward with the workers, because the long-awaited construction project had finally begun. Lloyd and the knight stuck their tools into the ground. The protagonist stuck his shovel into the ground, from which heat emanated. Suddenly, Peepadong burst in. At this time, the hamster was spinning a wooden barrel of cement. At this time, the orcs were furiously squeezing the iron bars. It was a whole flock of green orcs who were preparing the reinforcement, because now it was possible to pour the cement. Bayern at this time recorded the action of Lloyd, who was pouring cement in a box and said that you can't just pour it like that, because you need to watch the edges and reinforcements so that there is no air left inside them. Lloyd realized that the level was rose and now it was necessary to summon Bebung. A huge chipmunk immediately appeared, who was storing all the things. At this time, Belle smiled happily. At this time, the chipmunk grabbed his cheeks and smiled joyfully, being happy. White clouds floated over the mountainous terrain. The protagonists, together with their comrade, looked at the huge frame of the building. Lloyd held the shovel and looked back at Bayern, asking him if they could cope without him, to which he agreed. Shaitan stared intently at the frame of the building and realized that now that everyone understood their tasks, it was time to take care of other things that required his attention, namely, the problems with the insulation of the heating system. He imagined a huge factory installation from which steam was coming, because the heating system of the gold mine complex functions thanks to a steam boiler, and water boils in the central heating room, then the steam is distributed throughout the building through a pipe system. It was a long system of pipes where steam entered in any direction. It was a small battery in the corner of the room, because they were connected to them. This is how the heating process is carried out. Suddenly the protagonist became slightly embittered and realized that there was another problem. He imagined the colors of the rainbow on the background of the thermometer, realizing that the higher the pipes go, the less heat they give, and the top floor is literally deprived of heat, because he tried a lot of ways to solve this problem, but came to no success. He sat at his desk and drew various drawings, throwing out one after another because he did not sleep at night, trying to find a way out and trying to understand whether it would be possible to make the right insulation, because he forgot what was in the novel and wanted to find some clues. He held his head and drew drawings with a pen. He left a certain inscription with a pen on paper. He immediately smiled maliciously, baring his teeth, and found a solution. He remembered the moment when an enraged dragon growled angrily, because it was the episode where Xavier fought a monster. It was a bloodthirsty dragon that emitted fire from its mouth because it considered the knight a weak human creature. This dragon emitted a powerful stream of fire towards the knight, because it was a monster that does not know any other words except for human creation. But no matter how strong a sword master he was against the dragon, he could not stand, but Xavier was so close that he felt the dragon's breath. His silhouette was covered with his hands from the hot flames. He looked angrily through his helmet and fire. At this time, the dragon opened its mouth and was about to release another flurry of fire. This knight stretched out his hand, standing in the fire, and did not even move. It was a purple magic tree with glowing foliage, because it was all thanks to the armor that was soaked in the resin of the village of Valencia, being the best in the world insulated. At that moment, Lloyd approached this tree and touched it together with his assistant. The knight was carrying a backpack and looking at the main character, who was walking ahead, and said that they had been on the road for 2 days and was trying to figure out where exactly he was planning to get the insulating material. The protagonist replied that in the eternally shining forest where the elves lived, he could get some resin there. Then the brown-haired guy looked back with displeasure, seeing that the knight had started to leave. The blue-haired guy looked back at the gentleman with disdain and reminded him that elves really hate people, because they are the race with whom it will not be possible to negotiate. The protagonist raised his eyebrows in bewilderment and realized that in the novel, it was Xavier who made friends with them and received armor as a gift and told him to go back. He wanted to go further. Xavier, displeased, nevertheless followed his master. The knight closed his eyes and said that no one had contacted this race for the last 500 years and tried to understand how Lloyd would convince them. The brown-haired man looked at the knight in surprise and did not understand what was being discussed. Then the protagonist said with a mocking smile that the knight was stupid. Xavier looked at Lloyd with displeasure, who said that they were not going to negotiate. The protagonist opened his mouth wide in a malicious smile and said that they were going to rob them. The knight looked angrily through his bangs at the master and realized that he no longer wanted to be his knight. These were the snowy mountains under the night sky. The protagonist walked with the knight through the magical forest. They walked together along a forest path that was surrounded by magical plants. Lloyd looked back at the knight, who closed his eyes and told him that very soon they would enter the ever-glowing forest, because it was only a short time left, and he had heard that the elves felt a connection with the forest, so he asked the knight to be as quiet as possible. Xavier closed his eyes and began to put his hand to his face. He immediately sneezed and covered his nose. Lloyd looked back at the knight and asked him what he was thinking. Xavier noted that he was simply sneezing, and it could be seen. Lloyd stated that he knew when people sneezed and stated that he didn't have to seem cool. The knight, his face illuminated by the shining light, looked through his bangs and simply said that he was handsome and would look cool no matter what he did, because it was a feeling that he would never understand even if he lived his whole life. Lloyd looked at him with disdain, raising his eyebrows, noticing his ironic answer. Lloyd continued to look at him with disdain, while the system laughed at him because he had received emotional damage. The brown-haired man twisted his face, baring his teeth, looking at the knight, who called him a sword master, and he should restrain himself because they could not control some physical needs. The protagonist replied that he could not even restrain his urge to go to the toilet, and why would he do it? So that later he would suffer from constipation. While Lloyd was making a face, the knight scratched his nose and smiled. Xavier shook his head and stretched out his hand, saying that they needed to switch to this whole toilet topic because they couldn't compete face to face, and called the gentleman funny. The main character, with a grin and a twisted face, swung his fist. He began to deliver numerous blows to the knights, who were cold-bloodedly parrying them. Then Xavier put his hand to his stomach, which began to shine because he was in a very good mood. The brown-haired man convulsively twisted his face in sweat, asking the knight to just keep quiet or sneeze quietly. Then the brown-haired man looked forward again and said that the Alencia tree was located in the center of this forest. They saw a whole group of elves in front of them, who pulled a bow towards them. The main character frowned convulsively in sweat, not understanding how they were spotted. The blonde angrily stated that the boys had been screaming since they entered the forest, so they had been spotted. Xavier, at that moment, looked out from behind the protagonist with disdain and realized that they had been hit. At that moment, the brown-haired man gritted his teeth with a grin and said that they would solve everything. The protagonist grinned maliciously from under his brows and said that they would simply speed up the execution of their plans. The archers immediately fired their arrows if they did not leave. The knight immediately stood up to defend himself and took out his magic blade. A beam of light began to sparkle in the funnel. Xavier immediately used light beams and repelled a whole barrage of arrows. He swung his blade, and all the arrows began to fall to the ground. The blonde immediately reached out with anger for other arrows and realized that they were up against the sword master. While the protagonist was about to run away, Xavier stood on the defensive. The protagonist stated that according to their plan, they should separate and meet in about 30 minutes near the Alencia tree, so he asked the knight to find some kind of elevation to see him in case they got lost. The blonde looked forward furiously when the other fighters flew to attack. The main character was about to run away with tears in his eyes when he was called scary. Xavier, at this time, also began to run away when they tried to surround him from the trees. The knight continued to run with his sword, looking back at the opponents catching up. At this time, the elf with the other fighters ran after him under the cover of the moon. She smoothly touched a leaf with her foot. Then she soared with the help of it. Xavier looked back angrily and understood that little was known about the elves, but then again, the young master's predictions turned out to be accurate and the elves are incredibly fond of nature. He remembered how he followed the master, trying to grab the sword, when Lloyd said that the elves would not be able to harm the plants. This would be their advantage, because they could not attack innocent elves. He would have to run away from them as quickly as possible, while dodging attacks. At that moment, the main character looked back and said that perhaps for some time they would be able to use their nature against the guys themselves. At this time, the elf again pulled the bowstring and arrow. Xavier furiously looked back from under his brows. He immediately pressed his body against the tree. The elf angrily lowered the bow, realizing that she could not cause harm. This arrow flew past the face of the knight, who managed to return. He deftly dodged the arrows flying past in a fighting pose. The knight immediately leaned over and started running forward from the flying arrows, because he didn't understand why they were shooting him in two directions. Xavier continued to dodge the arrow, Looking back, he dodged the arrows in different directions, which stuck into the ground. He bulged his eyes furiously. He continued to run forward when black silhouettes flew behind him because they did it on purpose. At this time, Lloyd looked out from behind a bush at that very resin tree. The brown-haired man began to get his shovel, wanting to take the sprouts. A bright core of light emitted in matter. The main character began to dig up the ground with his glowing shovel because the level of resin was increased, and now he would not feel tired for 20 minutes. He began to dig up the ground with quick movements, scattering it around. In an instant, he had already dug up a whole tunnel. At that moment, Xavier continued to run. He looked back angrily and realized that something was wrong here. At that time, the blonde with other archers were flying from the air, and Xavier did not see them, assuming that she could chase the young master. At that moment, the knight managed to run to the river. He immediately jumped into the water, holding back his light blade, and realized that here he would not be able to use plants to block their attacks. At that time, a huge flock of archers were aiming at him from both sides. A whole barrage of arrows flew from the sky at the knight. At that moment, the assistant stuck his glowing blade into the water. A powerful stream of water swept away all the arrows flying at him. A barely visible silhouette of Xavier was visible through the water. Then he cut the air with his blade and his proud grin appeared. At that moment, the elves sat on the tops of their heads, trees, and looked at what was happening with angrily, because they had not seen such power, and they understood that if this man wanted, he could easily kill them, so she told everyone to calm down. The blonde lowered her head and said, "If humans have a sword master, then they have Melika." The knight stood in the water and looked back into the depths of the forest. A huge, muscular elf girl appeared from there. She stuck her bow into the ground. Then she pulled that huge arrow, because it was the bow of the great archer dragon. Xavier pulled out his glowing blade with a tense look. The girl immediately released that huge arrow, cutting through the water. That arrow pierced the knight's glowing blade. That huge arrow pierced the knight's blade. From such a powerful onslaught, he began to fly back. He managed to land with his feet in the water. He held the blade in front of him and held back that huge arrow. The knight bloodthirstily held back that arrow with his blade. That arrow pierced the sword in a bright stream, which the knight raised above his head under the cover of the moon. He flew back slightly in a furious manner and felt this murderous power because the elf managed to parry his aura sword. He bared his teeth through his bangs with anger and realized that if he wounded even one elf, then all the other elves of this world would take revenge on him until their last breath, because their influence was much more frightening in comparison with the orcs. A whole crowd of girls pulled an arrow to help a healthy elf. The blue-haired guy pulled out his glowing blade and realized that it was almost time to meet the young master, and some elves were still sitting on his tail. Another flurry of arrows flew in the sky. Xavier pulled out his glowing blade in a fighting pose under the cover of flying arrows and tried to understand how to deal with these elves and not kill them, and how to save the young master. Melika pulled her bowstring. At this time, Xavier ran bloodthirstily to attack, swinging his glowing blade. He shot down all the arrows flying at him with green streams of aura. He continued to swing his sword, deflecting all the arrows with green light. At that moment, Melika again released a barrage of arrows from her bow. The knight opened his mouth bloodthirstily and screamed. He emitted a green stream of energy that surrounded the flying arrow. Then he furiously looked behind him, swinging his hand. He pulled his glowing blade behind his back, removing the arrow in the form of a funnel into the sky. Then he fired this arrow back in a curved trajectory. Two huge arrows flew at each other. Their tips collided with each other. At this time, the protagonist was cutting a purple plant with a dagger. He was putting a bunch of pink shoots in his briefcase in the cave and was glad that he only needed one more of a certain size. He looked forward with his back turned when he was told to stand still. The protagonist coolly looked back. He saw how angry elven women were pulling arrows at him and were furious, telling him not to cut the roots of their precious tree. The protagonist smiled with a smirk and said ironically that he was sorry, but many people's lives depended on it. These archers continued to aim at the protagonist, who crouched, clutching the torch, because he was told not to move. Without turning his head, he looked at the torch and said that if she wanted to shoot, then let her do it. The blonde was pulling her arrow and staring at the main character. He smiled maliciously with a sarcastic face, grabbed the pot with the mandrake plant and said that he would fry this plant to a crust. The elves immediately became excited and opened their mouths in horror. The brown-haired man held a mandrake sprout and put a torch to it, while laughing maliciously, ironically asking them if they really didn't want to see the suffering of this flower. The brown-haired man, together with the plant and the torch, began to approach the elves, who began to retreat, calling him a villain, and he thanked them with irony for the compliments. The elf commander frowned furiously and called him a devil's spawn who was not popular with women. The protagonist's eyes widened in shock at this statement. He continued to look forward with a downcast gaze while the mandrake screamed. He continued to follow the tunnel closer to the elves, who were retreating back. Then all three of them pressed themselves against a wall. The protagonist continued to walk forward along the tunnel, pressing the elves closer and closer to a dead end, and they themselves offered to talk. The protagonist looked at the elves through his bangs with disdain. Then he opened his mouth wide and began to scream convulsively. Then he bloodthirstily began to eat the leaves of the mandrake, which wanted to escape. He came closer and closer to the exit of the tunnel and wanted the elves to get out, although they said that it was high up there, but they would have to get out. After they got out of the cave, the protagonist sat down on the ground. Then he stood up and continued chewing on the mandrake leaf, thinking that they had come out into the light of day. Now Xavier would find him easier and he should show up soon, but if others got to him first, it would be bad. Suddenly, an arrow flew past the protagonist's silhouette into the head. Well, Lloyd slightly closed his eyes, continuing to chew on the plant leaf. The commander looked back at the girl, who clutched her stomach, because she felt sick, because she was worried. Then she looked back with fury at her other friend, who saw something terrible and her anemia just let her know. Their commander told her to pull herself together because she couldn't show weakness in front of this enemy. Suddenly, unpleasant sounds were heard from her own stomach. They all fell to their knees together and convulsively clutched their stomachs and almost vomited. The protagonist stared at them in bewilderment. He imagined an army of elf girls who were pulling their arrows, and he assumed that they must be strong and unwavering. He held the plants and began to look around because he did not hear a single bird in the entire forest and not a single animal. It was a huge magical plant that emitted purple light, because it was a domino monster when the animals migrated another part from the mountain, and that is why in the thicket of the ever-shining forest it was so empty. Then he began to look around with disdain. He realized that the elves would not touch the plants, which meant that they were carnivores. At that moment, the elves convulsively held their stomachs and looked weak because he realized that they most likely had been hungry for a very long time. At that time, the knight stood in the water in a fighting pose, holding a glowing blade. At that moment, Melika grabbed her arrow again, while her friends covered her from the tree. The knight looked at them angrily through his bangs, and it was strange to him that, judging by the strength and abilities of the elves, this should not have exhausted them so much. He assumed that he would be able to break through their defense and abruptly squatted over the water. A bright electron of light swirled in matter. He immediately flew to attack with a glowing blade. Now Melika bloodthirsty pulled her huge arrow. The knight continued to run forward, despite the huge flying arrow. He ran to attack, running past this arrow. Xavier continued to run to attack through the stream of arrows, and Muira now stretched out her hand to the side and declared that the line of defense was broken through and therefore everyone should be ready to attack. She looked back at the tree and saw that all the elves were lying unconscious and without strength, as they wanted to eat. Then the commander looked back at the branch from which the last warrior jumped back. It was Melika, who continued to run to the attack because she always shared food with him, and now she fought for them until her last breath. This healthy girl again released a stream of glowing arrows. The knight managed to cover himself with his sword, reflecting a huge arrow. From such a powerful shot, he pressed himself against the tree. Melika flew at him with a sharp arrow. She stuck him in the ground when the knight managed to jump back. The knight angrily ran to the attack and realized that he was the one who should protect the son of his master. He managed to jump back into the air after the elf monster's arrow swung. Again, a flurry of arrows flew in the sky, and they wanted to gather their will into a fist and give Melika at least some support. A huge blue moon illuminated the night sky. Under the cover of the moon, the knight flew in the air to save the heir to their estate. The knight jumped from the green leaf into the sky because he wanted to save Lloyd at any cost. At this time, the elves watched the events from the tree with anger and realized that the path of steps, which even they could master only after 100 years of training. Now Xavier jumped onto the tree branch. He began to run to the attack when a barrage of arrows flew after him. He jumped from branch to branch when arrows pursued him. He continued to run forward along the branch. At this time, Melika bloodthirstily pulled 2 sharp arrows. At this time, Xavier moved through the air to the Alencia tree. Xavier bloodthirstily opened his mouth and screamed to call the master. Now pieces of meat were roasting on a stone near the fire. Lloyd at this time ate with the other elves and looked back. Xavier, all sweaty, looked at the scene in bewilderment. Lloyd looked at his battered knight and asked where he had been, as if he had been to war. The knight watched as the hungry elves sat with the protagonist by the fire, and he offered them to fry a piece of meat better and try it. He said that it was pork, so it should be well fried. Then Lloyd looked back at his assistant and told him to come closer to them. A moment later, they were all sitting together by the fire where the meat was cooking, and he explained that this was his guard warrior, not a servant. At this time, the commander Muira was chewing a piece of meat with appetite when she was introduced. Then the knight looked at the smoke coming from the meat when he was told to introduce himself. At this time, the commander continued to chew a piece of meat and looked at Lloyd, asking him if they would have more room. At the same time, Melika hid from behind a tree when she was asked to come out. Then she sat down next to Xavier, pressing him to the commander, who dreamed that she had been starving for months and now they could share meat with her. The brown-haired man with a spreading smile pointed his hands at the fire and said that they could eat as much as they wanted because they had stocked up well for this journey and ordered them to eat to their heart's content. At the same time, the rest of the elf army aimed at the clearing near the fire where the guys were sitting because they felt that they were still being held at gunpoint, and therefore he also suggested that they be content with meat. At this time, the elves continued to aim, but smelled the smoke of delicious meat. Then the blonde brought a fried piece of meat on a fork. Then she pressed her lips. Then the protagonist smiled from under his brows and asked about the elven men who patiently waited for their women to return from hunting. They must be starving to death now. At that moment the commanders together with their assistant tearfully closed their eyes and cried. The main character crossed his fingers and smiled maliciously, asking about the elven children and how long their elders would be able to resist hunger. At that time the commander, gritting his teeth, sat embittered when he joked whether it would be hunger or the law of the jungle, which would be the first to get to them, and no one knew about it. Lloyd smiled sarcastically, crossing his fingers with tears in his eyes, and said that the tears completely blocked his view. At that moment the commander strongly twisted his face with tears in his eyes and frowned. At that time all the elven women began to cry and hug each other, closing their eyes. At that moment she tried to hold back her tears, clenching her lips. The elf looked angrily at the protagonist sitting opposite her, who offered to negotiate, although she stated that they do not do this with people. At that moment, Lloyd with a mocking smile began to gloat over the mandrake root, which was already half dead, because he stated that they had almost reached an agreement, because he said that he would leave the plant alone, and if they did not attack, and also because they were hungry, he fed them meat, and they talked. At this time, the commander looked at him angrily from under his brows, because he stated that this was the best moment to negotiate. Lloyd crossed his fingers and looked at the commander with a smile, stating, firstly, that they could offer the survival of their race. The blonde looked at the protagonist with disdain, having heard about the survival of her race. Lloyd sat on a stump with his arms crossed and said that they could make unlimited deliveries of pork and also supply bitumen coal. In the picture, Lloyd continued to make a mocking face and understood that if they found out that bitumen coal was made from wood, they would not like it very much, but they could omit this information. The blonde looked at him with displeasure, bulging her eyes. The brown-haired man at this time grinned, made a face, clapping his hand into his palm, explaining this by the fact that he was sure that they always dried meat before eating it, and now it was time to cook it deliciously and eat it. He also added that they would build a special freezer for them where they could store meat. The blonde at this time pressed her lips through her long hair. Xavier sat between the commander and the healthy elf when Muira asked about the terms of the deal. The brown-haired man sat on a stump with his fingers crossed and said that he also wanted to survive. If they did not agree to his conditions, then all his people would freeze to death. He imagined this huge magical tree and said that they should allow them to take a little tree sap, just a little, and every month, then no one would die. Lloyd sarcastically raised his eyebrows through his long bangs and said that he would teach them how to collect the sap so as not to harm the tree. He sat by the fire opposite his assistant guard and the elf and said that it would also be much better if the elves themselves delivered meat, because he wanted to divide 100 elves into two groups, one group that would be busy delivering meat and two would help them build houses. The brown-haired man bowed his head and smiled sarcastically, asking them about the possibility of surviving together. The other elves sat on the tree and were angry because their commander should not have done this, because people constantly lied to them. The blonde closed her eyes, lowering her head. She remembered herself as a little girl, how her mother stroked her head and asked her to listen to her, because when her mother lived together under the name Gable, she interacted with people very often, even though their life is short, but there is so much in it that they want to enjoy, and that is why they become greedy, lie, and do evil. At that moment, her mother told her that when she meets a person, she should only trust the one who is able to become her true friend, and at that moment she disappeared from her memories. In the picture, the brown-haired man was sitting by the fire opposite a whole group of elves and a security assistant. He stared at them through the light of the fire. The blonde calmly closed her eyes. A ray of light broke through the magic tree. She looked at the protagonist and said that she would not agree with him because she would only negotiate with someone who was considered her friend. Lloyd grabbed his face with anger and realized that he could have run into an iron wall. Have you ever wondered what a friend is? The brunette walked with a backpack on his back in a dark space because in his original world he was always alone and very poor and could barely take care of himself. The main character saw a group of guys in front of him who were mocking and smiling, and he realized that he wanted to be above this, so he attended various lectures and seminars on architecture. In those memories, he approached the cash register in a cafe because he tried not to pay attention to the mockery and sidelong glances when he was considered a poor man, and they did not understand why he went to such establishments, because his stench spoiled his entire appetite. At that moment, Lloyd was staring into space because it really hit his pride, but he had to hold on, and he knew that only studying and hard work would help him get out of poverty. And then one day, a bunch of meat was frying in a frying pan. In the real world, he was sitting at a table with a bunch of dishes, and opposite him sat a blonde friend who told his friend not to listen to these idiots because he had better grades. He always tried harder than others. In the picture, his friend was frying a piece of meat and wanted to turn it over because he adored local beef. At this time, the brunette brought a piece of meat on chopsticks and thanked him for the dinner. In the picture, the blonde smiled sarcastically and asked him if he had never tried beef. The protagonist at that moment widened his eyes in shock. At that moment, this blonde looked down on the guy and smiled sarcastically. He saw that mocking grin of the blonde because he had seen those faces all his life. He had the feeling that he was being fed like a stray dog and he was doing a good deed just for himself. At that moment, tears appeared in Lloyd's stunned eyes and they blurred his vision. He clenched his lips with pain in his soul because he felt like a dirty dog that was picked up on the street. With tears in his eyes, he smiled happily because he had never tasted such a deliciousness in his life. At that moment, his friend, like an angel, opened his arms and was all glowing. Through his tears, the main character began to smile happily because he wanted to ask for more. At that moment, his friend smiled back and showed 3 fingers, thus expressing that he could have more. At that moment, they happily ran after each other around the city because he had become his only friend. Now Lloyd began to smile bloodthirstily with all 32 teeth and tried to understand what friendship is because everything is good as long as he has meat. He immediately began to take pieces of meat out of his backpack. The hungry elf opened her eyes, seeing this glow like a piece of meat. At this time, Lloyd held out a raw piece of meat on the tongs. At this time, Muira with tears in her eyes and stuffed cheeks looked at the piece of meat. She immediately covered her mouth from such a delicacy. The other elves also tried this meat with tears in their eyes and stuffed cheeks. The commander immediately extended his hand and yet accepted his conditions, forgetting about the approval of the elders, and ordered her guys to feed her meat. The elves of the Eternal Radiance Forest, who had not contacted other tribes for 500 years, signed an agreement with the people from the Frontera estate. The main character, along with a squad of elves and a guard, entered the city. In the picture, an angry knight walked nearby and did not understand why he needed to fight if meat would solve everything. All the inhabitants of the city closely watched the detachment of elves that entered and Mr. Lloyd, who were trying to figure out who he would bring next time. At this time, Muira looked around in bewilderment. She looked at the wooden fence and realized that it was all created from the pain of plants, and she was afraid to see it with her own eyes. Then she turned her attention to the wooden door in the house. The blonde looked at the back of the main character, who explained that some people refused to eat animal meat because many had reasons for ethnicity, culture, personal choice, or others. Without turning his head, he lowered it and told the commander to stop being so stubborn and should already help each other because he thought that only then they would be able to live a happy life. Yura looked away with displeasure and expressed understanding of what he wanted to say, but her heart needed to understand it too, and he added that she needed time. Then he looked back at her sarcastically, raising his eyebrows, and said that she should not deny herself another portion of meat while she thought. The blonde with drool on her cheek looked at him intently and said that she was already beginning to understand. The picture showed the structures of houses because the construction of housing complexes was ongoing. Lloyd held a shovel in the ground and looked up, because before the trip he had another concern, because he thought that they would be able to finish the construction before the temperature dropped below 0 because it was freezing and thawing. These were iron reinforcement bars from a concrete block, because if the water in the cement freezes at 0 degrees and then begins to melt in the spring with an increase in temperature, then there will be a lot of liquid inside the concrete which will destroy it from the inside. He imagined these drops of water. Then in his mind, this huge house began to fall and collapse. Then he scratched his chin with a malicious smile and said that it was no longer a problem. At this time, the elves were climbing up the building at a run. The elves deftly jumped between the buildings to the top. They deftly grabbed the building materials and tried to bring them in, finished them quickly, and returned to eating their meat. Thanks to the insane mobility of the elves, the speed of construction exceeds imagination. It was the first day of winter. Snowfall appeared. The construction of complexes 101 and 102 was completed, and these were ready-made buildings. In the picture, the main character and Xavier were climbing the stairs with the orcs because he had to conduct control tests in these 2 buildings this winter, and then further construction would be carried out with the goal of placing all the refugees in apartments by next autumn. And the key point of the test would be the resin of the Alencia tree and soybean paste mixed in a ratio of 1 to 1000 for ideal insulation. He dipped his brush into the glowing liquid. They watched as the workers smeared the radiators with this liquid. Then Greg looked back at the protagonist, shouted that the insulation of the pipes from the 1st to the 8th floor was complete, and now someone should turn on the boiler on Lloyd's orders. These pipes began to pour hot water through themselves, which heated them up. It was a whole steam room where the guys sat in a sweat and felt incredible success. Then they left the building, and Lloyd shouted for the people to get ready for relocation. Then Xavier drew the twisted face of the gentleman because he thought that the priority was the move, but Lloyd shut him up. The knight immediately became embittered and twisted his face when he was told to shut up. Then the protagonist angrily pointed his finger at Baron and ordered that families with children be settled first, then the elderly and the sick, and accommodate them taking into account their state of health. Xavier looked at the protagonist in amazement, who added that those who did not have enough space would be placed in separate rooms with heating this winter, and everyone would be well fed and warm. The protagonist at this time smiled maliciously with irony because he realized that this needed to be done so that later they would feel obligated and he could calmly ask them to work for him. Lloyd began to walk forward to the Baron because this winter they had no time for rest, although Xavier walked behind him and was irritated because calling him stupid would not be enough. The knight closed his eyes and thought about it. If you think about it, he is so strange, since his character has changed dramatically, and in the end he could not even hate him. At that moment, the main character's cloak was fluttering from the snowy wind, because he had become a real support for everyone around him. The two of them walked along the bridge. Then they squinted into the distance, trying to figure out if it was the sound of a trumpet or a towering signal of the approach of the royal envoy. It was a green-clad envoy who jumped up to get a letter from his inside pocket. Then he opened a red scroll in a jump. This envoy opened his shield in front of the protagonist's parents, who bowed when they were told that they never ceased to amaze, because the initiative that the Frontera estate took on itself turned into a real miracle. Arcus, along with his wife, looked askance because they were trying to take into account all the achievements of their estate, and with this decree, he proclaimed the Frontera estate a county. At that moment, the main character stood behind the envoy along with Xavier. Xavier looked in surprise at the protagonist, who said the same thing about the county at the same time as the envoy. This envoy on the red carpet immediately bowed and congratulated the family of counts. At that time, Arcus with his wife, with tears in their eyes, looked at their son in surprise. At that moment, Lloyd looked at his parents with a smirk. At that time, the messenger stood on the path in front of Lloyd's bowed parents, and reported that the first achievement prevented the spread of a monstrous wave of monsters from the east, and the second achievement provided shelter to refugees from all over the country. The blonde patted her husband on the shoulder, who was holding his lips with tears in his eyes, and the third achievement was that they rebuilt the eastern regions and turned it into a real fighting force. This mustachioed messenger opened a wide red scroll and reported that, given all these achievements, Frontera County gains independence from Cremo County, and he ordered them to become the center of the east and rebuild it. Behind the messenger, the main character crossed his fingers and joyfully rejoiced, because he heard that the royal family will allocate a budget and all the necessary materials for construction in the east. They are also granted an exemption from paying taxes for the next 20 years. At that moment, Lloyd opened his mouth in delight and looked at his crossed fingers. Long live his kingdom, and their wonderful and generous Alicia. He understood that it was almost impossible to rebuild such a huge city on their own, but the queen was confident in them, so he decided to trust them. At that time, Lloyd looked back at the knight angrily and told him to go to the village, because he had something prepared for such cases. Arcus looked at the leaving guys, having heard from the messenger that in this way all the territories that bordered the east, including the county of Lacona, would be subject to the county of Frontera. Arcus, with tears in his eyes and a pitiful grin, looked at his son. He looked at his son humming a song with Xavier, realizing that all this became possible thanks to Lloyd, because he not only miraculously saved their estate from debt, but even turned it into a county and a real miracle. At that moment, the queen's statue was covered in flowers because the people were rejoicing. At that moment, the protagonist and his assistants were dancing around this statue to praise the queen. They continued to dance on the square in front of the statue of Alicia. Lloyd clenched his crossed fingers and sweatily declared that they should shout louder so that the queen herself could hear them. At that moment, the messenger looked in bewilderment from under his hat at how they wished the queen long life. Then this messenger stood on the carpet in front of the queen and declared that they continued to shout the same thing over and over again. At that moment, the queen, furious, screamed that the messenger should tell them to stop doing this. At that time, the viscount was riding a horse along a snowy path. Racona, sweating, was frantically riding a horse in order to make it in time. He immediately fell on the rug in front of the count, who was calling him. At that time, Arcus was sitting calmly at the table, raising his hand and saying that there was no need for formalities, because he was not yet accustomed to his status as a count. At that moment, the viscount pressed his long nose into the rug, sweating his brow, and said that he objected, because with his impeccable pedigree and excellent character, there was no other candidate in the world who would be better suited for this role. At that time, the viscount sullenly pressed his long nose into the rug and was indignant that Arcus could become a count. He remembered how he and his comrades mocked Arcus, because at various receptions he constantly ridiculed him for his poverty and looked down on him so many times. Now Arcus sat with a smile, crossing his fingers, because it was all in the past. Now he just needed to be more polite to him, although he really disliked him, and if he could take advantage of his softness, he would definitely be able to survive. At this time, the viscount was lying on the carpet in front of the new count, who reminded him that by royal decree they were instructed to rebuild the east. The Viscount immediately said that he would like to express his gratitude and appreciation for the trust. Arcus raised his eyebrows in surprise and stated that they lacked manpower and therefore he had a request to Racona. Racona continued to lie on the carpet in front of the new count, who was at the table, and wondered if the Viscount could lend him his engineers. Racona immediately replied that he just needed to name a number. Arcus crossed his fingers and with slight sadness looked away, saying that if he asked too much, the Viscount simply would not be able to cope. At this point, Racona was leaning his head on the floor when he was asked to send as much as possible. Then Racona, sweating and convulsive, raised his gaze. He saw Arcus looking down at him with a haughty air, saying that it would not affect their friendship in a negative way. He immediately stood there, open-mouthed and excited. At this point, the Viscount climbed onto his horse while the new count was watching. At this point, Arcus watched from the window as the Viscount fell off his horse. At this point, Arcus stood with a thoughtful look, his head down, because he had never threatened a living soul in his life and he felt lousy. Racona stretched out his shaking hands to the horse. Arcus smiled maliciously, noting that he felt so wonderful. Bayern bowed before the protagonist, saying that the settlement of residents in the apartment complex Gold Mine 101 and Gold Mine 102 was completed. The system notified that he had a new achievement. He commanded the construction of the apartment complex and was able to settle residents of the continent of Laurasia, bonus RP 700, the amount of RP 4783. The protagonist smiled maliciously, noting that he had sown the seeds and it was time to reap the fruits. Gray smoke came out of the chimneys in the houses. There was a tray with food on the table. The woman noted that there was even meat and warm bread. The boy thanked him for the food. The brunette looked at the man, inviting him to the table to eat with them. The man said that they should eat themselves since he had no appetite. The brown-haired man furrowed his brows, thinking that he was certainly grateful for everything, but in the past he worked tirelessly on the farm for his family, but now he can only rely on others. The man pressed his lips together, wondering how long he could live like this. The brown-haired man looked behind him when he heard the villagers calling out to Mr. Lloyd. The young master was waving his hand at the villagers. The man thanked the brown-haired man, asking how they could repay him for his kindness. Lloyd said that they shouldn't, asking if they were doing well. The villagers said that he saved their lives, thanking him for that. The old woman approached the protagonist, shedding tears, asking him to hold her hand before she died. Lloyd asked the woman not to speak and wished that she would outlive even him. The young gentleman hugged the little boy as the artist was drawing them. Lloyd said that they could do it. The little boy repeated after the protagonist. The protagonist waved at the villagers with a big smile, saying that it was all thanks to them and he loved them all. Xavier looked at the protagonist with a terrifying look, noting that he felt it. Lloyd asked the villagers that the food was delicious. The knight frowned, noting that he was plotting something against all these people. The soldiers placed a table on the ground. There was a stack of papers on the table. The protagonist sat at the table, saying that it was time for them all to pay their debts, and he had a whole mountain of contracts prepared there. The villagers looked at each other in bewilderment. Lloyd closed his eyes and grinned widely. Then he widened his eyes, asking that they knew that nothing happens for free. The villagers looked at the young gentleman in horror. Xavier grabbed his head, gritting his teeth, thinking to hell with him. He no longer understood what was good and what was bad. The brown-haired man looked at the man who had approached him and called out to him. The villager looked at the young gentleman with a serious look, asking that if he signed the contract, he would have a job. The protagonist smiled maliciously, sticking out his tongue. He said that, of course, they would pay a salary and even overtime. The hero looked at the villager with a crazy look, noting that from the moment the contract was signed and the first salary was received, they would have to buy food and everything else with their own money. The villager pressed his lips together. He looked at the young gentleman with a confident look, noting that he did not want to sit on others' necks and was ready to sign the contract. The young gentleman's face twisted into a crazy smile. He noted that he was offering a rather difficult contract in the spirit of capitalism, asking if he was ready. The man asked what capitalism was. A woman approached the protagonist and asked if she could sign the contract. Lloyd noted that they did not discriminate based on gender. People began to line up in front of the protagonist's desk, saying that they also wanted to earn a living for themselves and wanted to sign the contract. The protagonist smirked slightly, noting that they were preparing to launch a project that would provide them with a stable livelihood in their own land. The bright sun shone over the green fields. Lloyd stated that they would start a project to develop terraced farmland. The sunlight illuminated the green meadows. Lloyd noted that with the help of a gabion, they would strengthen the eastern hill and build farmland, and the gabion would be very easy to build from rebar. Belle lay on the bed with an exhausted look. The little beaver looked at the protagonist with fury. The young gentleman noted that Belle worked hard to build the apartment complex. The little beaver hit the protagonist in the face with its paw. The protagonist noted that he would not be able to ask her to work for a while. Tears appeared in the protagonist's eyes. He thought that in that case, a full moon shone in the night sky. A system window appeared to summon a mystical creature. The protagonist stared at the system window, noting that he had been thinking about this idea for several days, but it seemed to be the only way that would allow them to get the materials they needed. White arrows pointed to the start button. The system announced that this was great, and they began to summon, asking what they would get, adding that they only live once. The protagonist narrowed his eyes, thinking that this was a stupid system, and even if he was acting like some kind of rogue, he had always been on his side. Peapodong and Hippo watched with curiosity. Lloyd noted that Peapodong, Hippo, and Bell always got the creature he needed the most. A system window appeared with RP amount of 4783. The young gentleman noted that since he had a large reserve of RP, there was no reason to doubt and it was time to begin. The main character swung his finger furiously. He said for it to show itself, a creature that would help him get reinforcement for retaining walls. The protagonist pressed his finger on start. A magic circle appeared in the air. The protagonist folded his hands in front of the magic circle. Confused words were heard from the circle. Lloyd noted how noisy it was. The magic circle increased in size. The brown-haired man watched what was happening, dumbfounded, not understanding what it was. A pillar of fire struck the protagonist's face from the magic circle. The protagonist looked ahead in bewilderment with his mouth wide open. Lloyd glared at the system window. The system announced that it was called a donut hole. The young gentleman glared at the system window, asking that it was not on his side. A system window appeared. He announced that he was just a system that followed certain rules and they did not take sides. The young gentleman told him to change his businesslike tone. The protagonist's hands shook with anger, asking then what about all the other creatures, because he was giving him exactly what he needed. The system began to laugh maliciously. The protagonist looked at the system in bewilderment. The system emitted a terrifying aura when it laughed maliciously. The protagonist looked at the system window in confusion. The system announced that he was such a pathetic fool and apparently he still hadn't gotten it. Lloyd's eyes widened, glaring at the system. The system said that this was the whole point of gambling. It gave the newbie a few wins and then made them wait for the next success. The protagonist said that then he was a real swindler and he would kill him. The system asked him what he thought the world would make his life easier, adding that he shouldn't dare think that everything was that simple. The protagonist gritted his teeth in displeasure. The author noted that this is the type of person who quickly agrees with the villain's logic. The white arrows pointed to the system start window. The system asked what could happen next time, what would be worthwhile. The protagonist pressed the start button with a sly grin. Not far from the estate, a fiery explosion occurred. The protagonist began to wave his fists. The system asked him to wait a minute, adding that God loves the Trinity. The protagonist pressed the start button again. Lloyd fell to the ground, covering his head with his hands, when a magical green circle appeared. The young gentleman asked him what he thought. He was such a fool that he would let himself be fooled 3 times. The author noted that he had already been fooled. The young gentleman closed his eyes and gritted his teeth, after which he opened one eye, seeing a bright light. A terrifying huge monster appeared from the magic circle. The protagonist along with Hippo and Peapodong suddenly ran away from the monster. Brown-haired ran up to the knight, pointing his hand at the monster. The swordsman cut the monster with his blade. The protagonist sat on the ground with heavy breathlessness. Brown-haired looked at the system window in rage. The system notified that he had failed. Lloyd said that he already understood and would not try again. System notifications appeared. Hidden necessity reached, bankruptcy, his body and RP were severely damaged due to 3 consecutive failures. As compensation for his losses, the choice of the skill of the mystical creature became available to him. Brown-haired looked at the system notification in surprise, wondering what kind of skill he had. Many system windows appeared in front of the young master. The system notified that this was a list of skills that can be selected. The main character's eyes widened in surprise. He thought that this couldn't be true and why there were only 3 useful skills. System windows with skills appeared, such as becoming a crybaby, meditating, nature lover, and so on. The protagonist studied the skills with curiosity, after which his gaze fell on the skill of launching a spider web. He wondered what spider web was there. The brown-haired man thoughtfully looked away, imagining a spider on a web. He noted that if its weave was strong enough, they would get a material that would be stronger in stretchability and elasticity than metal, and it was resistant to moisture and would not lose its strength even after a long stay in the sun. The protagonist grinned sarcastically, noting that here it was and he knew that he would get exactly what he wanted. A system window appeared about summoning a mystical creature. The system asked that he would like to choose this skill and summon a mystical creature. RP quantity 4070. The main character pressed the start button, saying that he chose to launch a spider web. A green magic circle appeared in the air. A bright glow began to emanate from it. The sunlight illuminated the room of the estate. Xavier sat in a chair, hugging a pillow. He slightly opened his eyes, noting that, apparently, he dreamed something very strange. The sun was shining brightly over the fields. The workers looked up at the sky with curiosity, asking what it was. A black silhouette was visible in the sky. The men looked up in surprise. White feathers fell down to the ground. The man asked what an angel was. The protagonist smiled widely, shouting that it was gorgeous and they needed to do another lap around the county. The young gentleman was riding a huge jigoming bird. The guys flew over the workers who were raising their shovels. The man said that this was Mr. Lloyd and a mystical creature that flies through time. The protagonist stood on the bird, spreading his arms out to the sides. The workers shouted that Mr. Lloyd was a good man. The protagonist noted that he expected to see a spider, so he was a little scared when he saw a carrier pigeon, but birds have one big advantage. The brown-haired man with a serious expression on his face was riding a pigeon. The workers shouted that Mr. Lloyd was flying in the sky, and he was looking down on them. The men shouted that they completely trusted him. The protagonist noted that he could show off in front of the people as much as he wanted and strengthen their loyalty. The brown-haired man grinned maliciously, thinking that this way he could increase the amount of work and make them pay taxes, adding that this was a jackpot. The protagonist imagined a disgruntled pigeon. He noted that jigoming's main skill was to shoot spider webs, and its secondary skills were to stretch the web, weave a nest, and throw droppings. The protagonist imagined a web coming out of the backpack. He noted that jigoming could shoot webs from the backpack on his back. The brown-haired man recalled how he tried to stretch the web, noting that he tried to tear it with mana rings, but he only managed to stretch it a little, noting that this was the perfect quality. The young master pointed a shovel to jigoming, saying that they were flying to a plateau. Lloyd imagined a web net on the ground, saying that with his skill, they would be able to weave a powerful net. Jigoming narrowed his gaze and sighed heavily. The protagonist noted that everything was good about this bird, but Lloyd looked at the pigeon in bewilderment. The huge bird flew away. The young master asked where it went. The pigeon landed with a crash on the ground, after which jigoming threw the protagonist off his back. The brown-haired man fell to the ground. He grabbed his nose angrily, looking at the pigeon, asking what it was doing. Lloyd noted that he was an asshole. The pigeon sprawled near a tree, putting a branch in its beak. Jigoming slightly narrowed his gaze, stroking his body with his wings. He said in his own language that it pissed him off. Lloyd noted that he was incredibly lazy. The protagonist held his broken nose, angrily looking at the bird, wondering how to make it work. The protagonist squatted opposite the pigeon. Last night, Lloyd looked at jigoming with a smile, asking him that he could release a web and if he could show him what kind of web it was. The pigeon turned its head to the side, sighing heavily, after which it plopped down on the ground. Jigoming looked away with an indifferent look, speaking in his own language, asking why he cared about him and why he bothered to work and live a hard worker's life. The young master looked at the bird with narrowed eyes. He thought that just looking at this bastard, wondering that he was acting rather strangely. Peepodong approached his new friend with a wide smile. He smiled happily, raising his paws up. The rodent said that it was to create an infrastructure for society to improve the quality of life for people, experience satisfaction, and receive rewards. Jigoming stared at the rodent. Peepodong said in his own language that it was to create his own worldview to become a creature that brings happiness to this world. The little bird raised his eyebrows slightly. He slightly opened his beak, saying that he would try it then. Brown-haired noted that Peepodong's words had motivated him in general, and he began to move in a sense. The protagonist stood with his back to the sprawled pigeon. He noted that it had returned to that state again. A rodent crawled out from under his shirt. It approached the bird, suggesting that they try a little more together. Jigoming looked away, saying that after thinking about it carefully, he found no reason to try so hard. The protagonist watched the bird with bewilderment. The pigeon noted that the world would continue to move on even if they just sat and did nothing, and since he had summoned it, it would still feed it and take care of it. The protagonist's face twisted in rage. He thought that he was really annoying him, and maybe he should make dinner out of it, wondering if he could just eat it. Peepodong looked at the pigeon with displeasure, waving his paws, saying that it was impossible to say that. Jigoming looked at the rodent with bewilderment. Then he spat out a branch towards the animal. The stick hit the rodent on the head. The protagonist stood with his back in bewilderment, watching what was happening. The animal looked back at the young master, turning to him. Lloyd agreed with the animal. Then he handed the almond to Peepodong. White clouds floated over the mountains. The birds flew into the air. Jigoming began to frantically flap his wings, flying away from the forest. Peepodong grabbed the pigeon by the paw. The rodent increased in size, grabbing the bird. Then he began to push the pigeon into his mouth. Lloyd watched what was happening, dumbfounded. Peepodong was pushing the bird into his mouth. The sky was clear. Jigoming lay exhausted on the ground in a pool of drool. Peepodong looked at the bird with a happy expression, asking how he liked it and if he wanted to play some more. The pigeon looked at the rodent in horror, saying that he wanted to work. Peepodong smiled maliciously, his eyes flashing red. The protagonist smiled furiously, giving a thumbs up. Lloyd noted that no matter where or when, threats always work best. The workers were digging the ground. The protagonist noted that step 1 was to dig a slope. Baibong was shaking a tray of sand furiously. Lloyd noted that step 2 was to make Baibong filter the best sand through a huge sieve. Jigoming flew through the sky, releasing a web from his backpack. A net of webs formed on the ground. The protagonist noted that step 3 was to make Jigoming weave a web in the form of rebar. Peepodong sat on the pigeon's beak, hitting it with his paw. The young gentleman noted that step 4 was support from the person in charge. The rodent said how weak he was. The protagonist flew by on a huge bird, telling the white warriors to move forward. The workers shed tears, raising their shovels, shouting that they were Lloyd's warriors. The workers began to fill the web mesh with sand. The young gentleman noted that step 5 was to cover the web mesh with sand and continue this process until the backfill was complete. The workers leveled the ground. The protagonist noted that step 6 was after creating the stability of the backfill, filling it from all sides, vigorously filling the gabion with pebbles and gravel. White arrows pointed to the web mesh. The brown-haired man watched the workers from the air, noting that they had completed the first stage. The men shouted that they were Lloyd's warriors. The brown-haired man grinned, noting that they would probably be done by spring if they could distribute the land to the refugees and extend the construction time for the buildings, then finish everything by next year. The protagonist raised his shovel. He bared his teeth, standing astride the bird. Lloyd noted that this would be the end of his working life. An unemployed, carefree and rich life was already waiting for him. The men continued digging the earth. Arcus and Bayern sat at the table with a pile of papers. The bright sun was shining over the green fields with flowers. The system announced that the production of terraced farmland in Frontera County was complete. The bright sun illuminated the blocks of earth. The system announced that he had become one of the best builders on the continent, bonus RP plus 800, RP 4070. The protagonist lay on a green meadow with flowers in his hands. The system announced that he had a new title, Leader of All the Tired. The workers were working hard. A system window appeared. The title of the area, Frontera County. The period of validity is 30 years. The CP for the title is 3. The effect of this title will be active for 24 hours, but given its activity or the activity of the area, possible changes in the duration of the title in favor of increasing or decreasing it. The weather was clear above the buildings. System notification. The effect of the title is a chance for the agricultural lands of the northern mountains will increase the percentage of harvest by 300%, an increase of 200%. Lloyd took a chess piece, said that everything had become a little confusing. The protagonist sat next to the chessboard, putting a piece on it. The young gentleman moved to another seat, thoughtfully looking in front of him. The young gentleman moved the chess piece, asking how he liked it and what he intended to do. The brown-haired man again moved to another chair, saying that he was starting to go crazy. Xavier watched the distraught protagonist in bewilderment, asking what was funny to him. The main character said that he was having a great time and he liked it so much and it was so exciting that anything would do but work. The knight closed his eyes and nodded. He noted that it was the first time he had seen him play since that day. The main character asked what else he could do, adding that Mr. Bayern was doing a great job as a manager. The brown-haired man grinned slightly as he moved a chess piece. He noted that after the pay raise, the soldiers were working with even more enthusiasm and everything was going smoothly, after which, the protagonist's eyes widened in surprise. He remembered the man telling him that he should remember. The man was sitting by the open window, saying that when he thought everything was going well. The brunette looked outside, noting that he should at least once make sure that this was really the case. The man added that he should. The protagonist stared ahead, dumbfounded. After which, he got up from his chair, telling Xavier to go to bed later today, since he still had something to do before he sang him a lullaby. The knight asked what he was going to do in the middle of the night. The protagonist looked ahead warily, noting that he needed to check if everything was really that good. System notifications appeared. Final spoiler, he must use his CP to look a little into the future of this story. 40 are needed. The split system asked if he would like to use the final spoiler function. The young gentleman stood with his back to the system window. He noted that becoming rich and unemployed is not that easy. The brown-haired man put his finger in front of him, frowning. He noted that in order to ensure a carefree future without pitfalls, the protagonist pressed the agree button, saying that he confirms. Lloyd stood with his eyes closed in pitch darkness. When he opened one eye, a red blurry image appeared. The protagonist looked away, wondering if this was his room, after which his gaze changed to an angry one. In front of the young gentleman's bed stood Xavier, emitting a green aura. The brown-haired man watched what was happening in bewilderment, wondering what he was doing and that he was massaging his chest. The protagonist frowned. A blue magic sphere appeared in the space. Xavier stretched out his hands to the protagonist's body. Lloyd wondered what was going on and what kind of wild actions he was doing. The brown-haired man walked towards the knight, saying that if he continued like this, his heart would break, asking if he could hear him and what he was doing to him. The protagonist looked at the swordsman in shock. Xavier bared his teeth, shedding bitter tears. He pressed his palms to the young master's chest. The protagonist's body looked withered. The protagonist's eyes bulged in horror. There were creatures standing next to the protagonist's head. Lloyd wondered why he looked so creepy and that this was another ending where he died. The exhausted protagonist looked at the knight, telling him to stop because he already knew that there was no more hope. Xavier continued to shed tears and emit a green aura, pressing his palms to his body. Lloyd told him to live and burn everything. The protagonist watched in confusion, wondering what to burn. Xavier fell to his knees, holding the protagonist's hand. The protagonist slightly opened his mouth, saying that he was not really a count. The knight closed his eyes, saying that he was a hero for protecting his second home. The young master looked at the crying knight. The swordsman added that he saved so many refugees. He continued to squeeze the exhausted protagonist's hand, noting that this is how he will tell the whole world about him. Lloyd looked at the ceiling with an indifferent look. He slightly opened his mouth, breathing heavily. Then a white light illuminated the protagonist's face as he died. The animals shed their bitter tears, standing next to the head of the young master. They gradually began to dissolve in the air, after which the animals disappeared after the death of the protagonist. Lloyd watched the scene with horror. He frowned, noting that he had already seen his death before, and he should not panic and analyze everything and think. The knight picked up the body of the dead protagonist. Lloyd noted that Andre's appearance had not changed that much, which meant that this should happen in the near future. Brown-haired drew attention to the withered legs. He noted that he was completely withered, wondering that, apparently, this was due to dehydration and what was the reason. Xavier carried the body outside. Brown-haired noted that this would happen in the spring. He watched what was happening with a wary look. Xavier carried the body of the protagonist to the other bodies on the street. The bandaged parents of the protagonists lay on the ground. Grigory lay nearby with other bodies. Lloyd noted that everyone was there except Xavier, and that it was a mass plague. The knight was pouring liquid from a barrel onto the bodies of people. Chopin wondered if it was gasoline. The swordsman was holding a lit torch. The protagonist noted that he understood everything. Xavier brought the torch to the protagonist's body. Lloyd noted that this meant he told him to burn the corpses. The young gentleman looked away thoughtfully, thinking that in that case it was an epidemic. The protagonist stood among the dead bodies on fire. The brown-haired man put his hand to his lips, wondering if some kind of disease had arisen and what he knew about diseases. The young gentleman's eyes widened in horror, noting that he was not some kind of doctor from another world, wondering if he could stop this. The protagonist looked at the knight in bewilderment. The swordsman told Mr. Lloyd, adding that whoever asked him, those were his last words. Xavier stood next to the burning body. He noted that when his remains were completely burned, he wanted him to say so. The swordsman looked at the burned body with a cold gaze, telling him to remember the word void. The protagonist's eyes widened in surprise, after which he exited the future. He wondered what this word void was and what kind of last words were they. The young master looked away thoughtfully, wondering what this encrypted message was for. He noted that the Lloyd who had just died had already seen what happened in the final spoiler. The protagonist remembered his body being burned. He wondered if this was a message for him, who decided to look into the future, and what if he gave this hint because he knew about the disease and how to prevent it from spreading. The young gentleman began to walk in circles, wondering what could be empty, adding that an epidemic, a huge number of accidents, and the word emptiness, after which the main character suddenly stopped. He crossed his arms over his chest, and it was as if lightning had struck him. Hieroglyphs began to appear in the protagonist's head. He noted that here it was, and the pieces of the puzzle were finally beginning to come together. The brown-haired man slightly opened his mouth, after which he smiled madly, saying that he was simply a genius from the future. Clear weather stood over the city. Bayern looked intently at the protagonist, asking what he was talking about the people from Cremo. The men sat opposite each other. Lloyd said that everything was correct, and he needed as many professional quarrymen as possible. Bayern noted that the price of the work would be too high. The protagonist grinned slightly, noting that there was nothing to be done about it, and Count Cremo would have to lend them to them, adding that their people were too busy cultivating the land. Soldiers and orcs were also working non-stop settings. A system notification appeared. The main skillful in getting out of debt. The effect of the title? He had reached the highest level of financial credit, the ability to access investment funds with the lowest interest rate and the most favorable conditions. The protagonist noted that thanks to this title, he should not have any problems, but imagining that he could be in debt again hurts a little. The protagonist looked away dejectedly. The assistant asked how large-scale the project was expected to be. The protagonist noted that it was probably as large as the gold mine complex. The young gentleman looked at the assistant with a serious look, saying that this project would affect the entire county. He noted that this time he was confronting an epidemic and its name was cholera. The young gentleman began to shake his hand from side to side, saying that they would need underground tunnels that went this way and that. Lloyd noted that he did not have much knowledge of medicine. He looked at his assistant with a confident grin, saying that they needed a channel for removing human excrement. This meant that they would be installing a sewer. The main character noted that medicine was not the only way for humanity to overcome disease. The protagonist noted that the word emptiness meant the Austrian Vienna. The protagonist imagined a huge city. He noted that with the advent of the Industrial Revolution, the population of Vienna began to increase rapidly, but at that time the city had big problems with sewage. The protagonist imagined pink excrement falling into the water. He noted that the excrement of a huge number of people ended up in the Danube River. The protagonist imagined pink waste that dissolved in water. He noted that under normal conditions, all waste was carried away by the current and decomposed naturally thanks to microorganisms. Lloyd imagined the city being covered in snow, stating that however, a sudden freeze that hit the city had caused a huge disaster. The young gentleman imagined the angry waste. He noted that since the river was frozen, human waste remained on the surface, constantly freezing and melting, eventually polluting the groundwater. The protagonist imagined the developing bacteria. He noted that this was how cholera began. The young gentleman stood at the top, thinking that with the incredibly increased population and waste that was flowing into the Prona River, if there was a sudden cold snap in the next year or two that would freeze the river in their county, it would become the new Vienna. The brown-haired man grabbed his head, saying that whenever he relaxed a little, more work was always thrown at him. The protagonist slightly opened his mouth, saying that he just had to wait. He smiled maliciously and noted that even if it were the devil himself, and not some disease, he would not allow anyone or anything to stop him from enjoying life. The protagonist noted that even the devil could not stop him. Lloyd lay on the bed with an exhausted look, thinking that he was overcome with horror from the realization that he himself had taken on another huge debt. The young gentleman slightly opened his mouth, thinking that it would be great if the hired workers only needed to be paid a salary. But if he added to this the cost of their accommodation and transportation, then. The brown-haired man clutched his shirt in his hand and closed his eyes. He noted that the toxin called other people's money was eating him alive. White clouds floated over the mountains. The red-haired orc looked away with curiosity. Greg was standing next to a girl near the building. The sergeant told the girl that he picked the flower because he thought it was beautiful, but compared to her, his beauty paled. The long-haired girl said that he was naughty. The sergeant looked at the girl with a slight smile, saying that the day she came to their county, he realized that his heart could burn brighter than the burning and sparkling sun in the sky. The brunette closed her eyes and smiled widely, saying that he was so funny and that it sounded so strange. Greg noted that he was not so easy to stop. The orc widened his eyes in bewilderment. The girl smiled sheepishly, looking at the man. Greg closed his eyes and smiled widely. The red-haired orc bared his teeth in rage. The sergeant looked behind him at the soldier and then at the girl. The soldier told Greg that Mr. Bayern was looking for him. The sergeant said that he heard him and to tell him that he was on his way. Greg told the girl that he had to go to work. The brunette told him to come back quickly. The man looked back at the orc when he called out to him. The orc looked at the man angrily. After that, he began to shake with rage. The orc asked the man how he could do such a thing. Greg asked what he had done wrong. The red-haired orc opened his mouth wide with rage, asking how dare he behave like that since he had Emily. Greg looked at the orc in bewilderment, asking what he was talking about. The sergeant slightly opened his mouth, asking what he meant by having Emily. The orc's eyes bulged with rage. After that, he swung his fist at the man, saying that he was a bastard. The sergeant hit the orc in the face, causing him to fall to the ground. The red-haired orc looked at the sergeant in bewilderment. The brown-haired man clenched his fists, emitting a blue aura. He said that he would not be able to defeat him with half-strength blows. The protagonist noted that everything was correct. The soldiers of Frontera County, after so many hours of work and training, could control the power of mana, and each of them was able to defeat up to 10 opponents at a time. The men emitted a blue aura when they worked. Lloyd noted that they most often used their strength in construction. The orc brought his hand to his cheek, after which he rose to his feet and took a fighting stance, emitting a red aura. The man moved his legs to the sides, emitting a blue aura. The man stood in combat readiness. The orc spread his arms to the sides, preparing for battle. The sergeant stared intently ahead with his arms outstretched. The orc jumped off his seat, heading towards Greg. Suddenly Bayern appeared from the side of Greg, saying that he was too slow. The boys stood motionless after Bayern appeared. The manager looked at the sergeant with displeasure, asking why he was still lounging around when he had been waiting for him for a long time, and that he had decided to fool around while his salary was dripping. Greg apologized to the man. Greg followed the manager with his head down. Bayern said that he was going on a business trip, so he should pack his things, noting that he was entrusted with the task because he trusted him, and he was screwing up before he even had time to set off. Greg looked back with displeasure, frowning. Bayern said that working hours were called that because that was the time he had to work, and he didn't care what he did after the workday was over. The red-haired orc rubbed his cheek, glaring angrily at the sergeant. The boys turned their backs to each other, glaring at each other. The bright sun illuminated the estate. Bayern and Greg were standing near a horse in the stable. The sergeant asked if they were going to come all the way to Cremo just to ask for backup. Bayern said that was true, and Mr. Lloyd said that he was planning on starting a large-scale project that would affect lives. Greg looked at the manager in confusion. Bayern looked at the sergeant, raising his eyebrows. The sergeant said that he didn't think that was necessary. The protagonist slumped in his chair, throwing his head back. The system announced that his accomplishments and the compliments he had collected were giving a combined effect. The protagonist looked at the system window with a weary look, asking what other effect. The system announced that he had punished the traitor of this county and paid off his debt. Greg walked down the road, pointing his finger to the side. The system announced that he had not driven away the refugees and had given them shelter. Men were walking behind the sergeant. The system announced that he had come face to face with a huge disaster and emerged victorious. The workers were watching Greg closely. Crowds of men were walking on the ground. The protagonist looked at the system window in bewilderment. The system announced that the residents and refugees of the county would like to repay him for the help he had given them. The young gentleman squinted at the system window, asking what kind of help and how they were going to repay him. A system notification appeared. The combined effect of the title, "People Who Want to Repay Him," has been activated. The young gentleman looked back in surprise. Then he walked to the window. The protagonist opened the window slightly, looking out onto the street. Crowds of men had gathered in front of the estate, raising their fists in the air. The men were shouting at Mr. Lloyd to give them more work, because they would do everything for him, and it was okay even if they did not have a salary. The main thing was that he allowed them to help him, and they would work for free. The men smiled widely, shouting that it was all for Mr. Lloyd. The protagonist looked at the workers in shock as they continued to shout. Then he pressed his lips together. The protagonist opened his mouth wide, shouting for them to be quiet. The workers looked at the gentleman in surprise. The gentleman narrowed his eyes and raised his eyebrows. He noted that it was hardest to believe when people did something for the benefit of another, much easier to believe when people did something for their own benefit. The men stood motionless with their hands raised. Lloyd asked what they were saying, that they did not need wages, noting that he had never given them anything for free. Lloyd frowned, pointing his finger at the workers. He told them not to even dream of working for nothing, and he would draw up a contract right away. The workers joyfully raised their fists in the air. The young gentleman turned away from the window, after which he walked away from him, wiping tears from his eyes. A bird was flying over the city. On the bird's chest was a small package. The bearded man opened the letter, saying that it was from the spies they had sent to the west. The spy wrote that this was a report to the great Sultan of Samarkand, and this is what they had found in the western village, where a wave of monsters had come. The Sultan imagined images of terrifying beasts. The spy wrote that there was an unusual bird that split the heavens and a beast that broke the earth, a monster that could swallow the sea and a snake that devoured mountains, and finally, a monster that shook the sky with its roar, and they were all being raised in those lands. The Sultan looked at the letter with a menacing look, imagining images of people and orcs. The spy wrote that the workers of that village were able to deal with orcs with their bare hands, and the elderly clerks moved faster than the wind. Even the powerful white cavalry began to swing shovels instead of spears. The elves and orcs also used their powers to build buildings, and even if not in combat mode, they were so powerful. The Sultan imagined a huge army with swords. The spy wrote that then, it was difficult to imagine what they could become in the event of a war. The bearded man stood motionless, looking at the letter, after which he frowned as sweat ran down his face. He wondered what was wrong with this place. White clouds floated above the forest. Diego sat on a rock, watching the men fight each other. He said that they were pathetic creatures, asking that their brains were so small that they did not understand even simple words. The blonde swung his fist, saying that this is how it should be done and that all his strength should be put into the blow. The slightly beaten men looked at the blonde in bewilderment. Diego asked why they stopped and that they had completely lost their minds. The blonde glared at the men, asking that they wanted their wives and children to die of hunger. The men grinned in displeasure. The bald-headed man hit his opponent, after which the brown-haired man hit the bald-headed man. Diego watched with a mad smile, saying that this was already better. The protagonist sat next to Diego, smiling madly, saying that this was just wonderful. The blonde jumped back from the protagonist in horror, screaming loudly. Lloyd said that he was always so shocked when he saw him, and he was making him look bad. The men looked at what was happening in confusion. Lloyd asked who they were. Diego said that they were pathetic servants of his house. The main character walked towards the men with a smile. He said that a certain hierarchy is, of course, cool, and he can have fun like this, asking that isn't he right. The young master smiled widely, pointing his finger at himself. He asked to let him join them, noting that he also wants to try. Diego was shaking in fear, asking how he could let him fight like them. The young master smiled widely, pointing his finger at the blonde. He asked what he was talking about and that he was slow-witted, adding that he was asking him to fight because he himself did not intend to swing his fists. The blonde looked at the protagonist in horror. Lloyd said that he would be in the red corner and Xavier would be in the blue. The young gentleman pointed his finger at the swordsman. Xavier closed his eyes and sighed heavily. The knight took out his weapon, saying that since it was the count's order, he could only obey, so it was time to begin. Diego asked him to stop, asking what it was, adding that he should hide his sword. The protagonist looked at the guy in bewilderment, asking why he was asking to stop, noting that he could also take the sword if he thought it would be fairer. The blonde noted that the problem was not with the sword, after which he bowed before the count, asking to let him go. Lloyd asked that, apparently, the sword master was ruining the whole picture. The count's face twisted into a mad smile. He said that then let him fight him. Xavier clicked his tongue in displeasure at the moment when Diego looked at the count in horror. The protagonist's eyes widened and he threw a furious punch at the blonde man's face. The sun was shining brightly above the place. The blonde man was lying on the ground with his teeth knocked out. The protagonist leaned over the piece of paper. He said that this document was proof of his return to school and it would be better to write down today's incident. The blonde man asked the count not to write it down. The young master looked at the boy with a furious look, asking why he was only stopping everyone, noting that he was the count's son. Peepodong flew astride Jigoming, who was carrying the document on his chest. The young master looked up while the men lowered their heads. The injured men looked at the protagonist in surprise, who told them to relax. The protagonist turned his back, waving his hand at them. He told them to go to Frontera and find Mr. Bayern, and from now on they would work for him, so they should not slack off. The men saw the protagonist off with tears in their eyes. Rekona jumped out of bed, screaming loudly. He bared his teeth in displeasure and clenched his hands into fists. Rekona noted that this bastard had disturbed his sleep again, and what an unpleasant way to start the day. The Viscount looked angrily towards the door. The man said that he needed to say something. Rekona asked who dared to knock on the door of his room, adding that he should get lost immediately. Rekona grabbed his whip with a furious expression. The man said that it was urgent and he needed to talk to him immediately. The Viscount asked how some scum dared to contradict him and that he had not beaten him for a long time. The protagonist's distraught face appeared from the half-open door. Lloyd asked that they had not seen each other for a long time. Rekona immediately collapsed on the floor, closing his eyes. The protagonist smiled madly, looking at the knight, asking that his face was really so scary. Xavier noted that he was definitely not the type to give comfort to others. The main character threw his arm over the Viscount's shoulder, noting that his lands extended from there. Lloyd waved his hand, saying that it extended to there. The Viscount looked at the young gentleman in horror. The young gentleman told him to mean that he intended to level the hilly areas and build a quarry. Rekona asked why he had suddenly decided to do that. The main character pulled the old man's mustache, asking why he was behaving like that. He then looked at him with a furious look, asking if he really needed to explain anything. Lloyd imagined a sewer with water. He noted that it would be better to use granite for the sewer canals instead of cement, and that way they could be sure of its durability in the coming years. The young gentleman looked behind him, where the workers were standing. He said that now it was time to pave the way from the quarry to their estate, one straight path. The men stood in front of Rekona's mansion. The worker asked that they would face obstacles from the very beginning. The man with a furious look swung his hammer, saying that there was only one straight path. The Viscount watched in horror as the workers tore his building into two parts. The protagonist stood behind the old man with a smile. He told him not to worry, and they would build him a new house to live in, and they would send the workers from his mansion to their estate and assign him one assistant to carry out orders. There was a tent on the ground. Melika was sitting in the tent with her head down. Rekona and Diego were sitting not far from her. Melika looked at the boys, asking if they needed anything. The old man said that they didn't need anything. Bayern looked straight ahead with a serious look, pressing his fist to his chest. The protagonist noted that control over the granite transportation road, as well as the construction of the quarry, would be entrusted to Mr. Bayern because he had passed the veteran level and reached the maestro level. A system window with skills, understanding of design, administrative tasks, and so on appeared. Baibong tore out trees with a furious look. The orcs carried logs on their shoulders. Lloyd noted that leveling the landscape for the construction of the quarry was not a problem, because their county was full of monsters that could handle this task perfectly. The monsters were dragging carts with earth and trees. The man shouted for them to raise their noses higher. That's it. Nuira and the other elves raised their fists in the air. She shouted about meat. The protagonist noted that elves are responsible for the construction of buildings. They are able to repeat the same process thanks to their incredible understanding and powerful physical strength. The protagonist thoughtfully looked at the blank sheets of paper. He noted that all that was left was to deal with the sludge. The protagonist rested his face in his hand. He wondered what would motivate the workers to dig it up with shovels, adding that it was unpleasant to dig through waste and they could be poisoned by the toxic fumes, and the best solution would be to heat the sludge to the maximum level. The young master grabbed his head with his hands. He thought that maybe Xavier, he, or Belle could do it, although it was a crazy idea, wondering who knew what would be exposed there and how they would be able to do it on a daily basis. The protagonist lowered his head, wondering where he could find a slave who could control fire and work in the sewers. The young master sat motionless in one position. Then he snapped his fingers. The protagonist smiled madly, saying that he knew where to find such a slave. Black smoke was coming out of the forge. The protagonist stood in front of the master. Corgetus asked him if he wanted him to smelt armor from the resin of the Alencia tree. The master looked at the young master in bewilderment, asking why he needed it and that he was going to hunt dragons or something. The protagonist smiled widely, saying that it was so. The master looked at the main character with curiosity, asking who would be catching him. The count's son smiled widely, pointing his finger at the swordsman, saying that it would be him. Xavier looked at the young master in bewilderment, after which he turned his head away and closed his eyes. The weather was clear above the mountains. Somewhere far, far away in the depths of the eastern mountains, water flowed in a cave. A stone flew off the ground. The dragon said that he had enough. In the cave, a red dragon sat on precious stones. The monster closed its eyes, noting that there were too many gems, wondering why it could not limit at least one. Water dripped from the ceiling. Bright sunlight filtered through into the cave. The dragon sat with his head down, noting that he wanted to get married. His paws were shaking. The dragon noted that they were dull hook hands and damned stumps. The monster imagined colorful stones. He noted that he needed to create beautiful and tasty stones so that he could feed them to his cub. Only then would a worthy female recognize him. There were broken gems on the ground. The dragon said that he was great at destroying everything, but that was exactly what dragons hated the most. The monster looked at the gem, noting that cutting stones had not been so difficult in the past. A small beam appeared from the dragon's finger, heading into the stone. The dragon noted that cutting the stone was as easy as robbing a man's castle. The gem crumbled in the dragon's paw. The monster noted that kidnapping dwarves who did all the work for him. The huge dragon imagined a white-haired man with wings hugging a girl. He noted that one day, a certain dragon king married a mortal girl and came up with dragon rules. The dragon noted that all dragons were forbidden from plundering and threatening other races, and all dragons were sent to the mines where they would cut stones themselves. The monster closed his eyes, shedding tears. He said that the vile creatures came up with such a rule as soon as they had plundered enough stones for themselves, asking how they dared to show such good nature and force the younger generation to follow them. The dragon looked away in bewilderment when the guy said that he could fully understand his feelings. A guy in armor appeared in front of the dragon. He said that he had seen enough representatives of the older generation who speculated on the stock exchange and made a lot of money, and then told the youth that speculation was bad. The dragon looked at the guy furiously, asking that he had managed to bypass all his traps. Xavier and Lloyd were hiding behind the armor. The young master said that it was, and they would like to talk to the great dragon that he was, so they temporarily deactivated the traps. The dragon threw its head back, collecting non-magical energy. The protagonist asked that his name was Solidas, noting that he had a very good offer for him. The dragon spit fire towards the guys, telling him to die. The monster collected magical energy in its mouth, saying that he could not marry because of people like him. The guys covered their eyes with their helmets. Lloyd said that he knew that he would not be able to control his anger. Xavier asked, "So what is their plan?" The guys walked in the opposite direction from the dragon. Lloyd asked, "Didn't he already tell him?" The knight asked when it was, noting that he did not remember anything like that. The guys hid behind a rock as the dragon continued to spit fire. The young master said that he would defeat this dragon. The swordsman noted that this was a result, not a plan. The knight looked at the protagonist in confusion, telling him to stop joking and tell him what he needed to do, adding that he had walked this entire journey with him because he trusted his judgment. The protagonist looked at the knight, raising his index finger. He said that step 1 he fights, step 2 he defeats him. The protagonist pushed the knight aside, telling him to move. The dragon closed its mouth in confusion, watching what was happening. The knight sat on the ground, not moving. The dragon wondered why he was unharmed even after his dragon breath and whether there was some kind of power hidden in this stupid-looking armor. The dragon opened its mouth in rage, saying how this pissed him off, and then he would simply destroy him with brute force. The protagonist leaned out from behind a rock, saying that he could do it. Xavier looked at his blade, emitting an aura. The paw of a huge monster was approaching the knight. The swordsman dodged the blow and the dragon's paw hit the ground. The furious dragon swung its paw, saying that it was a small bug. The huge monster furiously began to hit the ground at the moment when the knight jumped aside. The dragon threw its head back, saying that it was so angry. Xavier narrowed his eyes, wondering what this was and that it seemed like he could really do it. The protagonist hid behind a rock, watching what was happening. He smiled sarcastically, thinking that this was exactly what he was waiting for. Xavier swung his blade, cutting off the dragon's horn. Lloyd noted that although it was not easy for him in the novel, Xavier still won. The huge monster hit its head on the ground. The protagonist noted that Xavier's strength in the novel was only at the level of a newly awakened sword master. The knight bounced off the ground, clutching his blade in his hand. The protagonist noted that he was slightly stronger than the queen and Kyle, but now. The swordsman jumped to the side, dodging the tail. A blue barrier appeared under the knight's feet. The young master noted that he was even stronger than the average sword master. Xavier bounced off the platform, rushing towards the monster. The protagonist noted that he was a supreme sword master and the young and weak Solitas would never defeat him. The dragon looked around in confusion, wondering what was going on and whether the man had just soared into the air. Xavier bounced off the blue platform into the air, clutching his blade in his hand. He noted that thanks to this, he would be able to use the explosion to move faster in the air. The protagonist watched with curiosity. He wondered if he had learned the art of steps from the elves to move through the air more easily, and that the protagonist could do everything. The dragon shook its head from side to side, watching Xavier. The dragon looked up in horror where the swordsman was. The knight thought that even if it was a young dragon, it was still the strongest creature on the planet, and he would not be able to cope with it so easily. A blue magic sphere appeared in space. Energy spheres moved through the air, after which a bright light emanated from them. Xavier was gathering incredible powerful energy in his blade. He swung his blade, using the aura explosion skill. The energy flow was directed towards Solitas. A pillar of energy pierced the dragon's shoulder. Solitas looked at the small hole in his chest in bewilderment, after which tears flowed from his eyes. Solitas began to roll on the ground, saying that it was burning and that it was very painful for him. Xavier stood in front of the dragon, telling him to continue. Solitas asked him to wait for the night a little. The protagonist grinned maliciously, wondering how a dragon could be so afraid of a man, adding that it seemed that this was exactly how Solitas looked when he was scared. The protagonist imagined a man looking at a beetle. The beetle asked him what he wanted to die. Lloyd noted that he was resting in his room when a fly appeared and began to buzz. Splashes of water hit the beetle. Lloyd noted that it only grinned when he tried to eliminate it by spraying poison. The beetle smiled maliciously. The man began to watch the flying beetle. The protagonist noted that it then began to fly and buzz. The fly grabbed the pen with its paws. Lloyd noted that they gave the final blow. The fly pierced the pen into the man's chest. The young gentleman noted that everyone knows this is pain and anyone would go crazy if such a frightening organism bothers him. The protagonist imagined a huge bug above the knight. He noted that this is exactly how Xavier looks in Solitas' eyes now. The dragon watched the swordsman with fear. Imagine a fly holding a pen in its paws and attacking a person. Everyone knows this pain. Anyone would go crazy if such a frightening organism bothers you. Xavier, who was in the position of that very bug, looks exactly like this in Solitas' eyes now. The dragon was terrified and tried to catch his breath. He covered himself from the swordsman with his hands and asked him to wait, saying that he needed to say something. The knight slowed down and looked at him with a questioning look. But then the lizard swung his hand, hit the ground and said that he just wanted to tell him boo. But then there was no one under his paw, and a print remained on the ground. Behind him, a blade master instantly appeared, charging a sphere for an attack and frightening him. The dragon received another injection in the back. He immediately screamed at the top of his lungs in pain and cried. Xavier continued to mock and beat him, while Soida begged him to stop. At this time, Lloyd was lying nearby and watching this with pleasure. The young master watched this with a smile and thought that everything was going according to plan and the next step was already predetermined. The lizard exhaled a large amount of smoke, blocking his view. Again, imagine the attacks of an insect and think about what if the insect spray does not work and the frightening creature continues to advance. Solitas' eyes glowed in the darkness with determination. The figure of the dragon evaporated in smoke and under it was a man. In the case of an insect, you will most likely run away from the room. The monster turned into a man, began to run as fast as he could and complain in his head about what was happening. The lizard watched the knight from behind and thought that he would not be able to find him. He tried to use teleportation by pointing his fingers at his temples, but then he was struck by a discharge that illuminated him through and through. And while he was lying on the ground, the hero thought that he had set an anti-teleportation trap, and although he had been stupid in the past, today he had broken his stupidity record. Lloyd approached the red-haired man and he looked at him with incomprehension. The young gentleman bowed and asked to be allowed to introduce himself officially, and then called himself the eldest son of Count Frontera. But then the dragon pretended not to understand what was being discussed, although he was covered in burns. The protagonist tried to keep his face and kept silent meaningfully, and while Salida pretended and wondered where he was and why he was here, saying that he wanted to leave here as soon as possible. But at that moment Xavier was preparing an attack with his blade. He swung his sword, sending a wave towards the enemy. The dragon received another blow to the back and screamed in pain again. He held his back and asked what was wrong with those two and why he was getting it, to which the hero said that he had no doubt that he was the great dragon, because ordinary people don't behave like that. Lloyd folded his hands together and said that he had given the reason from the very beginning, because he was here from the very beginning to make him a very good offer. Salida, looking upset and with tears in her eyes, said that then it was necessary to talk about it right away instead of poking him so painfully. The hero, still with a sycophantic look, said that since he tried to kill them, his servant was confused and did not know whether to fight or not. The dragon looked at the swordsman with displeasure and asked what kind of offer they had. The protagonist looked at him with a sly look and thought that they needed to start from the very bottom. After all, when the monster attacked the elves in the novel, he definitely had anger management issues, and it is obvious that it is initially impossible to build a dialogue with such a dragon, so he had to resort to brute force. When in a restaurant and a nasty man overturns a table and shouts about the noodles and black bean sauce and scolding on not so important points demands a boss, then almost everything can be solved this way. But when a pumped up man comes to him and mentioning that he is the boss here, then he starts eating right off the floor and humiliating himself. The heroes just need to save face in the presence of a stronger personality. Seeing a sad dragon, Lloyd thought that even though he still managed to calm him down, this does not change his nature, and since his pride was hurt, it will not be easy to start negotiations. And then he decided to start insulting Xavier with a nasty face. The nobleman continued to do this, pointing his finger at him and asking how he dared to do this, and who allowed him to do this. The blonde was deeply hurt. Then the hero with a pompous look made the dragon happy by saying that he needed to thank him, because if it weren't for him, they would have been burned alive. Then the protagonist, moving his hand to the side, ordered his knight to kneel and raise his hands up. Xavier heard this and was furious, but did not show it. Lloyd again made a nasty face and asked if he had hearing problems. Then the blonde knelt down and raised his hands with a lost look. The young lord sat down on his knees and offered to sit on the stone to the dragon, and he agreed. Then the protagonist bowed low and said that he wanted to ask a simple question, and when he asked what it was, the heir looked at him with a smile and narrowed his eyes. But then he made an incredibly cunning look and asked if he wanted to get married. Solia looked at him with great embarrassment and asked how he knew. Then Lloyd, still in the same position, said that he knew that his hands were not very skillful and he could not cut the stone properly. The dragon, with great surprise and anxiety, asked how he knew about this and how they managed to find his lair. The aristocrat, bowing and smiling, said that he would get married in 10 years. The red-haired man, with an inspired look, asked if this was true. But then he made a furious look and asked to answer his question, to which the hero asked if he was glad to finally enter into a love relationship with a female. But then he became very embarrassed when the heir said that they could cut through the expanses with their claws clasped. He, smiling slyly, said that they could exchange sweet love letters using telepathy. And finally the dragon, melted by romance, imagined flying with his beloved after the protagonist's words that they would be able to make beautiful hearts from their tails in the night sky under the moonlight. The hero handed the happy monster a pen and paper, saying that he only needed to sign this, and when the dragon asked if he could get married if he signed here, he said that everything was correct. Lloyd smiled sweetly and asked to sign at the end. And when he finally signed, the heir's face changed and looked like a murderer. The aristocrat snatched the paper from his hands at speed. Holding the scroll in his hands, he asked if this was written in the dragon laws. The sly one looked at him with contempt and said that everyone knows that dragons who break the contract with a man will experience the punishment of the Dragon King. Salida's premonition did not fail. The hero stood over the deceived interlocutor, thereby frightening him. There was a wild and vile smile on his face, because right now the lizard received a blow below the belt from this demonic spawn. In the settlement with multi-story buildings, the sky was clear. The farmers noticed something strange and stopped. On the road, their master's company was walking, and the worker in the bandana said to take a look at it, because the hero returned from his trip. Seeing the sad dragon, he continued and said that every time he went somewhere, he returned with something amazing, and this time this something was a dragon, which, if reined in, becomes an ordinary person. But the worker in the hat said that this was all slander, and laughed with his comrade. Then Lloyd smiled and thought about what he meant by the waste incinerator. Continuing to walk with an incredibly cunning smile, he thought about what he meant by the dragon and his goal was achieved. Smoke spread around the room. Salida stood there looking sad and then Corgidus asked if this young man was really a dragon. Lloyd pointed at the guy and said that everything was correct and said that the steam was coming from his breath and the red-haired man immediately called them scammers. The dwarf looked at him with indifference and asked if he was really that bad at cutting, to which he said that everything was really so. The heir with a soft smile took out the contract and said that according to the terms of the contract, Corgidus would teach Salida the art of cutting stones. After imagining how the dragon burns dung heaps, he said that he would burn all the waste in the treatment facilities. Then the red-haired man gritted his teeth and looked away, thinking that he was still a dragon and it was not appropriate for him to clean up human feces. But then the hero surprised him greatly, clapping his hands and saying that he knew it was hard for him to accept the fact that he had to clean up human poop, and then the dragon thought that he could read minds. Lloyd continued and, with the same sunny look, said that this was exactly why he had to put a little pressure on him to sign the contract. Otherwise he simply would not have done it and would have lost the chance to learn the art of cutting stones, and in that case, his face instantly became disgusting and cunning, and he said that then it would be hard for him to get married, and asked if that was true, laughing. The red-haired man looked away again, meaningfully keeping silent, and the protagonist continued, saying that pride is, of course, good, and then asked what would have happened if she had not allowed him to get married, and asked about what was of greater value. Salida calmed down a little and fell silent, and then he approached the dwarf and addressed him as a dwarf, but immediately after he corrected himself. He bowed and called him a teacher and said that he was completely in his power. Then Corgidus scratched his beard and said that it was surprising that some insignificant dwarf would teach a powerful dragon. The red-eyed man looked down and said that in matters of strength, dragons are definitely the most powerful, but then he looked at the dwarf and said that they were the best craftsmen in the world and asked to fix his damned hands. The hero looked at them smugly and thought that no matter how stupid he seemed, he was still a dragon and would adapt to the situation very quickly. The dwarf looked at them calmly and said that since he was already talking, he would not refuse, and saying that he could be a little rude, he asked if Salida could withstand it. The red-haired man, full of confidence, calmly said that he had already made a decision. The dwarf's face changed and he shouted at the top of his voice with rage that it was time to stop standing there like a statue and bring him the necessary materials. The dragon pointed his finger at himself with concern and asked if he was talking to him, and Corgidus asked if he expected his teacher to do everything for him and ordered him to move. And while the student ran as fast as he could, the dwarf ordered him to speed up. The hero looked at them with a soft smile and thought that this contract was an ideal example of an agreement that would benefit everyone. While the red-haired man was collecting stones, he continued his thought and thought that he had a chance to exchange his pride for the highest level of education in the world. The dwarf, during his training, hit his student on the hands and said that he ordered him not to squeeze so hard. The protagonist thought with a soft smile about Corgidus enjoying his power over the dragon to the fullest, and he himself had encountered countless cases. The hero remembered his past life and the dialogue with the boss and thought about when he was offered incredibly unfair contracts, and then assured that I have no choice but to sign them. Then he imagined how the bald old man stretched out his hands to him and thought that perhaps they thought then that this scum should have no choice. The dwarf stood on the box next to the sitting dragon and hit it with a stick, asking if it was intentionally trying to ruin everything, and telling it to think before doing something, and Lloyd at that moment thought that such behavior has nothing to do with a contract, because a contract is when all parties benefit. The hero watched as the precious stones flew to the floor and listened to the screams that it should be thrown away. He immediately picked them up from the ground and thought that it would be better if he got the most out of it. But suddenly a notification appeared that he had changed another fate. The protagonist looked at him in surprise while rolling a cart with stones and was surprised. As it turned out in the novel, the dragon was mortally wounded and cut off by Xavier and he crawled to his lair. Salida was breathing heavily lying on the ground, and the system continued the story. The lizard was lying under the sun's rays, and the notification said that he died there and was dying alone in his lair that no one would ever find. Lloyd scratched his cheek and said with a displeased face that the novel only said how he returned to his lair, but the system said that if it were not for him, the Frontera couple would also disappear from this world. Afterwards, we see the Count, who is a well-rounded person who is now free from the burden of debt and is putting all his efforts into what he couldn't do before. He had a figurine of his son in his hands, and a notification said that he was now happy and all thanks to the protagonist. Afterwards, we see Julian, who receives a certificate from the teacher, and the system wrote that the guy who was destined to die in a foreign land finally receives recognition for his efforts in his studies and all thanks to him, and it is impossible to count how many lives he has already saved. The hero scratched his nose, and then he asked for money with a satisfied look, but in response he received that this money must be earned independently. And when he asked for RP, the system told him that people do not understand romance at all, but he said that romance cannot satisfy. Afterwards, the protagonist thought that he needed a skill now since they were about to start building a large sewer system. And then he imagined the markings on the fields and said that the problem was in the radius of the measurement skill, and the construction would take up the entire county, but getting information from different parts of the county and then combining them was a real headache. Looking at the skill statistics, Lloyd thought that although his level had increased a little after completing some projects, at some point everything had stopped at one level. He stuck a shovel into the ground standing on the edge of a cliff and thought that the basics of business were to keep what you had, but not to spare expenses on what was necessary. But then a new notification came out. The hero pressed the skill increase button and thought that if he increased the level, the measurement radius would increase several times. He began to press the increase button with incredible speed and notifications flew out one after another. His skill class increased and reached an advanced level. An advanced design allowed him to increase the maximum radius to 3 million square kilometers. Lloyd looked at it with a sly smile and thought that it was a great investment in the form of 12 ORP. A notification about a new exclusive skill option came out. The hero looked at it with distrust and asked what it was. Then the system said that he was a person who had often expressed concern about wanting to work less and offered to test the revolutionary system. To which the hero said that he could not trust it when he spoke like some kind of store on the couch that sells all sorts of crap, but it offered to try requesting a 3D layout plan that he had already saved. Lloyd imagined it in his hand and said that he would play along with it. And then he used the guide skill. The hologram flew off his hand to the side and he was very surprised. Then the aristocrat's face showed extreme surprise and he asked what it was. In front of him was a full-size house in the form of a projection. The system said that this hologram would be visible to him and everyone working on the project, and the builders could now work based on it. The aristocrat looked at it in surprise, his hands away, and thought that thanks to this skill he would be able to relieve himself of 50% of his responsibilities. He immediately rushed to the side and thought that he needed to check everything right now. There was a green circle on the floor. The swordsman stood next to his master and asked what it was, and he said that this was the place where he would dig. Xavier looked at him with disdain and kept silent meaningfully. But he said that he would tell him the details later and asked to start quickly. The blonde dug out a part and said that there was also a green light inside, and he said that this was indeed the case. Lloyd pointed to the edge and asked to drip outside the green color. The knight stuck the shovel into the ground outside the scheme. The light immediately changed from green to red. The protagonist's disgruntled face appeared in the sky, saying that they needed to try harder and insulted the workers. Xavier, who was looking at it, said that it was disgusting, but the hero asked if he was being too careless with his words, because it was his face, and asked him not to forget. The blonde looked down and said that he thought that no one would screw up during work because they would not want to see this face. But Lloyd, with an incredibly disappointed face, said that he ordered them to stop because he was actually unpleasant. The sword master leaned on a shovel and asked what would happen this time, and he did not understand what they were talking about. The blue-eyed man looked at him intently and asked if he would say that all this time he was a genius of magical illusion, or if this magic trick was stolen from a black magician. The aristocrat looked at him with alarm and kept silent meaningfully and thought about what had happened unexpectedly and wondered if it would be harder for him to lie further. Then he put on a smile and asked which story he would believe more. The blonde lowered his head and said that the story about the magician was better and that he needed to wear the pendant to make the story more believable, to which he said that he would do so. Xavier threw the shovel over his shoulder and said that he would also stick to this version, to which he kept silent meaningfully. Lloyd looked at him with a calm expression and said that even if he could not answer all his questions, and then asked if he had any left. Then the knight, without moving from his place, said that his curiosity was not so important now, but what was important was. He slowly turned around and said that everyone in this county needed to be saved. Then the hero was very surprised and dumbfounded, but right after he smiled softly and thanked him in his head. Lloyd smugly pointed to himself and said that he would save everyone, and in his head he thanked him again for believing in him. Bayern stood in front of the crowd and said that they were starting to build a huge sewer system that would save them from diseases. And then he shouted at the top of his lungs with a menacing look about what everyone should repeat and asked what their motto was. All the workers raised their shovels and shouted that safety came first and they had to finish without injuries. The hero and his protector watched this, and the speaker said that he would kill anyone who dared to get injured and ordered all weaklings to get out of their security project. Lloyd looked at the knight and said that he had a feeling that they were becoming more and more wild, and he wondered what made them like this, to which he meaningfully remained silent. A diagram appeared in front of us. Wastewater and sewage will fall into the sewer from the entire county. There they will fall into the main collector through sewer pipes. Peepodong began to dig quickly, and a hamster and one can dig small sewer pipes. We apparently water in the drain, and as it turned out, he cannot cope with the main tunnel alone, so here it is needed. The snake jumped with a whistle in a circle and rejoiced, and the hero realized that they needed motivation. Baibong held his heart that was beating quickly, and then he began to throw the earth with a scream. It was a discharge of power. One of the workers accidentally dug the earth in the wrong place and was scared of the red light. An angry face of the gentleman appeared in the sky, scolding them. The workers at first looked at him with bewilderment, but immediately after they began to rejoice, because this is the face of the evil Lloyd who charges them to work. Faces began to appear all over the county and the builders competed to see who could swear the most terrifyingly and funnily. But then the real hero approached them and shouted furiously for them to stop and asked why they were enjoying something that was supposed to scare them. Then he looked at his knight and said that they were really crazy and asked what made them like that, but he again remained meaningfully silent. A heavy rain began to fall, watering the roses on the hill. After long spring showers, the construction of the main sewer lasted 3 months. The toads enjoyed the rain and sat on the water lilies. While the builders worked, the protagonist realized that thanks to the guide, the construction of the main collector was proceeding at a rapid pace and they began to move north very quickly. The sun's rays broke through the clouds. The roses blossomed and shone with moisture. The aristocrat stood near the cliff and pointed his finger into the distance, saying that the main collector should extend beyond that field and there they would build a place for the destruction of waste. But then Bayern looked at him with a little concern and said that it was not far from the place where the mastodons settled and asked if it was safe, to which he replied that since Baibong would appear there from time to time, they would not approach them, but extra caution would not hurt. The young gentleman threw the shovel over his shoulder and asked to tell the people not to irritate the mastodons again if they met them, and to tell them to retreat quietly. Instructions were given, but they never met a single mastodon. Beaver carried a huge pallet of bricks, and Lloyd wondered if this was due to the presence of the beast. He thought so, but the hero stood leaning his head against a tree. First he said red light, then green light. The protagonist turned around abruptly. The guy moved away a little and pretended to be surprised. Then he returned to his place and stuck his hand under his cloak and asked him to come closer because he had caught him. The aristocrat put his finger in the shape of a gun and shouted the sound of a shot. The designer moved away and pretended to be shot and began to fall. Lloyd was lying on the ground with his head thrown back. He smiled softly and said that it was incredibly funny. And the system immediately said that it was interesting who else was crazy here, and he asked what was wrong, and said that he was having fun like this, and asked if ordinary people had fun like this. But then Peapodong came up to him, looking sad, and he said that he looked so pathetic because he was having fun. But he began to explain something furiously. The hero became serious and asked what was so strange they found there. The workers gathered around the strange pit. Lloyd started to walk through the crowd and asked about what happened there. But then he became serious and frowned. At the bottom lay the corpse of a mastodon. The aristocrat went down to it and thought that judging by the degree of decomposition, it had not been dead for so long and it looked like someone had killed it and buried it here. The young lord frowned even more and wondered who did it and why. The beaver lowered his head to him and told him something, and the hero asked about the smell. The protagonist turned to his subordinates and said that they needed to dig a little more and everyone agreed. The people were digging and then one of them came across something strange. The reincarnated one looked down at the red light and was very alarmed. The corpses lay in a row, neatly stacked, and he began to wonder what kind of nonsense was going on. He covered his face with his hand and thought that this was not in the novel, only some habits of the mastodons were mentioned, but now he cannot be sure of anything, since more and more things began to happen that were not in the novel. Looking at the mountains of corpses, the protagonist thought that the only thing familiar to him was, and then he realized what it was. The guy imagined the chapter about the Namaran barrier where Xavier mastered the explosion and the black magic that appeared in this chapter. The mastodons began to glow purple and emit mana. Lloyd noticed this and thought with great alarm that he knew it. He immediately, with horror on his face, ordered everyone to immediately get out of here because the magic of the decomposition explosion was laid here. The bodies began to swell and glow even brighter. The workers ran in horror and looked back. A column of fire burst out of the pit. The running hero thought that the flames were rushing towards them and at this rate they would die. The heir turned around holding the shovel in his hand and thought that he would not let his workers get hurt. He raised the shovel and shouted as he was about to use the explosion, thinking that he didn't know if it would work but if he used the power from the skill to neutralize it. But the next moment, Baibong stood in front of him and covered him with his body from the explosion. Lloyd looked at it in horror and loudly called his name. The dragon saw a glow in the distance while cutting wood. He turned around and thought that the sound came from there and it seemed like a necromancer's magic and the explosion magic judging by the power was used on a corpse much larger than a human body. The red-haired man looked at it with displeasure and thought that this swindler seemed to be in trouble and thought about whether it was worth helping him and wondered if he even had such an obligation. But then something caught his attention. Xavier was running nearby. Then the red-eyed man returned to work and thought that it was obvious that everything would be fine with them since this monster was running there. Lloyd was standing below and trying to make his phantom wake up. The workers fell to the ground and pointed in horror towards the explosion, asking what it was. The hero walked around the pit and was very surprised. Many eyes were visible in the smoke and a chomping sound was heard. The mastodons walked one after another and chomped. Strange beasts ran across the field. The hero and his comrades gritted their teeth looking at these dead mastodons, thought Lloyd. Looking at the beasts running at him, he thought that they were buried deeper in the depths and awakened by the explosion. Just how many of them are here? The eyes of the dead beast glowed brightly. One of them opened its mouth and growled loudly. Lloyd watched as they approached him. He turned his head and shouted for everyone to run. The people rushed away from the herd. The hero gritted his teeth. Blank spread his arms, telling his comrades that their last battle had come. Opening his mouth wide, he shouted that this was for the queen, her subjects, and the county of Frontera. The hero who ran up looked shocked and shouted at him to leave. Now they were running next to each other. Blank repeated the order to retreat. Gritting his teeth, the hero thought about what kind of land is here. What can be said about the behavior of the mastodons? Is there any strategy that can be applied here? How can they break away from them? Having escaped to Europe, he turned to his comrade and asked where they were, to which he received the answer that they were in the field. Once again, the hero opened his mouth wide and demanded that Peepodong detain them. The beast rushed at the herd. Meanwhile, the monsters were approaching him. Peepodong clenched his paws and frowned. After that, he dealt a strong blow to one of the monsters. The monster was thrown back into the others. After that, Peepodong struck with his elbow. He kicked the next one. Several monsters approached him, but he jumped back. Having landed on the ground, he slowed down. A bright glow appeared near his paw. With one blow, he managed to throw back several enemies using the Plum Blossom Fist and the unbridled dance of the Plum Blossom. Lloyd looked behind him in surprise. Sweat was pouring down his face. What the hell was he looking at? One of the monsters managed to strike Peepodong in the stomach. Several more monsters also pounced on him. The beast frowned. Raising his paws, he managed to throw them away. But another one struck him again. He threw it away with a blow of his paw. Then he struck another one. But there were more and more monsters. In the end, they knocked him down. Opening his mouth, the hero screamed that they were ugly elephants. Peepodong looked at the hero in surprise. He was standing in the middle of the canyon. He said that he had one of the cubs. His shovel was at the elephant's throat. Lloyd licked it with gusto, saying that in 5 seconds he could become a piece of meat. The entire herd switched their attention. The baby elephant trembled with fear when the hero asked a strange feeling. Really? Strangely nervous and angry. Really? After biting, he pulled his skin, advising him to hurry before he skinned him. The dead herd rushed towards Lloyd. He watched as they approached. He smiled contentedly, realizing that he had captured their attention. Picking up the baby elephant, he told him that he had played his part perfectly. The hero thought that he had only one clue, a line from a novel. On the gray sheet it was written that if the animals did not seem dangerous, it was believed that mastodons were incredibly attached to their young. It seemed that they were told in words that they fought for their young even after death. It all depended on how they behaved. They did not attack them first. The hero thought that something else had happened that confirmed his faith. He remembered the babies jumping through the hoop, arguing that when Mr. Bayern raised the mastodon babies. Then he watched as the animals happily surrounded their master. Seeing the big elephants on the hill, the hero realized that they came especially every day. They checked to make sure that everything was okay with the babies. Peepodong picked up the baby elephant. The hero told him to run further into the valley and hide in the forest. Jumping on his back, he shouted for him to run. People watched as Lloyd moved further into the canyon. They looked forward with hope, saying that he was sacrificing himself for them again. The bright sun illuminated the crowns of the trees. A bird sitting on a branch sang about how he was a firefly and useless. But even a useless life has rights. Someone's hand grabbed the bird. Xavier stared at the bird, asking, "Do you have the red sunflower seeds that Mr. Lloyd feeds you? How fast can you fly 10 kilometers to the north?" Meanwhile, Peepodong ran away from the herd with all his might. Lloyd said that there was very little left. The monsters were approaching and the hero said that they were catching up. He pointed the shovel at them. A fireball flew out from behind them. It hit one of the monsters. The elephant began to glow from within, after which there was a powerful explosion. But the herd ran out of the cloud of dust. Covering his eyes from the flash, the hero thought that there were too many of them. Maybe I should just go and bang the mountain. Isn't it possible? Then everything will collapse. What if I blow up the mountain, but it won't kill them? His strength is already running out. Then I'll just die. Peepodong was very scared at that moment. He fell to the ground and fell on his side. Lloyd looked out to see what was happening. The passage ahead was blocked. Gritting his teeth, the hero cursed. Meanwhile, the herd was approaching. Gritting his teeth, his eyes lit up, the hero used scanning. He saw how Peepodong was covered with earth. Its weight would not allow Peepodong to climb up. In a panic, he angrily looked at the dead end, thinking only about what to do. First, he decided to calm down. Lloyd imagined a bright ball surrounded by moving energy. Remember all your skills, the experience you've carried through these years, the combination of your experience and possible limits. Standing still means wasting time. The hero climbed off the beast and onto the ground. He looked at Lloyd with concern. Without turning around, the guy told him to stick as close to the wall as possible and hold the baby mastodon tightly. And twirling the shovel in his hand, he thought that he was afraid that he might kick the bucket if he released energy in the mountains. Then he grabbed his shovel tightly, and frowning, he directed it forward, thinking that this was the key to insight. 3 bright beams shot into the sky. The shovel was surrounded by a bright flame. Energy release. A powerful stream of fire burst upward. The herd looked at him in fear. The hero held back the release, clenching his teeth. 3 pillars of fire burst out of the canyon. The shovel became very hot from this. After that, the hero threw it to the ground. Lloyd fell to his knees. The enraged herd was quickly approaching. A notification appeared that the super energy burst skill had been activated. A pink glow emanated from the hero. The elephants caught in it evaporated. There was practically nothing left of them. Peepodong tried to hold the baby elephant in his paws. A new message notified that he was absorbing all the mana that surrounded him indiscriminately. The rocks around him began to crumble. With great effort, the hero pointed at the enemy. The direction of the target was set. His palm began to glow brightly. Peepodong opened his mouth in surprise. The hero thought that he would leave the valley and Peepodong alone and would only absorb the mana of the mastodons. The herd was destroyed in a stream of energy. The hero held his hand. Body parts of the defeated enemies flew apart. As he absorbed the queen's mana and energy began to be emitted around him, he thought of it as an opportunity to increase the mana heart skill. He remembered Xavier looking at him and saying that he would become his bait. He pulled his hand away in disgust, saying that he did not want to, but the hero replied that he did not ask his opinion, this was an order. Licking his lips, Lloyd thought that if he used the energy emission to recharge his mana, his level would increase. It was time for this lunchbox filled to the brim with mana to share energy with him. Later, he held a shovel from which fire burst out, after which he fell face down on the ground. Lying on the ground, he was surrounded by a glow. Super emission. The crowns of the trees were bending under the effect of the emission. The hero thought that the entire environment was being destroyed. This cannot be allowed. With an ominous smile, he put out his hand, deciding that he needed to focus on absorbing only Xavier's mana. But the guy calmly watched what was happening. Lloyd laughed evilly, saying that he would suck everything out of him. But a red window appeared, saying that his pathetic body couldn't handle this kind of mana. Blood spurted out of Lloyd's mouth. He then fell into a pool of blood. Xavier looked at him silently. After kneeling down, he asked Lloyd if he was okay, who replied that he thought this webtoon had an irregular script. He thought that even though he failed that time, he was still able to choose a target and direction. He held his hand holding the enemies, telling them that all their mana was now his. As he continued to absorb mana, messages appeared saying that he had exceeded the amount of mana that could be absorbed. The mana heart was expanding against his will. He had absorbed a large amount of the skill. Blood came out from between Lloyd's teeth. This was the rotten mana of the undead. It was different from poisons. Thinking about the bright sphere, the hero reasoned that he needed to rotate the rings even more actively. He needed to accelerate the rotten energy. The rotation of the rings became much faster. The hero continued to hold his hand, clenching his teeth. The mana heart has suffered enormous damage. The mana of power has been activated to heal the mana heart. The herd was dying under such an onslaught. The mana heart has suffered enormous damage. The mana of power has been activated to heal the mana heart. The mana heart skill is growing. The range of affected targets was more than 10 rows. The mana heart skill has increased. The hero opened his mouth wide and shouted. His energy selection spread throughout the entire canyon. A blue window notified that a new rank had been obtained. The palm stopped glowing. The hero silently lowered his head. A blue window appeared notifying that physical capabilities had increased by 600%. Lloyd stood up weakly. The surviving monsters gathered around him. The blue window notified that new options for the mana heart skill had become available. The hero frowned and looked at them. Lloyd lowered his shovel and ordered them to kneel. The blue window notified that the mana heart skill option was dominance over the undead. The monster obediently bent its legs. The others did the same. Lloyd watched as the herd fell to their knees. Peepodong watched with his mouth open. Without looking, the hero gave a thumbs up. With a satisfied smile, he said that they were now returning home. The blue window informed him that he could now dominate and control any undead whose mana was lower than his. The hero stepped on the monster's head. Putting his hands in his pockets, he moved around them. The blue window informed him that the controlled undead would follow any of his orders. Placing the shovel on his shoulder, he calmly continued on his way. The hero stopped when a system window appeared. It said that domination over the undead is active only when you look at the undead. Lloyd looked tensely at the system window. Then he turned around. The undead were waking up from the effect. More and more glowing eyes were looking at him. More and more undead were waking up from the spell. A system window appeared that the population of controlled undead was 308. In 40 seconds the effective control will end. The countdown has begun. Lloyd is running away from the monsters in a panic. There are 27 seconds left. The guy closed his eyes. There are 18 seconds left. He pursed his lip. There are 7 seconds left. The hero ran forward and screamed. The control effect ended. Lloyd hugged the animals. The undead surrounded him. Suddenly, a rope stretched from the sky. The guy opened his eyes in shock. He was being pulled out. The undead were left far below. Lloyd looked down in shock. He looked up. Someone was flying on a bird. Xavier looked at him sternly. He took out his cool sword. The guy shouted to Mr. Coming to fly forward. The bird sighed melancholically. Teapot looked at it with admiration. The heroes flew away from the herd of undead. Lloyd was dangling on the rope. The bird purposefully flew forward. Xavier prepared his sword to attack. He struck the wall. Lloyd's face twisted from the speed. Along the knight's blow, stones began to fall. They flew straight at the evil spirits. The boulders were many times larger than the monsters. They crushed them. Xavier cut the entire wall. Explosions occurred. Lloyd dangled on a rope. He watched the explosions. Coming flapped his wings. The squad finally landed on the ground. The brunette smiled and said that Xavier was a good boy. He saved his life. The knight frowned and asked, is he still able to smile? The hero looked at him in shock. The blue-haired one looked at him and said that he was his protector and should always be near him. What was the meaning of this phrase? He replied that he was fine and there was no need to get so excited. The knight did not look at him and said that he saw him when he was flying on Coming. He became bait for the monsters so that the others had time to escape. The hero looked away and said he didn't understand what he meant. He just decided to gather them in one place, then finish them off with one blow. Xavier looked at him and asked if his plan really worked. Lloyd raised his eyebrows and said that he saw it all himself. Then why was he asking what answer he expected from him? The knight shouted that he just wanted him to take better care of himself. He clenched his fist and asked what would happen if he was no longer there. The apartment complex, the sewers, everything would come to an end. Everyone's lives would be at risk. The guy frowned and said that a lot of people's lives depended on him, so he should value his life more. Lloyd asked without looking up, is that so? He raised his head and asked how many people were allowed to die next to him. Xavier frowned and said that he didn't mean that. He just couldn't stand to see him risking himself alone. The brunette said, did he really think that those damned undead couldn't hurt anyone? The knight leaned over and said that he could gradually retreat with the white warriors. The local soldiers are also pretty strong fighters. What reasons made him forget about it? He replied that it was just an assumption. How can he guarantee that no one will die? He works tirelessly. Did he know that he was ready to die after this work? The hero pointed to the side and said that he was the most important person in this county. The entire county belonged to him and all the people here were his too. He frowned and asked who would protect them all if not him. Xavier frowned and asked would he really continue to put himself in danger. Lloyd frowned and said of course, and as compensation he would take the most money for himself. The knight looked at him angrily. He clicked his tongue and told him to do as he saw fit. The guy turned away and said that she would be by his side no matter what. A system window appeared, saying that Xavier's affinity with him had increased by 15 and his sympathy level had increased by 23. He had significantly improved his relationship with the key character, so he received a bonus 270 PR, and he had also risen higher in Xavier's ranking from the position of someone who needed to be protected to the position of someone who deserves trust. Lloyd looked at the notification that had appeared. It said that Xavier had promised himself that he would be willing to die in his place if he ever found himself on the brink of life and death. The hero smiled slyly and said that he didn't have to do that. The knight asked what he was talking about. He replied that he would pretend that he didn't know anything. The blue-haired man asked who had done all this with the mastodons. Wasn't it Asfahan's doing, just like with the monster wave? Lloyd frowned and said that it was unlikely. As far as he knew, there were no necromancers among them who would have done such madness. The guy looked away and thought that the novel provided a lot of information. Asfahan, they wouldn't have done that since it wasn't their style of war, but since black magic was involved, it most likely came from outside the walls of Namaran. The hero went ahead and said that they should stop work for a while and go look for clues. He took a step forward and thought that he could confirm his guess thanks to the whole head dedicated to Namaran. Lloyd frowned and thought that his premonition could not be wrong. He just needed to find evidence, and then he would make them pay for the damage caused. The man stuck the shovel into the ground. The hero and Xavier watched the work. The knight frowned and said that they were like looking for a needle in a haystack. He replied that it was true, but they still had to do it since they could not continue construction if there were any dangers lurking there. The guy frowned and thought that he was sure that there was something there, some piece of black magic. Suddenly the guy galloped up. He called Lloyd. He turned around and was told that Count Cremo had arrived from the west. He asked why all of a sudden. After a while, the count smiled and said that he had come to ask permission to marry. Lloyd and his parents looked at him. The brunette looked forward and asked for forgiveness. He said that the count was not his type. He replied that it was mutual. He was asking him to marry his daughter. Cremo rubbed his beard and said that he did not like to beat around the bush, so he would be frank with him. He crossed his arms over his chest and said that he thought for a long time after his departure, wondering if he could ever have a better son-in-law than him. But suddenly he had acquired such fame, and he was sure that there were already many families who wanted to establish contact with the Frontera family. The man frowned and said that he no longer wanted to wait for them to schedule a wedding. The hero told him to calm down. No one had contacted him about marriage. Arcus leaned over and called his son. He poured out many letters on the table. Lloyd looked at them in shock. While his father said that all these letters were sent through the Royal House of Lords, he saved them and wanted to show them later when he was freer. The Count jumped up and said that there was not a drop of sincerity in them, and they had to pay a visit like him. The wedding ceremony would take place at the Frontera estate. The hero turned to him and asked him not to rush so much. He said that he was truly grateful that they had honored him with such a high honor. The guy bowed and said that he apologized for not being able to follow their wishes. Not to rush so much, he said that he was truly grateful that they had honored him with such a high honor. The guy bowed and said that he apologized for not being able to follow their wishes. Cremo frowned and asked what he was talking about. He was 27 years old and still a bachelor. At this age many begin to wonder what's wrong with you since you still haven't married. He asked him to close his eyes to it. Xavier could barely contain his laughter. Lloyd asked him to stop, asked what was so funny about it. The Count leaned towards him and asked him if he really thought the Cremo family was unworthy of him. He replied that he was doing something completely different if they had only looked around, and asked him to stop and asked what was so funny about it. The Count leaned towards him and asked him if he really thought the Cremo family was unworthy of him. He replied that he was doing something completely different if they had only looked around. Christine was barely holding back her tears. She was shaking all over and said that she was the eldest daughter of the Cremo family and that she was ready to do anything for the sake of her family's prosperity and stability. The girl burst into tears and said that she was even ready to sacrifice her body. Lloyd's face darkened and he wondered if they really all thought she was marrying the Demon King. Xavier held back his laughter with all his might. The hero asked if they were already using mana to restrain themselves. He should stop this. Held back his laughter with all his might. The hero asked if they were already using mana to restrain themselves. He should stop this. Arcus smiled and said that he would like to speak out. The man closed his eyes and said that although the sacrifice of the family is commendable, he thinks that I do not have those who are directly involved in this matter is also very important. He took his wife by the hand and said that he thinks that it is impossible to spend eternity with someone without love. The Baron smiled and said that he is glad of the happiness of his own daughter. He hopes that the Count will respect the opinion of the young. Christine looked at him in shock. The man exhaled. He hugged his daughter and turned to her. The Count smiled and said that it seems that for the sake of their family's status he almost ruined her. Christine covered her mouth and turned to her father. She rushed to hug him and said that she loves him. He asked if she is really that happy. The Count held his daughter by the shoulder and said that the people of the Frontera family never cease to amaze him. Today he learned a good lesson. He smiled and said that from now on they will live with love. Arcus and Marbella raised their hands and cried out with love. The Cremo family left the room. Lloyd stared into space and wondered if the happy ending was really not marrying him. Even his parents agreed with that. He looked at Xavier, who was dying of laughter. The knight was fighting for his life. Lloyd thought that this beast did not laugh in the end. Thanks for that. He tries even harder than when he fought the Gigaton. In the end, all those who wanted to enter into a marriage of convenience were refused. They said that certain political problems could arise and they simply did not want to doom the girls to misfortune. The man bowed before the queen and said that this was probably why the Frontera family rejected all offers. Alicia closed her eyes and said that this was to be expected. Even if the Frontera agreed to the union, the girl could refuse. The ambassadors bowed to the queen. The woman remembered what Lloyd looked like and thought that after all he looked like a potato. She laughed. The man asked if she was okay. She said that nothing terrible was happening. The queen held out her hand and asked for a jacket potato for dinner. He said that he obeyed. The woman looked down and thought that in any case she should watch who Frontera chooses, since they could become the most powerful family. She asked what about the letter they sent to Asfahan. The man bowed and said that these dung beetles dared to say that they were not related to the domino monsters, and instead of apologizing they made such a noise. This was a clear provocation against their kingdom. The queen looked down and thought that this disgusting old beetle was waiting for her to take up arms. She frowned and said to immediately gather a delegation that would go to Asfahan, and until then to prohibit all kinds of correspondence. Alicia tapped her finger and said that the delegation would include the following people. She smiled and said that she thought it would be worth sending their potatoes there. After a while, the monster's head was lying on the cloth. The man said that they found it at the scene of the incident in the north. Bayern stood at the dining table and said that he thought that this was directly related to what happened. Lloyd asked if this was really a goat's head. He frowned and thought that he knew this drawing. He thought that he had seen such images in a novel. The symbol of Baphomet fluttered on the flag. The hero thought that this was the emblem of the banners of the kingdom with the Dark Queen at the head. Lloyd chewed his food and thought that thanks to this he learned that it was not mentioned in the novel. The Queen's transition to the dark side and the incident with the barrier of Namaran were definitely connected. The hero frowned and thought that so much had changed since he came to this world. The Queen had not gone over to the dark side and there was no reason for the Namaran barrier to appear either, since this story only happened because of the refugees who were looking for Namaran running away from the wave of monsters. Lloyd frowned and thought that something was being planned here, which was not in the novel. If he did not prepare, it would greatly affect his dream of a carefree life. The black wizard who installed the Namaran barrier and led everyone to the death of Canavero is the main suspect. The guy looked at the knight and told him to quickly resume construction. Everything needs to be finished quickly before he leaves on business. Marbella looked at her son and asked what other business can await him when he is not even really rested. Lloyd smiled and said that he had a job in Namaran. He thought that since he was sure of his suspicions, he needed proof and a way to use it. County of Frontera, about 10 kilometers to the north, a place where liquid waste accumulates. The hero looked at the rodent and told him to open the lid. He did so. Lloyd bowed and said that he was counting on Salida. He began to cast a spell. He thought that everything should work out. Human waste began to move. The wizard formed it all into a ball. His eyes glowed. The dragon roared. The hero smiled and thought that someday the world would know. The dragon threw off its head. It spewed flames. The hero thought that someday the world would know the story of the dragon who proudly used his powers for the benefit of human hygiene. The dragon's eyes glowed. The hero said that legends would be made about him as a dragon destroyer of biological waste. The dragon turned around and sent it to the devil. He asked never to talk about it. What kind of nonsense is this? He answered, does not it sound cool? He showed that he was mocking. He absolutely does not know how to give names. Lloyd clicked his tongue and said what to do. His specialty was engineering. Clicked his tongue and said what to do. His specialty was engineering. A system window appeared. Then he managed to build the first waste collection system on the continent. Thanks to him, the concept of public health was initiated. He received a new title called You a Red Napkin or a Blue One. The hero smiled and thought that the effect of the title is 0% infection with various diseases in the county. He can completely block the spread of the disease from the outside. Now he can live in peace. Xavier looked at the gentleman and asked when he plans to leave for Namaran, so he replied that he would like to leave as soon as possible. The brunette looked to the side and thought that if he left without a plan, he would not achieve anything in the end, then he would just waste money on the road. There is a villain in this place. Even if he is evil, he cannot confirm this, and if there is a worthy explanation, then. Xavier frowned and told him to look ahead. There were many carriages in front of his place. He asked what all this meant. Lloyd smiled and said that this was an ominous omen. Arcus said that it was related to the marriage proposal that he recently rejected. The hero's father looked at him and said that all the matchmakers sent their daughters here. I think that he will change his mind as soon as he sees them. He really can't change anything, so he provided them with these conditions for their stay. He pulled out a paper and said that he had prepared cards with numbers in the order of his meetings with young ladies. The hero asked if this was really his father. He answered that he really wanted him to marry only his beloved girl. The man smiled and said that he was already at the age when it was time to have grandchildren, and the whole continent was starting to wonder what was wrong with his eldest son, but he was fine. Lloyd looked gloomily into the void. A system window appeared that he had received a new title, that they were calling him a disgrace. He thought that the gentleman of the message was a goat, to have fun because there had been no reason to laugh at him for a long time. He looked ahead and thought that there was still a reason for joy. A whole line of girls lined up to meet him, but he needed to start thinking about everything. Lloyd frowned and thought that in fact it was not the girls themselves, but their fathers. The old men shot into the line to become related to him. This means that the old men love him. The butler bowed and said that the first lady had arrived. The hero replied that he wanted to meet her and addressed her as a customer. The girl blushed and exclaimed. Xavier was all beaming. She said that she agreed to marry him. But why was his servant sitting when he himself was standing? The hero answered that it was because he was actually him. The girl asked again. She looked at him with disappointment. The guy narrowed his eyes and said goodbye. The door slammed shut. The butler bowed and said that the second lady had arrived. The hero replied that he wanted to meet her, Madam Customer, or rather just Madam. Xavier looked at her suspiciously when she said that she was ready to marry him. But why was his servant sitting when he himself was standing? The hero answered that it was because he was Lloyd. The girl asked again. The hero looked at her and repeated that he was Lloyd. The girl looked at him with disgust. The guy narrowed his eyes and said goodbye to her. He looked ahead when the door slammed shut. Xavier looked away and clicked his tongue, saying that it was all somehow unoriginal. He apologized and said that he understood the state of affairs too well. The hero closed his eyes when the butler said that the third lady had arrived. He said that it was too early to meet the lady buyer, or rather just the lady. He opened his eyes. His pupils were judging. In front of him stood a girl. He thought that she seemed familiar among the illustration of the Knight of the Blood Gland. The girl took the skirt in her hands. She bowed and said that she was the eldest daughter of the Count of Namoran, Suliria Namoran. The hero frowned and thought that she would become the main character since she was Xavier's lover. He thought that she sacrificed herself in the novel to save the people of Namoran. The guy remembered that after this the readers in the comments went crazy. They thought it was too cruel. They did not understand why everyone Xavier loved died. Many paid attention to this novel because the main character was always sad and lonely, not like the hero of other novels. The brunette smiled and said that she knew that it would be rude on her part, but she still came since her father did not leave her alone. He looks much better than she heard. Lloyd looked at her with an empty look and said that it was he, Lloyd, and not the one behind him. Suliria smiled nervously and asked if she had not been talking to him, and the man behind him was the newly minted swordmaster, Mr. Ezra. The guys looked at her in shock. The girl smiled and said that apparently this whole situation with marriage knocked him out of search. He is already insanely busy to even think about the wedding. He asked how she knows this. The brunette smiled and said that on the way here she saw an interesting sight, a building that she had never seen before, purely roads leading in different directions. It must be difficult to manage all of this. She stood up and said that since she knew his wishes, she would probably go. The hero asked her to hold on for a while. He would like to talk to her. Lloyd rubbed his chin and asked if she was experiencing any strange difficulties now, such as a sudden influx of new arrivals. Suliria asked how he knew about this. The girl raised her eyebrows and said that about 400 refugees had arrived in Namoran, who had lost their home due to a wave of monsters. As far as they knew, someone had brought them to them on purpose. Lloyd frowned and thought that this was bad. He thought that the Namoran barrier was a spell that sucked out the life of people within the barrier. The spell began to work because the refugees had closed the number of lives that were needed to activate Canavero's magic. Lloyd lowered his tin and thought they had taken in all the refugees, but in the end there were still some who got into this country. He frowned and thought that if Canavero's plans were to go as planned in the novel, 1,000 Namoran citizens would lose their lives. He thought that then the knight who would bring death, the Knight of Hell, would be summoned. He thought that the knight's installation of the checkmate in the novel would be too much for even the ball master to handle, since his existence was like that of a god, which meant he thought that he would not be able to prevent the destruction of all life. Lloyd frowned and thought that this was much worse than what he was worried about. Lloyd turned around. Xavier was looking at him. The hero was holding a backpack and asked him why he was not preparing for the journey. What was that in his hands? He replied that these were letters that the ladies had left for him. He would go and leave them in his room. The brunette looked at the knight and asked what kind of letters. He replied that they were love letters. Xavier looked at him seriously and asked if he had not received a single letter. Lloyd looked at him and confirmed. The knight glared at the gentleman. The guy stared into space. The blue-haired man put the basket on the ground. He handed over a letter and said that he was ready to share one with him. Lloyd looked at him with disgust. He froze with hostility. The guy smiled maliciously. Xavier opened his eyes in shock. The hero smiled and asked why give him what belonged to him. He should hurry with the preparations. Lady Suliria was already waiting for them. The knight froze. He blushed from the insult. The carriage drove forward. A whole delegation accompanied the main carriage. Lloyd spread his hands and said that there are several types, but only after assessing the situation, he can understand which one to use. The girl asked how he knew the situation of their county. He answered that he made an assumption based on the words of other people. The brunette smiled and said that since Namoran was built on steep terrain, it was natural that they would have difficulties from time to time. Suliria smiled and said that she was so happy that she had managed to meet him, and even if they did not marry as her father had wished, he would be very happy to know that they would be able to solve the problem that had bothered their family for generations. Lloyd the wily smiled and thought that this was perfect. He would be able to keep an eye on Canavero, and at the same time earn money from the construction. This trip promised to be fruitful. The delegation rode on ahead. The hero thought that they would see everything. He would show them what it meant to be the first to strike. When they arrived in the city, the girl smiled and said that this was Mr. Canavero, a local merchant. The man smiled. The girl said that he spends his own money to help the refugees. He is always in the thick of things, helping those in need even with the smallest matters. The hero frowned. He saw the symbols of Baphomet on the merchant's shoulder. Canavero smiled. The hero thought, so this is this hypocritical monster. He himself honey him like an aluminum can. The hero gnashed his teeth. After a while, the man smiled and said that they must be tired after a long journey. He approached Xavier and said that the manner in which he holds himself upright radiates nobility. The Namoran family will reach even more incredible heights. Lloyd looked into the void. The count asked when it would be better to schedule the wedding. Suliria bowed and said that this is the Knight of Protection Xavier, and next to him stands Mr. Lloyd. The hero looked at him with a blank look when the man said that the manner of the man on the left literally screams clouds, while the one on the right, how can I put it, seems to him to be lacking something. The girl frowned and said that he was behaving rudely. She looked at him and asked how could a count like him not recognize a person's true nature. Maybe the guy lacks something, but he is very smart and capable. Xavier glared at the gentleman. He stared ahead with an empty gaze. Siluria said that he was not here for marriage. Her father asked why he was here then. The knight's eyes widened when the girl said that he was here to help them solve the problem with the landslides. Her father replied that it was a great relief. He had already thought that he would be ridiculed for his son-in-law's face. The hero looked ahead when the girl said that his father's words could hurt him. Could he imagine how he must have suffered all this time when he was spoken to like that? The hero bit his lip. The knight blossomed with joy. He began to laugh when the count said whether he would really be able to solve the issue with the points. The girl replied that she believed that he was capable of it. The blue-haired man was doubled over with laughter. The girl continued to say that they would provide them with the labor force and the necessary materials. They would only be left with management. Xavier hit himself on the knee. The father said that it would cost a lot of money, that if nothing came of it. His daughter replied that she would compensate them for the construction costs 3 times over if that happened. The man turned around and said that this was already interesting. He asked Mr. Lloyd to tell him all the details about the construction. Lloyd strangled his protector with a shovel. The count asked what they were doing. He did not understand them at all. After a while, the brunette sat and asked if he also saw this drawing on the guy's sleeve. The knight confirmed that he saw a goat's head. He said to follow Canavero. Lloyd looked ahead and said that if they prove that this drawing is connected with black magic and tell the count about what happened in their county, they will be able to kill 2 birds with 1 stone and no one will suffer. The knight smiled and said accepted. The brunette looked at him and asked why he looked so happy when he was talking about something so serious and terrible. He apologized. He said that he just remembered how the count talked about what he lacked. There was silence. The hero climbed on him with his fists. After a while, the man clapped his hands and shouted to make his choice. The hero looked at him in bewilderment when he shouted that they can choose whatever they want. Each thing costs 200 silver coins. They can take whatever they want. Lloyd bit his lip. He thought, is this pattern even sold at the market? Their situation is becoming unenviable. The knight approached him. He asked if he found anything suspicious. Xavier looked at him and replied that nothing except that he sincerely wants to help the refugees. He frowned and said that he wanted to inspect his home. It has very powerful magical protection. The guy said that it was easy to destroy, but he was afraid that it would be revealed right away, so he left empty-handed. He said that this drawing symbolizes a traveling musician, since this person is now very popular in big cities. Clothes with his emblem are sold. The brunette scratched his face and thought should he find this traveling musician, but how to do it? Everything will come to an end if the barrier of Namarin is activated while he is busy searching. Lloyd thought that in the novel there were no details about that and the magic that was used to activate the barrier. It will not be easy to find out and prevent its effect. He thought is the only way to let Xavier deal with this alone. He can only destroy the barrier. This means that Siluria can die, and he does not want to see the death of someone he knows. The hero remembered the term Supreme Master, which was mentioned in the novel. It denotes a state that is many times superior to the Master of the Sword. With this kind of power you can immediately deal with the barrier and the Night of Darkness. Lloyd thought, since he does not know the theory of becoming one, he will not be able to train his knight. He was put on all sides. Xavier looked at him and said that he thought it would be right to keep an eye on Canavero. He is sure that he is hiding something. Since he uses such a powerful defense, he answered him that if he is caught in the act of committing a crime, then what will he do? The knight replied that he knows how to get there. He frowned and said that he will definitely succeed, so he should trust him to wait here. The hero thought that in order to prevent the collapse of the slope, so-called anchors are needed. He decided that they will drive the anchors deep into the ground to strengthen the soil. The guy wanted to make a wedge-locking bolt. But the problem is that they do not have such technology that would allow them to create such a complex spiral. Lloyd released a dove and decided that for starters he will send the Corgetus plan, although he understands that it will take some time. He walked forward and thought that while he was waiting, he should better explore and study the area. 2 men passed by him. One of them asked if he had also seen the beauty that appeared in the distribution center. He answered that of course he had. Crowds of people go there just to see her face. The blonde blushed and said that her body was very hot. The hero thought why they were discussing such topics right in the middle of the street, that everyone listened. The guy frowned and thought that the beauty that runs the Canavero distribution center, there was no such thing in the novel either. Perhaps this is one of the deviations of the plot. It is better to check after all. He saw a long line and thought, are they all here for her? The hero pushed his way through the line. The men were saying how beautiful she was and what a great body she had. The brunette frowned. He saw a blue-haired girl. The guy looked closer. He saw Xavier. Lloyd looked down and thought that she really had an outstanding job. The knight looked away. He looked into the crowd. His master's face spoke for itself. The blue-haired man clenched his teeth. Lloyd extended his hand and gestured that he respected. With the next gesture he showed the word his. Then he raised both hands and gestured the word fetishes. Xavier plopped food on the man's face and gestured the word this. He shook his head and said that it was not a fetish. The guy again plopped food on the man's face and gestured that it was part. He waved his spoon again and gestured his plan. Lloyd pointed at his eyes. Then he pointed at the knight. He left. Xavier bit his teeth. A satisfied Canavero passed by. He asked in a whisper how it went. The man was sorting through leaks and said that all the preparations had been completed the night before. The work continued. Xavier looked at the man. After a while, Lloyd looked up. He climbed a hillock and thought that first he should check a possible fault line. Suddenly, something caught his eye. He saw a skull. He thought, did someone really die here during the construction process? No, it appeared here recently. The brunette looked and thought, where is the body? Why is there only a skull? Suddenly, Lloyd noticed something in the distance. There was a skull buried there too. The guy looked back. He thought that there was a skull there too, all of them buried 50 centimeters underground. They were purchased at the same distance from each other. They were buried around the peak. The hero started digging and thought, could this be it? Canavero held a cocktail in his hand and said that they all did a great job. He smiled and said that their grand plan would be executed on time. The skull began to glow. Lloyd frowned and thought that he knew it. The skulls were covered in black magic. It was this black magic that activated the barrier of Namaran. The guy smirked and thought, what did this mean? Canavero smiled and made a toast to the ascension of the Prince of Hell. Lloyd frowned and thought that their plans had gone downhill. He extended his hand and began to absorb the magic. Then he began to clean the skull. The skull no longer emitted black magic. The hero said that one was ready. He picked it up and thought about what it was that fell out of it. The guy frowned and thought that it was obvious that the skulls were just vessels. It seemed that this was the source of the magic. Could this be some kind of precious stone? He started scanning it. The hero's eyes widened. A system window appeared that the estimated value of the stone was 500 million. He thought what it was. It was Mr. Bayern's annual salary. Lloyd looked around and thought, do the other turtles have stones like that too? He found another one. It fell to the ground. The hero began digging maniacally and ominous laughed, saying that he had found wealth. He smiled obsessively and said that he was raking in money with a shovel. A system window appeared that. It seemed that he was happier with his find than with his attempts to prevent the barrier from activating. He replied that some kind of barrier was talking about money, free money. Sunset came. A system window appeared that the hero's level had been raised, Azrakan Core Technique Triple Rings Level 3. The hero took 30 pieces of precious stones. He barely lifted his backpack and thought that now he had 30 Bayern. He had money to make 30 Bayern his slaves. Bayern coughed. The guy told him that he needed to rest a little. He worked too much. Lloyd looked into the distance and said how nice it was. He walked forward and said that they would raise his salary and make him work for him for another 20 years, and let it seem to him that instead of 20 years he worked all 30. Suddenly the guy stopped. He turned around. The hero was looking at the skull. He sat down and asked how it ended up here. Was it natural death or murder? The skull was silent. Lloyd and said that no matter what happened to it, he would like to express his gratitude to it for giving him 1 night per minute. The guy took the skull in his hands. He collected the skulls in a bag and said that he would take them to a place where there is a lot of sun. He hopes that now they can rest in peace. The skull was melting. Drops were collecting on it. Night had fallen. The guys were sitting opposite each other. Xavier raised his head and said that the reason he was dressed like that. The brunette looked at him and said that they were all different and could not always understand them. Everyone had their own preferences. He accepted his specific preferences. The knight looked at him with an empty gaze. He looked at the brunette and said that the whole city already knew him as a knight who came from distant lands. He needed to hide his identity in order to get more details. He replied that it was fine. He understood everything perfectly. Xavier frowned. The guys sat in silence. Lloyd calmly looked at him and asked when he discovered this new side of himself. The blue-haired frowned and shouted that it was not like that at all. The hero jumped and asked why he was so angry. Is it bad? Is he really expressing his contempt for everyone who has similar preferences now? The haired man lowered his head looking for what he had the opportunity to get to the estate when he was running errands for the distribution center. The hero asked did he find anything. The knight said that under the estate there was another door that led to the dungeon. He looked ahead and said that at first when he watched Canavero it seemed to him that there was no one kinder and more caring than him. So he thought that Lloyd was wrong when he began to suspect him. Looking like he was hiding something behind 7 locks, it seems that his instinct did not fail him again. The hero looked at him in surprise when he said that he would be proof and no matter what it would cost him. The guy smiled. He bowed his head and said that this is exactly why he should not trust his words and is proud of his respect. He replied that it is not so at all. After a while, Canavero frowned and asked did all of Noctanium really disappear. The man frowned and said that someone took everything they buried. Because of this their entire grand plan failed. The brunette clenched his fist and thought, did someone find out about his plans? If that were the case, they would have come for him long ago. Maybe it was a coincidence. The old man looked at him and asked what he intended to do. They had everything ready. After all, he said that everything would go according to plan. The other man said that they had invested a lot of money in his projections. After all, he had convinced them that black magic had remade this world. He should be responsible for his words. Canavero slammed the table and asked them not to worry, he had a plan. He said that in any case, Noctanium was just a backup plan in case of an emergency. The man smiled and said that if they all united for the final push, the ascension of the Prince of Hell would go as planned. Someone threw a bucket of water. It landed right on Xavier's head. The woman ran up to him and asked what had happened to him. He replied that his hand had simply slipped a little. The brunette looked around nervously and said that he probably knew that Mr. Canavero's house had a guest room. He could go there and change. He should go there right now. All those men were staring at him. The spectators were saying what a gorgeous body she had. Xavier went to the gate and asked to open it. The man said this is his body. The guy changed his clothes and thought that now it would be much easier for him to move around. He exhaled. The guy thought that he needed to completely hide his presence. He jumped out of the window. The knight ran past the guards. In front of him was the door to the basement. The blue-haired man looked around the corner and thought that this is the door that leads to the second-level basement. How can he open this door? He noticed something. Canavero approached the door. He looked around. He unlocked the lock with magic. A magic circle appeared in his palm. The lock began to spin. It lit up. The knight looked closely and thought that this lock was different from the one hanging on the main gate. It could only be opened by a certain flow of mana. The stones in the backpack shimmered. The hero looked at them and thought if this was really all, and if there were more of them somewhere, and Namaran's barrier could be activated with them. Lloyd lowered his head and thought that he could not let this happen. Saliva flowed from his mouth. He thought that it was time to look for money again. A system window appeared. Was he not doing this for the sake of finding possible means for black magic? He replied that he said money. Canavero came out from behind the door. Xavier watched him. He waited for the man to leave. The guy approached the door. He frowned and thought that he definitely used something like this. The lock gave in. Xavier went inside. He looked forward. The knight took a step forward. He frowned. There was darkness ahead. Suddenly, someone ran towards him from there. Xavier looked closer. The monster swung. The knight dodged and thought, what was that? Was it really a dead man? His fist glowed. He hit the monster in the stomach. The guy looked at him in shock. The monster swung at him. He hit the knight. He flew back. The blue-haired man frowned and thought that this was no ordinary undead. It was definitely different from the ones he had seen in the valley. Many other monsters came out into the corridor. Xavier exhaled. He reached into his inner pocket. The guy pulled out a knife. He got into a fighting stance and said that he was able to confirm his suspicions about Canavero. Xavier prepared to attack. He frowned. A man came out of the door. He slammed the door. The knight looked at him and thought that it looked like he could have a conversation with him. The monsters rushed to attack him. He swung their swords. The undead continued to run at him. Xavier killed them one after another. With one swing of his sword, he chopped off their limbs. The knight cut the monsters into pieces. He swung his sword to strike, and knocked down the door with one blow. The man fell to the ground. Xavier looked at him. The bald man bowed and asked for mercy. He looked up when the knight said he had a question for him. He had broken the man's leg. He screamed. The blue-haired man said that if he delayed answering for even a second, the other leg would suffer the same fate. The guy frowned and asked what Canavero was doing in this place. He answered that he did not know all the details, he just did what he was told. Xavier raised his leg. The man screamed that he was simply hired as an undertaker. He was only treating the bodies that Mr. Canavero brought here with chemicals, and then he was suddenly ordered to guard this place. Xavier looked at him and asked where the bodies came from. The man turned away and said that it was all a trading post. The bodies of refugees who died of diseases were sent here. The blue-haired man frowned. He remembered Canavero saying he would send the girl's father to the trading post. He would recover quickly with good care. Xavier gritted his teeth and thought he had killed them. He thought all the skulls and stones Master Lloyd had found and all the dead he had killed. The knight looked at the man and asked if it seemed strange that the corpses kept coming. His eyes widened and he said he was just as complicit. And he broke his other leg. Xavier ran out of the basement and thought that very soon they would realize that someone had gotten into their lair. He had to report to Master Lloyd and then think of a response. He ran into their room. The guy grabbed the sword and thought he couldn't waste time looking for it. He had to make a decision and act himself. He would deal with Canavero himself. Xavier turned around. He rushed forward and thought that Canavero and the others who were discussing things he couldn't understand were all from the trading post. The knight jumped and thought that the trading post was definitely their base. He rushed into the building. The boy grabbed his sword. He pulled out the aura sword. Xavier looked down in shock. The building was empty. He walked forward and thought that the place that was always full of people was empty. The boy looked around. He frowned and thought, have they really started to act? A dark cloud appeared over the city. Suddenly, the knight staggered. He gritted his teeth and thought what was happening. It felt like his strength was being sucked out. He ran outside. The dark cloud was sucking in the life energy of the people. Xavier looked up and thought what was going on. A barrier began to appear around the city. The knight's sword also began to suck out energy. He thought that someone was sucking out the mana from the people. The people began to fall to the ground. Xavier gritted his teeth and thought that Mr. Lloyd was in danger now. The energy was being drained. Siluria looked out the window. Her eyes widened. She watched as her people fell and cried for help. The girl ran forward and thought that she didn't understand what was going on, but she had to save them. She took hold of the amulet and thought that everything was fine, she would be fine. The man was erecting a barrier around the city. He frowned and thought that Noctanium and the spell that Canavero gave him were doing their job. The Prince of Hell would soon ascend. The man smiled and thought that the world would be theirs. He opened his eyes in shock and thought, just who is this guy? Lloyd leaned over and said that he wanted to ask him a question. He met 30 weirdos in robes like him. Are they making it rain or something? He waited for an answer. The guy approached the sorcerer's face and asked why he wasn't answering his question. Was he really trying to ignore him? Did he think he was invisible? The man trembled and thought that he had scared the crap out of him. How could a person be so scary? He had almost thought that the Prince of Hell had appeared ahead of time. He couldn't move. If he moved even a little, everything would be lost. The hero turned away and said that he didn't care. If he wanted to act like he was invisible, then go ahead. The man looked at him in fear. Lloyd swung his shovel and said that they would see how long he could ignore him. The hero hit him in the face. He looked at his shovel in bewilderment. It was dented. The man smiled and thought that this magic was called protection from steel, which Canavero had cast on him. A simple shovel wouldn't hurt him. Lloyd swung again. The sorcerer looked at the shovel in shock. A dark cloud hung over the city. Steam was coming from the shovel. Lloyd looked at the shovel with confusion. The man thought how stupid it was. He smiled with all 30 of his teeth. He thought that the power of this magic's defense was absolute. He couldn't even leave a scratch. The hero said that he looked so self-confident now, but he must be in a lot of pain now. The brunette looked away and thought that the situation was quite urgent, but everything was not going according to plan. At such moments he needed to remain cool and calm. He extended his hand and thought that if he could absorb mana like last time. He was struck by electricity. The sorcerer smiled. Lloyd raised his eyebrows and asked if he was going to move or if he couldn't. Would something happen to the barrier if he moved? The man frowned. The hero smiled and said that he didn't have to answer since he was going to check it out anyway. The barrier stood above the city hall of Namarad. Canavero walked forward. Around him, people were lying exhausted. The man extended his hand to him and asked him to save him. The brunette looked at him. He frowned and called him a slug. Canavero kicked him in the face. He looked away. The man approached the statue and said that this was a statue of a fallen angel. He cut his finger. The brunette smiled and said that this statue would become a gate for the Prince of Hell to pass through. The ground flew away. The sorcerer looked ahead in shock. The hero was digging something. He wiped the sweat from his face. The man was swaying. Lloyd said that the preparations were complete. He approached the sorcerer. He looked ahead in panic. The guy approached him. He prepared his lips. Wind erupted from them. The ground beneath the villain's feet shook. He fell with a noise. The man looked at his stone in panic and screamed. Lloyd frowned. The sorcerer was dead. The brunette picked up his stone and thought that it was some kind of complex and well thought out spell. It ricochets as soon as the one who uses it moves. He looked around and thought that in that case, the city's barrier continued to grow. Suddenly, a hole appeared in it. The hero smiled and thought that there was the first one. Canavero looked away. A second hole appeared in the barrier. Lloyd took the stone from the sorcerer. The man frowned and thought who it was. Even if there was not enough mana, he had to complete the summoning. He stretched his hands up and began to read the spell. Suddenly, he looked away. Someone was calling him. Siluria frowned and asked what he was up to. Canavero looked at her and thought that it was amazing that she could calmly walk inside the barrier. He saw her pendant and thought that it was because of it, a magical trap that prevents the loss of mana. A fire formed in his hand. He shot fire and said it was useless. The girl looked forward in panic. She extended her hand. Siluria intercepted his attack. Canavero looked at her in shock. The girl summoned a fireball much more powerful than him. Her eyes glowed. She screamed the punishment of the fire god. She shot at the sorcerer. The man frowned and thought that this was impossible. She was so young and already knew Imperial level magic. There was an explosion. Siluria was breathing heavily. Canavero was lying at the base of the statue. The girl approached him and told him what he was trying to do here. The man began to chant. She looked at him in shock. The sorcerer smiled and told the Prince of Hell to rise for them. The statue began to crack. Siluria looked at it in shock and asked, "Is this really the Prince of Hell?" Canavero smiled predatory and rushed at her. Xavier broke through the ceiling. He chopped off Canavero's hand. He looked at him in shock. The knight frowned. The villain's hand flew off. Xavier stood up. The man frowned. He screamed. The statue cracked. The knight looked at it. Lightning struck the building. There was an explosion. Rocks flew. Siluria frowned. She began to cast a spell. She created the shield of the earthly gods. Rocks smashed against it. Xavier stood in front of the man. Canavero frowned and said that it was all over for him and called him a slug. He said that everyone here would burn to ashes and their limbs would be torn to pieces. The man started laughing and said that the Prince of Hell himself had come to them. A demonic hand extended from the darkness and sank into the ground. The sword scraped the floor. Canavero turned around. Xavier frowned. The Prince of Hell crawled out of the darkness. The man turned around and thought what was going on. Where did the horsemen of the War of Hell go? What about his legs? Why were they gone? He thought, was the mana energy not enough because the barrier collapsed? Maybe it was because they rushed to summon him without preparing well. The knight gritted his teeth and thought that this was the Prince of Hell, even if not in full transformation. He looked at him. The blue-haired man thought if he could defeat him. The monster looked forward and asked the Lord what he wanted. Canavero frowned and said that the kid dared to point his sword at him. The demon crawled forward. He attacked the knight. Xavier frowned and thought that he felt a vibration through his entire body. Even the full increase of his defense, which is possible with the fusion of aura and mana, is useless here. The monster attacked him. It moved and attacked again. Siluria fired a wind dagger spell. The monster rushed forward. Xavier jumped back. The King of Hell frowned and asked how dare she. Siluria looked at him in shock. The demon rushed at her. Xavier began the attack. He fired energy from the sword and hit the demon right. Its head disappeared. The monster ran away. Xavier frowned. An ominous energy emanated from the body. It crumbled into dust. Canavero frowned and said that it was impossible. A sword appeared near his face. The blue-haired frowned and said to Lady Siluria that he was able to defeat it only thanks to her. He asked her to move everyone to a safer place. The blonde looked to the side and said that if anyone still had strength, he asked them to help the others. They should carry the wounded to the Count's estate. They should make everyone laugh. The knight frowned and said that they would discuss the details of this incident in the palace. Whatever was behind it, they would not be able to avoid execution. Canavero clenched his teeth. He smiled. Xavier looked at him with incomprehension. The man said that he did not know anything yet. He had no idea what the creation of hell was. The knight looked at him tensely. He looked to the side. The monster was gathering back from the dust. Xavier looked at it in shock. The monster rose. Canavero laughed and said that no matter how much he defeated it, it would be useless because it was not killable. The Prince of Hell looked at the knight and said that he suspected that he would be strong in their first encounter, but that he was so strong, he apologized for underestimating his abilities and not giving him much importance. He clutched the sword. The monster said that his name was Zeorsius, the first captain of the First Corps, who serves the ruler of Hell himself. They will decide here and now who is the real winner. Xavier gritted his teeth and said that he was Xavier Azrahan, a knight of Frontera, and he would send him back to where he came from. The opponents looked at each other. They suddenly disappeared and came face to face. They attacked each other. Xavier swung his sword. The Prince of Hell appeared at his side. The knight blocked the blow. The monster said that this was amazing and entertaining. The boy looked at him in rage while he laughed. He frowned, and then he was thrown into the ground. Xavier jumped back. The demon immediately appeared next to him and laughed. He attacked the guy. Then he raised his head. The monster dealt one blow after another. Xavier gritted his teeth and thought that this wasn't even some special technique of ball control. He was just swinging it from side to side, and he was already having difficulty returning. He needed a break to strike back. The guy threw a dagger at him. He caught it in midair. The knight prepared to strike. He swung his sword and thought that if he had both legs, he would move differently. But for someone who just moves through the air, there is only one way out. The monster teleported. The knight looked ahead and wondered where it would appear next. It must know that it is expecting him and preparing to attack, since this is the case. The guy looked down. A sword began to appear from the ground. Xavier parried the blow. He swung his sword. The Prince of Hell let go of his sword. The knight struck him. He grabbed his leg. The guy looked at him in shock and thought, is he trying to cut him off? He will gather all his mana and strengthen his body. He thought that the mana that flows in him is blocking his mana. The blue-haired man flew back. He screamed. The monster grabbed his leg and slammed him into the floor. Xavier flew up again, and again he was slammed into the ground. The Prince of Hell looked at him and said that he had fun. His name is worthy of respect and he will remember it. He took his sword. The monster raised the sword and said that he will be glad to fight again in hell. He sent his sword at him. Someone shouted at him to stop right now and called him a skeleton on legs. Xavier dodged the blow. Lloyd said that as far as he knows. The demon turned around. The hero looked at him and said that he, too, will go to hell as soon as his master dies. He pressed the shovel to Canavero's neck and told him to leave his knight alone. He would count to 3 or he would rip his head off. The monster looked at him and thought who he was. The guy's face was very eloquent. The demon thought that his face was very scary. He was not bluffing. He would not only rip his head off, he could also tear it into small pieces and feast on it. Lloyd gritted his teeth. The Prince of Hell thought that he was giving off an otherworldly feeling. The monster looked at him and asked who he was. Did he really come from hell? Considering his appearance and manner of speech, he is definitely from hell. The hero said one. He swung the shovel. The demon aimed a blow at him. Lloyd dodged it. He shrank all over. Canavero was torn off half of his body. The monster said that as long as he was still breathing, nothing would bother him, and even if he died, he would only need 40 minutes to cast the reverse spell. He could easily destroy the city. The brunette frowned and thought that his strategy was ruined, and what should he do now? Xavier swung his sword. He struck. The demon swung his sword. The knight was thrown far away. Lloyd shouted for him to fight him. He thought that Xavier was already at his limit. He told his knight to retreat. Don't interfere, that's an order. The brunette looked ahead and called him. Xavier looked into the void and thought that now he could defeat him. He would definitely succeed no matter what. Lloyd launched a fireball and told him to look at it. The demon dodged his blow. There was an explosion. The Prince of Hell swung his sword. Xavier stood in a fighting stance. The hero found himself behind the monster. He jumped on his back. He turned around and said that he had no idea what would happen if he touched the creation of hell. He said that the mana that was mired in darkness would pollute his heart and he would die. The hero said that he had scared him very much, but that was sad. The energy inside him was growing more and more. Lloyd raised his head and said that he had already cleansed his heart of dark energy a couple of times. The demon was scared and said, what kind of crap was this? A system window appeared that the mana that flowed into him from the Prince of Hell temporarily strengthened his heart. Of course, this does not put him on the same level as the Prince of Hell, but at that very moment he would have to pay attention to him. The hero was getting more and more mana. A system window appeared that a special lock was activated. Man, Lloyd. The guy squeezed the monster. Lloyd grabbed the enemy. He said that he was a non-entity. The enemy tried to grab him, but the hero dodged with a sigh. He tried to do it again, but suddenly he swung his head. With a push he managed to wound Lloyd. Then he raised his hands and threw him off his back. Raising his hands, he cursed and a sword appeared in his hands. Trying to kill the hero, the enemy stuck it between his legs. Rising on his back again, the hero greeted him angrily. Skull continued to wriggle. A little tired, but the hero still held on. Xavier appeared in front of them. The hero asked what he wanted here. The man opened his eyes wide, surprised that he had already come to his senses. The enemy's eyes were shining brightly. This time he tried to raise the sword over his head. Xavier swung the sword. A wound appeared on the enemy's chest. Raising his throat, he screamed. Xavier prepared to strike again. Then he directed the blade forward, but the enemy managed to move behind his back. Xavier literally rushed forward. Another swing left a bright mark. Lloyd held onto his enemy's hand. The enemy turned his head to the hero saying that he was teleporting now. Why was he still clinging to him? The guy only answered with a question. Why did he need his armor and sword? He needed to throw them away. A blue circle appeared under Xavier. Appearing in another place, he rushed to attack. Continuing to cling to the enemy, the hero thought that his comrade was moving faster than before, but he still could not keep up with the teleportation. Imagining a bright sphere, the hero reasoned that his strength was almost exhausted due to attempts to cleanse the black mana, so it was not far to lose. What should he do? A blue window notified that a request to activate Article 37 paragraph of the contract with a message. The hero opened his eyes in surprise, thinking, did he speak? The request was approved. A new blue window reported that Article 37 paragraph 1 message can personally give advice to the character he is responsible for. Lloyd frowned. The blue window said that if he sings he can win. He wondered in surprise, what does this all mean? Xavier was trying to catch up with the enemy. He looked behind him again, looking at the hero. Holding on tightly, Lloyd began to sing, saying that someone was born for love. From this the enemy blushed, thinking about what kind of magic is this. He felt like someone was picking at his brain with an iron nail. Opening his mouth wide, the hero continued the song with the words that in his life. The enemy covered his ears with his hands, realizing that the hero simply does not know how to sing and demanding that he stop. Throwing his head back, he felt pain in his ears. Clinging to the hero, he screamed that it works. Demons are really weak before hymns. But Xavier also covered his ears, screaming in pain. Lloyd did not understand why, but in fact, he knew the reason. He remembered the man and the woman, thinking that even his parents, who were always kind to him, asked him never to sing in public. Afterwards, he remembered how the man threw a musical instrument while talking about how during a practical assignment in a music lesson he sang only about Salmio. How his teacher threw an organ at him, yelling that if he couldn't do it, he shouldn't start. Afterwards, he remembered the priest, thinking about how when he served in the army he joined a church club where they handed out pies and sang hymns, and the pastor said that a demon appeared in front of him and doused him with holy water, saying that any skill can be used in this world. Tears flowed from Lloyd's eyes as he sang a line about how he was overwhelmed with feelings. Then the demon fell on his back, saying that the hero should go to hell. Lloyd held on tightly to his hand, repeating the line about feelings. Xavier covered his ears, enduring the pain. Meanwhile, the hero and the enemy were approaching the floor. Having done a somersault, the hero also sang about how he was overwhelmed with feelings. The demon landed on Lloyd's back, and he managed to avoid it. Then Xavier rushed forward with his sword. The hero knelt down and rejoiced at his success. Xavier pierced the demon with his blade. The sword entered his chest. The guy opened his mouth wide and used an aura explosion. Bright beams burst out of the floor. The demon's skull absorbed the light. After that, even the floor couldn't stand it. Lloyd rose to his feet, seeing what was happening. With the sword in the floor, Lloyd was breathing heavily. The hero approached him, saying that he would not ask questions like whether he was dead. If he said this, the demon would definitely rise again. But without raising his head, Xavier replied that this was not the end. Lloyd looked at him questioningly. Putting the sword on his shoulder, his comrade told him to look closely at the mana that surrounded them. The hero looked tensely to the side. He realized that he was surrounded by bright lines. Xavier raised his sword again. The enemy was forming from the lines again. Xavier covered the hero with his body, asking him to step aside. But he answered with a smile that everything was fine. He definitely did not survive. Xavier turned his head to the hero, asking if he was seriously sure of anything. After they saw how his blow passed through his head, but in response the hero only asked if he wanted to see. Smiling ominously, Lloyd said that one vote was for the fact that he was already dead. Lloyd picked up the shovel. Putting it on his shoulder, he said that if this asshole survives, he will serve him for a year. If not, then when they return home, he will dress like Xavier. How could he do something like that? What did his comrade agree to? Just so the hero would not go there. But Lloyd smiled widely, asking if their agreement was still in force. Then he raised the shovel above his head. 3 fireballs pierced the roof after using 3 consecutive explosions. Lloyd knelt down, holding out his hand. Meanwhile, part of the demon formed again. A bright light came from the palm of the hero's hand when he used the supercharge. He held his hand with the other as the energy came out. Xavier watched what was happening, seeing how the hero absorbed the Prince of Hell's mana. The demon began to be sucked in. Dissolving, he called the hero a fool. He would never be able to withstand the absorption of his mana power. Lloyd spat blood again. The core glowed brightly. He was surprised. Did it really not work? There was too much of it and it was too powerful. Gritting his teeth, he still understood that this was the only solution. Let's see who wins in the end. Bright rays came from the demon to the palm. The enemy asked if the hero felt the taste of defeat. Lloyd was bleeding through his teeth. Xavier touched his back. The girl also put her hand. Together they tried to help the hero. The core glowed brighter. Opening her mouth wide, the girl used the blessing of life. A green glow emanated from her hand. Smiling widely, Lloyd said that victory was theirs. The demon began to dissolve. There was almost nothing left of him. Lloyd absorbed almost all of his mana. Then he clenched his fist. The remains of the glow spread throughout the room. His eye glowed with demonic mana, but the hero said that the banishment was complete. The girl removed her hand. Lloyd fell to the floor. Xavier calmly put his sword back in its sheath, telling the girl not to worry so much. This is his typical victory ceremony that he always arranges, but she asked how he can say this because he is his protector. No matter how many times this has happened, he should always worry about him. Lloyd lay unconscious. His comrade said that he was worried, but the girl was indignant, saying that it was not noticeable on him and let her help the hero get up. Lloyd continued to lie. New messages notified that he defeated the captain of the first corps of Hell, Xorcius. The King of Hell is impressed by such an amazing battle. The King of Hell wants him as his servant. The moon illuminated the castle. The man sat chained up. He had been arrested and sent to the royal prison since they had already caught 2 minions of black magic, and the queen would deal with the rest. Lloyd sat with his head resting on his hand. A much more important problem was that the construction could not continue. He looked away sadly, thinking that because of this magical barrier, all the workers had lost their strength. Then he grabbed his hair, thinking that if he had known this would happen, he would have made sure that a workforce was sent from their county. Then he turned his head away, thinking that although he shouldn't say that, he needed to find a way out of the situation and earn money. After lying unconscious for a couple of days, he came to his senses and realized that he had acquired a couple of valuable skills. Later, the hero, sitting on the bed, saw new messages that since he had absorbed part of Xorcius's power, his mana heart skill dominance over the undead had been updated to a special level. Looking closely at the notification, the hero said that all the restrictions and requirements for managing the undead were really removed. Smiling slyly and rubbing his face, the hero thought that if he had the dead, he would also have free labor. The blue window noted that this was an incredibly damn jackpot. Lloyd saw a new message in front of him about receiving a new compliment. The new title is a demon-possessed terrifying singer and asked where is this a compliment. Isn't this sarcasm? Through the window, you can see how he lowered his head thinking about where he can get the dead. Create them. Is it that easy? Maybe everything is very good in words, but in reality it's complete crap. Something useful would not hurt here. Looking at his eye in the mirror, he said that something cool is needed. Then he noted that he has the power of hell. Wow, what a huge eye, this is so damn cool. But he turned around when he heard a knock on the door and asked who it was. He opened the door asking why the knocker was silent. In front of him stood several headless dead men. Looking out, he saw that there were many more of them. He looked at them in confusion, asking who they were. Something was moving above the dead man's chest. His head began to form. Lloyd covered his face with his hand in disgust, saying that it was disgusting to look at. The dead man asked for forgiveness. He picked up a sign that said that they were ghosts who had lost their bodies due to hellish witchcraft. Another one said that they had been wandering around the area since they felt a power capable of giving them physical form, which is why they were here. Then the hero activated his demonic gaze, asking if this was the case, to which the dead man replied that yes, that's right. Thanks to him, they were able to find a new body. Thank him. He held the sign again, saying that now after meeting him, he feels. The other one said that he was the one who calmed their vengeful souls. Removing his hand from his face, Lloyd looked in surprise. Several skulls lay on the ground. The hero folded his hands in prayer. He bowed his head over the graves. The dead man held a sign that said that they had no memories of their past life and no purpose. Another one said that if they had dispersed throughout the world, they would have simply been banished. The dead man knelt. Sitting on his knee, the dead man showed a sign asking to take them in and give them the opportunity to repay for their help. Lloyd looked at him saying that there would be a lot of work. They needed to be paid money, but he received the answer that the spirits did not care about them. He also looked and asked if they needed to be fed, but he answered that they had no digestive system. Then the hero, without looking away, asked where they would live, to which he replied that a 10 cubic meter coffin would do. The hero sighed quietly. Then he smiled broadly and said, well, okay, now they are part of the county workforce, or rather the skeleton squad. They thanked the hero. Lloyd raised his hand in satisfaction, thinking that now everything is in his hands. The free workforce he always dreamed of. Xavier stood behind. He saw the happy undead, and only looked at them sleepily. Then he sat down on the chair again, thinking that he was no longer interested in what the hero was doing. The dead were hauling logs. The efficiency of the skeleton squad truly cannot be described in words. They never get tired, do not sleep, and do not eat. Lloyd smiled contentedly looking at this. And they do not even need a salary. This is the best part. Seeing one of the workers, the man lost consciousness. Although Count Namoran, who had managed to regain his strength, fainted when he saw them at the construction site. Lloyd showed him a glowing eye, saying that these are the spirits of labor. He is a brilliant spellcaster. You see his eye, right? When he opens his eye wide. The Count noted that genius spellcasters were rare and he had never heard of a shining eye before. Then our hero opened his eyes wider, asking why Lady Siluria could be a magic spellcaster and he could not. Why could sparks come from Lady Siluria's eyes and he could not? The man and the soldiers just looked at him in surprise. Without changing his face, the Count only asked for forgiveness. A lie is good as long as no one suffers from it, Lloyd thought. The blue window noted that this sounded like a rather dangerous thought, but the hero replied that he did not care because it was well said, so it was. Snow covered the earthen mountain. Winter came, snow began to fall and ready-made anchors were delivered to them. The Namoran soil stabilization project entered its final stage. The last step remained. Someone's hand rose to the sky. Xavier looked at the falling snow. He remembered the touch of a woman's hand, how they stood next to each other after he touched her. But he turned around when he heard someone calling. In front of him he saw a green-eyed girl. Standing up, he bowed and said that the construction was going smoothly. If she needed a detailed report, then talk to Mr. Lloyd, but Shuri replied that that was not the case. She came to him. The guy looked at his interlocutor in surprise, asking what she needed. Then the girl awkwardly looked away, remembering his method of using mana. One day, the power of her magic stopped growing, and he could calmly control his mana. She thought that if she mastered his method, her magic would grow. Xavier, a little sad, lowered his eyes, saying that he would teach everything he knew himself. Then the girl looked at him with delight. The girl clenched her hands in gloves. Lloyd, who was watching the work, turned around. He saw Shiruya talking to his comrade. The hero continued to watch. He imagined Xavier crying while holding her in his arms. He thought about what he said about them taking revenge because you killed a monster. The hero remembered his comrade in the rain and the words that someone asked for help. Bastard with damned mana. After that, Xavier walked through the desert. Xavier, you are destined to be alone. You will fight alone again and again until you get tired and die. Then the guy fell to his knees. Do not let anyone settle in your heart, because it is your heart that will lead them to death. This great power was given to you along with such a fate. Now Xavier closed his eyes with a smile. The hero looked at him with a smile. The bright sun illuminated the walls of the castle. Dozens of concrete crosses were dug into the ground. Their construction was completed, and if the supports are checked from time to time, then there will be no problems in the future. The dead were unloading the cart, and the fee for the work turned out to be several times higher than what was agreed upon. Lloyd bowed to the Count, saying that he expresses his gratitude to him from the bottom of his heart. He replied that he had nothing to thank him for, and that was not all. So people, let's give their virtue a proper send-off. The people raised their hands in jubilation, wishing the hero long life. He simply scratched his nose. Trying to hide his delight, Lloyd thought that he had earned a lot of money. Now he really could only eat and have fun. Smiling, the Count told the hero that he would like to make him one more offer for the last time. How about becoming his son-in-law and inheriting Namaran? But bowing, Lloyd thought, no thanks. He is already the king of his land. But he told the man to forgive him for refusing him again, but he is the heir to the Frontera family, and Namaran already has a beautiful heiress. Shuria looked at the hero with a smile when he said that she was the one who would soon become a great sorceress on the entire continent. Bowing again, Lloyd said that it was time for them to go. The Count thanked him again, saying that he would not forget his help. Leaving, Xavier looked at his back. The girl waved her hand at him. Lloyd turned to his comrade. Looking at him calmly, he told him to stay. You will have a higher salary and you will be able to succeed in life. But Xavier confusedly twirled his finger near his head, asking, has he gone crazy after absorbing too much dark mana? Although he was a fool from the very beginning. Looking at the hero, the guy replied that he was a knight of the Frontera family, until the end of his life, until his last breath. Then the hero looked arrogantly and clarified, what if this is an order? Lowering his head, Xavier said that he does not plan on it and he will have to execute him. The hero only looked tiredly at his comrade, thinking that he does not plan on it and he will have to execute him. But still, he sighed with relief. The two guys headed to their caravan. Snow completely covered the roads. Someone asked, is Lloyd really coming back? The hero's parents ran out into the street. They saw their son with dozens of spirits behind him. He pointed at one of the dead, saying that these guys are known as labor spirits. He summoned them with his summoning magic, but his father said that everything was fine. He wasn't surprised at all that he brought someone, but he frowned seeing Xavier. He was standing in a woman's dress. He closed his eyes and clenched his teeth, thinking that he agreed to this bet when he was out of his mind. Lloyd was surrounded by a bright aura as he said that if this asshole survives, then he will serve him for a year. If not, then when they return home you will dress like Xavier. How do you like that? Arcus came closer to the man. He hugged him, saying that it must have been so hard for him to hide for so many years. But Xavier closed his eyes, saying that it was not quite like that. But Arcus patted him on the back, saying that it was fine. There is nothing wrong with that. You are just a little different. Xavier opened his mouth wide and still shouted that everything is not as he thinks. Lloyd laughed until he cried. He is so happy. Afterwards, the hero hugged his parents, thinking that he had managed to return home with a calm soul. The spirits unloaded chests and a bunch of armies of cats stuffed with money that would allow him to lead an idle life for the rest of his days. He was happy with his family, and he smiled broadly at the thought that now he might not have to work at all. But he turned around, hearing someone's voice announcing a royal decree. A red carpet was spread out behind him. A man with a scroll in his hands announced that Lloyd needed to join a special mission that would go to Ifahan. The hero put his hands in front of him in fear. Rolling up the scroll, the herald said that we must go immediately, after which they put a hat on him. Two knights grabbed him. They dragged him through the snow while Lloyd screamed that this could not be. The crew moved along a forest road. Lloyd leaned down. Xavier, who was sitting next to him, turned to him. He put his hand on the crying hero's head and told him to stop crying. He was already too scary, but he asked how he could not cry. The people sitting opposite him watched this. A man with long blonde hair sat with his arms folded. The head of the delegation, Count Ventura. He asked why he was so sad. He had just received an honorable mission from the queen. The hero, wiping away his tears, replied that it was such a great honor for him that he could not stop crying. But he himself was thinking about why the hell he needed to go there. Why did she send him there? He wanted to go home. His queen, he hated her. Ventura was very unhappy. The queen stopped writing and wondered why she decided to choose Lloyd as an ambassador. Bowing, the man replied that it was so. Even though she knew what contribution he had made to eliminating the consequences of the monster attack, he was not sure that he would make a good diplomat. Perhaps she lacked the wisdom to understand this. Resting her head on her hand, the girl knocked on the table, but she sat up straight again when the man asked what. But why did she choose him then? But Alicia replied that she hadn't even thought about it. Folding her arms across her chest, the girl said that she could only guarantee him one thing. The very moment he received the order to become an ambassador, he would start whining and making scenes. And all because his dream of living a carefree life somewhere on the outskirts of the kingdom would be destroyed. She imagined the knights fighting the demon, saying that the reports she had received about the incident in Namaran said that the knights of Namara had defeated Prince Lloyd himself and his knight had simply gathered the necessary information and passed it on to them. She rested her head on her hand again and noted that this was complete nonsense. Even if the ritual had not been completed, a simple knight would not have been able to defeat such a creature. She was sure that Lloyd and his knight had dealt with it alone, and apparently they had asked Count Namaran to keep their intervention a secret. Ventura was confused when he heard that Count Namaran must have written it that way because he could not have done otherwise. That's the kind of person Lloyd is. He is not interested in success or fame. He just wants to eat and enjoy life. Looking away, the queen also said that, and that's why she was sure that he would return to them with the results. It would not be difficult for him to hold a grudge. He is a materialist, a very petty person. She imagined Lloyd with a crazy smile showing the okay gesture. The man frowned, thinking about whether he couldn't understand whether she was praising him or insulting him. Dipping her pen in ink, the girl said that even if he looked like he was about to die, she would leave him alone. In the end, having weighed all the pros and cons, it would get through to him. He would understand that Samarkand has what he wants. Meanwhile, the hero continued to cry, crossing his arms. Ventura looked angry, thinking about how he now didn't look like someone who understood everything. I just couldn't bring myself to show him even a drop of sympathy. What kind of materialist is this who only craves money and doesn't appreciate honor at all? The convoy was approaching the city. The man knelt down, greeting the Sultan and expressing his respect. The delegation from Magentano would soon arrive at the palace. The man with the gray beard ordered to make sure that they received the reception they deserved. After that, a grin appeared on his face. The bright sun illuminated the dome. Someone's voice said that there must have been some kind of mistake here. Ventura took his hand aside, saying that they were the official ambassadors of Magentano, and they say that they should live in such conditions. In his opinion, is it normal to show such disrespect to diplomats? But the man with the black beard looked down at him, saying that there was no mistake. They were just following the orders of the almighty Samarkand. Then, unable to hold back, Ventura opened his mouth wide, shouting that then they would immediately go to meet with Samarkand. Bring them to him. The hero was still crying while sitting at the table. The man replied that he was currently busy with other important matters, and an audience would not work, to which Ventura asked how long they would be ordered to wait in such terrible conditions. Still calmly, the man with the dark beard replied that it was at least 6 months. Ventura could not contain his anger and frowned, trying to understand what kind of nonsense this was. Then the interlocutor held out a gold pendant. It sparkled brightly, and the man said that if they were not satisfied with the decor here, use the patashir to find more comfortable conditions. As long as they have the patashir in Asfahan, they will be blessed by the mercy of the mighty Samarkand. Then Ventura gritted his teeth and asked, is he now presenting the ambassadors of Magentano as some kind of beggars? The man bowed his hand, saying that it seemed there was a misunderstanding. The pendant fell from his hand and began to fall. It made a loud sound as it hit the floor when he said that it was a great honor to receive the patashir as a gift. Ventura was incredibly outraged. The interlocutor wished him a pleasant stay. There was a loud sound of someone hitting the table and swearing. The red-haired man was incredibly outraged, saying that they had gone too far in insulting their kingdom. They had almost openly declared war on them. The man standing next to him asked, had they almost openly declared war on them? Ventura ordered to send a letter to the kingdom and asked to send here a large delegation. It is necessary to let other countries know about what is happening so that later it would be possible to put pressure on them. He put his hand to his head, hearing that the interlocutor, but he lost sight of the young gentleman and replied to forget about him. Now something else is much more important. Ventura opened his eye, hearing the question where the pendant lying on the floor disappeared. The moon illuminated the night city. The girl carried a basket, asking someone to buy a torch. They light up very easily. A passing man pushed her, telling her to get out of the way. Hiding behind the wall of the house, the girl was sad because again she could not sell anything. She does not know where to sleep today. A man approached her, asking if she had nowhere to sleep. Lloyd looked friendly, telling her to go with him. There were many bright lights on the palm trees and around. The girl looked at the hero in fear, saying that this is the most expensive hotel in the capital. She can't let some random guy pay for her night here. But Lloyd replied that the child was missing something. He turned around and smiled broadly, saying that this hotel was his. He had just bought it. The girl looked at the hero in confusion as he pointed to the papers, saying that this was a property transfer agreement. Sign it and move in, and asked him who he was. He showed his glowing pendant, saying that he was the one who had been blessed by the power of Samarkand himself. Later, he walked into the restaurant, showing it and saying to feed everyone the most expensive food here. I'll pay for everything. People were shocked, saying that this was Patashir, who could buy everything. A bright light fell on the generous hero, who said that people should call their families, all their neighbors, relatives. There won't be a single hungry mouth left in this city today. He looked at the patashir in his hand, saying that they have the blessing of the mighty Samarkand. After that he stood at the carpet seller, asking him, this is the most expensive silk in the city, to which he received the answer, no, this is the most expensive silk in the whole world. Lloyd pointed to the fabrics behind the seller, asking to pack them. He looked again at the pendant in his hand as he did in the restaurant, asking to give him as much as possible. After he came to the pier and the captain asked if he wanted to rent a regular sailing ship. But the hero looked again at the bright pendant, saying that he wanted to buy it. He raised it above his head, saying that he was buying all the perfume and spices that were on the market. Fill all 6 of his ships to capacity. After shopping, Lloyd waved to the departing, saying that they would pass through Cremo and go to Frontera. Behind him a multitude of merchants gathered offering their goods. The hero asked them to stand in line. Raising the pendant, the hero said that let the grace of Samarkand not pass anyone by. But several guards rushed towards him, trying to catch him. Later, swords were put to their necks. Samarkand, sitting on the throne, asked if this was the guy. Frowning, the Sultan said that this was the man who had squandered the palace's annual budget. Sitting on his knees, the hero introduced himself as Lloyd. Raising his head, the hero with a sly smile expressed his respect for the great and powerful Samarkand. The man's eyes widened in surprise. The same Lloyd who had stopped the wave of monsters. Looking at the guy on his knees, the Sultan understood what his goal was. He had done this in order to meet him. Samarkand looked at the hero silently. Veins were visible on his face. He looked at Lloyd and was calm, thinking about what he had to avoid. Imagining everything on fire, he understood that the estate could become a battlefield. The Sultan frowned, thinking that if a war broke out, they would be the first to face them. Watching the blade at Lloyd's neck, the man thought about destroying Frontera. Even with a fully mobilized army, their victory could not be guaranteed. The sun fell on his thick beard. He thought that including unpredictable bursts of power, it is difficult to predict what other operations he is preparing. Maybe he should kill him right away. The Sultan looked sternly at the hero. He saw Xavier nearby and decided that no, right now there is a time bomb in the palace. Even if he can defeat the Sword Master, the capital can turn into ashes. At that moment, the hero smiled. He mentally suggested that the Sultan think carefully. An ominous smile appeared on his face. In his head he reasoned that, instead of wagging his tongue, there is another option. Then Samarkand frowned deeply, indignant at how dare he threaten him. The man pressed his lips together. The hero looked at the floor. Then the Sultan sighed. Gritting his teeth, he ordered to let him go. The hero grinned, thinking that this was his first victory. Lloyd and Xavier folded their hands on the floor. The Sultan asked if he liked it, and the hero clarified what they were talking about. Then the man asked about the padishir. Did he like to use it for his own pleasure? The hero arched his back and raised his hands above his head. He fell again before the man in his honor, saying that he really liked him so much. The Sultan tensed up a lot, thinking that he was embarrassed because he could feel his sincerity. The hero lay face down on the floor, thinking that he was sincerely grateful to him. He remembered the president handing him a card with the words to use it to pamper himself, and then the hero thought, what else should he do with it if not use it? Imagining himself in gold, he only thought that there is nothing better than luxury. There is nothing better than money. If you can't buy happiness with money, then you just don't have enough money. Frowning and clenching his teeth, the Sultan asked if he was afraid that Magentano would suspect him. He agreed to lead the national mission and even bowed in gratitude. Wasn't he afraid at all? Still facing the floor, the hero answered no. This greatly angered Samarkand. He thought, how dare he be so arrogant? Answering without even thinking. Without changing his body position, the hero said that the kingdom of Magentano gives him money, and because they pay him a little more than His Highness the Sultan. The veins on the man's face appeared again when he answered that this meant that if he gave him more money, he would betray his queen. Lying on the floor, the hero answered that it was so. Then the man quickly moved his eyes, thinking that the interlocutor was crazy. The hero lying on the floor still said that however the Sultan, if he serves the Sultan only because he was tempted by money, I am afraid that the Sultan may question his loyalty. The man only stared at him. Xavier raised his head, hearing laughter. The Sultan lowered his head, thinking about how dare this bastard fool him. Samarkand. Still smiling, he said that he would listen to the hero, thinking about how he definitely needed such a person. Only raising his eyes, the hero perceived this as a second victory. Continuing to be on the floor, he asked, does the great Sultan Samarkand really want war? Then the man put his head on his hand and asked what if so. Looking at the floor, the hero said that perhaps he wants to shut up the overseas enemies who managed to gain strength due to the drought. Samarkand looked at the guy in surprise. Still on the floor, the hero said that if so, then he will stop the drought, and promises that he will allow him, the Sultan, to speak with the delegation of Magentano. The Sultan even raised his head hearing this. He put his hands on his knees and ordered to continue. Then Lloyd raised the scroll, saying about the third victory. Later, Lloyd and Xavier were sitting at the table. The hero asked him if he had seen the Sultan's face when he signed the contract. He even broke out in a sweat, to which he replied that it was an unprecedented amount. He would go down in history as the first one who managed to fool the Sultan. Then the hero made an innocent face, asking what does it mean to fool? It is much cheaper than war. The territories of Yesfahan are suffering greatly due to drought, and Samarkand is almost not solving this problem. He remembered the people at the palace deciding that the people rebelled. Looking away, he thought about the order of events in this world is very different from the novel. If the war unfolds before the rebellion, then it will be a big omission. It would be best to block the possible threat now. The moon illuminated the dome of the palace. The Sultan was standing at the window. He turned around at someone's voice. A shadow hid the girl's face. The man addressed her as his daughter and said that he would have a task for her. She stood behind him when the man said that tomorrow a man named Lloyd would go to Kandahar. She would accompany him. He frowned, telling her to conquer him at any cost. The girl put her hand on her belt. Then she closed her eyes, answering that she would carry out the order. The bright sun rose over the city. Sarazad led a camel, saying that her name was Sarazad and that she would accompany them. She was at his mercy. But the hero pointed to Xavier, saying that he already had an escort. Then the girl looked into his eyes, saying that she was at his mercy. Then the hero looked at her with displeasure, saying that she was stubborn. Will she follow him? He looked up, remembering her name. Princess of Azfekan. What did the princess forget at the construction site? Looking away, the girl remembered something. She raised her hand above her head. Then she took an attractive pose, once again saying that she was at his mercy. Lloyd was very surprised, but he looked closely at her stern look, thinking about what her eyes say as if she wants to break it. What is she doing? Suddenly the hero opened his eyes wide in understanding. Looking at the girl, the hero thought that this was a message to win his love. Does Sarazad like him? No way. He imagined a man with something bright in his hands. After the Sultan folded his hands as a sign of love and with the words for the hero to become his son-in-law. Blue water flowed through the canal. Kana can help solve the problem of drought. It is somewhat similar to the culvert used in the kingdom of Fursia. The scorching rays of the sun warmed the sand. The water flowed underground, but evaporated before it could reach the city. That is why they need to build a tunnel deep underground. At night, people led their caravan. In the desert, which is located a few kilometers from the city, there is a source of clean water that comes from the eternal snows, and it is this that they use. The stars were shining brightly above the houses. Kandahar is the main city of Kandaran. Lloyd fell onto the bed, happy that he could finally rest. With a satisfied smile, he had only one thought, that he wanted to rest today. Looking away, he thought of something. Sarazad was trying to attract him again by standing in a pose that irritated him greatly. He saw her gaze again, thinking that he had a feeling that she would cut him in half and then take out all his guts and entrails. The hero simply sat down on the bed. Looking tiredly at the girl, he suggested that they just talk. First, stand up normally. The girl put her hands on the sword when the hero asked why he felt like she was ready to rip his head off and replied that this was a natural pose. Then the guy suggested that they find a compromise. The girl frowned, but the hero was thinking that Sarazad was the youngest of the 4 princesses of the desert. Samarkand cherished her more than others, and she is an excellent swordsman since she had already reached the level of a sword expert at a young age. He imagined the other princesses, thinking about how the desert princesses are hidden from prying eyes and no one outside the palace knows what they look like. He must pretend not to know who she is and ruin her seduction plan no matter what. Looking at her with tired eyes, he asked if she didn't need to sleep at night. But the girl replied that the Sultan had ordered her to guard him. She should stay nearby at night and during the day. Then Lloyd, calmly looking at his interlocutor, replied that he didn't need additional security at night and during the day. Sarazad only looked at him questioningly. He turned his gaze to Xavier, asking the girl, "Do you see that guy standing there glaring at him?" As he had already said, he is his guard. The fair-haired guy put his hands behind his back. The hero also said that he was a sword master, the highest level. Lowering his head down, the hero said that therefore there are no 10 such ladies as Sarazad. He looked at his interlocutor with a stupid smile and said that he is better than 50 like you. In general, he does not need you. That's what he wanted to tell her. Hearing this, the girl clenched her teeth. Then she pulled out her sword. Lloyd pretended to be scared, saying that she got angry and took the sword out of its sheath. He was so scared that he was shaking all over. He offered her his neck, saying, "Okay, come here, chop. Chop quickly, right here, and then you will tell Samarkand that she chopped off the head of the man she was supposed to guard." Lloyd pursed his lip, watching as the hero continued saying that, and Samarkand would answer her that she was a pest who could not even become a sword master. Holding his neck, the hero laughed, saying how wonderful it was not to complete the task for someone who could not even become a sword master. And as a reward, she would bring his head on a peak and on his head would be written, "I cannot become a sword master, and I can't become one even if he lives 50 more lives." But in response he received a punch in the face. Sarazad continued to strike. The hero shouted that she was beating the one she was supposed to protect and asked his comrade to help him. But his comrade only laughed and pointed his finger. Tears appeared in the girl's eyes and she said that he was the worst, a dirty bastard. After which she left, slamming the door. With a battered face, the hero still said that the plan had worked. Xavier approached the hero, surprised that he wanted the beautiful lady to beat him up. What taste he has. But the hero said that beating was not part of his plans. Why didn't he protect him? Bowing, Xavier replied that I apologize, but he deserved it and he didn't know. But Lloyd was indignant. What kind of expression is that on his face? Does he really repent? Or is he just putting on a comedy? Xavier stood in front of the hero, saying that he guessed that Mrs. Sarahzad was trying to seduce him. But why provoke her so much? The hero replied that, firstly, he hated the heat and cold. He saw nothing worse than staying here because of her connections with Asfahan. Then, folding his arms across his chest, he said that therefore he had to force her to completely abandon her plan. Sarahzad trained outside. The hero also said that if she had such skills, she was just a simple swordsman. Instead of seducing a man, shouldn't she do something more useful? The swing of her sword left a mark. The bright sun illuminated the street. The girl asked with a serious look, instead of seducing a man, shouldn't she do something more useful? Turning around, the hero replied that they were preparing for construction. Mobility is the key, and if they were to drag around such a klutz as she, they would fall far behind. Putting the shovel on his shoulder, the hero heard from his interlocutor that she would not get underfoot, so she was going with them, and replied that everything was not as easy as she thought. He again pointed at her with a grin, saying that she was not a sword master. Sarahzad clenched her teeth, about to hit him. Then the hero put his out, saying that to reduce the size of the stable, strong heat was needed and to fix everything on the spot. Sarahzad looked at him in confusion, wondering what kind of magic this was. Lloyd's eye glowed and he continued to talk about how, replacing concrete, they would need a heavier option for construction, and then they would make an iron lining. And to be sure that the concrete would not crumble, the lining should be 20 or 30 millimeters wide. The girl's eyes closed. She realized that this was a sleeping spell, but she couldn't sleep now. With his mouth wide open, the hero continued to say, Renor, the required voltage is needed, Zooks, but it would be better if it was Zooks. So Sarahzad lay down on the floor. The hero noted that this was the most ideal option for those with Swordmaster syndrome. Turning around, the hero told Xavier to take her, but he also fell asleep. Later, the two of them walked down the street. People looked at them with distrust. Looking around, Xavier noted that these were not the most pleasant looks, to which the hero replied that yes, they were city dwellers and did not think at all about the outskirts that were dying. They just lived and enjoyed life in the capital. Frowning, the hero also said that this was not just a huge project. They needed the interaction of local residents, but now it would be pointless. Then he smiled broadly, saying that it was too easy to gain their trust. Raising his head, he loudly called the guys. The animals on his shoulder exclaimed loudly. The pets on the other shoulder did the same. The first two jumped off his shoulder and the hero ordered Xavier, Pipadong, and Bell to go to the city center and build a receiving station. Then he flew up into the sky riding a bird, ordering the other two to follow him to the Eternal Snow Zone, 40 kilometers to the north. Later they flew up to the snowy mountains. Hippo jumped to the ground. His cheeks swelled when he used absorption. At sunset, the bird tried to fly with Hippo. Below, they were already waiting with a built well. Hippo opened his mouth, thereby opening a waterfall. Water filled the well. People with tears in their eyes watched what was happening. They turned around when they heard someone's footsteps. With a wide smile, the hero asked if they were happy now. Against the background of the red moon, the hero pointed to himself saying that he did this, be grateful, and thought that they should tell everyone. Lloyd spread his arms wide and said that the man who brought them water from the distant mountains was him. Then he opened his mouth wide and said his name. But people started throwing stones at him, demanding that he stop being proud. Will you exploit them for a sip of water? But the guy with a crazy smile just dodged, saying that they now have so much energy, and all thanks to him. They will never forget past grievances so easily. Then he walked with a shovel on his shoulder. His gaze was attracted by a passerby. The man looked exhausted. There are even such stubborn people who did not touch the water at all. However, he will continue to suck up to them step by step. The next day, people again saw water in the well, surprised, and will this be every day? The hero behind their backs again shouted that this is so. He will fill the reservoir with water and will not miss a day, until all men, women, children, and old people are on his side. And this time he dodged the stones. I'll bombard them with advertising and brainwash them thoroughly. The moon illuminated the roofs of the houses. A family with a child were sitting at the table. The daughter was happily surprised. Wow, just think she can drink as much water as she wants. It was like a dream. But they were horrified when they looked out the window. Lloyd was spying on them in the street. He pointed his finger and said about water. Then he pointed at himself and said his name. The family was very scared. This is water from Lloyd. During the day, he approached a man pointing at himself. He did the same in front of someone who was washing himself. The woman looked at the water in the well with surprise. Lloyd was reflected there, pointing at himself. Already during the day, he passed by the man. Coming closer, he looked up. The same man already looked better. Taking off his hat, it was clear that he had been drinking. Lloyd tried to hold back a smile. In response, the man also pressed his lip. Later, the hero stood on a tent shouting about water. People repeated the gesture of pointing at themselves and saying his name. He exclaimed again. People repeated the gesture and the name. Raising his head, he demanded to speak louder. Xavier watched this tiredly and asked what he used collective hypnosis, but the guy replied that it was called long-term and diverse marketing. Turning to his comrade, Lloyd showed to connect that water is good, water is him. So Lloyd is a good person. Then he pointed at Xavier, saying headache, toothache, or menstrual pain. The blue window noted that this is all true. This is captivating. The men silently looked at each other. Lloyd turned away, saying only that it was something like that. The blue window asked, but why? He said only for him. Lego, smiling, the hero noted that in any case, since the first stage is complete. Sitting down at the table, the hero will ask everyone in line. He is recruiting workers for the construction site. The man opposite spread his hands, asking if there will be food, to which the hero replied that you cannot worry about it. He showed his glowing pendant, saying that the cuisine of different peoples of the world comes from here. The sun illuminated the dome. Report to the almighty Samarkand. Report on Padishir's expenses. Everything that Lloyd managed to buy on the way to Kandahar. Samarkand held a long list in his hands. He blushed and clenched his teeth, mentally cursing. Meanwhile, the hero flew on a bird. Using his green gaze, the hero thought about what was expected, that he did not see anything. So the water is deeper than 5 meters, right? He looked away thinking, what is the point of hiring locals if it takes too long to dig a canal? Imagining the passages underground, he realized that he needed the tunnels of the rebel organization. 100 years ago, to avoid persecution, devout people used these places as shelters. These tunnels were dug for many years and are now used by the rebels. Flying over the desert, the hero came to the conclusion that there is only one way to find the entrance to these tunnels. The moon illuminated the walls of the house. Sarazed put her blade in front of her, demanding to let her pass. Xavier closed the door with himself, answering that today the young master wished to be left alone. Then she said that some force was planning a rebellion. Bowing his head, the hero heard that it was dangerous for him to be alone. Looking away, Xavier agreed with this. 2 people climbed through the window when the comrade said that, but the young master said that he would be fine, so he would be fine. Frowning, the girl noted that he was a guard who relied on chance. An unexpected force could hit Mr. Lloyd. He opened his mouth slightly, saying no. The light from the candle fell on his face. Xavier said that the young master had never made a mistake. At that moment, the hero disappeared from the room. The girl raised her blade, saying that he was too adamant. Suddenly, she began to move quickly. A bright mark remained from her sword when she said that she would pass by force. Lloyd calmly blocked this attack, saying that she had great talent, no one could dodge such a blow. Then Sarazed moved the weapon aside. She attacked again, not without success. Calmly blocking the attacks, Xavier told her not to forcefully increase her mana. After all, people can only accept a certain amount of mana. The girl continued to attack when the guy told her to quickly swing the mana particles. The energy that is generated from the vibration of the particles will make her a master of the sword. But she replied that she does not intend to learn anything from him. Then, looking at her, Xavier said that the young master asked to try to make her a master of the sword. Sarazed looked at him questioningly. The brazier illuminated the entrance to the house. Several people were standing over the tied-up Lloyd. One of them asked, "Is he the one who came from the capital?" "Right. And what does he intend to do in their city?" But the guy got a bag in his mouth. The men watched what was happening. Then they began to remove it. One of the kidnappers looked closely at Lloyd. The hero looked at him sternly. He, folding his arms, thought that this was strange. Looking at the sinister smile, he noted that, but why did he feel like they were kidnapped? Sitting tied up, the hero told them that if they wanted to know why he was here. Then, smiling, he raised his head, adding that first he should tell in detail the circumstances that brought him here. He moved his hands behind his back, noting that, but his hands were in such an awkward position right now. Could they please untie them? The man replied that the guy should not do anything stupid. Still smiling, he told them that they were all elite warriors who dared to rebel against Samarkand. An incompetent like him would immediately have his head torn off if he dared to twitch. The man frowned and said that he seemed to have already found out that they were rebels. Did he know that they were coming? Lloyd tried to look friendly, answering that well, since the guy who carries out orders from Samarkand himself caused a little commotion. Then he looked into the eyes of the kidnapper. Looking at the dark-haired man, he thought about how he also knew that he, Therms, would die trying to start a rebellion, and that his death would cause all the regions of Asfahan to rise up en masse. The man silently looked at the hero. He only smiled naively. Therms turned to one of his comrades, ordering him to untie his hands, to which the man was surprised and said that the guy was from the capital. But the leader replied that they could just kill him if he moved. Then the man began to remove the rope. When the hero said that they were so kind, I think they will be blessed. At that moment, Therms looked at Lloyd, thinking that even though he worked for Samarkand, he owed him a favor. It wouldn't hurt to show him a little kindness. He remembered sitting in front of the child's bed. The girl looked exhausted and apologized for her weakness. Therms, crying, told her to forgive him. Then he thought that he shouldn't have shared the water they had worked so hard to get. Someone shouted that they had water. The man turned around in confusion, hearing that water had appeared in the city reservoir. A huge beast was delivering water. The girl drank a whole bowl of water. She looked at the dishes with tears. Meanwhile, the rope fell to the floor. Lloyd was rubbing his hands when the kidnapper reminded him that if he moved, he would be finished. The hero only smiled maliciously. The men rushed to attack, seeing his strange appearance. Lloyd calmly raised his hand. Everyone froze in confusion. Looking at the raised hand, the hero said that 2 years and 6 months ago, the family in charge of the Frontera estate, a small territory on the eastern borders of the kingdom of Mijintano, was on the verge of collapse due to an enormous debt. Therms looked at his hand in confusion, hearing that it felt like the sky would fall and the earth would split in two. There was no hope left. There was only impenetrable darkness before his eyes. However, he clenched his fist, talking about the floor heating system and about the battle in the mines. The men tried to understand something when the guy continued to talk about his adventures. In an impulse, the hero stretched his hand forward, talking about that, and then he turns around, and in front of him is this fucking huge lobster. Therms jumped back in fear. Then the hero waved his hands, saying that then Xavier began to fight with a pickaxe on swords. The kidnappers sat on the floor, listening to Kyle's sword plunge into Xavier's shoulder, and then exclaimed, hearing that the sword master in him had awakened. Suddenly Therms realized. Getting up from the floor, he said that they had gone too far from the topic, but the hero replied that now the most interesting part began. The comrades looked at the leader, noting that they were sitting well, but he reminded them that they were idiots. They were rebels who were risking their lives. They did not have time to listen to stories. Lloyd pulled his hands away, continuing that a swarm of locusts the size of a dog filled the sky. He sharply waved his hands in front of him. His kidnappers raised their hands in shock. The moon illuminated the walls of the house as the hero told that it was at this moment that he, Captain Frontera, appeared. Dawn appeared in the mountains. The hero and Therms were flying on a bird. The man was shocked, asking where he was flying. The hero asked if he wasn't going to meet the queen with him, to which he replied, how did they even come to this? He doesn't remember anything like that. Then the guy raised his hand again, saying it seems like we'll have to start all over again. 2 years ago, but Therms demanded that they stop. Then the guy smiled at his interlocutor, saying in conclusion, he needs the rebels' underground tunnels if he wants to bring in water. If he hands over these passages for use, the kingdom of Mijintano will provide shelter and protection. The man lowered his head when the hero asked if he remembered, and he answered yes. Then the guy smiled, asking him to trust him. He will achieve protection for all the rebels and their families. The bright sun illuminated the red roof. The man sat, surrounded by magical signs. Sweat poured down his face when he said that they were black magicians. The queen stood opposite, listening to the fact that the man was Lord Targa. After that, he coughed up his blood. Waving her hand, the girl said enough. Enough for today, and thought about finding this lord. The man in the suit bowed his head, saying that Lloyd had requested an audience with her. She only looked at him questioningly, thinking about what he was doing here when he should be in Isfahan. The sun's rays fell on the columns. The hero and his companion bowed to the queen. Alicia put her head on her hand, saying that she would sign the document for Therms, his comrades and their families, and grant them asylum in the kingdom. Putting his hand on his chest, the hero thanked her for her generosity, the man thinking about how easily she agreed. He looked at Lloyd, thinking about how he personally met the queen and received her approval. Who the hell is this man? The queen smiled, saying that he uses methods that exceed imagination, but she is pleased because he carries out orders, making maximum effort. Raising his head, the boy said that he did not deserve such praise, even a little ominously, but the queen said that competent people are always devoted to their work. Lloyd frowned, hearing this. Alicia continued to sit, saying that there was progress in the interrogations with Canavero. Soon there will be work for him. Be ready to start acting at the right time. Lowering his eyebrows, the hero said that it would be a great honor for him, but the queen noted that his face said otherwise, but the hero replied that he was simply tired from a tiring flight. Leaning slightly, Alicia asked, did you want to see her so much? These words made the hero frown even more. The queen went up the steps, saying that he was not at all a pathetic and selfish person who would pretend to be ignorant. Even when she misses him, the hero was nervous, looking at her. She smiled warmly, but the hero thought that the biggest obstacle to his plan for a carefree and satisfying life would be the queen. The moon was shining brightly in the sky. Xavier leaned on the door. He silently looked at the floor. The girl looked tired. She closed her eyes for a moment. Then she jumped up again, saying that she was awake and could begin. Xavier again reflected her attacks. He tiredly looked down, wondering how long this would last. The girl pulled the blade back, and it began to shine brightly. Xavier looked at it in surprise. Then she hit the guy's blade with it. Her swing left a bright mark. Xavier frowned, thinking that she was still unstable, but was about to become a master of the sword. So the girl rushed to attack. Opening the door, the hero hit Xavier with it, saying that he was back. The blade of the blade pierced near Xavier's head and came out the other side near Lloyd's head. The ensuing wave tore his clothes off. He stood silently, arms outstretched. The hero peeked out slightly when Xavier shouted that this blow could have finished off someone and only specified which of them. Sarazed looked at the guy in surprise, asking who he was. The hero only looked at her seriously. Then she frowned and remembered. Lloyd held out his hand in front of her when she asked what he was doing when he got rid of her. The girl tried to cover her ears when Lloyd used magic, but she still began to fall asleep. After which she carefully lay down on the floor. The hero apologized, saying that he paid too much attention to detail. Turning to his comrade, he said it was time. But he also fell asleep, to which the hero said that he expected it, but for some reason the lullaby helps him too well. Throwing only a cloak on himself, the motivated hero followed step 1, thinking about running through the underground tunnels and measuring them. Everything goes smoothly, thanks to the map that Therms gave him. Step 2, he studied the map, thinking that he had to confirm the location of the passages that needed to be opened or blocked to supply water. Step 3, he was already leading the people, arguing that during the day we block unnecessary passages, and at night, Xavier uses explosions to break new ones. Xavier struck with his sword, and even if he wants to finish everything as soon as possible, they need to be careful because the tunnels can collapse. Step 4, he met people in cloaks. Smiling at them, he said that they were on time. Therms looked at the guy, asking who it was, and he replied that when he went to Magentano, he sent a letter home and asked for labor. The wind blew off the hood, showing the dead with a painted smile. The hero said that they were needed to complete the construction. But the wind completely exposed the spirits. One of them showed a sign that they were bored. Lloyd leaned on the wall, saying that on the other side of this wall there was a large accumulation of water. He looked at the helpers, asking what would happen if we dug a little more in this direction. One of the dead men showed a sign that they would be carried away by a huge stream of water. Then the guy looked at him, saying that it was true. He noted that the people in the village were taking risks by building ropes. Then, slightly opening his mouth, he added that no, they were giving their lives. For the good of the neighbors and their descendants who will live on, there is no sacrifice more beautiful and honorable. He pointed his finger heroically, saying that this honor falls on him. In the bag sat a frightened Thords. The hero looked at him with a smile. The guy began to shake his head. Running away, Lloyd thanked him that he would never forget him. But Thords began to catch up with him, saying, "There are spirits," but the hero called him insensitive. "You want the dead to experience death again." Then, with tears in his eyes, he said about the master of the sword, because he can do it. Then the hero, turning, replied that he only had one set of clothes, he cannot get them wet. The blue window noted that even Satan himself could not compare with him, but the hero thought that he was just trying to bring a little meaning to the life of this scoundrel. The red light illuminated the man's desk. The man rested his head on his hand, saying that the upper messenger was definitely enjoying the show. He was wearing glasses, wondering how far he would go. The bright sun was shining on the desert. The spirit was standing with a pickaxe near the wall. After much debate, the leader of the squad of ghostly skeleton divers took on this exact role. Lloyd looked away in displeasure. The pickaxe hit the ground. A stream of water gushed out of the passage. Streams of it gushed out of it. It moved further along the channels. People lifted their dishes in jubilation, rejoicing, an endless source of water. They doused themselves and bathed. The girl happily carried a plate of water. The hero looked at her in surprise. With tears in her eyes, she held it out, asking to drink the water he gave her. Stroking her head, he replied that he would definitely drink it. Smiling, she looked at the guy. He, taking the water, heard the question, "Why is he naked?" In response, he smiled. And then, looking at her, he said that because he simply did not want to spend money on clothes. After imagining the water supply scheme, the hero thought about how once the central water supply in Kandahar was installed and water began to flow to the nearby villages, all construction was complete. The blue window notified that a new reward had been assigned, a high-ranking person who walks around in his underwear. He clarified what kind of reward was that. Wasn't he kidding? To which the blue window reported that it was already good that he was recognized as a high-ranking person. The hero thought that he didn't need all this, just assign him a new cool title. He couldn't help but look at the window, reading that he saved the city from drought, and thought about how hot climate areas received 100% protection from dehydration. Without expressing emotions, Lloyd thought about how it's not like he had much to do in other hot climate areas. From now on, he will only rest and reflect. The effect of this title is useless to him. Therms approached him and the hero asked, he was already prepared for a long journey, what awaits? But the man only knelt down. The hero looked at him in confusion. Closing his eyes, he said that the guy saved countless lives. He stopped the war and drought and even provided them with shelter. All the people knelt down, saying that therefore, on this very spot, they would like to swear eternal loyalty to the Frontera estate. Scratching his cheek, the hero said that it was not necessary to go so far and swear loyalty. They just needed to work hard on his land, thinking that he did it for his own benefit anyway. But when people constantly express their gratitude to him, his conscience begins to torment him. A blue window notified that the level of friendliness had increased. Therms and his comrades expressed their respect and gratitude to him. Bonus RP plus 50. From that moment on, Therms and his comrades were imbued with friendliness towards all the inhabitants of the Frontera estate. RP 2832. Looking at this with satisfaction, the hero thought about that. Yes, here it is. And such things always make him happy. A wonderful reward. The girl said that he has a strange face, but the father replied that maybe his face does look strange, but he is still an amazing person. Already at night, Lloyd saw off the spirits. A detachment of skeletons led the people of Therms towards the lands of Frontera. There was a feeling that everything ended in peace. The sun illuminated the multicolored dome. The Sultan, sitting on the throne, offered Lloyd to become his man. But the hero, sitting naked, asked for forgiveness, saying that he prefers thin ones. The Sultan asked if he does not understand him, or is he just pretending not to understand. He looked at the hero, saying that he had probably already guessed that Sherazade was his daughter. Didn't he like her? Closing his eyes, the hero replied that the feelings of Lady Sherazade are much more important than the feelings of an unworthy servant. The man remembered his daughter and her words that she does not want him. She doesn't like his face or what he does. She'd rather chop off her own head. Sitting on the throne, the man decided to end this conversation. Since you kept your promise, it's time for me to keep mine. Frowning, he said that he would immediately meet with the Magentano delegation and listen to them. Sitting on the floor, the hero thanked the Sultan for his generosity, thinking about how much time and effort it took just to get him to do this. Lloyd and his comrade were already leaving when Samarkand looked at them. He smiled evilly, thinking that he always gets what he wants. Looking at his bare back, he decided that the guy was his now. He only cast a glance. Later, everyone gathered at the table. Ventura looked at the Sultan, thinking that he had managed to seat Samarkand at the negotiating table. He nervously clenched his hands from the thought that he would not let this incredible opportunity that he had given him go to waste. But the Sultan opened his mouth first, saying that he apologized for the huge losses the kingdom of Magentano suffered due to his mistakes. The man and the others looked confused, realizing that this arrogant Samarkand was the first to apologize. Folding his arms across his chest, the Sultan also said that he would compensate for all the losses they suffered as a result of the monster wave, and would also appoint special people to deal with this incident to prevent it from happening again. The entire delegation looked at him in shock as the man also said that he would keep the kingdom of Magentano informed about how things were going in this direction. If such a situation arose again, he would compensate for all the losses incurred and double the amount. But Ventura frowned, thinking that there was nothing to be happy about and what he would ask for in return. But bowing his head, he replied that he would like to express his gratitude for his generosity. He would convey his words to their queen. The Sultan raised his hand, interrupting him, about to say what he wanted in return. The man frowned. But the Sultan frowned too, saying that he wanted to take Lloyd for himself. Later, Ventura came to Lloyd and he asked what the Sultan had said. The man looked down. The hero looked upset. Then the man waved his hands in confusion, saying that he was sure the queen would be happy. They had managed to agree on a lot thanks to the negotiations, and he was sure that he would succeed wherever he was. But the hero just smiled, saying that he had done a great job. Ventura just looked at the guy, confused. The hero smiled widely, saying that it was just perfect. Meanwhile, the Sultan sat on the throne, wondering what to ask of him first. For starters, let's fix the roads and increase the water supply. Sanitary facilities are also necessary. They need more spacious buildings. A servant approached him and expressed his respect to the wise and almighty Samarkand. But Samarkand asked, didn't he ask to bring Lloyd with him? Why was he alone? The Sultan was shocked to hear that he said he would go for a walk and at the same time get rid of the sandworms that lived near the city. There were many sharp teeth in the worm's mouth. The hero's cloak fluttered in the wind. The worm feeds on small reptiles and cactus spines. Lloyd grabbed his shovel. Opening his mouth wide, he used an explosion. A column of fire rose into the sky. Teapotong jumped out from behind the guy. He also struck the sand. He continued to attack furiously. With a crazy look, the hero turned to Xavier. He raised a bright beam into the sky. Then he hit the ground with it. The small worm was still moving. Then the hero struck him with a shovel, screaming for him to die. The Sultan watched this. Saliva flew from his mouth as he said the Sultan's name. The Sultan watched silently. Sand fell on his head. Lloyd turned around when he saw him. He gave him a thumbs up. The Sultan demanded that he simply ask them to bring this bastard with them. The moon illuminated the rooftops. Sitting at the table, the Sultan thought that if this continued, the whole country would soon be plunged into chaos. He had made the right choice. He was never wrong. He clenched his hands, thinking that since he was the one who changed his mind, he could not go back on his promises. But how was he going to cover the deficit he had created using Padishir? Why was he spending so much money on construction? The Sultan was shocked to think that he had been losing a lot of money from the very beginning. He was distracted from his thoughts by a guard who said that they had problems. He opened his mouth wide, saying that this man had taken Patashir with him. Samarkand showed no emotion. Then another assistant rushed in, saying that there was another problem. The man with the white hat said that Mrs. Sarazad had run away. She had written a letter saying that she still had much to learn from him and asked him not to look for her. And the Sultan didn't react to that either, after which he simply hit his head on the table. He was crying and cursing at the guy. The sun was shining in the county yard. The hero's mother was waking her husband, and it was another peaceful day in the Frontera estate. The count was looking out the window, and although it was a little strange to hear Bybong instead of a rooster crowing, it was still nice here. The happy maid ran to Arcus with a letter from Mr. Julian. At this time, the hero's younger brother stood with a diploma and wrote to his parents that he became the second in the class, and as one of the best students, he was given the honor of working in the capital, and he plans to return home and stay with them until he receives an official invitation. And also that he misses them very much. He asked if everything is okay with his brother, because he wants to become as reliable as he. Marbella hugged the count and cried with happiness, and he thought that Julian had already become a wonderful son, of whom they are very proud, and this is the greatest happiness for him. But then Bayern entered the room and, putting his hand to his chest, said that the things that Master Lloyd sent from Isfahan had already arrived. The couple went outside, and in front of them was a huge mountain of chests. The count's wife held the treasures in her hands and was surprised by their number, and her husband was given a piece of paper and asked to sign a receipt. Marbella picked up the necklaces and happily said that they were very beautiful jewelry. She looked at her lover with a sly face and said that they would be able to sell them for a very high price to these vain aristocrats. Arcus looked at her calmly, and then he smiled softly and agreed with her that they should sell them for the highest price, and at that moment he thought that his wife was acting a little strange, but he was still the happiest man. As they walked along the road, workers greeted them and wished them a good morning, thanked them for everything, but the count said with a smile that they had done nothing and wished them a good day. He was very glad that such good people lived in their estate. Many beautiful and muscular orcs walked with picks in their hands. The count greeted them while they were posing and thought that they were also good fellows. But then the red-haired orc became more serious and frowned. A sergeant and his men were walking towards him. They brushed shoulders. Arcus and Marbella were very surprised and worried. Then the soldier looked away and asked if he was serious. He put his hands on his opponent's chest, and the next moment the man pushed him away. The count and his wife were very surprised by this and were dumbfounded. The rivals bumped their foreheads into each other and looked at each other menacingly, and then the orc began to move incredibly fast. He swung his leg in front of the ladies' man's face, but missed. And then the orc stopped in a breakdance pose. The monster abruptly sat down on his knee, full of pathos, and the next moment, the red-haired man beckoned to him with his finger. The sergeant put his hands on his hips and exhaled. He and his entire group of workers began to move their legs quickly, and then they all stood on their heads at once, holding one leg. The orcs decided not to lag behind, and hit the ground with their feet. The next moment they were standing in a pose from an Indian dance with many arms. The sergeant looked at his opponent with a little anxiety, and he in turn grinned and was also anxious. The count and his wife were no longer surprised by anything. They calmly left the strange battle and the dance with a smile on their faces, and then Arcus thought that they were all a little strange, but definitely good people, or more precisely people and orcs, and deciding to improve, he thought that they were good living organisms. But then bone creatures passed by them, who wished them good morning, and then the count was completely confused trying to understand whether this was living matter. But then he smiled and thought that the main thing is that there is peace in the estate and he is happy. During the couple's horse ride, they saw Salida burning waste and thought that it was a little strange. But in the main square, believers gathered near the statue of a hero with a shovel and began morning prayers. On the other side were the people from Isfahan who were also praying, and the count thought that the situation was getting stranger and stranger. And still, there was no happier person in the world. Then they were pleased by being called from the side and informed that their son had arrived. The hero was half naked and happy, and Xavier, who was sitting next to him, was in despair. The count and his wife were watching this, and Arcus thought that the strangest of all was their son. Then he ran with the descending hero and thought that he was an oddball, but the man and his wife hugged their son, and then the eldest of Frontera thought that he was happy, and it would be even better if instead of count, he called him father. The protagonist stood in front of his father, who addressed him unexpectedly. He had tears in his eyes and asked why he was not wearing clothes. Then the designer said with a smile that it was because they had a lot of clothes at home. At this time the sun was shining over the royal palace. The man with the golden beard was giving a report on his knee and said that in conclusion it can be said that all the negotiations were presented in documentary form, and they also managed to get the magic fingerprint of Samarkand. Alicia propped her head up with her fist and calmly said that it was very unexpected and asked if he was negotiating. Then Ventura looked away with anxiety and said that it was so. Then the queen looked at him and asked if Lloyd forced him, and he tried to squeeze out an answer. Then the beautiful and strong swordswoman woman sitting in the rays of the sun asked him what he thought their people needed for a peaceful life, to which he said that he thought they needed a powerful monarch and proper diplomacy. Then the blue-eyed divine person smiled and said that they just need to attract people who are literate to the core and use them until their bones are ground to dust. Then Ventura, lowering his head, said that this was an amazingly correct statement, and with wild anxiety in his head, he apologized to the hero and he could consider himself a corpse. The queen leaned back in her throne and thought that although the negotiations had gone very well, Isfahan was still an old enemy of Magentatna, and in order for their relationship to be beneficial for everyone, it was necessary to build it on trust, and thought about what they needed to do to make this possible. At that moment, the princess of the east stood near the hero's county. She looked at the expanses and thought that this is where Lloyd lives. The girl bit her lips and thought that she would definitely get her own. Arcus was trimming the bushes in his yard and humming. A dark-haired girl approached him from behind and addressed him. Seeing her, the count was surprised and asked who she was, to which she bowed and said her name, saying that she had arrived here from the east and was the daughter of Samarkand, and he asked with surprise what she was doing here. She looked at him calmly and said that she had come to Lloyd. The count was almost having a stroke and asked why she needed his son. She lowered her head and quietly said that the princess raised her head and said that she could only sleep when he was nearby. At first, the hero's father was absolutely calm, but then he was overcome with extreme horror and thought that this was the stupidest thing his son had ever done. The protagonist lay on the ground with his eyes closed. He began to slowly wake up. The guy found himself on a cliff and wondered where he was and why it was so dark here. But then a huge flame appeared near him. The hero was very alarmed and turned to him. A huge sphere of fire was right in front of him. The creature began to rise and illuminate everything with its flames. In front of Lloyd was a huge titan of flames. The stranger leaned over and said that he was glad to meet him, and then decided to correct himself. The aristocrat was very scared after he was called by name. The designer immediately swallowed and thought that all this could not be and wondered why everything seemed so real. The protagonist looked up and decided to ask who he was. A figure appeared from the flames who said that he was the one who sees through him and is the Lord of Hellfire. A man appeared in the flames who called himself the King of Hell. Lloyd immediately stood up and bowed, calling him powerful, and thought that the system constantly teased him as the King of Hell, and now he went crazy and began to dream about him. The king leaned on his sword and laughed loudly, asking why his presence did not frighten him at all. The hellish creature frowned and asked if he thought it was a dream. The reincarnated one looked away and said that it did not matter whether it was a dream or not, because he did not think that he had come to harm him, because he had even introduced himself and there was no need to be afraid. The fiery giant leaned even lower. Afterwards, the figure became even clearer, and when the hero frowned, he said that he liked the protagonist. Halkaros pointed at him and said that life in hell really suited him. The hero pointed at himself with concern and asked if it was a compliment, since he would rather live in a small town with a lot of money. The king rose in a pillar of flame and said that for such a pathetic dream. Then he surprised the protagonist by saying that he made such a terrifying face that even a demon knight would cower in fear. The Lord of Hell straightened up and said that this knight would sing a song scarier than the screams from purgatory, and Lloyd at that moment thought about what was going on and wondered if he had come down to insult him. The King of Hell, standing in the flames, said that he was sure that he would be able to make the souls that had fallen into hell desperately beg to be killed a second time. And the hero at that moment was thinking about why he was being so rude to him, because he was an ordinary person, and if someone else heard him, they would think that he was some kind of demon king or the 12th supreme master of the demon sword. Part of the ruler's face appeared and he, calling him by his real name, asked him what he thought. Black tentacles flew out of the ground, wrapped around Lloyd and frightened him, and Halkaros asked if he would go to hell with him. The owner of the underworld extended his hand to him and asked if he would use his talents for joy. The hero tried to free himself from the tentacles that tied him up, and then the tentacles covered his eyes and the protagonist screamed loudly. But then a notification came out behind him telling him not to scare him so much. The demon king stood in the flames and said nothing. Then he smiled and asked if people were too noisy. The notification said that it was capable of terrible things and asked if he wanted to test it. Then Halkaros lowered his eyes and said nothing and agreed. The flames quickly swirled around him and he agreed to play by the rules. The tentacles and flames disappeared without a trace. The hero suddenly woke up in sweat and horror. All his bedding was torn off and scattered. He got out of bed and rubbed his cheek, thinking about whether he really sweated so much or if it was not a dream, and then he wondered who he was talking to at the end and did not understand what was happening. Then there was a knock on Lloyd's door and Xavier, who asked for permission to enter, to which he agreed. When the blonde entered the room, he saw his master and asked why he was sweating so much, and he said that it was too hot in his sleep and asked why he came. And the swordsman calmly looked at him and said that a guest from afar had come to him. The protagonist was surprised at first and said nothing meaningfully, but then he made such a face that you could be scared and asked if it was true. While they were walking down the corridor, Xavier asked why he didn't ask any questions, to which he said that he didn't have any. Smiling, Lloyd asked if it was an Eastern princess, to which the knight immediately asked if he knew that she would come, to which he immediately agreed, because there was no other option. The hero smiled monstrously and said that she already knew how effective his lullaby was and it was very difficult to refuse a lullaby. The sword master became wary and worried. They moved to the conference room and the aristocrat asked if he understood her correctly. While she was looking at him, he asked if she wanted him to record a lullaby on the ball, to which she agreed, because this was the only reason for her visit. The count finally calmed down a little and thought about what she said about the lullaby, and he was happy and sad at the same time. The hero threw his head back and asked with a nasty face if it would be for free. The princess with a stern look said that she would pay him, but he leaned back even more and said that he already had a lot of money. Sarazad frowned and got angry, and then the protagonist slammed a stack of papers on the table, and then, with the nastiest face possible, he pointed at them and said that if she signed a contract, he would give her what she wanted. Xavier looked at him with disgust and wondered if he had prepared the contract in advance. The princess read the contract and realized that according to the terms she would have to serve in the Frontera estate for 5 years and the recording would be ready only after this period. She immediately objected to the sly man who waved his hand, but he said that the girl could not sign if she wanted and he did not really need it either. And then he looked at her with a nasty face and said that she could become a sword master if she slept well and trained hard, but he did not care about that anymore. The blonde was discouraged and wondered how far he had calculated everything, because when he asked to train her before singing a lullaby, then apparently all this was in order to get free labor. The hero leaned back in his chair and normalized his face a little when the notification told him that this was why the King of Hell himself appeared to him in a dream and began to befriend him. And he thought with surprise about what she meant at all, because he gives out money, helps people sleep, pays salaries, makes other people better, and is practically an angel. Then the notification said that he is too pathetic and uncontrollable, and the hero told her that he does not hear her and mocked her. The princess did not lag behind and clutching the contract said that he had planned this from the very beginning. And then the protagonist said that he did not hear her mockingly. Then she hit him in the face with all her might. The girl began to walk away from him cursing. The sun was shining brightly in the sky. The Eastern woman walked through the forest and thought about what an unbearable and vile man he was, and she would not allow him to play by his own rules, and in general it would be better. But then she was overcome with regret and the dark-haired girl thought that she could become a sword master, even if she had to sign this contract, and only then would her father notice her. Suddenly, something really surprised her. The brown-eyed girl looked up and tried to understand where she was. The girl began to walk along the slope and thought that she needed to get out of here. She looked out from behind a tree and was surprised by something. She was fascinated by the shine of her hair in the sun. The princess opened her eyes wide and was surprised. Julian was sitting on a fallen tree. He was looking at the floor. The Eastern beauty looked at him and wondered who it was, and in such a place. The small handsome man seemed even more attractive under the rays of the sun. Sarazad looked at him and meaningfully remained silent. To her, he looked like a rabbit, and she thought that he looked so fragile and defenseless, just like some kind of herbivore that would be devoured at any moment. But the guy immediately became serious and raised his head. The men were trying to move the boulder and said that this would not work at all, and they were not moving from a dead point and wondered what they should do. Suddenly, Julian came up to them and asked to let them help them, but they said that they could not do this, because if he allowed such an important person to get his hands dirty on such insignificant matters. But the Count's son became more serious and said that there are times when the situation forces you to get your hands dirty, and he cannot allow everyone to suffer because of him. But the escort said that their mission is to accompany him, one of the best students of the academy, to his native land, and they will somehow figure it out, so it is worth just sitting and waiting. But the hero's younger brother began to take off his jacket and underneath it was a muscular body. Everyone was immediately dumbfounded. The princess watched them secretly. For her, he began to look like a pumped-up rabbit. The Count's son began to push the stone with the men and after counting, ordered them to push with all their might. Then Sarazad came closer and thought that if he was returning from the capital, then it must be Lloyd's younger brother, although he was very different from this trash. The kid tried his best to move the boulder, but then he stopped and walked away, saying that this would not work and that they should dig around the stone with a shovel, and he was immediately asked again. Julian said with a smile that he had seen such a thing and that there was nothing that a shovel could not handle. But then the princess came up to him and said that the idea was good, but it would take a whole day. She reached for the blade and said that she would help them. The hero's brother was dumbfounded when he saw her. A bright spark of romance flashed between them. Sarazad began to take out her blade and thought that she would help him out here and gain an advantage in negotiations with Lloyd. She pulled the blade back, standing in a stance, and with one swing, the woman chopped the boulder into square pieces. The escorts were horrified by such a maneuver, and then the princess abruptly inserted the blade into the sheath. In front of her lay many different pieces of stone. Julian covered himself with embarrassment and thanked her, and then tried to find out who she was. She turned around in all her beauty and, having charmed him to the end, introduced herself and then said that she was staying at the Frontera estate for now. The count's son immediately became embarrassed and could not take his eyes off her. Emily was walking along a country road, and then an orc was walking towards her, and she was surprised. She called him and was very surprised. The girl said with anxiety that she had not seen him for a long time. But he did not pay attention to her, which surprised her greatly. Kuga pursed his lip and said meaningfully. He turned to the maid and she turned around. The orc came a little closer to her and asked with anxiety if she loved the sergeant. The girl froze at first, and then she smiled softly and said that for her he was the most person in the world. Then the orc with great pain in his heart and sadness called Greg several times. The maid looked at him with incomprehension. The monster himself began to remember fragments of her communication with the sergeant, and then how his relatives laughed at him. The orc lowered his head and said meaningfully he thought about the fact that this love that initially had no chance, and there was no need to hurt her feelings by saying unnecessary things. He decided to silently leave and she called him while he was leaving. Kuga was lost behind a multitude of sheets. Coming home, Emily exhaled heavily and propped her head up. And then the sergeant told her that with her heavy sighs she plunged the world into universal sadness and asked what had happened. The girl looked at her and asked if a human girl would be considered strange if she said she was in love with an orc warrior. Greg continued drawing with a smile and said that it sounded very crazy, and it was, because if her family found out, they would break her legs. But then it suddenly dawned on him. He remembered Kuga yelling at him. And then with a devilish smile he became alarmed and said that this premature baby. At this time in the Frontera estate, the count was crying while eating meat and said that he could not stop crying. Wiping his face, he said that he simply could not believe what good people his sons had grown up to be. Lloyd looked at him condescendingly and said that he drank too much, and the princess thought that she could understand his happiness because the eldest son was a good diplomat and the youngest was one of the best graduates in the kingdom. She remembered the words of her father that he asked to show him what she was capable of, and she needed to either seduce him or become a master of the sword and show him something that he could be proud of. Sarazad, looking down, meaningfully kept silent. Then Julian said with a smile that as soon as he received an appointment from the capital, he would try even harder and become someone he could be even more proud of, to which his father said that everything was fine as it was. And then, wiping away his tears, he said that he was simply glad that he got what he wanted, and asked him to return home if it became too hard, because he would be happy if the two of them were just nearby. Then the princess was completely dumbfounded. Tears began to flow down her eyes. She abruptly stood up from the table, which surprised the hero. The girl abruptly headed for the exit and said that she would probably go. Then the protagonist looked at her with disdain and asked when they would return to the negotiations. Sarazad approached the door and told him to forget about it, and then asked if it sounded too indifferent, to which he said that it was indeed so. Julian looked at her with an upset look and meaningfully remained silent. The hero saw him and frowned and wondered what was wrong with his face, and the girl ran all in tears, covering her face. There was a full moon outside and it was cloudy. The designer looked out the window with a terrible look and meaningfully remained silent. The princess with her things was standing at the exit of the estate. Lloyd's face looked like a maniac who was ready to kill, and then his younger brother ran after the woman. The kid began to say something to the woman with anxiety. The protagonist's eyes became more and more creepy. Sarazad's face became confused. And then a question appeared in the reincarnated man's head about what it was. Then, with drooling mouth and red eyes, he thought about the huge and unexpected jackpot he had hit. Julian immediately ran up to Sarazad and asked her where she was going so late at night. He looked at her through her bangs with a timid look and asked if she was going to run away from the estate. The brunette slightly closed her lips. She immediately closed her eyes and turned her head away from the guy's joyful smile and said that she just wanted to take a short walk, to which Julian sighed with relief. He saw her huge backpack and realized that she had taken such a huge bag with her, so he thought that she was leaving. The brunette looked away with displeasure, squinting, and said that her food containers were there. Julian's eyes widened in surprise. Then he widened his eyes with an embarrassed smile and said that if she ate so much at night, she would not sleep well. Sarazad closed her eyes angrily, looking red and saying that she wanted to eat most of it, or rather most of the contents were just picnic things, although she knew that her excuses were getting worse and worse. Then the brunette looked at the guy, who said that he was glad to hear it. He immediately smiled widely under the glare of the light and said that with dinner he thought that something was wrong with her and was very worried. The princess looked at him with a trembling look. Then Sarazad, looking red, looked away and said that she was fine now. They stood opposite each other on the path under the moonlight and suggested that she could stay for a couple more days. At this time, the protagonist smiled maliciously, twisting his face out of the window. At this time, Xavier came up behind the gentleman, who was all scared, and paid attention to his face. Then the brown-haired man put his hands in his pocket and coolly looked back at the knight, asking him why he had come. The knight held a pillow in his hands and said that it was time for his lullaby, but Lloyd did not come, so he went to look for him himself. Half asleep, Xavier looked at the gentleman and asked him why he was making such a face, watching a beautiful couple in love. The main character asked about the knowledge of their feelings for each other, because he understood this only because he was watching them. The blue-haired guy looked through his bangs and said that it was not worth watching at all to notice this, because he had already seen too many lovers, especially girls, and he felt this loving look on himself many times. The brown-haired man looked at him with disdain when Xavier told him not to say that this had never happened to him, although he was not surprised. Xavier narrowed his eyes at the indignant protagonist and said that no matter how much he envied them, he would not allow them to destroy Mr. Julian's love. Lloyd was indignant that he was considered such a terrible person, although the system agreed with the knight. At this time, the protagonist told the knight to shut up about himself because he appears at the speed of light every time there is a chance to defile him. At this time, Lloyd with a malicious smile began to swing his fist and said that he will be the one to help his brother, and from now on he will be his Cupid. Xavier looked with bewilderment at the intent gaze of the brown-haired man, who was peering out the window because after meeting the queen, he realized something, that thanks to his skills of information about the future which his accomplice showed him, he made too many enemies. He remembered how Alicia, with an arrogant grin, looked at him and said that he would work until his bones were ground to dust, because only in this way could all the inhabitants of the kingdom live in peace. At this time, Julian walked through the gate with Sherazade along the night path of the front garden. Lloyd realized that he would continue to be forced to plow until he threw away a life, and it was time for him to escape, and this couple would be the key to salvation. At this time, the huge Bogdan splashed in the river. In the morning, the sun's rays broke through to the mountain city. At this time, Kuga threw the tool over his shoulder and frowned intently. He saw a sergeant in front of him on the way, who crossed his arms and asked his name. At this time, Kuga with a pick on his shoulder asked Greg not to try to provoke him into a conflict because he had no desire to fight him at all. The sergeant immediately put his hand in the inside pocket of his shirt and began to take something out. He abruptly dropped a paper airplane from his hands. This airplane pierced the forehead of the cold-blooded face of the orc. Greg looked at him arrogantly, pointing with his fingers, and told him to come tonight to the place indicated in the letter because he did not like omissions. Kuga looked at the unfolded letter. This guy immediately furiously squeezed the letter and said that an orc warrior would never refuse a fight that someone else started. At this time, Julian was sitting on a chair under the cover of the night moonlight. His whole head was filled with the princess, who was staring at him with radiance. He looked at her hair, softer than silk, and her eyes, shining brighter than any pearls. At that moment, the brunette lowered her trembling gaze, and he understood that the sadness in her heart was hidden behind a strong spirit. At that time, the protagonist's younger brother lowered his pitiful gaze. At that time, Lloyd himself, with a grin, leaned against his sad brother and asked if this was really called love. Julian, with a pitiful look, looked at his laughing brother and asked how he could do it, as if he read his thoughts. Our hero said that it just seemed to him that this was his case, and he was not mistaken here. At this time, the younger brother looked away with displeasure and a reddened look. Then Julian grimaced, looking at his brother, who addressed him, and realized that it was disgusting. At that moment, Lloyd closed his eyes and smiled widely, because tomorrow he was going to record a lullaby and give it to the lady, Sherazade, and when this happens, she will probably immediately return to his country. The brown-haired man began to wave his hand in front of his brother with a dumbfounded look. Then he began to leave and continued to wave his hand with a surprised look. He had almost closed the door and continued to wave his hand, saying that the princess would return. Julian smiled slightly with a reddened look, lowering his gaze. At the same moment, Greg was inciting his comrades about a duel with the orc and said that when he appeared, he wanted everyone to attack him. Kuga at that time also came with his comrades and said that the meeting was supposed to be one-on-one, but saw that the people chickened out. The sergeant looked back at the orc with a sarcastic and bloodthirsty grin and was glad that they caught him, because they had to resolve the issue of relations between people and orcs once and for all. Lloyd managed to catch Sherazade in the corridor. She, without any doubt, immediately dealt him a bloodthirsty blow to the face with irony and explained that it was a reflex, although he was going to tell her something. Lloyd with a battered face lay on the floor and smiled, explaining about his brother, that he was very smart, he would soon receive an appointment in the capital, and this could happen even tomorrow. The brown-haired man, with a dumbfounded look, bulged his eyes and explained that then he would leave this place. Sherazade immediately raised her eyebrows with a pitiful look when they began to slander her about her lover. Under the cover of the light of the night moon, Julian sat in the room and was sad that Sherazade would leave. At the same time, the princess was sitting in her room under the light of the moon and thought that she would never be able to see him again. Lloyd was tapping his finger on the table in anticipation. Julian went down the hallway to find Sarazad, because he did not want such a departure. The brunette at that moment also came out into the hallway with a sad look and had to tell him everything. In anticipation of this meeting, Lloyd sat like a baron on a chair with an arrogant look. At the same moment, Kuga stood in an empty forest clearing. He heard a crunch and looked back intently. The younger brother, with a pitiful look, pressed his hand to his chest and realized that if he did not tell her about his feelings, he would regret it. At that moment, the princess was standing on the other side of the door and felt the same. Kuga looked back and saw Emily smiling happily, and she explained that she came here because her brother asked her to. The sergeant and his comrades immediately began to run out of the forest to attack. The orcs happily wanted to take on this fight. At that moment, the protagonist's parents looked into the corridor in surprise. They saw Sarazad in front of them, sitting on her knees with her hands folded. Emily pressed herself against Kuga's chest, who was in shock. The sergeant smiled happily and was about to snap his fingers, saying that Kuga and Emily would now be a couple that day. All the guys immediately began to throw flowers and rejoice when the brunette pressed herself against the orc. Sarazad pressed herself to the floor, stretching out her arms and bowing so that they would give her youngest son. At that moment, the protagonist held the corn between his fingers and smiled maliciously, because even the queen would not be able to defeat him. It was a huge castle in a mountain gorge under the demonic light of the moon. It was the ancient castle of the dark mage Targas, where Alicia arrived with her knights. She raised her hand in leather armor. Then she pointed it towards the castle and ordered to attack it. A whole army of archers behind her fired glowing arrows with fire. These arrows destroyed the entire fortress with fiery explosions. The magicians from the fortress came out to resist and were shocked by what they found out about them, because they had to protect their master. A whole army of the bloodthirsty queen ran to attack and tore apart ordinary magicians. The roar of a monster with an open mouth was heard. His huge paw with claws destroyed the earth. It was a huge fat monster, similar to a cross between a dragon and a slug. Fiery explosions continued to tear apart all the space, because the appeal to the magicians to use the punishments of the god of flame. This monster began to roar furiously when fire shots were used against it. He began to attack with his claws, destroying the ground all around. Alicia furiously waved her hand behind her back and ordered everyone to retreat and get out of the castle. This monster furiously opened his mouth and roared. The ancient mage's fortress was almost destroyed and was all ablaze when the army surrounded it, and an order was heard for all the commanders to gather and wait for the order of Her Majesty. The knights looked through the destroyed gates at the fortress and realized that they had lost the queen. At this moment, Alicia calmly walked towards the enraged slime monster. She angrily raised her glowing long blade in front of her. She furiously opened her mouth and began to scream. She got into a fighting stance and swung the glowing blade. Alicia struck the ground and powerful bursts of energy followed throughout the land. This monster felt a powerful stream of purple flame on itself and began to roar. Then everything around began to thin out with a green aura from the monster's mouth. Alicia managed to cover her face with a cloak and realized that it was an attack of green poison. She stared through the red cloak and realized that this poison was created by magic. A bright funnel of light enveloped the space, and it made no difference to her that all this time she had been training to resist poisons. Having killed the monster, she followed into the fortress. Approaching the gate, she began to open it. With an angry look, she looked forward. She saw in front of her a huge skull of the monster and the darkest magician on the path. Targa looked at her bloodthirstily, baring his teeth. Alicia looked at him coldly and asked if he was that same dark magician. Targa continued to look at her bloodthirstily through his eyebrows. Then he sadly closed his gaze, lowering it. Alicia looked down on him, her eyes wide, and asked how he dared to start a rebellion against their kingdom, and for that she decided to punish him. And she immediately waved her blade in cold blood and cut off his head. The magician's body immediately fell to his knees. The queen put her sword in its sheath, looking at the murdered body of the magician. Then her glowing silhouette convulsively grabbed her head. She stood on the red carpet and looked at her hand, trying to understand what had just happened. She looked at her hand when one of her eyes turned red. At the same moment, there was a wedding between Julian and Sarazad, who were standing under the patron's crown. The princess smiled tenderly, holding flowers in her hands. Julian looked at her with a smile through his bangs. The blonde looked at her crying husband, who covered his face with his fist. The main character was also happy, while Baron wiped away a tear. The orc and the healthy elf were also rejoicing. However, the main character was rejoicing with a bloodthirsty smile, clapping his hands. Xavier stared at the dark aura and the malicious smile of the gentleman, asking him if he could just go home, because he was ruining such a wonderful event. The brown-haired man said that he did nothing, but simply expressed his happiness. The knight continued to stare at him and did not understand at all, because he himself said that this would allow him not to fall into eternal slavery to the queen. Lloyd smiled maliciously, looking away, and asked him to think about it carefully. The registrar raised his hands, and Sarazad kissed her fiancé on the forehead, because he said that now he was important for both countries. although he himself was a citizen of Magentano as well as a relative of Samarkand. At this time, the workers held a white shawl and filmed everything. At this time, the man with the headdress watched the wedding ceremony through the mirror and realized that this meant that he still wanted to get him. The main character bared his teeth with a malicious, bloodthirsty smile and realized that if the queen tried to use her as a slave, he would simply run away to Samarkand and settle down there. Xavier narrowed his gaze, covering himself with his hand from the dark aura of the master, and now he understood everything and asked him to go home. The main character was surprised that this was all he could say after hearing his grand plan. The brown-haired man sat on a chair, crossed his legs and arms and smiled, because although he still could not defeat the queen, he would gain power by using his relationship with Samarkand as his main trump card. At this time, the head of the sunny country watched the ceremony through the mirror. It was an old man with a thick beard who gave his approval for them to be happy. It was the father of the daughter-in-law, who smiled tenderly at her husband, because this was a place where there was no constant race for success and no father who would put pressure on her. The princess looked back with displeasure at Emily, who stood behind and clapped her hands, expecting that now the daughter-in-law should throw the bouquet with all her might. Sarazad immediately threw the bouquet in a quick movement. This bouquet of flowers flew past the surprised brunette. This fiery bouquet flew with all its might, leaving behind a smoky funnel. The guy's strong hand grabbed this burnt bouquet. Salida sat on a stump and held this burnt bouquet. At this time, the couple in love walked along the path and Lloyd watched them. He saw Sarazad leaving in a white shawl and understood that in the novel she died defending Samarkand from the rebels. Our hero crossed his arms and with a satisfied smile realized that this feeling was quite pleasant, although he would not earn much money from it. Then he looked at the system window in bewilderment. A message from the system that he saved another person from a sad end. He closed his eyes and sighed coldly, because he already knew this and there was no point in saying the obvious. Notifications popped up that the number of saved destinies began to increase sharply. The protagonist's eyes bulged in surprise. The counter of saved destinies in the message had already exceeded many thousands. Lloyd's eyes widened. He looked out the window and saw that the number of lives saved was more than 23 million, although he suspected that there would be no more than 100. A message from the system that as a reward for saving so many lives, he would be awarded additional points. Message: if he absorbs more than 50,000 points, a new skill will become available to him that expands the functions of the final spoiler. He mastered the right to use the most powerful gaze in the world. Our hero's eyes widened in bewilderment, frowning. A message from the system that the skill, the most powerful gaze in the world, will allow him to use first-class strength for 30 seconds. While the workers were carrying away the chairs, he stood with a puzzled look and realized that this was too little and little could be done in 30 seconds, because this skill was unlikely to make him the strongest and he would simply be able to use first-class strength. He touched his chin with his hand, bewildered, looking at the system's message, because he doubted that this would happen, trying to understand if he had to fight the strongest, would he help him? The system responded, in order to use this skill, he would have to refuse the support of the system, which meant that all skills, summons and finishing spoilers would become unavailable. He immediately twisted his face with heaviness, raising his eyebrows. He asked the system to forget about it, because he would never use it, and the system understood that he did not want to part with it. Lloyd told her that he needed skills, without them everything would be much more difficult. Our hero looked back with a smile at Count Ventura, who greeted him and praised him for his role as a pastor. Ventura, with a smile spreading across his face, closed his eyes and said that he should thank him, because it was thanks to him that Asfahan and Magentano had recently signed a peace treaty, and now they were not only allies, but also fraternal countries. The protagonist replied with a smile that he had no merit in this, because it was the Count who had conducted the negotiations, and especially his younger brother who had married. Ventura pressed his hand to his body and bowed in apology for belittling him and calling Lloyd a real hero. The brown-haired man immediately excitedly stretched out his hands, fingers spread, and asked the Count not to humiliate himself because he was very mercantile and incredibly pathetic. He understood to himself that he did not need to make a saint out of him and attract attention, because he did not want to be a hero or anyone else, because it was enough for him to just be a good person. The Count looked at the excited guy with a spreading smile and said that there was no need to hide his merits so diligently, because the Queen had already guessed everything. The brown-haired man explained that these were just guesses, but the Count noticed this action as modest. The old man with a trembling and animated look pressed his hand to his chest and said that he was probably already understood that the Queen had sent him here also in order to call him to the capital. Lloyd frowned with displeasure and realized that it was time to pretend to be ill. He raised his eyebrows with a pitiful look, looking away. He immediately began to cough convulsively in the sweat of his brow and said that he had been slightly ill lately. He looked at him from under his brows with a sarcastic grin and said that he would need recovery. Ventura looked at him animatedly, said that Alicia wanted to see him. The protagonist raised his eyebrows and pretended to be sick, because he remembered that she told him that he only comes when he needs her, but ignored all her requests to see her. At that moment, she haughtily held his chin and called him too selfish. They all rode in a carriage, while the main character frowned with displeasure. Then the brown-haired man with a displeased look walked along with the knight behind the assistant. Then he stood on one knee, clenching his fists and a sullen grin. Alicia at this time sat at her desk and looked at Lloyd, realizing that he came here of his own free will, and even he could not imagine how happy she would be if he ignored her message. She, with a trembling smile, leaning her head on her hand, looked at him and said that she could even invade his estate because of a broken heart. She sat at the table and looked at the bent Lloyd, saying that if she did that, he would immediately run away to Asfahan, and this thought would hurt her even more. She stared at him in amazement and told him not to go beyond the limits of what was permitted and he would have peace. He put his fingers to his chest and without raising his head, said that he would not dare to ignore her request and asked her about her wish. He understood that now she would not pressure him. If he played all the cards and tried to negotiate, he could avoid the fate of a lifelong slave. Alicia got up from the table, put her hands on the table and had to show him something and asked him to follow her. It was a huge palace with gates, protected by guards. The protagonist opened his mouth in amazement upon seeing something. The two of them stood and saw the huge bones of a dragon. Alicia stood next to a surprised Lloyd and explained that they had found it in the Dark Mage's hideout and it looked like they were trying to use it for some kind of ritual. The hero understood that it was told in the novel that dragon bones could be used to make various magical items. He began to lick his lips with a sarcastic grin, covering his mouth with his hands and realized that his mouth was watering. Licking his lips, he looked intently at the queen, who said that if they used the dragon bones, they would be able to show the world the power of the kingdom of Magentano. Alicia looked at him intently, crossing her arms and told him to make a huge garden behind the castle, and in the center to install a statue with dragon bones, because they would create a great monument to Magentano, the kingdom that defeated the dragon. The bloodthirsty protagonist frowned and realized that it was time for him to use his social skills. He immediately bowed to Alicia and thanked her for such an inspiring task, because it was a great honor for him, which the queen did not immediately understand, because she was used to seeing him differently. The brown-haired man pressed his hand to his chest and bowed his head with his eyes closed, because in order to prove his sincerity to her this time, he would not ask for payment. The red-haired girl looked at him with disdain and asked if there was anything he wanted. Lloyd bowed his body under the rays of the sun and said that as a reward for this task, he asked to give him immunity from hard work for the next 10 years. The queen looked at him with bewilderment, frowning. She, in the image of a bloodthirsty lion, tensed up and asked him to repeat his words. He imagined how he walked with a fan on a rope because his life was hanging by a thread, and he crossed the line a little from such an impudent statement. Lloyd immediately raised his hand convulsively and said that if she thought it was too much, then he asked to give him one bone from the dragon's tail, and they would be even. He looked at her from under his brows with a sarcastic, mocking smile. Alicia immediately hit his impudent head with her fist. Lloyd grabbed his head in bewilderment, getting a bump on his forehead. Alicia looked at him from behind with a lively smile and said that after the blow she suddenly decided to be generous and ordered him to take her bone, but in return he should give her something else. Lloyd opened his mouth in amazement and raised his eyebrows. He immediately bowed before the angry queen and wanted to gladly accept the blows and could even step on him since he received such generosity. The queen was displeased with such low behavior and ordered him to get out of her sight. The brown-haired man crossed his fingers above his head and frowned sullenly, although in his head he was happy, because now he knew that an incredible reward awaited him. And at least he did not feel that he was being used, because he did not want to work, and he also wanted to receive money just because he wanted to live only for his own pleasure, no matter what the cost. At this time, a disgruntled viscount entered the office with a stack of papers. This mustachioed viscount introduced himself as an expert in the field of garden design named Nort, and further wanted to discuss their work. The viscount leaned his hand on the table opposite the brown-haired man and realized that he was too young to be a master. Nort pursed his lips in displeasure and realized that he was born a simple peasant and worked for over 30 years to slowly master the necessary skills and build a reputation for himself, because the quality of his work was radically different from the abilities of this brat from the nobility. He looked at the angry protagonist with a cold-blooded expression and said that this time he would work with him, but Lloyd was angry. He immediately leaned over the table and said that he was a simple guy who was lucky to be here, but he himself did not have the necessary skills and experience, and he could not even think about working together with him, with such a respected and skilled viscount. Then the brown-haired man raised his gaze above the table and said that he only hoped to learn from him while being around him, because it would be an honor for him to know how bad he was. Nort's eyes widened at this statement. He immediately happily broke into a wide smile and realized that this guy knows a thing or two. The next day, the sun's rays were breaking through the thick clouds. The joyful Viscount put a drawing of the entire garden plan on the table. Lloyd started pointing his finger and was excited because it was a very detailed image of such a huge area. Nort continued to tower over the table with a malicious smile and asked about the plan because he had made it in just a day, and Lloyd considered him a genius. They continued to excitedly discuss this plan when the brown-haired man rose above the table and Nort said that he had done everything himself and the boy was no use. The protagonist picked up on this doubt and said that if he interfered, he would only ruin everything. The brown-haired man watched as the maliciously smiling Viscount grabbed all the plans and began to leave, adding that he was starting research, and told the boy to get lost somewhere and not to be seen by him. Our hero watched as the joyful designer went into the forest and was glad that he was a genius. The protagonist immediately turned around and was about to leave too. He started to climb onto the hammock between two trees. He climbed onto the couch and started to smile maliciously, because he had hit an incredible jackpot and he always had to be ready for freebies. He imagined himself clapping his hands bloodthirstily while the Viscount danced on the table, because only thanks to such hardworking and competent people like Nort, someone like him could have fun and still earn money. It was already deep night over the huge kingdom. At this time, the guards were guarding the fortress. They were guarding the dragon's bones like that. Through the dragon's skull, blackness was visible in his eyes. Suddenly, a spark of flame lit up in this blackness, and it was Targa, who was not going to give up. A huge energy surge of purple aura filled the space and Targa wanted revenge on Queen Alicia. The protagonist stood next to the engineer, who spread his arms over the entire forest space, and said that one only needed to imagine the calm state of nature, because in this very place, where order and beauty are invisible to the eyes. The brown-haired man looked in bewilderment at the inspired Nort, who asked why people were so eager to obtain the power of God. He himself answered that he had the ability to create. The art of creating something from nothing makes them related to God. Lloyd continued to look in bewilderment at the old man, who spoke as if he had built his beautiful garden, but now he himself admired how much he resembled God. He saw the Viscount's joyful smile and realized that he really loved his business and considered him a wonderful person. Then the protagonist began to smile maliciously from under his forehead and realized that he would try to earn as much as possible from it. As soon as Nort started to leave, the guy immediately bowed down because the Viscount was going to a meeting with people involved in the construction. But since Lloyd did not know so much, he could not just be there. Brown-haired pretended that he was ashamed and he would work hard on himself to become worthy of being present at this meeting. He saw how the joyful engineer danced, leaving for the forest. He closed his lips with a malicious smile and realized that for any amount of money he would not sit with his hands folded. At this time, all the animals were in a heap and rejoiced. Opposite them stood a huge chipmunk Bogdan. The main character raised his fist and wanted to start playing with them. Brown-haired watched as the chipmunk prepared to confront the hamster. Lloyd extended his index finger and alerted Peepodom, asking him to use a lightning strike. At the same time, he maliciously towered over the chipmunk, who was excitedly preparing for war. Suddenly a knight ran towards them from the side. Xavier ran sweating and with a dissatisfied look. The young gentleman at this time released a cone in the direction of the chipmunk, who returned cold-blooded. Xavier, at this time, ran with all his might along the branches of the trees. Peepodong immediately crashed with all his might into the stomach of his master. All the animals watched as the brown-haired man convulsively knelt and held his stomach. Through the gnashing of teeth, he joyfully raised his hands, and he was very happy because he wanted to get rich without making any effort. At this time, the main character managed to look back and saw how Xavier knelt down. The knight screamed furiously that the queen was here. The brown-haired man looked in horror at the knight's guard. Then he immediately ran to his desk. Then he put a huge stack of papers on the table. Xavier watched indifferently as the brown-haired man held his head and drew blueprints in the forest at the table. Queen Alicia also watched with her army as the brown-haired man angrily held his head and drew blueprints. Then he raised his hand in bewilderment, looking back at the queen, pretending that he only saw her. He immediately fell to his knees and bowed before Alice, expressing his respect to the true owner of these lands. The queen noted that he himself should understand that he was behaving too feignedly. She looked down at him from above, narrowing her eyes, and realized that he had decided to play. The brown-haired man puffed out his cheeks and looked at the queen with displeasure, raising his gaze. The red-haired girl looked at the guy indifferently and asked him if he really considered Viscount Nort an idiot, because rising from a commoner to a Viscount is not something that can be achieved through hard work alone. Lloyd pressed his hands to the ground and sweat ran down his face. After all, he realized that Nort had complained about him. He imagined how this old man bowed before his queen's table, wanted to report something to her. He imagined how her statue would be in front of a huge dragon skeleton in the garden and a boat that was made for contemplating this magnificence. He imagined how this boat with visitors rushed along the water, looking at the statue with the dragon bones. The engineer explained that he thought a lot about how all this should be arranged, but due to the difference in water level between the starting and ending point, the boat would move too fast. Alicia, coolly resting her hand on her cheek when she heard that the engineer did not have a solution to this problem at the moment, asked if he was willing to give up on this idea. Nort continued to kneel, closing his eyes, and said that the young man, also known as Lloyd, had proposed a solution. He pictured this boat racing through the water at different levels, explained that they would make a cascading floor in the reservoir and install retractable doors at each step. Then this boat would race between the different water levels, and as soon as the boat entered the step, they would close the retractable door and lower the level, pumping out the water. Then this boat would lower itself to the same level as the water at the next step, and as soon as the level was equal, they would open another door and let the boat through. Then, according to the schedule, this boat would continue to sail without barriers. The engineer continued to kneel in front of Alicia, who was sitting at the table, when he explained that in addition to this problem, he had managed to solve a number of other issues, and thanks to Lloyd's help, he had a low opinion of himself every time. The protagonist put his hand to his chest, bowed his head, because he believed that he was just an ignorant fool, that he was simply speaking his thoughts out loud, and that only a wise man like the Viscount could decide whether it was really important. At that moment, Nort lowered his head, closed his eyes, and said that the guy solves problems thanks to his rich knowledge of talent, but attributes all the merits to him. He added that Limit gave up his intention to idle wandering, but receives benefits and puts all his efforts into construction. Alicia looked at how the brown-haired man was kneeling in front of her, as if praying, because the Viscount explained that he would be an example to follow for a competent person. The protagonist continued to be angry and angry, without raising his head, and tried to figure out what to take as an excuse, because Alicia should not brand him a traitor to the kingdom. The red-haired girl looked at the guy's butt and told him to stand up and raise his head before he got it again. The protagonist began to get up discontentedly, looking from under his brows. Alicia looked at him coldly. Then she put her hands on her hips with a smile and said that she was satisfied with his work and told him to continue in the same spirit. The brown-haired man's eyes bulged in surprise through his bangs. He was kneeling and saw how the queen walked away with her knights. The main character, with a sarcastic smile, began to laugh, looking at the knight, and realized that his trick of fooling around had worked. Xavier explained that the gentleman did not understand anything at all in such situations and asked him to continue to do his job in his own spirit. The huge construction of the garden continued without stopping, and it was already winter in the area. The main character at this time played with his animals on the lined ground as a game, and also did not rest at all, because he did not know when he would have the opportunity to have fun like this again. Then the flower buds began to open with the arrival of spring. The garden was built with its majestic statues, where there was a huge dragon skeleton and a boat with visitors. It was a huge feast with guests on a green meadow. A whole crowd of people discussed the queen, who sat on her throne, because she really had an incredible aura that distinguishes her from everyone else. At this time, Lloyd greedily ate meat, looking at the old man, who pointed his finger behind his back and said that the kingdom of Magentano was the strongest in the whole world and their country would like to build friendly ties with them. The brown-haired man continued to eat a piece of meat and looked at what was happening with bewilderment, because he knew that the reason why she wanted to make such a huge garden for herself was because she wanted to show the world that Magentano had resources, and he thought that neighboring countries would bow their heads to them. Then he looked in confusion in the other direction. He looked at the knight, who was staring at the cookie and did not want to eat because he did not like it. The blue-haired guy with glowing hair looked at the cookie and thought that Master Lloyd was too unlucky. The protagonist bared his teeth with a sarcastic grin and grabbed the knight by the clothes, and began to explain to him why he suddenly decided to ask for a fight, as if he needed something. Xavier immediately began to justify himself that he did not mean it at all. Lloyd continued to squeeze the collar of the knight, who coolly looked away, and asked him to remember his Cremo and the story with the bridge, because every time there was a banquet after the construction, something incredible happened. Xavier smiled sarcastically, looking at the embittered brown-haired man who was holding him back, and said, if something really happens, then he will only prove his unlucky status again. The protagonist did not like this, because it sounded like something was about to happen. Suddenly, they began to look around in horror. They saw how the huge dragon skull fell off the skeleton, and everything was covered in smoke. Alicia immediately jumped up and frowned. Nort grabbed his head in horror and excitement. Lloyd looked at what was happening in bewilderment and realized that he had tried everything with the help of the simulation mode. The statue should not have fallen. The knight immediately extended his hand in front of the protagonist and asked him to prepare to escape. Xavier frowned through his bangs in anger, and Lloyd was shocked that the knight was the first to raise the issue of escape, although he understood that he should not have made such a face full of fear. They saw how purple light energy began to radiate from the dragon's skull, and no one understood what was happening to the bones. These streams of purple aura began to fly apart in all directions. The energy of the purple glow began to rise deep into the night sky. A huge air funnel with a dark aura began to fill half of the planet. This skull of a huge dragon suddenly came to life with sparkling eyes. There was also a statue of Queen Magentano. This head of the animated dragon began to connect with the rest of the skeleton by aura, because Targa realized that right before they cut off his head, he transferred his soul into these bones. This head of the dragon immediately connected with the spine with the help of light. This dragon immediately came to life and began to spread its wings with aura. It immediately reached out with its bone paw to destroy the statue. Its bone immediately crumbled this monument of the queen. Then this dragon became bloodthirsty and angry, and looking back, he saw in the crowd of frightened children the angry Queen Alicia. He immediately flew towards her to attack. Alicia immediately took out her glowing blade and told everyone to run away if they did not want to die a horrible death, because she realized that this monster had enough mana to darken the skies and only the sword master and those above could stop it. Alicia immediately ran to attack with her blade when she was covered by the shadow of a paw. This bone dragon swung his paw with claws. The queen along with the rest of the guys flew away from such a shock wave. This glowing dragon bowed his head and filled the space with himself because he was not yet accustomed to the new body and could not move so fast yet. Then he frowned bloodthirsty and understood that it still did not matter because these people were like ants for him. He saw how the queen with the rest of the people lay in a clearing with destroyed tents and trees. He immediately opened his glowing wings and began to roar loudly throughout the space. Alicia angrily frowned, baring her teeth, and realized that this was not a monster that could be defeated by brute force. Alicia looked back at her comrades and furiously tried to call the protagonist because she needed to find another way out. The dragon looked at Alicia, while all the other guys, led by the protagonist, tried to escape from the battlefield. At that moment, the dumbfounded queen bulged her eyes in horror. The red-haired queen opened her mouth wide and realized that now the knight Xavier should come to the rescue. At that moment, the protagonist ran away with this knight from the battlefield. The girl again watched what was happening with a dumbfounded look. Lloyd ran with all his might with his knight. They deftly jumped over the table with food. Then they began to run across the clearing again. Further on their way there were bushes, which they awkwardly jumped over. Xavier looked back at the terrifying grinning gentleman with a cold face and said that if they were going to run away like that, he would definitely not get paid for his work. Lloyd was horrified, as if the knight was obsessed with money and only thought about it, because they needed to save lives now and it was definitely not worth chatting about money. The knight looked at the protagonist through his bangs in bewilderment. He immediately decided to stop, spreading his legs wide. He looked back at the protagonist with displeasure and said that if they left everything like that, then in the end their estate would suffer, and therefore he must protect their gold mine. The knight continued to see Lloyd running away from them as fast as he could and said that this dragon had many times more energy than him and therefore asked him to give up and run away. The knight stared at the running Lloyd through his bangs and said that he would stop this thing, even if the price was his life. The brown-haired man bared his teeth angrily, looking back in bewilderment. The enraged dragon was about to release a magical sphere of energy from his mouth. He immediately sent a powerful stream of energy to the field when Alicia tried to escape. There was a powerful explosion, and the girl began to fly away. The dragon began to emit energy from his mouth throughout the entire space. The queen at this time was sitting on the ground as the light beam almost reached her. Xavier ran bloodthirstily to attack with the skill of ejecting an aura, opening his mouth. He managed to stretch his magic blade towards the dragon's energy attack. This stage of energy attacked the skull of the monster. The energy flow stretched across the entire field, while Alicia was shrinking in fear. At this time, the dragon raised his mouth and emitted a surge of energy towards Xavier. The knight deftly reflected the light attacks and flew towards the monster, because even though they were chaotic, he believed that he would die because it was only necessary to hit him with one attack. These shots of energy flew into the night clouds. At this time, the queen swung her glowing sword with a scream. Xavier swung his blade and was going to reflect the energy attack. He succeeded, and he directed this beam of light at the head of the monster, who laughed to himself because he was getting used to this body and now completely controlled it. This dragon opened his huge magical wings. He immediately flapped them and soared into the sky. Xavier, at this time, covered his hand with Alice, and they looked up angrily. This dragon flew over a forest clearing and destroyed everything around, starting a fire. This dragon released a burst of energy and the whole forest burned when the guys tried to escape. At this time, Lloyd bloodthirstily grabbed the chipmunk and was about to release it to attack. A white bird flew in the sky and a seed was thrown to the chipmunk. Bogdan began to eat this seed. He immediately increased in size and began to fall on the dragon from above. Bogdan with all his weight fell on the magical dragon Targa. Bogdan continued to press this monster to the ground and attack. At this time, the knight and Lloyd grabbed Alicia and flew away on the bird while the chipmunk dealt with the dragon. At this time, the dragon looked around while the chipmunk ran away. At this time, the dragon tried to look back while all the guys escaped on the bird. At that moment, Lloyd looked furiously at Jigoming and said that now it was his turn to throw feces. This beast immediately blushed and opened his mouth wide because he understood that he would be ashamed. Podong immediately slapped the bird and told Belle to tell him if she heard him, so he told her to follow his command. With tears in his eyes, Jigoming began to defecate white shots of droppings. The dragon was confused when a whole rain of bird feces fell on him. Confused, the dragon opened his mouth, being in the feces. The dragon immediately opened his mouth bloodthirstily with the energy and purple candle. He immediately became angry and screamed at the sky that he would kill them all. At this time, they all escaped to Jigoming, and Alicia asked if Lloyd had a plan. Jigoming flew out of the cloud into outer space. At this time, the dragon also made his way through the clouds and was going to pursue, and Lloyd said that he would give the opportunity to someone much stronger to deal with the dragon. Brown-haired immediately opened his mouth furiously and said that the Dragon King should deal with it. It was a black silhouette of a dragon against the background of glowing flashes of light, because it was the same Dragon King that was mentioned in the novel The Knight of Iron and Blood, because he was a sweet and friendly dragon who maintained order among the dragons and loved people. At this time, Targa in the form of a dragon flew after Jigoming and the guys, who understood that a Dragon King like him would not just sit and watch this lizard zombie go crazy, and they remembered that he lived in a place called Gapel. The brown-haired man looked furiously at the queen and asked how far Gapel was from here. The main character immediately turned white and opened his mouth in rage, because it was a day's journey even if you fly at high speed. At this time, a huge dragon opened his mouth and almost slammed Jigoming shut. The white bird managed to return from the bloodthirsty mouth of the dragon. The protagonist bared his teeth in rage and looked back angrily, because despite the size of the dragon, it was rushing like crazy and they would not be able to fly for a day on the tail of such a monster. At this time, Xavier took out his glowing blade and asked if they had a chance to solve the problem if they got to Gapel. Lloyd agreed with this and said that they needed to get there. Xavier immediately sharpened his glowing blade furiously. He directed an explosion of energy aura towards the dragon. At this time, the furious dragon looked at what was happening and realized that the pathetic attack of the humans would not harm him. This energy beam carried away the family of the dragon's magical wing. Jigoming looked back and saw how the dragon's wing began to evaporate. The brown-haired man looked back furiously and was glad that Xavier's attack worked and asked him to continue. These blue rays of attack enveloped the magical dragon, who was indignant at such tricks. The main character immediately extended his hand towards the excited Alicia and asked to borrow her sword. She immediately handed the sword over to him with a dumbfounded look. She watched as he was about to approach Xavier, said that they should hit at the same time from different sides so that the dragon could not return. He held his fiery blade in his hands and furiously twisted his face, screamed an explosion. The dragon opened his mouth in bewilderment. Alicia also watched in shock at what was happening. At this time, Xavier, together with Lloyd, directed their fire attacks towards Targa. The dragon managed to cover himself with his magic wing from the fire attack. Xavier's blue energy beam was also reflected. The guys looked at what was happening bloodthirstily, did not understand why their attack was reflected, as if the monster had only become stronger. The knight looked angrily at the gentleman, who dumbfoundedly bulged his eyes. The knight watched as Alicia grabbed Lloyd, who fell without resistance, and asked him for help. They immediately grabbed Lloyd and were about to throw him out. The protagonist's eyes widened in horror, looking at the monster's open mouth. The queen swung her glowing palm and told Lloyd to follow her instructions and scream. She immediately slapped him on the butt. Xavier held the protagonist by the neck, who stuck out his tongue in horror and screamed. They flew further and further away from the dragon, which was shaking convulsively. Then it began to lag behind, and the guys flew further and further. Alicia, with a malicious smile, smiled and said that Lloyd succeeded thanks to the benefit of his crooked face. The knight continued to hold the protagonist by the neck, who looked on cold-bloodedly with tears in his eyes. The dragon was hovering in the air at this time and realized that it was the one who had rid Magentano of poison and the one who had finished off the herd of mastodons, namely the one who had defeated the Prince of Hell. Targa continued to follow Jigoming and the boys because he realized that he could defeat everyone at once. Alicia continued to spank Lloyd's butt so that he would grimace. Xavier held his cheeks at this time and his eyes were dumbfounded and his tongue was sticking out. A purple veil covered the dragon's eyes, and they could not believe that he had closed his eyes with mana if he was so disgusted to look at his face. Alicia held magic circles near his ear at this time, and Xavier screamed bloodthirstily so that Lloyd would emit screams of hell. The knight held back the malicious grin of the protagonist, who was now simply being mocked. This dragon just flew blindly, with its eyes and ears sealed with magic so as not to see what was happening. They immediately threw off Lloyd's body and realized that he was no longer useful. The brown-haired man bared his teeth bloodthirstily and clenched his fist, because he realized that he was wrong, because his plan to use the Dragon King had completely failed, which meant that they had no other choice but to defeat him now. He also became curious if the dragon had a weakness and if there could be one at all. He frowned and his eyes bulged in surprise. He remembered how Alicia looked at him with a smile and told him to take his bone, but replace it with something else. He frowned and his eyes bulged in realization, because he realized that she really did have a weakness. Jigoming continued to fly above the thick clouds. Targa flew after them. He kept flying with his eyes and ears closed, because he became stronger with time, although he gave up his humanity. This magical dragon kept following Jigoming and the guys because he became a creature that happened to nature itself. He suddenly flapped his wings and almost caught up with the bird. At that time, Lloyd bloodthirstily grabbed the box and told Jigoming to throw out the web. This dragon had already opened his mouth and was about to catch up with the bird. Suddenly, the dragon looked in bewilderment at the splash of web that flew by and said that they could only bother him. He was hovering between the clouds. Why did he open his mouth in bewilderment and not understand where the guys went? At that time, they were flying at him from above. Our hero furiously opened his mouth and screamed that it was the fourth bone from the pelvis. Xavier immediately directed a powerful energy flow towards the dragon. The light beam flew straight into the spine of the bone monster. The light beam caught up with the bone. It began to collapse, because it was made of granite, although artificial, but it was still reinforced by the power of the dragon. This light beam swept along the tail section of the dragon, which wheezed and screamed. Xavier continued to fly into the attack, directing the light beam, because there were two sword masters on their side. Alicia also swung her fire blade and called out to Lloyd. The queen at this time screamed bloodthirstily that the protagonist mentioned that the bone was made from the bone of the imperial whale. The protagonist stretched his hands forward and opened his mouth with rage, apologizing to the queen, because this was a rational saving of materials and labor. Alicia immediately swung her fire blade with anger and realized that it was just in time. She immediately chopped the bone into pieces with one swing of the blade. Our hero immediately clenched his fist with a joyful smile. This dragon started falling down, because its tail was cut off. It was a two-story fortress of the palace. Xavier looked at the main character lying naked on the bed with a relaxed look and said that they were gone for too long, thus answering the question about when he was going to get dressed. The knight put his hands behind his back, when the brown-haired man immediately jumped up with an angry look when he was told that with his face and in such a state, it was as if the synergy of hostility towards him had increased 10 times. Lloyd did not like this, because he was even more angry about it. Xavier immediately smiled brightly, closing his eyes and ironically apologized, because in the future he would be more careful with his words. The brown-haired man looked at him with bewilderment, raising his eyebrows when he was told to leave the topic of clothes. The knight stood in front of the bed, putting his hands behind his back and asked about when Lloyd would address the count and countess as mom and dad. The main character almost cried from such an unexpected question, closing his lips. Xavier looked at his comrade with trepidation and said that he himself wanted to call them his parents, but he could not allow himself to do so. Lloyd looked at the knight in surprise, who asked him to address them by their titles if he wanted to. He tried to understand what to do, because they were not his real parents. If he addressed them like that, he would only deceive. The knight put his hands behind his back and sighed heavily, apologizing for becoming too emotional when mentioning the words mom and dad and saying the wrong thing. The main character looked at him intently with one eye and realized that the knight had lost his parents after all. He remembered the photographs of his parents above the candles. Xavier was about to leave as he looked back when he was asked about his parents. Lloyd was sitting on the bed when Xavier stopped at the entrance and asked if he was really interested. The main character looked at the knight with a nonchalant air and said that he agreed that he was really interested in knowing about it. At this time, the dragon continued to fall down with a bloodthirsty roar. He immediately plopped down on the ground and rolled further into the forest. He left a huge footprint in the ground. This dragon began to get up convulsively and realized that he had lost his balance. At this time, the bloodthirsty hamster began to increase in size again and fell on the dragon. Peepodong landed with all his might on the monster's skull. He immediately grabbed it, while the rest of the guys landed on the ground. The main character pulled out a fiery blade in front of him and gained maximum energy. This fiery stream rushed past the dragon into the sky. Xavier, at this time, the bloodthirster aimed his glowing blade. He hit the target right on the dragon, who was screaming. Lloyd also screamed bloodthirstily and attacked with a glowing super discharge. Our hero was kneeling and directing a powerful stream of energy spectrum towards the dragon. Xavier's glowing silhouette angrily bared his teeth. The brown-haired man also extended his hand with the energy spectrum. A notification popped up that the level of the mana heart skill had increased, and its ability to purify the poisonous mana of the undead had increased significantly. Alicia, flying from the air with her fire blade to help. She immediately delivered a sharp glowing blow. This energy blade hit the bone directly, destroying it. Targa opened his mouth and screamed furiously in pain. The protagonist angrily bulged his eyes through his fingers and realized that it worked and they would be able to win. A notification from the system that a new skill option had appeared, half human, half dragon. He absorbed a huge amount of dragon mana and its qualities were added to the heart of mana. A message that the dragons with whom fate would bring him together would show interest in him. Xavier at this time attacked the dragon with a sword. Alicia also bared her teeth angrily and swung her blade. The protagonist opened his mouth wide. He remembered asking the knight if it was so strange that he would be interested in this. The swordsman looked at the protagonist in surprise, noting that it was so, since he gave the impression of a person who was not interested in others at all. Lloyd slightly opened his mouth, noting that he thought he also did not quite understand the reason for his interest. He added that it was not like he was his friend. The protagonist held his hand out in front of him, emitting a red aura as the monster's tail floated in the air. Xavier watched in horror as he screamed the protagonist's name. A strong stream of energy surrounded the forest. The swordsman appeared above the protagonist, taking the blow. Lloyd's eyes widened in horror. Xavier opened his mouth wide, coughing up blood. The swordsman's blow sent trees flying, destroying them. The swordsman flew out of the forest, appearing above the water. He then fell into the water. Peapodong closed his eyes as the huge monster opened its mouth wide. The monster's purple aura grabbed its bony tail. The tail attached itself to the monster's body. Lloyd held out his shaking hand, calling Xavier's name. The protagonist stared in horror as the monster's paw appeared above him. Alicia pulled the protagonist out from under the monster's paw. She looked at the protagonist furiously, telling him to pull himself together and find a way to fix everything, like always. Alicia, her eyes widened, looking angrily at Lloyd. She stated that without him, the kingdom would go and that he should find a way to save Andre, like he saved her. The Count looked at the girl in fear, thinking that he did not know, and Andre's mana completely disappeared in an instant, and he did not have the ability to heal such a thing. A monster's head appeared in front of the guys. Xavier sank deeper and deeper into the water. The swordsman remained motionless in the water, noting that he needed to gather his mana. A small cloud of aura appeared in space. The knight noted that it would expand it and push the poles together. The cloud of aura began to decrease in size. The knight noted that his aura was disappearing, wondering if this was the end for him. Xavier went deeper and deeper into the water, noting that he had to save him. Alicia threw the protagonist on her back, running away from the monster. The monster's head moved after the boys. The protagonist looked ahead with a mad look, noting that he needed to use CP to see the ending spoiler, and he needed to collect more PR to become stronger. The swordsman continued to go deeper into the water without moving. The Count closed his eyes, noting that he had to save him, and he had to do it. Xavier bared his teeth, clenching them. The protagonist confidently looked ahead, stating that he would do it. Lloyd rested his knee on the queen's back, asking for permission to push off her back. The protagonist jumped off the queen's back, thinking that he would definitely save him. Xavier looked ahead with an enraged look, baring his teeth, after which he stretched out his hand in front of him. The protagonist dove into the water, holding out his hand to the swordsman. He noted that he would save his friend. The swordsman reached out his hand to the protagonist's hand, after which the boys grabbed each other. Lloyd puffed out his cheeks, looking at the knight, mentally telling him to absorb his mana. The swordsman bulged his eyes and bared his teeth. A blue aura emanated from the Count. Xavier began to absorb the protagonist's mana. Alicia stood near the water with a sword when the monster collected the aura near its mouth. Hippo appeared in the air in the form of a ball. He attacked the monster in the head, after which he bounced off it. A red column of energy flew past the queen. A huge explosion occurred from the impact. The boys held hands tightly while Xavier absorbed mana. The knight looked ahead in bewilderment, noting that something was wrong with Master Lloyd's mana. Blue spheres of mana were floating in space. The knight wondered if it was mana at all. The energy sphere moved to the side. Xavier noted that it resembled mana. A bright glow emanated from the energy sphere. The swordsman thought that it was some otherworldly completely different, as if it violated all the rules of this world. Jigoming flew through the air, releasing droppings. The droppings fell right on the monster's body, after which the monster abruptly moved to the side. Jigoming flew away from the monster in horror, chasing after it. Xavier closed his eyes and bared his teeth, noting that he could not control this. Peapodong threw Belle into the air. Belle turned her tail, releasing black smoke. A black cloud of smoke surrounded the monster. Alicia jumped into the air, swinging her sword, after which she seemed to be struck by lightning. The queen looked ahead in fury, noting that for the entire time, the monster flapped its wing, throwing the queen aside. Xavier closed his eyes, losing consciousness. He mentally asked for forgiveness from the one who took the form of Master Lloyd, adding that his mana, he cannot understand it. The knight slightly opened his eyes, mentally asking for forgiveness for leaving him. The protagonist bulged his eyes and bared his teeth. Xavier opened his eyes and mouth wide in fear. An energy clot began to appear in space. Several energy clots appeared in space. The system notified that after Xavier saw his face from hell, he realized that this is all beyond his understanding. Alicia grabbed her eye, falling to the ground. Jigoming flew past, picking up the queen. The system notified that Xavier controls the mana of another world, which he transferred to him, and the body of Xavier ignored some moments of cause and effect. The animals stood wary of each other despite the monster. The huge monster opened its mouth, gathering energy. The protagonist widened his eyes and clenched his teeth. The system announced that every cell of Xavier's body was now functioning as Mana's heart. Spherical clots of energy began to appear in space. Huge white wings appeared behind the knight. The monster watched what was happening in bewilderment. Xavier rose to the shore, holding the protagonist in his arms. The protagonist lay in the knight's arms as water flowed out of his mouth. The monster stood motionless in front of the swordsman, noting that he had not even noticed it, but it suddenly appeared in front of him. Xavier threw the protagonist to the ground, after which he took out his weapon, moving his hand to the side. The monster watched the knight intently. Cutting blows began to appear on the monster's body. Xavier dealt many cutting blows to the monster's body, after which the monster evaporated into thin air. Pieces of the monster began to fall in front of the guys. The protagonist looked at the swordsman in surprise and noted that he had succeeded. Xavier radiated a rainbow aura with a serious look. The protagonist noted that he had become the strongest person mentioned in the novel, the Knight of Iron and Blood, the Supreme Master. The swordsman looked back at the protagonist when he called out to him. The guys were standing in front of the collapsed body of the monster. The protagonist looked at the knight with a slight grin, saying that from now on he would be at the head of all the showdowns. Lloyd mentally thanked the swordsman for surviving. Xavier bared his teeth in irritation, looking at the master, after which he grinned slightly, thinking that he could tell him the same thing. The animals rushed into the arms of the protagonist. The protagonist bowed before the queen when she approached them. Lloyd looked at the system window in surprise. A system notification appeared about the number of lives he saved, which was 31,145,782. Lloyd asked that if this zombie lizard had survived, it would have killed more than 10 million. The system announced that this was not true and the number of lives that this monster would have taken was lower than this number. The protagonist asked why he got so many points then, and that this was a bonus. The system announced that he assumed that among those lives he saved, there was one who started her own business. The protagonist looked at the system window in surprise. The system announced that the jobs that appeared thanks to this man's business saved a family that was dying of hunger when a child from this family grew up. He saved someone who fell into the water, and this someone turned out to be a doctor who created an incredible cure. The protagonist looked at the system window with a serious look. The system notified that all events that led to his actions were taken into account. That is why he received additional points. The life he saves affects not only this one life. The protagonist smirked slightly, thinking that if 1 DP could be converted into 1,000 gold coins, he would be the happiest person. The system notified him to forget about it. Xavier looked at the master, calling out to him. The knight stared at the protagonist, saying that he heard that the bone dragon did not die, asking if they should do something about it. The remains of the monster began to move. Xavier noted that it was already starting to move, asking if he should deal with it. Lloyd said that he should not. A system window appeared. Domination over the evil, level 2. The protagonist smirked maliciously, saying that he should quickly rise again. A system window appeared, who he can control, such as zombie monsters, ghosts. Lloyd smiled maliciously, emitting a red aura from his eye. He said that he was full of ideas where he could use his help. A system window appeared, who he can control, in which bone dragons appeared. A huge monster began to gather in front of the guys. The main character looked at the monster with a serious look. A red aura began to surround the monster. The system announced that the parasitic soul inside the dragon's bone had refused to submit to the evil's control, asking if he would like to cleanse the parasitic soul. Lloyd smiled maliciously, saying that of course he would. A red stream of energy appeared in front of the protagonist. The system announced that his mind had been transferred to the dragon's skull, and he must defeat the king of black magic, Targa, and take possession of the dragon's skeleton. The protagonist looked thoughtfully at the system window, noting that he had transferred the soul to the dragon's bones right before the queen killed him. The protagonist looked behind him. Targa was sitting on his lap not far from the brown-haired man. The black mage bared his teeth. System windows appeared with Targa's characteristics. The protagonist noted that there was too much information, and he was not at all interested in it. The black mage slightly opened his mouth, starting to speak. The protagonist's eyes bulged in surprise. The man pressed his palms to the floor, saying that since childhood, his mana was cursed and the people of their village constantly offended and called him and his family names. Tears flowed from the eyes of the black mage. He said that his mother called him a demon. The protagonist frowned in bewilderment, looking at the man. Targa said that she said that he ruined her life and that he was her greatest disappointment in life, but he still loved her, and then one day the villagers. The man raised his head when the protagonist called out to him. Lloyd looked at the black mage with a soulless gaze, asking what of it. Then he struck the black mage. From the blow, Targa's body dissolved into thin air. The system announced that he had managed to cleanse the parasitic soul. The protagonist stood in front of the guys unconscious. A blue aura began to emanate from the monster. The system announced that the bone dragon was now under the control of the evil spirit. The protagonist's spirit hovered next to him. Then it flew into his nose. The dragon bowed its head towards the protagonist. The system announced that he should greet the bone dragon, who had received a new self, and the words it would say to him would determine his relationship with it. The protagonist smiled maliciously, saying that he was his father. The dragon opened its mouth, collecting magical energy. Xavier covered the boys with his wing. Lloyd wondered why he had failed to rein it in. The dragon shot a magical sphere into the air. A blue heart appeared in the sky from the aura. The dragon looked at the protagonist happily, calling him daddy. The protagonist grinned contentedly as the boys watched in bewilderment. Lloyd extended his hand to the dragon. He placed his palm on the monster's head, saying that he would give it a name. The monster looked intently at its father. The protagonist said that he had nothing of the cursed entity zombie in him, and that he was someone even dragons respected. The protagonist smiled contentedly, saying that he would be Yang Yang. The boys looked at what was happening in horror, thinking that this sucked. The system announced that this sucked. The protagonist told everyone to shut up, adding that it was not his fault that natural sciences were easier for him. The system announced that he should not dare to humiliate natural science students. The protagonist and the animals began to hug Yang Yang. Lloyd noted that this was his precious child, and now he could destroy any mountain in the blink of an eye, and he was his dear Yang Yang, a real treasure, his most powerful machine. Alicia watched the protagonist in bewilderment. Then she turned her gaze to the swordsman, noting that he had probably reached the highest level and become a supreme master, a legendary state that could only be compared to the gods. The main character continued to hug his child. Alicia noted that Yang Yang, and what a lame name that was a force capable of destroying an entire nation. The queen squinted at the protagonist. The brown-haired man smiled contentedly and gave her a thumbs up. Alicia noted that Lloyd, a man who could destroy the entire world in one morning, was now out of her control. The red-haired girl looked away with a sad look. The sun was shining brightly over the city. Alicia came out to her people, saying that with her hasty actions she had made the entire nation worry, and she took full responsibility for what she had done. The queen placed her hand on the glass sphere, noting that the reason why a great catastrophe had been avoided. The queen looked down, saying that she was imprisoned, and then suddenly fell silent. The main character shook his head from side to side. He looked at the queen with a pitiful look, folding his hands in front of him. Alicia smirked slightly, noting that the most powerful man on earth, a man with a dream of getting rich and living quietly on the outskirts, an insanely annoying person, adding that let him have it. The red-haired girl opened her mouth wide, saying that it was all thanks to Lloyd Frontera. The protagonist looked at the queen in confusion. Alicia stuck out her tongue, showing it to the protagonist. The protagonist smirked in confusion. A full moon was visible in the night sky. The protagonist smiled widely. He stated that the queen promised to pay him 2 billion gold for the restoration work, and he felt like he could jump on a dragon and fly. Xavier sat across from the protagonist, crossing his legs. He asked that he had forgotten that they almost all died. Lloyd said that the key word was almost, and everyone was alive, no one died, and that was all that mattered. The swordsman looked at the master with narrowed eyes. The master said that now he can afford even more than just having fun all day, and now he can live like an emperor. Xavier remembered the protagonist's mana. Lloyd looked at the swordsman in confusion. The knight asked that he was some kind of lord. The protagonist looked at Xavier furiously. The knight added that he doubted it, and if he were him, he would definitely not make such a face. The protagonist asked that he should send him to hell. Xavier looked at the protagonist with narrowed eyes. He asked where the real Lloyd Frontera was and that he was dead. The brown-haired man looked at the guy in confusion. He lowered his head, saying that he did not know. Lloyd looked away with an awkward grin, saying that when he woke up, he was already in his body. Xavier looked at the guy in surprise, asking that he had no intention of stealing Lloyd Frontera's body. The protagonist said that there was none, after which the swordsman lay down on the couch, closing his eyes. He said that then okay, and now let him sing him a lullaby. The brown-haired guy asked what it was all about, and he believed his words. The blue-haired guy slightly opened his mouth, noting that when he lies, he always makes such a shameless face that it is infuriating, and when he tells the truth, he immediately becomes so vulnerable. The protagonist looked at the guy in bewilderment, after which the guys turned their attention to the door they knocked on. Lloyd said that it was open. A bearded man opened the door. The protagonist asked who he was, that he just walked in there. Xavier looked at the man warily, saying that he did not feel his mana at all and he was not alive. The bearded man looked at the guys with a serious look. He said that he was the dragon Antiques, and to be precise, the messenger of Antiques, the true soul of the dragon he had defeated. The protagonist looked at the dragon's soul with a serious look, asking why it had come to them. Antiques asked that he was not even surprised. Lloyd asked what was surprising about that. Antiques noted that he had just said that he was a dragon, adding that he should not worry about it. The dragon soul looked at the protagonist with a serious look, saying that in the name of the great dragon, he ordered him, Lloyd Frontera, to follow him to hell and save the true soul of Antiques. The protagonist lay down on the bed, covering himself with a blanket. He said that he did not want to, wishing him well. Antiques let tears fall from his eyes, grabbing the blanket. He said that he should not be like that, asking if he could help him. The protagonist asked why he was so stubborn, noting that he was not going to help him. The dragon soul looked at the protagonist with a pleading look. He said that if he saved his soul, he would include him in the membership of the Dragon King. The brown-haired man slightly rose from the bed, asking that he was serious. The master looked back at the dragon soul with a malicious grin, saying that he knew how to bargain and that he would listen to what benefits such a membership provides. The men were pulling fallen trees out of the water channel. 5 hours ago, the fighter shouted at the soldiers to increase the speed of restoring the channel, and they would send a separate group to sort out the fallen forest. The workers were dragging a huge tree on their shoulders. The fighter pointed to the side with a menacing look, shouting for them to take it in 1, 2. The protagonist sprawled on a chair, sipping a drink. The queen appeared next to him. Lloyd looked at the girl in fear, saying that he was burned. He thought he was just lying down to rest for a while. The protagonist looked at the swordsman with bewilderment, who was sipping his drink. He told the knight that he was supposed to be on guard, asking what kind of a high master he was if he couldn't even notice a man with his head in his glass, noting how awkward it was. The queen closed her eyes and smirked slightly. The protagonist bowed before the queen. Alicia said that he was the boss and it wasn't his job to carry heavy things. The master noted that this was true and he was just sorting out his thoughts. The red-haired girl asked why he said that he was burned. The queen looked back at the knight in armor, telling him to leave it. The protagonist stood with his hands on the ground, legs spread apart. Alicia told him to come closer as she had something to say and would have to whisper. Her Majesty stared at the protagonist. The protagonist wiggled his buttocks. The red-haired girl imagined herself slapping the protagonist's buttocks. Her Majesty squeezed her hand, noting that it was a sensational feeling. The queen closed her eyes, thinking that she should forget about it. If she became his enemy, then her kingdom would go. Alicia slapped the protagonist on the buttocks, thinking that she could not spank his buttocks just because she was a queen. After which the red-haired girl looked at her hand in shock. She noted that she wanted to spank him so much that she did it without realizing it. Lloyd continued to move his buttocks. He lowered his head to the ground, telling Her Highness that if he dared to insult her in any way, he would gladly accept the punishment. I looked at the protagonist in surprise. Xavier looked at the protagonist with disgust. He asked the master that he would gladly allow himself to be spanked, adding that he knew he was a pervert. The master said that it was a form of speech and that he should not say something that was not there. The system asked what the students of natural sciences used a form of speech. The master noted that the students of natural sciences knew this too. The queen leaned towards the master, asking where he had put the bone dragon, noting that if anyone saw it, there might be panic. Lloyd said that he had thought of this and ordered that it be sent to distant lands where no man had ever set foot. Her Highness looked at the protagonist with a serious look. She noted that he listened to him like a dog and was on his side, and the High Master and the Bone Dragon asked if he had ever thought about what kind of forces in this world were behind him. Her Highness's gaze was directed at the protagonist's buttocks. The protagonist said that he understood her concern. The brown-haired man continued to stand, bowing before Her Highness. He noted that this power was needed to maintain peace and stability, and it would be madness to try to use it for his own benefit. The queen's gaze remained on the master's buttocks. Lloyd said that he only obeyed her and was her subject forever. The queen slightly opened her mouth, after which she grinned contentedly, thanking the protagonist. The brown-haired man stood with his buttocks raised up, thanking the queen for her beautiful words. White clouds floated over the castle. Alicia walked along the corridor, thinking that the force that controls another force. She smiled slightly, noting that he was stronger than he seemed. A terrible pain pierced the queen, after which she collapsed to the ground. Alicia grabbed her eye, which turned red, noting that the poison with which she was poisoned in the target castle, she cannot cleanse herself. A system window appeared, the number of lives that he saved, which began to subside. The protagonist looked at the window in bewilderment, wondering what was happening and why the numbers began to fall. A system notification appeared showing the number of lives he had saved, which was 18,124,392. The protagonist widened his eyes, wondering what in the life he had saved was dying and over 10 million would die. Lloyd thought that the dragon was not originally in the novel either. The master looked at the system window in fear, noting that this meant that unexpected and dangerous situations would continue to occur. The queen was lying on the bed, bent over. She widened her eyes, clutching her face with her hand. Alicia thought that Lloyd was a dangerous person and needed to be killed immediately, as he would hunt her. The red-haired girl opened her mouth, saying that Lloyd was not that kind of person. She thought that he needed to be killed first. The queen grabbed her blade, after which she stood on the floor. Her Highness walked down the hallway with an enraged look, holding the blade in her hands. Antix was kneeling opposite the protagonist. He said that his life ended like that, but the King of Hell captured his soul because his heart reminded him of a dragon, he thought. The protagonist extended his hand in front of the dragon's soul, saying that he was not interested in his story at all. The dragon said that he needed to motivate him somehow. The master noted that he could not be motivated by his story, only by the conditions he would offer him. Xavier crossed his arms over his chest, looking towards the door. The young master asked what goodies he would get. Antix said that if he had a membership in the Dragon King. The swordsman narrowed his eyes. The dragon said that he would have a share in the Dragon King's wealth, which was almost endless. The young master said that it sounded good, asking what else. The queen approached the protagonist's door as a red aura emanated from her blade. Antix looked at the young master with a serious look, telling him not to waste such an opportunity, and he would also get another life and be able to resurrect if he died. The master looked at the dragon's soul in surprise. Xavier slowly began to pull his sword out of its sheath. Alicia's eyes were wide and filled with blood. Lloyd said that it was not bad and that was exactly what he needed, asking how he would know if he was telling the truth. Antix said that he was a dragon and could not lie. Xavier looked away warily. Lloyd said that was fine then and that he should go and seek help from someone else. The dragon's soul asked what he had to do to make him believe him. The swordsman abruptly opened the door. He looked out of the room holding the blade in his hands. The young master looked at the swordsman in bewilderment, asking if something was wrong. Xavier noted that it was nothing special and that he had apparently just become too sensitive. The master said that it was unacceptable for a supreme master. Alicia hid behind the wall, leaning against the statue. She looked down in fear, wondering what was going on and what she was thinking. The main character smiled wickedly, pointing his finger at the dragon's soul. He asked how he could do that, noting that he would give him some magic that would guarantee his escape from hell, and would also take a soul oath, which would say that his soul would be forgotten forever and ever if he did not keep his promise. Antix looked at the master in shock, asking how he knew about the soul oath, noting that only dragons knew about them. The main character asked if it mattered now, and whether he agreed or not, adding that if he thought about it for too long, he would just go to sleep. The dragon's soul said that he agreed. Antix closed his eyes and extended his palm. He looked at the main character with a serious look, raising his hand. Antix swore that if he did not keep his promise, his soul would be forgotten forever and ever. The main character asked what was that all about. The dragon's soul noted that this spell had no special effects. Antix stared at the protagonist. The protagonist said that it had bothered him from the beginning, asking that his hair and beard were actually tentacles and why they kept moving when there was no wind. The dragon's soul said that it was because he was a dragon. Lloyd asked what that had to do with his hair and beard moving. Antix drew a black marker on the protagonist's hand. He said that this was a spell to save him. He must put his hands together and shout the commandment of time and space, a spell to break the seal and show him the way, adding that if he did this for him, the gates to this world would open. Lloyd noted that he did not hear any power in this spell. The master looked at his palm curiously. The dragon said that when he cast the spell, he should imagine someone he knows well and the gate will open next to that person. The main character smiled widely, saying that it was awesome. The young master smiled widely, throwing his shovel over his shoulder, asking that they go to hell to get him an extra life. Lloyd told the swordsman that it was time to go. Antix opened a blue portal. Xavier looked at the master in confusion. He narrowed his eyes, noting that this was still hell, asking that he didn't think that he should have at least asked his opinion. The main character frowned in confusion, looking at the swordsman, asking what he had come up with, noting that he always goes where he tells him to. The main character jumped into the portal, telling Xavier that it was time to move on. The swordsman looked ahead in irritation, thinking that he increasingly felt like he was underpaid for his work. At that moment, a siren rang in all corners of hell, alerting the demons of an intrusion. The demon was holding a cell phone in his hands, which had an urgent message. The guys flew out of the portal, falling to the ground. The man who dared to enter hell, the demons, were already aware of what happened between this man and the Prince of Hell. The demons looked up in bewilderment. The author noted that they had only one thing in their thoughts. Lloyd was flying down with a serious expression on his face. The author noted that the great singer of hell had come to give a concert. A small blue soul ran through hell.